Synopsis. In a world blending modern life with ancient myths, a young boy discovers a mysterious system that gamifies his existence, granting him stats, skills, and quests. As he levels up through clever challenges and uncovers his divine lineage as a demigod son of the sea god, he trains relentlessly to overcome dyslexia, harness water powers, and embark on heroic journeys to save his mother and thwart godly threats, all while forging friendships and growing stronger. Capítulo 1. Percy slowly came to as the darkness slowly drifted from his eyes. He opened his eyes to see a goat standing over his head. Wait, goat. Percy shook his head and got up slowly, and then he heard Grover speak up. Wow, easy man, take it slow, Grover said as he helped Percy to his feet. What happened, Percy? I heard you drop to the floor. Percy looked at Grover and then shook his head again. I'm fine, G-man. I think I must have just hit my head on your bead one too many times. Grover looked at the bed and then back at Percy, slowly bringing the green-eyed boy to the edge of the bed, making sure Percy didn't hurt himself again. Well, I suppose we are getting a little too big for these things now. Percy nodded and rubbed his head. Hey, Grover, you wouldn't have heard any strange noises coming from this room, did you? Noises? Grover asked with a raised eyebrow. Like what? Like a bell, you know, the kind in video games that go, ping. Grover scratched his chin and shook his head. No, Percy, no bells ringing for me. You sure you all right, man? Hearing bells ring in your head isn't really the sign that you don't have a head injury. We should at least go to the nurse, Percy. Percy shook his head. No, Grover, I'm fine, you just. Go on, I think I'm just going to stay here for a bit. You sure, man? Percy smiled and nodded. Yeah, man, I'm sure. Grover nodded and eventually left to take a shower, after asking Percy a couple hundred more times whether he was fine, and then finally Grover left Percy alone. Percy frankly didn't know why Grover was so worried. It was obvious Percy didn't have a concussion or anything, because he was sure he heard the noise before he hit his head and before he fainted. And further proof that the blue, red, and brown boxes were not all in his head was right in front of him as the brown box still wasn't gone. Percy Jackson. Health 100-100. Mana 50-50. The Gamer. Title None. Level 2, Exp 3400. Race. SDR2. Vit 1 + 2 = 3. Dex 2 + 2 = 4. INT 1. WAS 1. LUC 3. PONTS 0. Money D. Percy still didn't know what the hell was going on. His best bet, his life had been a video game all this while, and he was only now coming to realize this. Of course that sounded so stupid, like why would nothing ever happen to him? Before. And then Percy wondered, what did the hero of the story do before the game started for them? Before some kid took control over the joystick and play hero, did they all have regular lives? Was he a hero now? Percy shook his head. This is getting way too meta for him. After all, it can't be true. Because Percy doesn't feel like he's being controlled right now. For thinking far beyond yourself and wondering about this new ability in a very meta-like manner you now possess, you have gained 1 WIS. Percy blinked, really? It was like that. Percy looked at his statties screen and there it was. WIS 2. Percy was stunned. At the very least, everything he did here affected the world of the game. Meaning, was he in fact a gamer now? That would explain the title, The Gamer. So this meant Percy could become so cool. Percy grinned at this and quickly looked over his stats. Honestly, they were pathetic. His strength was a 2, his vitality was a 1, but for some reason is a 3 now. His dexterity was the same as it was 2 now 4. The only thing going for him was his luck, which was 3, and don't even get him started on his intelligence and wisdom. Percy shook his head and waved the box away. He needed to improve this all. But then a thought came to Percy. He was being very, very calm about all this, which just felt strange, like he was seeing all this happen to someone else or something else. Percy wondered why this was and called out, skills. Just then a box spread before and showed 3 symbols. Percy clicked one, and a red box popped out. A gamer's mind, passive. Allows user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows peaceful state of mind, immune to psychological status and effects. Percy blinked. Wow, that explain it. Percy now knew why he wasn't losing it like he used to. Heck, before this, he freaked out about the fact he could hold his breath almost indefinitely in the swimming pool. Now he seemed far more relaxed. Percy then went back and saw the other two skills he had. A gamer's body, passive, grants the user a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game. Skill, physical endurance, LV, 110%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 3% less damage from physical attacks. Percy read and reread all he wrote. If what this thing was saying is true, then his whole world wasn't a lie. He wasn't in a video game, he was the video game. For some reason that sounded so cliched. Percy looked at his states and his skills. He needed to become better faster. Unfortunately, he doesn't know shit about video games other than the basics, and he has never for the life of him finished one proper video game in his entire life. So that would mean he needed to learn from someone good. Just then, a ping came out, drawing Percy's attention to a new blue screen. It said, "Quest alert. Find someone to teach you about video games so you can be good at your life, which is now a video game. Rewards. 50 XP. Yes, no." Percy read it and then quickly pressed yes. He then wondered, did quest come from himself, or was there a game master out there making things up for him to do? Percy wondered about that and then tried a little experiment. He tried to make his own quest. The first guest arrived when he was thinking about getting help. The quest was his brain thinking that over. So if he focused a new goal for himself, let's say, getting a girlfriend with the biggest rack ever, it should become a quest. Ping. You have got to be kidding me. Quest alert. Get a girlfriend with the biggest rack in the world. That is 48V. Rewards. 100 XP. Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed no and sighed to himself. Okay, so that did work. Although it seemed someone else determined the rewards for completing his quests. Capitulo 2. Ping. For learning about the game mechanics and figuring out how quests work, somewhat, you have gained 1 INT. Percy blinked, he pulled up his status screen, and there it was. Int 2. So Percy could gain stat points like this. So wise decisions made him, well, wise, and learning more stuff made him smarter. Percy wiped all the boxes away and cleared his head, trying to think. Something was going on here, that is clear. But he needed to focus on the here and now. He needed to focus on himself first. He needed to be ready. Percy then looked at the clock and saw that he was running late again. Shit, Percy thought as he ran away to the bath, grabbing a towel and a change of clothes. Ping. Quest alert. You're late, asshat. Get to class on time. Reward. 20 XP. Failure. Detention. Less reputation with everyone in class. Yes, no. Now you have to do this, Percy asked as he pressed yes and focused on getting ready. Quickly, Percy finished his bath, put on his uniform, Yancey Academy uniform, and rushed out of his dorm room. Wait, my books, Percy cried out and then went back, grabbed his stuff, and made it just in time to his classroom. Safe, Percy cried out and looked at his classmates looking at him oddly. And Percy was looking back, not because he was uncomfortable, but because every one of them had a name, title, and level floating above their head. Percy blinked once, twice, and then quickly took his seat and sat down, quietly looking at them from the corner of his eyes. This was just too weird, so his ability affected not just him, but the world as well. Percy looked at Nancy Bobofit, a red-haired girl with orange freckles and a nasty attitude. Seriously, the girl was bad news, threw food at Grover, teased Percy, and generally tried to steal everything in sight. And guessed was her level was Nancy Bobofit, thief in the making. LV4. Percy guessed it did take skill to steal things. Just then Percy noticed a blue box in front of him. Quest completed. You're late, asshat. Get to class on time. Reward. 20 XP. Percy then waved the box away and then quickly pulled up his status bar, and there it was. X 5400. So quest work, the experience and reward worked, and guessing by this the failures must apply as well. Meaning this power must be able to make bad things happen to him. Percy had to be careful. This was in all purposes a double-edged blade. It could help him or kill him. Just then Mr. Brunner rolled into class and spoke, "All right, settle down, class." Quickly everyone went to their seats. Percy looked at Grover, and above his head was a name, title and level like everyone else, except this one was different. Grover Underwood, Satyr Protector. LV20. What the actual fuck? Percy read and reread Grover's title and level. This is huge. The guy, he's better than everyone here combined. Did this mean he is some kind of Greek goat? Wait. A satyr is a half-man, half-goat. Percy then looked Grover's crutches. That's why he uses crutches and he doesn't let me see his legs. So my best friend if a goat, what's next? Percy said, as he inspected Grover that he thought about it, the boy did look a little old to be a student, and what's with that goatee? Just then Grover looked up at Percy and whispered, "To Percy, you okay?" Percy snapped himself out of a daze and quickly nodded, "Yeah, man, I'm good." Percy then looked ahead away from his goat friend only to have a bigger shock. Over Mr. Brunner's head was Chiron, Trainer of Heroes. LV. Okay, am I finally gone mad or is everyone around me a Greek myth? Percy knew the name Chiron, and the tile, Trainer of Heroes, kind of gave it away. Percy needed to think, he needed to focus. Maybe this class would distract him enough. After Mr. Brunner/Chiron took attendance, he started to teach something Percy found hilarious. He started teaching about satyrs. Percy grinned. This would be the perfect time to pull a prank. Quest alert. Prank Grover and Chiron by making fun of satyrs and, well, Chiron. Reward. 100 XP. Failure. Reputation lost with Chiron and Grover. They will learn you know about them, and will take care of it. Yes, no. Percy read the last part. Okay, that sounded dangerous, but the reward far outweighed the risk, 100 XP. This was something he couldn't let go. Percy pressed yes, and then quickly waited for the right time to strike. Just as Mr. Brunner was talking about how satyrs loved nature, and such Percy raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brunner said turning towards Percy. I was just wondering, sir, is Chiron a satyr? Mr. Brunner looked shocked and then quickly shook his head. What? No, why did he even ask that? Well, it's just I thought he was, sir. You see, there is this movie by Disney called Hercules, and it showed Chiron, the trainer of heroes, as a satyr that loved to drink till he was red, party till Hercules stopped him, and generally be kind of a laid-back dude. Mr. Brunner looked shocked at this and quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I don't know where you heard about that, Percy, but it's not true. Chiron is a centaur, half man, half horse. And while I think he was how did you say it, a laid-back dude, I don't think he drank and partied. Grover then spoke up. Yeah, Chiron was very uptight. Percy smiled and then looked at his friend. What do you mean, Grover? Do you know Chiron or something? Nancy laughed. Yeah, goat boy, know any Greek horses? Percy turned around angry but smiled inside. Nancy, a centaur, is half man and half horse, not just a horse. And Grover is not a goat, he isn't some. Some? Percy turned to Mr. Brunner. What was it astir, sir? A satyr, Mr. Jackson. Right, Percy turned to Nancy. Grover isn't a satyr. Tell her, Grover, Percy said turning to Grover. Tell her you're not a satyr. Grover slowly sunk into himself, blushing red. I'm not a satyr. Percy grinned. See, Nancy, Grover isn't a satyr. Heck, he's much of a satyr as Mr. Brunner is Chiron. Nancy, the poor girl, was left blinking all the while Percy ranted, but the result of obvious. Percy saw Grover blush red, while Mr. Brunner looked away as he rolled to side, trying to hide his face. Capitulo 3. Ping. Quest completed. Prank Grover and Chiron by making fun of satyrs and, well, Chiron. Reward. 100 XP. Percy sat down, and after the class resumed again, Mr. Brunner now looking at Percy with a look of weary. Percy smiled to himself. Things were going great. Sure, his best friend was a goat man, and his favorite teacher was the legendary trainer of heroes, but Gamer's mind helped him not think about that too much. Things happened, move on. Percy slowly brought out his status page and looked at the XP gained. XP 15400. He was close to leveling up. He just needed some more pranks like that, and he would be seat. Maybe he showed prank Nancy next by putting a whoopee cushion under her seat. Percy then waited for the ping and a quest to come, but it never did. Strange, thought Percy, maybe I can't just make up quests. Well, there goes my idea of making up stuff as I go along. Percy then spent the rest of the day trying and failing to pay attention in class. By lunch, Percy was ready to call it a day. The classes were just too much, most of the stuff went above his head. He instead focused on his next quest, finding someone who knows about video games. Percy looked around the class, observing everyone's title. One of them must be so addicted to video games that it is their title, and Percy just found them. Han-Jack Game Lover. LV3. Han-Jack, an Asian student whose parents came from South Korea. He should know something that could help Percy. Percy got up and walked over to the brown-haired boy who was playing a game on a handheld device. Yup, he was definitely his guy. "Ah, hey Han," Percy said as he stood before the boy. Han looked up from his game and looked surprised. "Percy, what do you want?" Percy rubbed his head nervously. "Well, Han, I was thinking you're pretty good at video games, right?" Han looked at Percy like he was inspected a book before slowly nodding. "Yeah, I'm pretty good." "Well, I was wondering whether you could help me out with a game I started playing." "Really? What kind of game?" Han looked interested as he put down his device and gave PERCY his attention. "Well, it's kind of like an adventure game. The hero wakes up and has to do quests and all he finds himself in. Think something Percy think. The Greek world. He has to do quests and stuff. But I was wondering whether you could help me do better by giving me clues and such." Ping, oh what now? Skill created. Lying, LV1, 20%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 2% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. What, 2%? The fuck? That's all the chance I have of succeeding in lying. This game is fucking rigged. Luckily, it seemed Han bought it as he nodded and thought about it for a minute. Okay, so what are the hero's stats? Percy recalled and then told them out to Han. Holy shit, those are some bad stats. I have seen children in Skyrim with better stats than that. Percy sighed. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Well, there is a plus point to this, Han said, making Percy stunned. This means you can choose to improve whatever stat you want. Meaning you can make your own character. Like what do you mean? Well, usually in games there are 3 classes, warrior, rogue, and wizard. You improve the stat that helps you for each class. For example, a warrior will require an improvement on SDR, Dex, and Vit while ignoring the rest. Percy nodded, understanding that clearly, but what about Int, Wise, and Luke? Isn't that a disadvantage? Sure, but most don't care. So what are the best ways to improve stats? Well, that would be to do things that would improve them, like say for SDR you should make the character lift heavy stuff, for Vit you should make him run a lot. Things like that. Percy then connected the dots. So let's say character thought a lot about ideas and such, would that increase his Wise? Well, yeah, but that's not possible since game characters can't think. The best way to improve Wise would be puzzles and such. Reading books would improve it, but other than that, I don't really know of any other ways. What about stat points? How do I get those? You get those as you evolve, Percy, but never use them. Then what am I supposed to do? Save them for a later date. For now, it is easier to train each stat by doing some work. Like since your game character has an int of 2, if he simply read a book or 2, he should automatically gain a stat point if int. Percy's eyes widened. Wow, seriously? Yeah, but if int was higher, let's say 30 or something, he would have to read 100 books just for 1 extra stat points. You see where I'm going with this? Percy nodded grateful. Yeah, I do. You're saying that it will be difficult later on to obtain stat point, and to do so no by doing menial tasks. Thanks, Han, this helped me a lot. Ping. Quest completed. Find someone to teach you about video games, so you can be good at your life, which is now a video game. Rewards. 50 XP. XP 200 400. Han nodded and then went back to his game. As Percy walked away, Han called to him. Oh wait, Percy, don't forget to always save and have plenty of health potions in your inventory. Percy looked surprised at that. Inventory? He asked out loud, and suddenly a brown box appears in front of him again, causing Percy to jump in surprise and squeak, "EP." He then quickly regained his computer and looked to find that no one was looking at him, luckily. Percy then saw that this new box was labeled inventory, duh. It had several empty boxes, and something told Percy he would need all of them. Percy slowly walked to his desk and sat down with the inventory box in front of him. He took out a pen and then pressed it against the box, pushing it forward. Golden rippled appeared in the box, and the pen disappeared from Percy's hands and reappeared in the inventory labeled pen. Percy smiled. Oh yeah, this was going to be good. That night, Percy was looking over his stats, inventory, and skills. He would need to improve on them all. So far, Percy put several things inside his inventory for safekeeping. His money, which appeared now in his status page as money $50/0D. He could also take out any amount he wished, as the money came out as several bills, meaning the $50 bill he put inside same out as two 20s and a 10, and so far the money all did not look fake, meaning he could use them. Percy also kept a picture of his mom in his inventory. It was his favorite one, with his mom carrying him while he slept on her shoulder, drooling all over her. Capítulo 4. Just then Grover walked in with a look of exhaustion on his face. "Hey, Percy." "Hey, G-Man," Percy said, waving at Grover and dismissing all the boxes. "Why are you so late?" "Mr. Brunner called me into his office," Grover explained as he sat on a chair, leaving the crutch to the side. "Wanted to talk about my grades." "Grover must have a worse lying level than me," Percy said as he smiled at his friend. Grover simply relaxed while Percy kept observing him. He was trying to see the goat legs, something which would prove that Grover was a satyr. But after a minute of Percy observing Grover's legs, a box showed up. Ping! By observing Grover, you have created a skill. Observe LV1, 10%. By observing a target 1, will get information about said object. LV1 max HP, MP, and info. Percy then closed the box and looked at Grover again. "Observe," he whispered. Suddenly a box popped up. Grover Underwood Satyr Protector. LV20. HP 1500. MP 2000. The satyr assigned to protect Percy Jackson, the son of. His duty is to make sure Percy is safe, and if he succeeds at this, he will get the chance to make his dream tour by searching for Pan. Grover likes Percy and thinks he is a good friend, even if he embarrassed him in class. Percy wiped the box away. Grover was strong, very strong. And even though he lied to him, Percy still considered him his friend. After all, what else can you think about the guy who is trying to protect you? Percy needed knowledge, he needed power. He needed to know who his dad was. That seemed like the key to everything. And just then, ping! Quest alert. Find out who your dad is. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 exp. Failure. Deaths. Yes, no. Percy gulped. He was afraid, but he needed to do this. He then readied himself and pressed yes. Thank you all so much for your reviews and your support. I literally sang when I saw all the follows I got. Now to respond to all the questions. Yes, Percy has low stats. There are several reasons for this. 1, I wanted to start from the ground up. 2, Percy was never really all that smart or strong. He was just, well, awesome. He had the attitude of a hero, and I intend to give him the strength. Also, I am aware that his demigod powers are not much, but I have a plan for that. You see, I'm going to make demigod a type of ability that can be improved upon, and right now he isn't even a teen. His demigod scent isn't even strong enough to attract monsters. Hence, why the demigod status gives him only a +2 in Dex and Vit. Just say he is a level 0 demigod. Percy sat down in the library with a huge stack of books in front of him. The first thing he did when he woke up was decided to tackle his low stat problems. The way he saw, the first thing he would need is a good head on his shoulders if he was to survive finding out who his dad was. Why did he ever accept that stupid quest when death was the option if he failed? Anyway, Percy took Han's advice to heart, and so the first thing he did this Saturday morning was go to the library. Sure, it was boring, and it was not the best thing to do first thing in the morning, but it is what needed to happen. Percy took the first book, Greek myths and legends. After all, with a satyr for a best friend, he needed to know everything there was to know about Greek myth, because for some reason it's coming alive all around him. Percy opened the first page and immediately he was bored. The words seemed to just fly off the page, stupid dyslexia. Percy sighed, looks like the reading option was out. He looked through all the pages and observing the pictures and such, trying and failing to read anything. But just then he came on a picture of an ancient Greek tablet with ancient Greek words written on it. It seemed old, really old, and just as Percy was about to look away, the words started to change, and suddenly Percy could understand them. The tablet spoke about Apollo, the Greek god of the sun, music, medicine, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But wait, how could I read ancient Greek? Percy then had an idea. It was a crazy idea, but it still was an idea. What if he could read Greek for the same reason he had a satyr for a protector? Maybe he had a connection with the Greek myths. Maybe it had something to do with his dad. Ping! For thinking things through and arriving at a logical conclusion, you gained 1 wise. Percy blinked but quickly wiped it away. He was on a roll here. Okay, so we have a lot of Greek myths and his ability to read Greek, and ancient Greek at that. So what he had to do was find books with ancient Greek in them. No problem, right? Percy then spent the day searching the library, and after an hour came up with one book which was a translation of ancient Greek to English. Hopefully, this would work. Percy quickly spent the next hour fully immersed in the book. It seemed most of the translations were wrong or off just a word or two. Like one time they thought donkey meant holy. Sure, it was a dead language, but Percy still found it funny some of the mistakes he found in the book. Ping! By reading a book about another language, you have gained 1 int. So it does count, fancy that. Ping! By reading a translation book and understanding it completely, you have gained 2 skills. Language, Ancient Greek LV Max. You have a perfect understanding of Ancient Greek due to the fact that you are a Language, Modern English, LV2, 34%. Due to you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills, you can talk it but can't walk it. Reading level 1. Minus 60% in understanding what you read. Percy scratched his head. This was a problem. He needed to get better at English first before reading any book. Percy quickly went to the basic English sections and took out easy books, the kind that kids read, and began reading. Hopefully, he has a high enough language skill he could read English better, and he should be able to read other books. Just then, after he finished reading a basic fairy tale book, Percy opened up his skill list and selected English. Language, Modern English, LV2, 80%. Due to you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills, you can talk it but can't walk it. Reading level 1. Capitulo 5. Minus 60% in understanding what you read. Percy smiled. Before it was 34%, now it was 80%, which means it is working. Percy then quickly started to grind. He finally had way to control his dyslexia, and he was going to take it. By the end of the day, all of which Percy spent in the library, which was hell, I assure you his skill in English had improved a lot. It now stood. Language, Modern English, LV5, 40%. Due to you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills, you can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level. Minus 45% in understanding what you read. Percy smiled and closed the last book he was reading. It truly was an amazing feeling he had. He finally had the ability to not be a screw-up. His messed-up reading skills due to his dyslexia was one of the main reasons he always sucked in class, but if he can get rid of it, then it would be the best thing that could ever happen to him. His understanding improved by a rate of 5%, meaning at level 14 or so he would finally be rid of the stupid disability forever. Percy then quickly left as the library was closing. He went to the cafeteria and sat next to Grover, who was munching on a salad. Well, what did you expect? He was a goat. Percy smiled. Hey, man. Grover smiled back. Hey, Percy, where were you all day? I was at the library. Percy grinning as Grover nearly choked out his food. You what? Grover asked seriously. Percy smiled. Yup, decided to do something about my dyslexia. So I began reading at grade 1 and then slowly made it to grade 4. Grover looked surprised at this and then quickly patted Percy on the back. Good job, man. That's awesome. This is great news. Now no one will be able to say that you're just lazy. Percy grinned at that. Yup, anyway, Grover, I'm going to get something to eat. Percy then ate his dinner and quickly went to bed, eager for the next day as it was the best day of the week, Sunday. And that meant one thing: the swimming pool was open. Ping! You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up to the blue box. He now saw everything. He went to bed and smiled. This was going to be great. Percy quickly changed to his swimming trunks and a t-shirt and went down to the pool. The pool was an indoor Olympic-sized swimming pool that was next to the school. Most students went there wherever it was open, and Percy was most definitely one of them. He quickly found a secluded spot and took off his shirt. After making sure no one was looking, he stuffed his shirt into his inventory and quickly went to the pool. He slowly let himself be immersed inside the cool water and just let himself relax a bit. After all, this was the one place Percy felt at peace. Ping! Oh, what now? You have entered a water body. Due to you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy blinked and he pulled himself away from the deeper parts of the pool. He read and reread the box. Again, that's stupid, showing him something about his dad. Whatever it was the reason he could read ancient Greek, suck at English, and now breath underwater. Wait, did it just say breath underwater? Because I think it just said breath underwater. Percy read it again and again and found himself wondering, who the hell is my dad? Percy brought up his status page and looked at his race, and at the information the game gave for him. Race. Percy Jackson is the son of Sally Jackson, and he has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Okay, that didn't make sense. What did it mean, race? I'm human, aren't I? What else could I be? Was my dad an alien or something? Because one, that is so cool, and two, that is so creepy. Percy looked at over his dad's name and over his race. The strange ability he got when in a water body, the Greek stuff all around him, and then Greek goat he had for a friend. What could it all mean? Come on, Percy, you must be able to think of a reason. Percy remembered Mr. Brunner saying that in his class. But what could it be? What is he? Is he even human? Was he a bloody computer program whose dad was a Greek water program or something? Was he a damn demigod they kept talking about in class? Was he a demigod? That couldn't be it, could it? But I mean, come one, other than being an extended history lesson, it's not like they actually have any other use. They don't have any power in the modern world. Percy remembered himself saying that to Mr. Brunner, who he later found out was a Greek centaur that trained freaking Hercules. Mr. Brunner then narrowed his eyes. Don't be too sure, Mr. Jackson. What is that is true? What if he was a demigod? His powers. It would make sense. I mean, while else would the guy who trained demigods before be here, teaching Percy? Chiron did join the school a few days after Percy arrived. And Grover was a satyr. It all made sense. But if his dad was a god, which one was he? Then Percy's eyes widened suddenly as it hit him like a wave on an ocean. His dad was Poseidon. Ping! Due to you using your head and thinking things through, and fitting all the pieces of the puzzles together, you have gained one wise. Ping! Quest completed. Find out who your dad is. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 exp. Ping! You have gained 2 levels. Percy then quickly pulled his stats up and was shocked at what he saw. Percy Jackson. Health 1200/1200, due to water body. Mana, due to water body. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 4 exp 0, 1200. Race Demigod. SDR. VIT 1, plus 2 plus 20 equals 23. Dex 2 plus 2 plus 20 equals 24. INT 3. WAS 4. LUC 3. Points 10. Money $50/0D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status demigod, giving Percy +2 VIT, +2 dex and the ability to breath underwater, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Holy shit. Capitulo 6. His HP and MP were off the charts, all this for just being in a water body. And his SDR, Dex, VIT were all in the 20s. This proved it, he was the son of Poseidon. Percy clicked the new title he got, Son of Poseidon, and saw that the bonuses were only as he was in water, which while was rare still gave him a huge boost. Percy closed everything and simply sat in the pool and thought about he should do. He knew who his dad was, just that alone made him level up twice. He didn't know where to put those points, heck he didn't know what he should do with all these abilities. Percy then pulled up his stats again and saw his status as demigod gave him the power to breath underwater. He might well try it out. Percy took a deep breath and then immersed himself into the water, swimming into the deep end. Once there, Percy closed his eyes and slowly let out all the air inside. Once empty of all air, Percy began to panic, but Gamer's mind came into effect, calming him down. Percy then opened his eyes and took a deep breath, pulling in water, and then released it. He could feel his body relax as the feeling of drowning never came. He didn't feel afraid of drowning. Instead, he felt as if this was the first time in his entire life that he was actually breathing. Percy knew before that the game did not lie when it said he was the son of Poseidon, and so he wouldn't die. But he still had his doubts, and right now all of them went out as he took another breath of water. Ping. Skill created. By trusting your gut, you started to breath underwater and learnt. Breathing underwater, LV max. You can breath underwater perfectly, as if you were breathing normal air. Percy then quickly moved around swimming underwater for a while, breathing as if he was a fish. The water seemed to obey him as he rode it around the swimming pool. Ping. Skill created. Swimming, LV5, 40%. Your speed in swimming is that of an average swimmer, 2 miles an hour. Percy looked at that and frowned. For a child of the god of the sea, he expected his swimming to be a lot faster than that. So he spent the rest of the day and afternoon swimming back and forth from each end of the pool, each time moving faster and faster. Ping. Swimming skill leveled up. Swimming, LV6, 10%. Your speed in swimming is that of an average swimmer, 5 miles an hour. Percy shook his head at this and then began swimming faster and faster again and again until his head started to spin due to vertigo. But then suddenly his vertigo stopped, due to the water healing him. Ping, 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 ping. The pings kept on coming, but Percy ignored it all. He needed to get faster, he wanted to get faster. Nothing else mattered. After swimming until it was time for the pool to close, Percy finally got out of the pool and saw the blue box showing his swimming skill. Swimming, LV10, 30%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer, 5 miles an hour. Percy now finally smiled. That was a good speed, but not fast enough. Next Sunday he was going to double it, at least that is the plan. Percy then went to a shadowy area and quickly drew out a towel from his inventory and his shirt from before. After drying himself off and putting his shirt on, Percy stuffed the towel inside the inventory box and quickly left for his dorm. His eyesight was perfect, not affected by the chlorine at all, must be a perk of being the son of Poseidon. As such, Percy decided to quickly go back to the library to read some more. That night, Percy sat in his bed with a belly full of food and a few extra points. He had improved his English again by reading mostly books relating to Greek myth and such, seeing as how he was a freaking demigod. His skill level now it came to. Language, Modern English, LV7, 40%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 6. Minus 35% in understanding what you read. Technically, Percy could now understand everything they would teach in his class, but he got bite by the bug. The bug that all gamers got. The bug of perfection. Percy didn't want to stop, he wanted to keep going, and he will. Every day he would spend in the library until his dyslexia did not hold him back any longer. Percy nodded to himself. This was the start of his new life, where he wouldn't be a loser anymore. Where his mom won't have to always take care of him. Where he could kick Gabe in the dick. Percy smiled and then looked at his inventory. He didn't have much money, just $50. He needed to fix that. Money would help his mom and him. Maybe some quests would allow him to get some cash or something, if that is even possible. Just the Percy noticed the towel he showed into his inventory box and took it out. He touched the towel and saw it was still wet. Strange, it should have dried by now. Percy then put it in the laundry chute and then suddenly had an idea. He was curious about his powers, out of all which his inventory stumped him the most. What exactly happened to the stuff he put in there? Where did it go? He needed to know. So Percy took out his flip phone and set it on record. He opened his inventory and then put his phone inside as it was still recording. Then Percy waited, he moved and sat in a different place, and he opened up his inventory again. He pulled out his phone and found it was still recording. A total of 10 seconds was recorded before Percy stopped it. Capitulo 7. The video showed the phone being pressed into air. It seemed Percy couldn't see his inventory screen through a video. Then, suddenly, the scene changed, and the phone now recorded a different area of the room, the place where Percy was. This means that the inventory box was a type of stasis field. Anything in it must be frozen in time and space, something that will be very, very useful. Imagine it hot food whenever you want. Percy then wanted to experiment some more. He opened the inventory and then moved the box up and down with one hand. It seemed it was possible to move the box by pinching one corner of it. He then expanded it and reduced the size. So far it seemed the inventory could grow and shrink to any size. Percy then opened the inventory box and placed it below the edge of a table. Percy then pushed a book that was on the table off the edge. It fell down until suddenly it disappeared into the inventory box. Percy pulled the book out and placed it back as he thought of what he had just seen. His inventory box could possibly be the most powerful tool in his arsenal. Just imagine it, someone shoots a bullet at him, he opens the inventory in front of him, large enough to cover himself, and the bullets would all go into the box. He would be protected. Ping! Due to your experimentation, you have found a loophole in the system. Your int is raised by 1. Percy smiled at this and sat back down on his bed. He needed to get a move on. After he mastered English, he will start reading books to increase his int. He will need to be smart in order to get rich and help his mom. The second thing he will need to do is find out how to fight. Due to all the reading he has been doing lately, Percy has become closely acquainted with some of the Greek monsters. And let's just say he doesn't want to meet any of them in Dark Alley, or in a Bright Alley, or in any alley. Basically, never. It was now 10 p.m. and Grover still hasn't come. Where was that Greek goat? Percy shook his head and quickly left his room. It was past curfew, but what's the point of life if you didn't live a little? Ping! Quest alert. Find Grover without getting caught. Reward. 50 exp. Failure. Detention. Loss of respect from Mr. Brunner/Chiron. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and wondered, oh, what's this, a mystery prize? That's never happened before, Percy thought. What could it be? Quickly Percy snuck out and walked into the courtyard. If anything, Grover will be in place with the most greenery, being a satyr and all. Suddenly Percy heard two voices coming from near the fountain. One sounded like Grover, the other did not. It sounded mossy, if that was a word. Percy quickly snuck into the bushes and quietly moved in the shadows as he slowly came closer to the fountain in the center of the courtyard. Ping! What now? Skill created. Sneaking, LV1, 20%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 10% chance of not getting caught. 10% chance of critical strike. Percy nodded, not bad. He then swiped the screen away and looked for Grover, finding him standing before the fountain with a torch light over the water, forming a rainbow. In the rainbow, and I shit you not, was a person. An actual person. Was the Greek form of a Skype call. I know, Juniper, Percy heard Grover say, but it's my job. I'm sorry I won't be there anytime soon, sweetie. It's not fair, Grover. The mossy female voice spoke. Must be Juniper. Why is it you? This is my one chance, Juniper. I make sure Percy is alive and gets to camp safe and sound. I will finally be allowed to search for Pan. I know, Juniper sighed, but I miss you, Grovey. I miss you too, Junie, Grover replied with a voice filled with wanting, and slowly the two started to flirt, but Percy didn't care about that. He had something more important that needed his attention. Observe, Percy said at the rainbow thing, and a window popped up. Iris messaging. A form of video messaging used by gods and demigods to communicate with others using a rainbow. The service is provided and managed by Iris, the goddess of the rainbows. To use the services, one must pay 1 drachma and say a specific phrase. And what is that phrase? Percy thought. Damn it, observe must be to low in level. I'm just getting the basics of the information I need. A drachma is a solid gold Greek coin used by the Greeks. They don't actually expect us to use that to message, do they? I mean, it's solid gold. What a waste. And just then Percy realized something. In his stars page he had under money, and D meaning he could store drachma as well. Meaning he would need to get his hands on some quickly. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV2, 10%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 15% chance of not getting caught. 15% chance of critical strike. Nice. Just then Percy heard someone shout, "Hey you!" Percy and Grover turned to see Mr. Weatherspoon, the PE teacher, approach the fountain. Grover quickly shut off his light, causing the rainbow to disappear, and then threw a bag of what looked like coins into the fountain. Percy smiled. There was the cash he needed. Mr. Weatherspoon quickly came next to Grover, who had just managed to get his crutches on. Mr. Underwood, what are you doing here? Hi, Mr. Weatherspoon, sir. I was just, It was a little difficult moving around, and I kind of got lost and... Enough of your bull, Mr. Underwood, you are obviously out past curfew. As such, you will have detention tomorrow. Grover looked shocked at that, and was about to interrupt when the teacher held up a hand, silencing him. And where is Jackson? You two are always causing some mischief together. Grover shook his head. Percy isn't here, Mr. Weatherspoon, it's just me. The man nodded and quickly dragged Grover away. Percy waited for the two to leave and then jumped out of the bushes. He went to the fountain, searched in the dark waters for the bag Grover threw. His shirt and hands got wet, but Percy didn't care. He finally felt the bag and quickly grabbed it, and like he thought it contained a whole lot of drachma. Percy put all the coins into his inventory, and then turned and ran. If Mr. Weatherspoon reached their dorm and Percy was not in it, he was in a whole lot of trouble. Quest alert. Reach your room before Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon. Reward. +1 to Dex. No detention. Failure. Detention with Grover. Possible fracture. Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and ran to the dorm building. There was only one staircase leading to the first floor where Percy and Grover stayed, and Grover and Weatherspoon were using it. If Percy wanted to beat the two his room, he would need to climb the side of the dorm building. Hopefully, his dex would be high enough to let him do that. Percy quickly ran to the wall above which was the first floor corridor. He needed to jump, grab the railing on the edge, pull himself up, and the jump over the railing across the corridor. The last part was easy, the rest not so much. Capitulo 8. But Percy didn't stop. He jumped, pushing himself as high as he could, and surprisingly he overshot the first railing. Luckily, his gamer's mind prevailed, and he quickly grabbed the railing with his still wet hands. Percy's grip held true, and he didn't fall. He then pulled himself up and climbed up and over the second railing across the first floor. He then charged into his room, throwing the door open and slamming it shut. Slowly Percy calmed himself down and controlled his breathing. He needed to not look like he had just ran all the way here if he wanted to convince Mr. Weatherspoon and Grover. Ping ping. Quest success. Find Grover without getting caught. Reward. 50 exp. A bag full of drachma. Quest success. Reach your room before Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon. Reward. +1 to Dex. No detention. Percy grinned and then opened his status, which read: Percy Jackson. Health 200-200. Mana 100-100. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. +20 SDR, +20 Vit, +20 Dex while in water. Level 4 exp 50-1200. Race Demigod. SDR. Vit 1, +2 +20 equals 23. Dex 3, +2 +20 equals 25. INT 4. WAS 4. LUC 3. Points 10. Money $50/10D. Percy raised an eyebrow at that. Not because he only had 10 drachmas, but because his Son of Poseidon bonus wand now active. It was strange, it was supposed to only be on when he was in water. Percy looked at his arms and shirt. They were clenched, so he was covered with water. Did that count? It must have, because that's what his status said. Percy then smiled. This was going to be a great cheat to use when fighting. Quickly, Percy changed his clothes and left the wet ones out to dry. Just then, Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon came in. He looked at Percy and nodded, and quickly left, reminding Grover that he had detention tomorrow. Detention? Percy asked. Why were you out? Ping. Skill leveled up. Lying LV2, 30%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 10% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Percy ignored that and focused on Grover. Oh, you know, Grover said as he tried to make something up. I was just trying to get some fresh air. Stupid idea, I know, but I guy has needs, you know. Percy smiled. I know, Grover, I know. Percy stood in the courtyard in front of the water fountain where he saw Grover talking to Juniper. It was Monday night, and Percy was getting ready to test out his new powers. He spent the day listening in class, which actually raised his int. Seriously, after the day of classes ended, Percy got a ping and it said, due to you paying attention in class, for the first bloody time, you have gained +1 int. Percy was beyond excited because of the extra stat points and the fact that he had actually managed to pay attention in class. Sure, he still had ADHD and all that and couldn't stop moving, but his dyslexia now only affected him by -35%. Meaning he understood 65% of what was being taught. This was a sign that Percy was in fact setting his life on track. He is going to make his mother proud and make sure nothing ever happens to her. Percy had one goal today: to discover his skills and grind them. So far, he knew of only one skill he got for being the son of Poseidon: breathing underwater. There was still a lot more to go, like control water, talking to fishes, creating goddamn earthquakes, and talking to horses. First of the horses and fishes thing is probably not going to happen, since he doesn't have any fish and there are no horses around. So that left controlling water and creating earthquakes. And since he didn't want to destroy the school, today that is, he decided to just try and control water, hence the fountain. Percy took both hands and dipped them in water. He felt the water around his arm, and he felt his Son of Poseidon title activate. His body became stronger and more agile, but Percy slowly pushed all that to the corner of his mind with Gamer's mind. Slowly he raised his hands up until he broke the water surface. He concentrated on the water under his arms and willed it to come up with him. Slowly, as Percy raised his arms above the water, 2 balls of water clung to his hands, not letting go. Percy grinned and brought the water balls upwards and near his face. It was moving, like a big ball of jello, and suddenly the balls busted all over Percy's face, drenching the boy. "Goddamn," Percy cursed, "lost my concentration." Percy dipped his hands into the water again. He felt it around his hands, and again he pulled it out of the fountain, this time holding it together as one huge ball of water. Percy brought it up and then held it there for nearly a minute. Percy then threw the water like a real ball, and it hit the fountain and splashed back down into the water pool below. Ping! New skill discovered. You have discovered your skill as a demigod. Water controlling LV1, 43%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 20 MP per minute. Percy panted as he swiped the screen away. Looks like he unlocked one of his powers. This is the first skill he has that required for MP. Percy brought out his status page and clicked on MP. Mana 80-100. Regeneration 10 per minute. Percy frowned. His regeneration rate was pathetic, but it was to be expected. His wise was only 4. Capitulo 9. Percy learned a few things more about his powers. Each improved something or the other about him. SDR his physical strength, VIT his endurance and defense, plus 25 HP per level for 10 VITs. Dex his athleticism and precision, plus 10% HP regen per level for 10 Dex. Int mana storage rate and memory, plus 25 MP per level for 10 Int. Wise mana recovery and mana scene, plus 10% MP regen level for 10 Wise. Luke Luck. And so far he only had SDR 2. VIT 1 plus 2 equals 3. Dex 3 plus 2 equals 5. INT 5. WIS 4. LUC 3. Which was next to nothing. This is why Percy needed to grind big time. He did have 10 points that he could spend, but like Han Jack said, he needed to save those. So Percy turned to the fountain again after dismissing the screens. He gathered mana into his arms and the spoke, water control. I called to the water to form a ball in his hand, and it did. Percy could feel his MP drain out and into the water, but Percy held on for as long as he could. After 4 minutes, the ball of water fell down, and Percy collapsed exhausted of all his mana. Mana 0, 100. The recovery time for him would a total of 8 minutes since his recovery rate was 10%, meaning 10 MP is restored per minute. After 10 minutes, Percy got up again and focused on manipulating water again. After another 5 minutes of water manipulation, Percy crashed down again, exhausted of all his mana. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Water controlling LV, 3%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 19 MP per minute. The cost of usage went down by just 1 point. Percy cursed, but he knew this was how he will get strong, one step at a time. Percy got again after 10 minutes and began the process of controlling water once again. This time he made it into a long tube of water. Then after his man ran out and recharged, he tried it again. This time he made the tube thinner and denser. So dense that he could touch it now and use it like a normal tube. Percy trained into the night, and at around 12 midnight he collapsed again into the ground, what felt like the 100th time. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Water controlling LV4, 30%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 17 MP per minute. Percy smiled at this. Finally, he was getting somewhere. Ping. Due to constant usage of mana and constant mana regeneration, +1 to int and wise. Well, this was getting better already. Percy smiled at the bonus points. It seems studying and making wise choices aren't the only ways to train int and wise. Just then Percy heard somebody walking towards him. It definitely sounded like a human, not he crutches using Grover or the wheelchair-bound Mr. Brunner. Quickly Percy splashed some water onto himself and ran. The water increased his SDR, Dex, and VIT by 20 points, allowing him to easily escape whoever was coming towards him. Reaching his dorm building, Percy managed to jump onto the railing on the first floor and pulled himself up. Reaching the door to his room, Percy activated his skill, sneaking, and slowly entered his room. There he saw Grover's hand by the side of the top bunk. The goat was snoring badly. Percy quietly walked in, closed the door, and went into his bed. He put his shoes away and took off his jeans. He laid back and slowly let sleep take over him. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up with the same blue box over his head. He swiped it away and looked around. The time was 7 in the morning. Quickly, Percy took a shower and got ready. He changed his clothes into his uniform and grabbed his bag. Percy turned to Grover, who was still asleep. Sighing, Percy shook Grover up. "Hey, G-Man, wake up." "Ah," Grover said through the drool, "yuck. What time is it?" "Around 7, man," Percy replied. "It took him 20 minutes to get ready. Now get up, you're going to be late." Grover waved Percy away and turned in his bed. "I'll be fine, Percy. Just go to class." Percy shook his head at his friend's antics and quickly left his dorm. He went to the cafeteria and looked at the people waiting to get their food. There weren't many here right now, due to it being so early in the morning. Percy's breakfast was already paid for. They took it from his fees, so he was allowed to take as much as he wanted. Only thing was he is expected to finish it all. Seeing an opportunity, due to the few people here, and all of them being distracted by something or the other, Percy quickly got an idea. Percy opened up his inventory and put the box over his empty plate. He reached for a stack of pancakes and placed them over the box. The food then disappeared into the inventory, and Percy could see it in there. Grinning, Percy quickly loaded in as many pancakes as he could. And as he back blocking everyone's view of what he was doing, it just looked like Percy was really hungry. That is anyone was even looking. Percy then closed his inventory after storing 20 pancakes in it. He then grabbed several packets of syrup, which he also discreetly put into his inventory box. Finally, he grabbed 2 pancakes and put them on his plate to eat. He then went to a bench in the corner of the room and sat down to enjoy breakfast. "Morning, twerp," came an ugly voice. Percy turned, and there was Nancy Bobofit. The annoying red-haired girl sneered at Percy. "I thought you and your boyfriend were up all night bumping bones, where's all goat brains?" Capitulo 10. Percy controlled his anger, or tried at least. "He is with your mom, Nancy. It seems she has a thing for goats." Nancy screamed, "What did you say?" "I said your mom is a goat fucker, Nancy. Are you deaf or something?" "Don't talk about my mom, Jackson." "Don't talk about my friend Nancy," Percy replied as the girl looked as red as her hair. Percy looked at her, ready to fight if she started something. "At least I have a dad, Jackson," Nancy said and walked away. It shouldn't have hurt him. Percy was used to it. He was used to people telling him he was a bastard. That was the first thing anyone would use to insult him. He should have been used to it by now, but he wasn't. Percy looked at the girl as she sat down a few seats in front of him. He then noticed she had a bottled water sitting next to her, and Percy's mind started to spin. It would be a challenge of his powers, but isn't that what life is? Finding your limits and then breaking them. Percy drew on his magic and focused on Nancy's water bottle. "Water control," Percy whispered, and he felt his magic reach out and touch the water in Nancy's bottle. Suddenly, water started to move. It pushed the bottle left and right until it fell down. "Shit," thought Percy. "I meant for it to jump out of the bottle. There was not enough force." This drew Nancy's attention as she looked out the fallen bottle. She then picked it up and put it upright. Percy sighed at the lucky second chance. He then tried again, and this time he pushed the water upwards with all his will, and the water burst out of the cap, spraying all over Nancy's clothes. "Ah!" Nancy shrieked as Percy laughed. The girl quickly went back to her room to change, leaving Percy in the cafeteria. Percy looked at his mean and quickly began to eat. He pulled up his health and mana bar. Health 200. Mana 66 100. Percy swiped the boxes away. The water manipulation was good and very easy to do. Maybe it had something to do with his powers. Maybe after he discovered the skills, he can always use the skill no matter the difference in it. Like maybe if he learned something the old-fashioned way, without his powers, he would have had trouble with new things. But with his powers, water control means water control, only limited by his level. Percy then used Observe on his pancakes. Pancakes food. Restores 30 HP, 10 MP. Percy's eyes widened at that. He quickly ate a full pancake and pulled up his mana bar. Mana 77 100. It was amazing, so food affected mana too. This meant there should technically be food out there, which resorted 100% of his mana health. Percy noted that for his future and then quickly spent the rest of his breakfast using observe on anyone and everyone, hoping to level it up quickly. The information block he had when he tried to observe the iris message needed to be fixed, and the more information he got from observing his enemies, the better. Ping. Through constant use, a skill has level up. Observe LV 40%. By observing a target one, we'll get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats and info. Sweet thought, Percy. Now I can observe the status of the people I observe. Percy then quickly left the cafeteria for the library. Along the way, Percy used observes on everything he saw. It seemed the average student was LV3 with their stats at 3 or 4 each. Percy was already better than them, but then again, that's not saying much. At the library, Percy used observed on every book there, or at least tried to, the result of which his observes evolved 2 more levels. Percy then quickly left to go for his classes and made it just in time so as to not be late. There he saw Grover in his usual seat, and Percy quickly gave a mental command. Observe. Grover Underwood, Satyr Protector. LV 20. HP 1500. MP 2000. Race Satyr. SDR 15. Vit 15. Dex 10. Int 20. Wise 20. Luke 10. Grover Underwood is the Satyr Protector of Percy Jackson. He, along with Chiron, are assigned to protect Percy in case any monsters come after him. His is assigned to be with Percy by the Council of Cloven Elders and will do so until told otherwise. He is in love with a tree spirit named Juniper. Percy blinked once, then twice. This was new. Well, at least Grover is strong enough to be his protector until Percy is strong enough to protect himself, that is. Percy smiled at Grover and sat down. Suddenly, the class became quiet as not a word was spoken. A woman walked into the class with glass on and a tight hair bun on her head. She looked like someone with the fashion scene of someone from the 80s and looked like she was from then too. The woman turned to the class and nodded. Good morning, class. I am your new substitute teacher, Mrs. Dodds. I will be teaching you pre-algebra and will stay with you for the rest of the year. The woman then began taking attendance, and when she came to Percy's name, she stopped for a second and then growled his name out. Percy Jackson. Percy felt his spine tingle as he spoke through a dry throat. Here, ma'am. What was that feeling? Ping. By detecting bloodlust, you have gained a new skill. Detect bloodlust, LV1 20%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 20 feet and will tell origin. Origin of BL Mrs. Dodds want to kill you. I can tell that, Percy yelled in his head as he wiped the box away. He then looked at Mrs. Dodds and commanded, observe. Capitulo 11. Electo Fury of Hades. Level 49. HP 40, 900. MP 2600. Race Fury. SDR 40. Vit 45. Dex 50. Int 39. Wise 41. Luke 10. Electo is a Fury of Hades who does his bidding. Right now, she has been assigned to observe Percy Jackson, and if he is a demigod of Poseidon or Zeus, to kill him. Oh fuck, 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 oh fuck. Oh fuck, fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck. That thing is after me, fuck. Percy spent the rest of the class worrying over how he was going to survive. In the end, it all came back to the same answer. Get stronger, fast. Percy paid attention in class, and with the help of Gamer's mind, looked as calm as a cucumber. But inside, he was scared, and he needed to do something to get rid of all the anxiety. After classes that day, Percy quickly went to the library and began reading again, this time with the promise of death making him read faster. Quickly, he leveled up 3 more times. Language, Modern English, LV 10, 60%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 9. Minus 20% in understanding what you read. Percy wanted to stay longer, but the library was closing. Maybe he could come in here at night. Ping. Quest alert. Sneak into the library at night and read some more. Rewards: 1000 exp. 1 stat point. Failure: detention with Mrs. Dodds. Yes, no. Percy gulped and quickly pressed yes. He really needed to do this, and fast. Later that night at around 10, when Grover finally slept off, Percy quietly sneaked out of his room and jumped to the ground floor. He then quickly ran to the library, which was across the courtyard. But as he was running, he heard two voices in the courtyard ahead of him. Percy's quickly ducked into the bushes and quickly crawled on his stomach forward until he saw Mrs. Dodds there talking with Mr. Brunner. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV3 9%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 20% chance of not getting caught. 20% chance of critical strike. Percy dismissed it and focused on listening in on their conversation. The boy is innocent electo, Mr. Brunner/Chiron said. My orders are absolute, Chiron. If the boy is the son of Poseidon, I will kill him. He heard Mrs. Dodds electo speak up as she growled, what is with her and growling? I will not stand by while you kill an innocent boy, electo. Innocent who? That thief, electo spat out. The boy stole from my master and Zeus himself. What? Percy wondered. Has she lost it? I didn't steal anything. The boy has done no such thing, Chiron roared out, and if you harm one of my students, you best be weary of my wrath. Electo laughed. Ha, what wrath? You are nothing but a weak little. Suddenly, a huge wave of killing intent spread out, and it even affected Percy. Pings, ping, ping. Skill leveled up. By detecting bloodlust, bloodlust leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV4 90%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 30 feet and will tell origin. Wow, Mr. Brunner sure knows how to make a point. Electo coughed and spoke again. Very well, Chiron, I will not attack the boy. But if he is the son of Poseidon, make sure to have a shroud ready, for I will kill him. Percy then watched as the woman transformed into a large bat-like creature and flew off into the sky. Percy watched as Mr. Brunner then also left as he rolled away. It seems Percy has some form of protection. Quickly and quietly, Percy walked along the shadows of the courtyard, but just as the library was in sight, he felt something. Bloodlust detected. Percy's eyes widened. Shit! He dove away, and in the exact spot that he was electo appeared, but she grasped nothing but air. How did she find me? Percy wondered as he hid himself. She must have really good tracking skills, or I still need to improve my stealth. Percy then looked up and saw the bat form of electo circle the sky, waiting for him to slip up and run out. Percy, however, wasn't that stupid. He needed a plan, and a good one. Percy didn't have any weapons on him, and the only offensive skill he had was his water powers, and if he used that, he was as good as dead. Percy opened his inventory and found only one thing that could help him: a pen. A fucking pen. Percy sighed and took the pen out. At least the tip of the pen was pointy. Percy looked and saw the library just a few feet away from him, and the window on the first floor was open, meaning he would need his Son of Poseidon perk to get in. Percy quickly stretched out his magic towards the fountain at the center of the courtyard. He felt the water and commanded it to come towards him. Slowly, a huge ball of water appeared over Percy's head. Percy readied himself. He readied his pen, which now had the cap off, and he released the water over his head. Splash! The sound alerted Electo, who flew down like a hawk. Her talons were spread out, and she saw a figure in the shadows drenched in water. This was going to be an easy kill. Electo attacked the figure's left arm, tearing into the arm with her talons. The figure grunted in pain, but before Electo could react, his right hand moved in a blur, and something sharp stabs Electo's neck. The Fury screamed in rage as she flew away to tend to her wounds, leaving the figure in the courtyard. She would find who that person was tomorrow. After all, it wouldn't be too easy to hide a wound from her talons like that. Percy held his left hand with his right. His HP took a major hit from Electo's talons. HP 130-200. MP 83-100. He sprinted to the library and jumped up to the first floor window. He grabbed it with his right hand and pulled himself up. Percy, once inside, shut the window closed and stepped to the side and waited to see whether Alecto would come back. She did not. Capítulo 12. Percy looked at his pen. It was not covered in blood, Alecto's blood. Monster or not, she still could be hurt with enough pressure. That and the added strength the son of Poseidon Perk gave him once drenched in water was the only reason Percy survived. Percy quickly took out the pancakes from breakfast that he had stored away and quickly began to eat them. A couple of pancakes later, and Percy's HP was full along with his MP, and surprisingly, the wound he received from Alecto on his left arm was not fully healed. Not even a scar remained. Ping! Due to your survival of a vicious attack, your physical endurance has leveled up by 2. Physical endurance LV 380%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 9% less damage from physical attacks. Ping! New skill created. Critical strike, LV1 60%. A precise strike that can cause 300% damage to the target. Chance of success Luke plus Dex, 5 plus 3 equals 8%. Ping! Quest success. Sneak into the library at night and read some more. Rewards. 1000 exp. 1 stat point. Percy quickly noted everything down and then spent the rest of the night, and I do mean the whole night, reading through all the books he could find. Percy's mind didn't cloud up die to sleep, nor did his reading speed decrease. The boy read and read until the sun came up. Ping 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 ping. Language, Modern English, LV 14 30%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better grade level college plus. You will understand exactly what you read. Percy put down the last book and smiled. He did it. He finally did it. He no longer had his dyslexia holding him back. He could finally be a good student and a good son for him, Mom's sake. Percy then quickly snuck out of library just as it was opening up again. It was 7 in the morning, and Grover was asleep. Percy snuck back into his room, quickly changed, and went for breakfast. After storing some more pancakes in his inventory, Percy quickly finished his food and went to the library, and this time he was determined to read to increase his int. After an hour of reading, and 5 books later, Percy gained +2 int. Int 8. Percy smiled at that and quickly went to class, arriving just before Mrs. Dodds. Percy quickly took his seat and smiled at Grover. Hey G-Man, I think I'm finally getting somewhere with all my reading. Grover smiled. That's great, Percy. You will probably do. Grover then paled and looked over Percy's shoulder. Percy turned around and there was Mrs. Dodds, the old bat. Mr. Jackson, she said in a cold tone, I see you have injured your arm. Percy knew she was lying. She couldn't have seen that he had his sleeves down the whole time. No, Mrs. Dodds, I haven't injured it. Really? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Please show me your left arm then. Percy rolled up his sleeves and the Fury quickly inspected it for any sign of injury. She even pitched it to make sure there was no makeup on. She finally gave up. Very well, Mr. Jackson. She then turned and walked away from us. Ping. Skill leveled up. Lying LV3, 40%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 15% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Percy looked at Grover. What's her problem? Grover simply smiled and looked away, not answering the question. Percy simply shook his head and looked straight ahead, listened to the class. Ping. Due to you listing in all your classes, you get +1 int. Percy smiled at this. He had managed to pull of another full day of school without getting distracted, and his reward was obvious. He then decided to reward himself and gave himself the day off. Still in his school uniform, Percy decided to go for a walk around the campus, just to take in the sights and give himself some breathing time. As he was walking along the north-facing gate of Yancey Academy, Percy noticed nothing odd painted on the school building faced the north. This building was the administration office, and right below the principal's window was a blue triangle. Percy recognized it as a delta symbol. Ping. You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth, Dungeon LV5. Do you wish to enter? Yes, no. Percy looked at the symbol and then at the blue box in front of him. If what it was saying is true then, this was the entrance to a dungeon, like the kind in video games where one could fight monsters and gain treasure and such. But Percy knew he wasn't ready for it, not yet anyway. Percy pressed no and then quickly left for the cafeteria. He had a plan. Percy first went to the back of the cafeteria where he picked through the recycle bin and found several empty bottles. He then stored them all in his inventory and ran to the fountain in the courtyard. Percy quickly filled each and every bottle with water and then put them back in his inventory. Now that he had enough water for his Son of Poseidon perk, Percy needed a weapon. Quickly, Percy walked to Mr. Brunner's office. By this time, the man would be at the teacher's lounge eating dinner with the rest of the teachers. And since Mr. Brunner is Chiron, who trains heroes as a job, he is bound to have some weapons lying around in there. Percy stood in front of the window to Mr. Brunner's office, which was in the ground floor because of his wheelchair. Percy lifted the window up and climbed in. He then snuck around the office using observe on everything in case a weapon was being hidden in the form of something else. Capitulo 13. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV4 1%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 25% chance of not getting caught. 25% chance of critical strike. Percy wondered, must have had a high amount of experience. And just then something stood out to Percy in his many uses of observe. On Mr. Brunner's table was a common-looking disposable ballpoint pen. On its side were the words, Anaklesmos. Riptide, Percy said out loud as he read its observe box. Anaklesmos. Anaklesmos or riptide is made out of celestial bronze, a rare and powerful metal that is very effective when used against beings from the divine world, monsters, demigods, gods, etc. It does not harm mortals. It has two forms, one as a pen and one as a sword. To release its sword form, simply take off its cap. And to make it into a pen, tap the cap on the blade. It is charmed so as to never be lost, as it always appears in the owner's pocket few moments later. It is a blade used by Hercules himself, given to him by Zoe Nightshade, the original owner. Riptide draws its power from the sea and hence is every effective when used by a spirit of the sea or by a child of the sea. Attack. Plus 50% when used against monsters. Plus 100% when used by a child of the sea. Percy picked up the pen and uncapped it, and it suddenly transformed into a 3-foot-long bronze blade. Its hilt is flat and pointed upwards with gold rivets. Its blade is double-sided with its name emblazoned on its spine. Percy held it tight as he got a good grip on the leather. The blade was perfectly balanced and looked like it was crafted for Percy and Percy alone. Quickly, Percy recapped the sword pen and put it in his inventory and quickly looked for some armor in Mr. Brunner's room. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything else of note, except a shield which was hidden behind a shelf. Bronze shield. This shield is made out of bronze material and is sharp around the edges. Warriors use it to bash in their opponents' heads and use the edge to cut deep. Weight 40 kg, durability 10-10. Percy tried to pick up the shield, but found that his SDR was far too little for this. So Percy opened his status and put in an extra 4 points, raising it to 6. SDR 6. Now Percy lifted the shield, and though it still was a little uncomfortable, the shield would save his life. Percy put the shield in his inventory and quickly jumped out of Mr. Brunner's office. PERCY then ran to the cafeteria and walked in and grabbed a large plate of food. As Percy ate, he slipped half of the food into his inventory for later. Percy then talked with Grover, and they too went back to their room. Percy pretended to sleep, and after Grover started to snore, Percy got ready to go out. Percy quickly wore a blue hoodie with a pair of jeans and sneakers. He then snuck out by using sneak, and quickly the demigod reached the north-facing gate. He looked to the principal's window and saw the blue delta symbol from before. Percy slowly approached it and then... Ping! You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth, dungeon LV5. Do you wish to enter? Yes, no. This time Percy pressed yes, and suddenly the blue delta symbol glowed, and the wall opened up to form a small passageway into the building. Percy looked in and saw a set of stairs that lead deep into the earth. Percy took out his bronze shield and riptide from his inventory. He then poured half a bottle of water over his head and put the rest away for later. He popped open Riptide's cap, causing the sword to enlargen. Percy then walked down into the dark dungeon. As Percy walked deeper and deeper into the dungeon, he was seriously beginning to wonder whether he was sane or not. After all, what basically happened is that he was offered a dangerous life or death situation, and instead of waiting or even saying no, he leapt right in. Percy kept walking, however, there was no turning back now. "Status!" Percy called out, and his status page opened up. Percy Jackson. Health 200. Mana 100. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 4 Exp. Race Demigod. SDR 6. VIT 1 plus 22 equals 3. Dex 3 plus 22 equals 5. INT 9. WAS 5. LUC 3. Point 7. Money $50/10D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 2 VIT, plus 2 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy noted his base VIT and Dex was very, very low, and so was his luck. He knew he should be saving up points, but seeing these stats right now, he would die if he held back. So thinking quickly, Percy used the remaining of his points and improved his VIT, Dex, and made things a lot more balanced. His new stats were SDR 6. VIT 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 9. WAS 5. LUC 6. Point 0. With this, he might just make it out alive. Percy kept walking, and after some time the stairs stopped descending, and Percy found himself on the beginning of a long corridor. The pathway was made out of bricks, and torches hung off the walls light the path ahead. Gripping Riptide tighter, Percy walked forward. His son of Poseidon perk was down. The water he used on himself had dried up by the time he got down here. Hopefully, the first thing that he will have to fight won't outright kill him. Just as Percy finished taking 10 steps forward in front of him, a portion of the side walls collapsed. Out of the hole in the wall walked a skeleton, yes, a moving skeleton. It was white, and had a sword on one hand and a shield on the other. It had a Viking-designed helmet along with fur boots. Obviously, it was the skeleton of a Viking. Capitulo 14. Observe, Percy thought. Skeleton LV 7. HP 500 MP, 75. A skeleton that had been revived from the dead by the power of the labyrinth. It uses these tools it used in its life, but is now far more deadly as it has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Kill to gain 25 exp. Percy eyed the thing. It looked mean. There were scars over its bones, meaning that it probably had a lot of people attacking it, also meaning it has a lot of experience in fighting. This will not be easy. Percy moved his heavy shield forward in front of him and approached the skeleton. The skeleton, in turn, drew its sword out and approached Percy. It then dashed forward and mashed its shield up against Percy's. The sudden moment surprised Percy, but he kept calm. Percy held the shield lock as he struggled to push up against the skeleton's shield. He then decided to give up a losing fight. He shoved the shield away and quickly moved backwards. The skeleton charged forward with an overhead strike, but Percy was faster. Percy swung Riptide through the skeleton, and like cutting butter with a hot knife, Riptide tore into the skeleton's ribcage and spine, cutting it in half. Percy saw the skeletons crumble into dust and vanish, as suddenly Percy was all alone again. That's it, that's all, seriously. Percy then looked at the spot where the skeleton was knocked down and saw something was left behind. Was that? Did he just score some loot? Percy picked up what was dropped and saw a $5 bill and a piece of bone. Percy used observe of the piece of bone. Bone piece, crafting item. It's a piece of bone, what do you want it to do? Sing. Percy then inspected the $5 bill. It looked real and felt real. He put it in his inventory, and his amount of money increased to $55. Holy shit, this money must be real. Percy then looked further down the long corridor with a look of greed in his eyes. If all the skeletons are this easy, and they give this much of money, then this is going to be so easy. Percy then lifted Riptide over his head and charged with a battle cry. Ah! 5 minutes later, Percy was running for his life. Behind he was a horde of skeletons chasing him. This so wasn't supposed to happen. Further inside the corridor was a large room where Percy was ambushed by several skeletons, all from different parts of the world. They had been too much for the demigod, and so Percy did the only logical thing: he fucking bolted. Percy turned around. There were still 3 skeletons chasing him, with the rest 20 a little far behind. That meant the ones following him were the fastest. Percy grinned and quickly turned around and swung Riptide across the corridor. The skeletons were all taken back in surprise, and since they were standing side by side in a very small corridor, they couldn't maneuver properly. Riptide turned them all to dust, and Percy quickly grabbed all the lot that fell down, which totaled to $20 and 1D. Percy threw them into his inventory and then looked to see the rest of the skeletons changing him. Percy went into his inventory and grabbed a bottle of water. "Water control," Percy said, and opened the cap and gathered the water in the form of a sphere. Percy then ordered the water to form into a crescent moon and sharpen the edges. Percy then launched the crescent-shaped water blast at the horde of skeletons approaching him. Immediately, the first few rows of the skeletons fell down. Percy had killed 10 of them in one attack. However, now they were too close, and Percy didn't have enough time to take out another water bottle from his inventory. So he started to run again. Percy quickly reached the bottom of the stairs which he came from and quickly climbed up. After a few steps, Percy turned to see the skeletons following him. He then swiped at them, with Riptide easily cutting off their head due to their lower standing. Percy swung left and right until they all were ripped into nothing but golden dust. Percy then promptly collapsed to his knees, panting from exhaustion. He really needed more stamina. After a moment to catch his breath, Percy noticed a box in front of him. "You have leveled up. Plus 5 stat points. Plus 50 HP. Plus 25 MP. The X must be from all the skeletons he had just slaughtered. Percy then quickly pulled up all his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 250. Mana 125, 125. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 5 Exp4, 75 2400. Race Demigod. SDR 6. VIT 4 plus 3 equals 7. Dex 4 plus 3 equals 7. INT 9. WAS 5. LUC 6. POINTS 5. Money $75/11D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 3 VIT, plus 3 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy noticed his demigod status also went up, must be something to do with him leveling up. But it didn't do that when he evolved from LV2 to LV4, meaning it must be only for every 5 levels. Capitulo 15. Ping. For your logical thinking you have gained plus 1 wise. Well, that's convenient. Percy then closed the open boxes and quickly gathered all of his loot. He got $100 and 12D. It was amazing, he felt great. If things kept progressing in this speed, he would have enough money to pay his own school fees. His mom wouldn't have to work so much now. Percy quickly put the money in his inventory, and then looked at the other thing he got. Helmet of Troy. A helmet worn by a Trojan soldier who was reborn as a skeleton. This helmet is specially made to attract people's attention to its bright red poof on top, while the wearer strikes the distracted target. 20% chance of distraction. Durability 710. The helmet was black with a red poof on top. Its sides were sharp and looked like they would cut someone if they were to slap the wearer in the face. Percy lifted the helmet and put it on. The helmet was surprisingly very comfortable and fitted Percy's head very well. It must be a one-size-fits-all kind of deal. Percy then quickly made way further inside the dungeon, eager for more loot. But as he was walking along the empty corridor, a thought struck him. What determines the amount of loot I get? Percy then brought up his stats and pressed Luke. Luke 6. Luck determines your luckiness. This is useful in certain skills and also determines what you get as loot. The higher your luck, the more chance you get of obtaining higher loot. Percy's eyes widened at this was what he needed. He then quickly put all his stat point in Luke. Luke 11. There was no normal way of increasing luck that he knew of. Something would have to do for now. Percy then continued and came upon the large room from where the skeletons came from. Percy searched the room for loot and found nothing of value, other than some pots. Pots. Items to hold stuff in, value 2D. So Percy put a couple of pots in his inventory and quickly walked out of the large room. As Percy moved deeper and deeper into the dungeon, he started to observe more and more things, always on the lookout in case a skeleton decided to jump out at him. His caution proved true, as on the second left, he took a skeleton jumped down from the roof with a spear in mid-thrust. Percy, however, was ready, and the demigod quickly moved into the skeleton's defense and away from the spear. Percy held his shield up and bashed it into the skeleton's face, breaking a few teeth. Percy then slashed with Riptide, and the skeleton disappeared into dust. After collecting another 10, Percy noticed the skeleton also left behind a spear. Percy picked up the spear and used Observe. A Greek spear. A basic spear used by the Spartans of old. Its simple design also for easy control and deadly precision. Attack 20x dex. Percy quickly put the spear into his inventory. He didn't need it right now. Ping. What now? A new skill has been made due to constant use. Sword Mastery, LV1 80%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 5% more damage when using swords. Not bad. Percy then closed the box and quickly moved further down the dungeon until he came to a door. Quickly going inside, Percy found himself in what looked like a theater stage. Percy stood on the stage while the audience members were filled with skeletons. There were hundreds of them in the seats. Percy paled. This was too much. This was far too much. He turned to leave, but the door he came from wasn't there anymore, and all that was there behind him was a big red curtain. Percy looked again at the skeletons, but they weren't looking at him. They were looking at one of the balconies. Percy turned to his right, and there, sitting back in a comfortable-looking chair, was a man covered in red armor with a red skull as a helmet. His chest was designed to look like a ribcage, while his knees and elbows looked like skulls as well. Behind him was a large red blade that looked about 5 feet long, almost as big as Percy. "Welcome, explorer," the red-armored man said with a wave of his hands. "You have taken your first steps towards a new world, the world of the dead. See before you all the skeletons of those who stood where you stood and failed." Percy's eyes widened. All these skeletons were all like him. He looked at the red man who was still monologuing. "And now, Mr. Explorer, you die. But in your death you will be reborn as my minion, and you will serve me. And that will be a great honor, I assure you, to serve me, the great Zed." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Zed, that's your name, Zed?" The man nodded. "Yes, scary is it not?" Not really, no." "Nonsense, Zed is a wonderfully scary name." Percy scowled at that. "Not really. Zed is kind of a weak name, like the kind you give a dog you just adopted from the pound." The man scowled, or at least looked like he was scowling. He was wearing a helmet after all. "Zed is a plenty scary name. My mother said so." Capitulo 16. "Oh, was too easy. Really, did your mommy also say you were handsome and say there was no one scarier than you?" The name nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, now you understand why Zed is a scary name." "Mama's boy." The man looked shocked. I am not a mama's boy. You are totally a mama's boy. I bet she picks out your armor as well, huh? As a matter of fact, yes, my mother did pick out my armor, but that has nothing to do with this. Slowly, some of his skeletons started laughing at Zed. Silence, I am not a mama's boy. Percy simply shrugged and then, ping! A new skill has been made through your act of taunting. Taunt, LV1 50%. You can cause your opponent to lose their cool and do something stupid. 5% chance of working. Enough of this. Ede roared out and everything went silent. You boy will die and I will enjoy feasting on your meat. Percy gripped Riptide tighter. Looks like the only way out of this is through it. Ping! Quest alert. Survive the horde of skeletons, and then defeat Zed. Rewards. +3 stat points. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and got ready for the fight of his life. He reached into his inventory and grabbed as many water bottles as he could. He threw them into the air and cut them open with Riptide. Most fell to the ground while some splashed on him. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. +1000 HP. +1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy grinned at that box. It seemed the large puddle he now found himself standing in counted as a water body, so this environmental advantage of his kicked in. As long as he was in this water puddle, he was safe. The skeletons then charged. It seems Zed was curious as to how Percy could summon water bottles out of nowhere. But after he saw Percy's smile, he decided that it was better to kill first and ask questions later. The first wave of skeletons crashed onto Percy, but the boy held his ground. With the +20 bonus of the Son of Poseidon perk, Percy had enough strength to not only push the skeletons back with his shield, but he managed to cut down half of them with his blade. Percy then moved like a force of nature in the form of a human. His blade spun faster and faster and moved in a blur as he cut down skeleton after skeleton. Suddenly, a spear found itself between Percy's ribs. The pain was bad, but the HP lost was worse. Percy's gamer's body and gamer's mind kicked in. He pushed through the pain and pushed the spear out of his body. He felt his blood drip out and onto the stage, and Percy finally had enough. Water control? Percy shouted and challenged his mana into the puddle he and the skeletons were standing in. Suddenly, the water under the feet of all the undead skeletons turned into spike and skewered the skeletons, tearing them apart. Ping! Due to formation of a new water control attack and heavy use, the skill has leveled. Water controlling LV5, 74%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 16 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes, damage cost 100 MP. Percy now stood, his HP and MP low. HP 560 1250. MP 611 25. His regeneration rate was improved due to his environmental advantage, but it wouldn't be enough. He had exhausted himself so much, and it was only the first wave. There were still 2 more left. Percy needed to think. He needed a clever plan in order to escape this. Most of his powers are useless here. The only thing that can help him is the water spikes attack he just made up. That would be great, but the skeletons know about my water and will be afraid to come close. Percy then noted most of the skeletons were looking at him in awe and fear. He needed to take advantage of this. Quickly, Percy reached into his inventory again and took out several pancakes and started to stuff them into his mouth. Zed and the rest of his skeleton army just looked on in wonder as Percy kept stuffing himself over and over again with food. Where did it all come from, and more importantly, where did it all go? Zed finally shook his head clear of his stray thought and looked to his army. Don't just stand there, get him. The skeletons looked at Percy and then at Zed and then sighed. They hated their boss. Quickly, the ones with spears stepped forward and threw their weapons at Percy, hoping to end this without getting to close. Percy saw the weapons coming for him and quickly acted. He summoned the water around himself. Water shield. He cried out, and all the spears impaled and stopped right into the shield. Percy then manipulated the water and gathered all the spears on the surface of his shield. He turned them around and then launched them full force into the crowd of skeletons, kills 10s of them in one strike. Ping! Due to skilled usage and discovery of a new use, skill has leveled up. Water controlling LV6, 40%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 16 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes 200 damage, cost 100 MP. Special defense water shield 30/30 durability, cost 150 MP. Percy grimaced. Things were not looking good. He ran out of eating, had restored all of his HP and MP. But after that last attack, they were now. HP 1250, MP 411, 25. He needed to end this now. Percy turned to Zed, who was bust trying to rally all his troops. Percy capped Riptide and grabbed his spear in the inventory. He aimed at the red-clad man. His dex was a 6, meaning he had decent aim. Percy lined up the shot and threw with all his might. The spear flew true and hit Zed right below the knee, where his leg armor joints were exposed. Percy grinned at that and quickly used water control and formed several more water spear and threw them all at Zed. This would cause his environmental bonus to vanish, but it was a now or never kind of deal. Capitulo 17. Percy's spears flew and all hit Zed, who was still struggling with the pain of the first spear. For the first time, Percy used Observe on Zed. Zegical LV15. HP 1200/3000 MP, 500/600. Race Magician Necromancer. SDR 40. Vit 5. Dex 2. Int 34. Wise 2. Luke Sierra. A novice necromancer, Zegical or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. Most of them are weak, a great example of how weak Zed himself is. His sore spots are his mom and his acne. Kill to gain 1000 exp. Percy nearly laughed himself silly when he read the guy's bio. The idiot put all his points in strength, and he was a magician. He looked scary, but he honestly was all bark and no bite. Percy looked at the balcony Zed was in. He didn't look like he was going anywhere fast. Percy quickly jumped off stage and charged at the distracted group of skeletons. Riptide sang as Percy swung it left, right, up and down. The tune Percy heard it sing out was comforting, and slowly Percy left all else out, listening to his blade move as it cut through his enemies. Ping ping. A skill has leveled up twice. Sword Mastery, LV3, 40%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 15% more damage when using swords. The ping distracted Percy, and he stopped his deadly dance and glanced around to see almost all of the skeletons were not all gone, either transformed into dust or slowly disappearing. Percy quickly turned to Zed, who was now standing by supporting himself with his giant sword. His left hand was out, and all the remaining skeletons disappeared into smoke and flew into his open arms. After everything was cleared, Zed roared, "RAAA." Zed's eyes glowed red underneath that red mask. He drew his big red sword and pointed it at Percy. "Now you die, and I shall feast on your bones." Percy sighed and quickly jumped back onto the stage as Zed jumped out of the balcony and landed where he stood just a moment ago. "Observe," Percy said. Zegical Extreme Mode, LV15. HP 1200/3000 MP, 500/600. Race Magician Necromancer. SDR 4000. Vit 5. Dex 2. Int 34. Wise 2. Luke Sierra. A novice necromancer, Zegical or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. Most of them are weak, a great example of how weak Zed himself is. His sore spots are his mom and his acne. Zed is now in his extreme mode where his strength is increased by 100 times. Kill to gain 10,000 exp. Percy was sweating bullets. This is insane. His strength is so bloody broken. That thing isn't human. Percy's mind was moving 100 miles an hour. He needed to fight smart and long distance, One hit from that blade and Percy is tomato paste. Percy then realized something. The guy had it, meaning he had knowledge, but his wise was a 2, meaning he had not idea what to do with that knowledge. So, in a last-ditch attempt to outsmart the asshole, Percy reached into his inventory and pulled out all of his remaining water bottles. He drew an arm back and began throwing all of them at Zed. Due to his low dex, Zed couldn't dodge one of the bottle, so he instead cut them all down with his sword, causing the man to be drenched in smiled. This was just what he needed. "I know you can't control water without touching it," Zed said smugly. "I am too smart for your tricks, boy." Percy raised any brow. Why did he think Percy couldn't control water without touching it? Sure, he always had some kind of physical contact with the water when using it, but that wasn't always the case. Zed is really making a jump in judgment here, but what else could you expect from a guy with 2 wise points? Percy simply smiled and raised a hand. Water control, water spikes. Obeying Percy's commands, the water under Zed shot up, and 3 spikes of water pierced Zed through his chest. His mana reduced to mana 101.25. Percy frowned at that but quickly observed Zed's HP MP. HP 603,000. MP 500-600. Shit, he was still alive. Percy then looked on in shock as Zed roared to life and then broke free off of the water spike, holding him in place. 2 broke instantly, but 1 remained in place. Percy, seeing this as his chance, swung his shield like a discus and smiled as it hit Zed's head. Minus 300 HP, critical strike. But before Percy could celebrate, Zed broke free of the last water spike and launched himself at Percy. Luckily, Percy was faster than Zed and managed to jump away from the man's initial strike, though the stage was now broken. Percy then brought up Riptide just in time to block Zed's next attack, but the force behind was so great due to his strength. Zed pushed Riptide to the side, and Percy was sent back with sheer strength alone. Percy slid across the stage, a huge slash now on his chest due to the mere presence of the blade coming close to his body. As Percy rolled across the stage, a trail of his own blood stained the wooden floor. Percy looked up. His eyes were seeing double, his head spinning. HP 5250. MP 101.25. Shit, this is bad. Percy looked up, his body drained of all energy. The only reason he could move now was due to his will to live. Zed was slowly coming towards him, his red blade being dragged behind him. "You fought well, boy," Zed said. "A worthy challenge for me." Percy grinned through the pain. "Shut it, you acne-covered mama's boy." "Ah, stubborn till the bitter end." Zeb then raised his blade high above Percy's head. "Any last words?" "Yeah," Percy said as he looked up at Zed. "Blood is made up of 90% water, asshole." Water spike. Percy then poured the rest of his mana into the last attack. Zed's eyes widened and he looked down. He was now standing on a trail of Percy's own blood. But before Zed could even move, a spike of blood pierced his head through his neck, separating neck from body. Percy smiled as the red sword Zed used landed on the side. "I win, asshole." Ping. Skill has been leveled up due to unique use. Water controlling LV7, 1%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 15 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes. Damage cost 95 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability. Cost 140 MP. Special control blood control cost, 50 MP per minute. Ping. Due to your unique use of your skills, you have gained +1 wise. Ping. Due to the fact you survived nearly dying, your physical endurance has leveled up thrice. Physical endurance LV 6, 78%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 18% less damage from physical attacks. Ping. Due to the fact you survived nearly dying, you have gained a tile. Deadman. Deadman gives the user a boost of +40 in all stats if their HP is less than 20%. Ping. Quest completed. Survive the horde of skeletons and then defeat Zed. Rewards. +3 stat points. A new title. Total exp 13,625 exp. Skeletons 145x 25 equals 3625 exp. Z extreme equals 10,000 exp. Capitulo 18. Ping, ping. You have gained 2 levels. Percy then suddenly felt himself surrounded by a veil of light, and all his injuries and wounds all disappeared. Did me leveling up heal my wounds? Percy then pulled up his status page. Percy Jackson. Health 350. Mana 175. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 7 Exp. Race Demigod. SDR 6. Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 9. WAS 7. LUC 14. Points 10. Money $185/23D. Percy whistled at that. He had a lot of stats now, and the new title is pretty cool, but hopeful he will never come in a situation where he will need to use it. This match with Zed itself was to close for comfort. Percy really should learn not to jump into things. Percy reached into his pocket and found Riptide there safe and sound. He quickly put it into his inventory and started to search the stage and the seats for all the loots left behind by the skeletons and Zed. In the end, it took Percy an hour to find it all, since it was scattered all around the tether. His final count of the loot was something like this. Money $1,050 Items 100 pieces of bones, 20 spears, 15 swords, 3 helmets, 1 full set of knight's armor. Percy quickly observed the knight's armor. Knight's armor. Armor worn by the knights of Europe. This piece is made of metal plates overlapping each other to provide the perfect defense for the wearer, though it restricts movement. Defense 30/30. Durability 9/10. Percy stuffed the armor into his inventory and then looked at the loot Zed himself gave off. It seemed increasing his luck paid off as it gave him some great loot. In front of him was a red gauntlet and the giant red sword Zed used. Quickly Percy observed the two. Gauntlet of Kefka. The Gauntlet of Kefka, Zed's uncle, was stole by Zed and was used for his own plans. The power of the gauntlet release on the int and the wise of the wearer. Its ability is to raise from the dead and store inside it warriors that user has slain and slain by the user's minions. Power level int, wise. Of total power of the summoned servant, meaning a level 100 warrior will be a LV5 servant when the gauntlet's power level is LV5. Number of servants usable by the user 2, +1 for every 10 in or wise. Sword of Kefka. The sword of Zed's uncle Kefka. This blade is just big and shiny, doesn't really do much. If one has the strength to lift it, it may be a great weapon, or else it is just a hunk of metal. Weight 300 pounds / 136 kg. Attack 140. Percy put the gauntlet on first and tried moving it around. Nothing happened. Maybe I should put some mana into it. Percy then charged it with mana and watched as his vision became blurry and grayish. He could see the souls of the monsters he vanquished in the dungeon. He saw Zed and his army of skeletons all waiting for him to pick one of them. Percy, of course, picked the strongest of them all, Zed. The gauntlet glowed red, and out of the palm of his hand, a smoky figure appeared, and slowly the smoke solidified into the form of Zed in his red armor. He got on his knees. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Percy was first a little freaked out about the eerie similarities between Zed and Darth Vader from Empire Strike Back, but after another healthy dose of Gamer's mind, Percy got over it quickly. Using Observe, Percy saw the new Zed stats. Zegical Extreme Mode, LV36. HP, 144/144 MP, 96/96. Race Magician Necromancer. SDR 640. Vit 08. Dex 032. Int 544. Wise 032. Luke 0. A novice necromancer, Zegical or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. He now works for you. Percy read it and nodded. It seemed since Percy's combined int and wise was 16, he got 16% of Zed to fight for him, which is still a lot. I wish for you to be my servant, protect me from danger and such, Percy said, as he lifted his gauntlet high into the air to make sure Zed saw it. It will be done, my master. Zed the transformed into smoke again and traveled into the gauntlet where suddenly around the red for warm, a thick silver band was formed. Call upon me whenever you have need of my master. I am your servant for eternity. Percy then quickly stored his gauntlet and the big sword inside his inventory and looked to the last thing he had gained from this trip, a book. It was brown and had a single label over its cover, ID Create Escape. Percy picked the book up, and suddenly a blue notification came up. You have obtained a skill book. Would you like to learn the skill, Instant Dungeon Create and Instant Dungeon Escape? Yes, no. Percy grinned, so this was the skill book Han was talking about. New skill, here we come. Percy pressed the yes button, and suddenly the book bursted into flames and new knowledge came into Percy's mind. Ping! You have learnt 2 new skills. ID Create, LV1, 0%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID Escape, LV1, 0%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy smiled at this and quickly closed the boxes. A lot happened in this dungeon. He faced death and came back stronger for it. Percy felt strong, like nothing could stop him now. He would become stronger, he would become the best there ever was, and he will protect his mother. Now there was only one thing left to do. Capitulo 19. Percy finally found the exit. It was literally the door in the back with the large neo-green exit symbol. After walking about 3 flights of stairs, Percy came to a door which led to same place he came from, underneath the principal's window. Percy then quietly snuck to the main building and reached Mr. Brunner's office window. He opened the window and pulled himself in. He shut the window behind him and quietly put Riptide, now in ped form, back where he found it and hide the bronze shield behind the shelf where it was. All this and Mr. Brunner wouldn't be anything. Good morning, Mr. Jackson, came the sound of Mr. Brunner. Oh fuck, Percy said, as he turned around, and there standing in the shadows was Mr. Brunner still in his wheelchair. Oh hey Mr. Brunner, fancy seeing you here, Percy said with grin. I am in so much shit. The half-horse rolled forward and picked up Riptide from the table. I advise you, next time you need a pen, Mr. Jackson, ask Mr. Underwood. Breaking into a teacher's office is a very serious crime, even for Yancey Academy. Percy smiled. Yeah, well, I would, Mr. Brunner, but Grover keeps losing all his pens, and I didn't just need the pen, I needed the sword as well. Mr. Brunner looked at Percy in shock. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Mr. Jackson. Oh, cut the act. Percy's grin now threatened to split his face. Chiron. Percy, I assure you, given my current state, he said, pointing to his legs, I cannot be a centaur, though I am flattered to think of me as a legendary teacher. Percy then observed the chair Chiron was using. Chiron's magical wheelchair. Whenever Chiron needs to go in disguise in the human world, he uses this chair, which has a pocket dimension inside it, to hide his legs. Chiron likes his chair very much and will shoot an arrow up your behind if you damage it. Percy smiled. It's a pocket dimension that contains your legs from the outside world. Chiron's eyes were now like saucers. That is a very interesting theory, Mr. Jackson Boo. I have also seen Grover's goat legs and Mrs. Dodd's bat wings. Chiron's mouth was open so wide it looked like it was going to catch a truck. Percy, I'm sure you have a very amazing imagination, but I assure you, I am not Chiron, Grover is not a satyr, and Mrs. Dodds is not Electo. Percy smirked. I never said she was a fury, Mr. Brunner, nor did I say which fury she was. Mr. Brunner quickly realized his mistake. Ah, I simply meant. Save it, Percy said as he walked to the window and opened it. If you guys still want to pretend and all that, it's fine by me. Later, Mr. C. Percy then jumped out of the window and snuck back to his dorm, leaving a gobsmacked Mr. Brunner/Chiron behind. Ping! Due to you lying through your ass, and somehow being oh so cool about it, a skill has been leveled and created. Lying LV4, 75%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 20% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting LV2, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. New skill. Ping. Through constant use, a skill has leveled up. Sneaking, LV5, 15%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 30% chance of not getting caught. 30% chance of critical strike. Percy finally reached his dorm, and by the time he climbed into bed, it was already 2 in the morning. He smiled, closed his eyes, and let himself be dragged into the blissness that was sleep. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up better than ever and quickly saw that Grover was still asleep. Stupid little goat man must have been talking to Juniper or something. Percy quickly got ready for class, but all the while his mind was spinning about what he should do. His stats yesterday was pathetic, and him spending so much points on stats like SDR and Dex were useless, because in the end he could have improved on all of them on his own. So far he knew he couldn't do any real training here in Yancey Academy. It would be very strange for a boy who never exercised to suddenly start doing weights and go jogging every morning. But then again, a bigger shock would be him studying, and he has done that, and the world is still spinning. But since school ends in like 20 days, Percy would eventually move back home. That would be the perfect time for him to start training for real. It would also give him a reason to not be in the same house as Gabe. Percy quickly went to the cafeteria, where there was absolutely no one there. Percy looked at a clock on the wall and saw it was 6 in the morning. So while the food was ready, no one was there to eat it. Percy looked around and saw the chef in the back making more food while in front of him was a huge stack of pancakes and some fruits. Percy observed them. Apple fruit restores 5% of HP. Orange fruit restores 4% of MP. Banana restores 3% of HP and MP. Ping. Due to you using Observe a lot, it has leveled up by 1. Observe LV5, 30%. By observing a target one, we'll get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats and info, and will give their opinion of you. Seeing the stats of the fruits, Percy quickly shoved a huge amount of them into his inventory. He then moved the inventory to on top of the tower of pancakes, put it horizontally, and then lowered it down on the stack of pancakes. Capitulo 20. After this raid of food, Percy ran out. After all, if the chef thinks he ate all of it, Percy would be in so much trouble. Finally, he had in his inventory 50 pancakes, 7 apples, 6 bananas, 10 oranges. Smiling at this, Percy then went to the library, the one thing Yancey Academy is good for, other than the fact an entrance to the labyrinth is here. Eventually, Percy reached the library and took the first book that interested him, Greek Myths and Legends. He then read the book page to page, and after the quick read, found that he understood everything that was said there. It was so amazing for him to have done this. No, he felt like nothing could stop him. Ping. Due to constant use, skill has leveled up. Language, Modern English, LV15, 10%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now near grade level college plus 10% reading speed. Percy looked at the stats and was surprised. He honestly didn't think that stat would level up any further. Percy then realized that he didn't know the limit of how much he could level up. So far, what should have been the end of a skill wasn't. Maybe he had no level cap. Either way, Percy put the book away and grabbed another one, and quickly, after checking it out, he left for class. There he saw Grover looking at him with a blush on his cheek. Mr. Brunner must have told him that I knew he was sadder. Hey G-Man, Percy said with a smile as he sat beside him. How's it going? Hey Percy, Grover said with a weak smile. I was just wondering, how did you? Let's talk about this later, G-Man. Okay, Percy said with a smile. Don't want mortal to hear what we are talking about, do we? Grover nodded, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Percy took out his new book and began reading it. Are you actually reading a book, Jackson? came the oh-so-annoying voice of Nancy Bobofit. "I thought you were too stupid for that." Percy grinded his teeth. "Yeah, I was, but it's never too late. By the way, Nancy, you should probably leave seeing as you are allergic to studying and all. Don't want you to choke and die or something. Wait, or the second hand stay, please, I insist." Nancy glared at Percy and turned around and walked away. "Ah, that stupid girl." Percy looked at her standing with her friends laughing, and something inside of him got pissed off. He needed to prank her now. But there was no water bottles nearby, something Nancy now did on purpose after the first time Percy pranked her. Just then an idea struck him, and Percy smirked. "Blood control." "Water control," Percy whispered and sent out his mana towards Nancy's feet in order to control them and pull them out from under her. Ping! "You cannot use blood control on anyone with a level below yours, nor can you use it on anyone with 20 more levels than you. This can change with the level of blood control." What the fuck? Percy wondered and looked at the rules for blood control. Well, what do you know? No controlling weaklings or big monsters. Seems Percy is going to have to level it up if he wanted the really good stuff. Sighing, Percy turned back to his book and began reading. Soon the teacher walked in, and PERCY put the book away. Ping! "Due to you listing in class, your int has gone up by +1. It was the end of the classes, and Percy smiled at that. It seemed he would be getting this bonus until his int didn't suck balls. But the rewards was worth all the things he had to do to get it. It wasn't easy for someone with dyslexia to learn in class. Usually it would take far longer for that to happen. So Percy took it in stride, but in the last class, Greek mythology, Mr. Brunner had an announcement. "Now class, as you all remember," sarcasm, "the field trip to the American Museum of Natural History will be tomorrow. So go to bed early, pack light, and make sure to bring your notes because the things we see there will be on the test." Percy and Grover got up, and then Mr. Brunner spoke up again. "Oh, and Mr. Jackson, Mr. Underwood, come with me to my office." Percy and Grover looked at each other and shrugged. They both knew exactly why this was happening. Soon Percy found himself in Mr. Brunner's office along with Grover. "It's strange being in this place during the day," Percy said, chuckling to himself. Mr. Brunner sighed. "Percy, do you know why you are here?" Percy nodded. "Yup. You two are finally going to not act like a bunch of failed actors and come clean with me." Mr. Brunner sighed. "Yes, well, I suppose our acting could be better, especially if you saw through them." "Hey, is that an insult?" Percy asked, crossing his arms. "But Percy, how did you know?" Grover asked him. "I mean, come on, it takes a long time for people to even believe that the mythological world even exists, longer to come to terms with that fact." Percy shrugged. "I have a cool attitude. Plus, I mean, once you see a rainbow video message from your best friend to his girlfriend, who is a tree spirit, all doubt kind of goes out the window." Grover sighed and rubbed his head. "Ah, I knew that was a mistake." "Hee, chill, man," Percy said, and then turned to Mr. Brunner. "So why does a fury want to kill me?" Mr. Brunner chuckled. "Haha, straight to the point, I see. Very well, you see, Percy, there is something you should know. It's about your dad, you see." "He's Poseidon, yeah, I know," Percy said with a blank face. "Wait, what?" Mr. Brunner asked. "How do you know that?" "I have the ability to breath underwater. A Greek goat for a best friend and the legendary Greek centaur, Chiron, for a teacher. I don't have a dad, plus every time I go swimming it feels like I'm invincible. Not that far a guess." Grover and Mr. Brunner looked at Percy wide-eyed. Their look of surprise was extremely funny, if only he had a camera. Finally, Mr. Brunner collected himself. "Percy, are you sure?" Capítulo 21. To answer him, Percy opened his arms and commanded the water in the flower vase on Mr. Brunner's table. It jumped out of the vase and then came to Percy and took the form of a trident. "I think he's sure," Grover said as Percy chuckled at his friend. Quickly, the demigod sent the water back to where it came from and turned to his two protectors. "Percy, you are in danger," Mr. Brunner said, and then launched into his tale. Some time later. "So let me get this straight. 1, someone has stolen Zeus's lightning bolt and Hades' helmet of darkness. 2, everyone thinks my dad did it and he used me to do it. And 3, now everyone wants to kill me. Did I get all that?" Percy asked. "Exactly," Chiron said, nodding. I sure you understand now why you need to lay low, Percy. Percy immediately shook his head. Oh, hell no. I'm going to find whoever stole this lightning bolt, and I'm going to shove it up their ass. And if Alecto gets in my way, I'll do the same to her. Ping. Quest alert. Summer quest. Find the lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find the real thief and his ass. Don't die. Reward. 100,000 exp. Failure. You guessed it, death. Mom's death as well. Yes, no. Percy saw the consequences of failure and almost didn't want to accept the quest, but if he did, he would at least have a chance to save his mom. If he didn't accept the as a chance, she might die, and he won't get a chance to save her. Percy pressed yes, and turned to Grover and Chiron, who were looking at Percy as if he was mad. What? Percy, as much as you want to clear your name, fighting Alecto is crazy. Grover said, is a fury, and she is so mean. Percy waved Grover off. I'll be okay. No, Percy, you will know, Mr. Brunner said in a dangerous tone. This isn't a game, Percy. You will not under any circumstance fight Alecto. She is dangerous, after better trained demigods that you have died in her hands. Percy, seeing the serious look in Chiron's face, nodded. Okay, Percy said, and slowly walked away. He knew Chiron was right, but he also knew one way or another Alecto would come after. Why? Maybe it was because of his cool hair or something. Here, catch, Chiron called out. Percy turned and saw Riptide being thrown towards him. Percy caught the pen easily and looked at Chiron in surprise. A little insurance in case Alecto tries something when we are not there, Chiron said, smiling at him. Take of that blade, Percy. It has a long and terrible history. Percy nodded and quickly left the two protectors alone. He is getting pretty strong for a demigod who hasn't even been claimed yet, Grover told Chiron, who simply nodded. Yes, and he has a brilliant mind. He managed to guess that my chair was a pocket dimension that housed my horse body with just a look. Guessed? Grover asked, surprised. Really? Indeed, that boys have the eyes of a hawk and the wisdom of a child of Athena, which is a strange combination if ever. Grover simply nodded, and quickly the two started speaking about camp and other details related to the divine world. The next day, Percy looked out the window of the bus as they passed through a tunnel to enter New York. In his hand was a book which he borrowed from the library early in the morning. Percy spent the night studying and improving his int, which raised by 2 points due to the fact that Percy's reading skills was now improved, hence his int improved every time he read a book. His present int stats were INT 12. He then spent the rest of the night collecting more empty bottle from the recycling bin and filled them all with water and put them into his inventory. Percy went to bed at around 1 in the night and woke up fresh as a daisy. The students were then quickly shoved into a school bus and sent to New York. By the time they reached the museum, Percy's int had risen by 1 more point. It seemed the amount of book he had to read was 3 before he gained a point, which mean the number of book he would need to read will only increase as his int became more and more. INT 13. Percy was paired up with Grover, and the group of Yancey students entered the American Museum of Natural History. Inside, they were led straight on through, and the field trip began. Percy used observe on everything. It seemed most of the piece here were all original, while some were fake. Percy knew that if he just casually mentioned the statue of Hecate was actually made in 1200 AD and not in 90 BC, people would lose their shit. Soon the class was separated into several smaller groups and were told to meet back in the Greek exhibition in 1 hour's time. Grover and Percy casually strolled around the museum looking at the Egyptian stuff like their gods and all that. Grover then excused himself to go to the bathroom, leaving Percy all front of a painting of what Observe said was Ra, the mane of the Egyptians. Capitulo 22. It seemed the Egyptian gods were real, judging by the various magical properties Percy was seeing in each artifact there. Soon enough after Grove was done with his business, the two joined the main group who were now surrounding Mr. Brunner. Now who can tell me what this statue is? Mr. Brunner asked, pointing at a statue next to him. Percy raised his hand. That's Kronos, the Titan of Time, and that statue is of him eating his children. Chiron nodded. Very good, Mr. Jackson. Yes, this is Kronos, the father of. Percy tuned the rest of it out. After all, he already knew all that stuff. Instead, he began looking around and saw a painting of the three Furies on the corner. Suddenly, an idea came into Percy's head. It would be breaking his promise with Mr. Brunner, but it was simply too good a chance to give up. Also, he could feel Mrs. Dudes looking at him with blood lust due to his detect blood lust skill. Ping. Quest alert. Defeat Mrs. Dodds. Rewards. Anger of Electo perk. 3000 exp. Failure. Death, isn't it always? Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and cleared his throat. Ah, Mr. Brunner, what is that? Percy asked out loud, cutting Chiron's lecture about the Olympians. Chiron looked at what Percy was pointing at and nodded. Ah, yes, that Percy is a painting of Electo and her sisters, the three Furies. Percy could see in the corner of his eyes Mrs. Dodds was grinning. Oh, and what's so special about them, Mr. Brunner? Well, Percy, the Furies were said to be the most trusted agents of Hades and are known as a bad omen of sorts. Some say they are the daughters of Uranus' blood when Cronus castrated him. So they are made out of male genitalia? Percy asked, getting snickers from the rest of his class, and a gasp from Grover, and a look of surprise from Mr. Brunner. Well, yes. Huh, no wonder she kind of looks like a bitch, Percy said, nodding his head. Percy, don't say that, Grover said as he looked to Mrs. Dodds, whose eyes were turning red in rage. Say what? That she's a bitch? Yes. But you agree too, don't you, Grover? Percy asked with a shit-eating grin. She's such a bitch. Percy, don't, Mr. Brunner began, but Percy interrupted him. We'll Electo's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a stupid bitch if there ever was a bitch to the all the boys and girl. Grover became as white as paper, while Chiron could only watch on in horror and shock. Percy then jumped away from the group and grabbed a water bottle, holding it up like a mic. On Mondays, she's a bitch. On Tuesday, she's a bitch, and Wednesday to Saturday, she's a bitch. On every Sunday, just to be different, she's a King Kong level biatch. Percy then pointed to Mrs. Dodds. Come on, you know the words. Have you ever meet the furry call Electo? She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a mean old bitch and has stupid hair, and she's bitchest bitch in the whole wide world. Bitch, 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 she's a stupid bitch. Electo's a bitch, and she's just a dirty bitch. I really mean it, Electo. She just a big, dumb, stupid bitch. Oh yeah. Percy then looked up, saw Mrs. Dodds was barely holding it together. Her hair was on edge and her teeth were growing out into fangs. Her eyes turned red and her left eye kept twitching. Ping, 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 ping. Due to constant use, skill has leveled up. Taunt, LV5, 90%. You can cause your opponent to lose their cool and do something stupid. 25% chance of working. Pings, ping, ping. Due to overwhelming bloodlust, skill has leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV7, 30%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 50 feet and will tell origin. About time, Percy said, grinning. Quickly, Mr. Brunner took control of the situation. He still couldn't believe what Percy had done, but he had to believe the boy knew what he was doing. Children, Mr. Brunner called out, let's all go out for lunch, yes. He and Grover quickly then lead everyone out and use the mist to try and make most of them forget about what Percy just did. Once everyone left Mrs. Dodds and Percy alone, the two eyed each other, ready to attack in a moment's notice. Observe. Electo Fury of Hades. Level 49. HP 40, 940, 900. MP 2600, 2600. Race Fury. SDR 40. Vit 45. Dex 50. Int 39. Wise 41. Luke 10. Electo is a Fury of Hades who does his bidding. Right now, she has been assigned to observe Percy Jackson, and if he is a demigod of Poseidon or Zeus, to kill him. And right now, she is going to do so even if he isn't a demigod. Seriously, Percy is in big trouble. Percy grinned at this and quickly readied Riptide, which was still in his pen form. The in front of his eyes Electo started to transform into the creature that attacked a few nights ago with bat wing and blood-red eyes. Her teeth grew into crooked fangs, and his claws looked like they were itching to slice something up. And going by the way she was looking at Percy, it was probably him. "Wow, Grandma, what great big eyes you have," Percy said as he slowly took a few steps back in fear. "What?" He couldn't get scared. "You try facing a demon straight from hell itself and be cool and shit." "I'll slice you up, Jackson." Alecot cried out and pounced forward, clearing the 15-foot gap between them in a single leap, but Percy was already moving. Capitulo 23. Percy bent low and moved forward. He used his thumb and flicked Riptide's cap open and swung the pen as it transformed into a sword. Alecto flapped her wings to try and get away, but she had too much forward momentum and barely managed to avoid being completely impaled by Percy's blade. Alecto cried out and flew back and landed far away from Percy. Riptide had sliced into Alecto's shoulder and blood was pouring out in liters. She then got up, still holding her shoulder. "I underestimated you, Jackson. Never again." She then turned around and ran into the next room with Percy quickly following her. Ping! Quest alert. Chase Alecto through the museum. Defeat the enemies she summons from the underworld, but make sure not one artifact in the museum is destroyed. Reward: plus 500 XP for every artifact saved. 1 prize for every showroom concurred. Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and went into the next room. The next room was the Roman exhibition, and Percy found Alecto standing in the center, weaving around several different spells with her hands. "Rise, minions of Hades, and protect your master." Suddenly, out of the shadows of the room, several skeletons popped out and all charged at Percy. So this is the chase level of the game. Percy, though, as he opened his inventory and brought out his shield and helmet. He put both of them on and charged the horde of skeletons. Due to his experience with fighting them, Percy knew that the fastest way to kill a skeleton was to go for the spine. Quickly, Percy bashed the wave of skeletons and one by one tore through their ranks like butter. He then saw a skeleton backtrack trying to get away from him, but right behind him was a glass case containing a Roman centurion's armor. Quickly, Percy used his advanced dex and jumped over the skeletons he was fighting. He grabbed the skeleton by the collarbone and threw him over his shoulder. The skeleton skidded across the floor, but before he could get up, Percy crushed his skull underneath his foot. Percy then looked at the other skeletons with a look of death in his eyes. "Touch these exhibitions and you die again." Ping! Due to you being so scary that you can even make the dead fear for their death, a new skill has been created. Bloodlust LV1. You scare the shit out of your enemies. 10% chance of working. 5% scary. Percy swiped the box away and quickly began working on trimming down the swarm of skeletons. He hacked and slashed away, trusting his instincts. He trusted Riptide into the open helmets of the skeleton, crushing their skulls quickly. He used his shield to block and to bash, and if he got the chance, he used the edge to cut of bones wipe a quick and pierced swing of his shield. Ping, ping. Due to constant use of skill, it has leveled up twice. Sword Mastery, LV5, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 25% more damage when using swords. Percy quickly closed that and kept fighting. Soon, he was the only one left in that room. He looked back and swore as he saw the door to another exhibition was left open. "I'm going to need help for this shit," Percy thought to himself and quickly brought out the gauntlet of Kefka. Percy put the red gauntlet on and summoned Zed. The servant in red came out and bowed to Percy in one knee. "What is your orders, my master?" "We are chasing Alecto, the fury of Hades. She is on the run. As we go through each room in chase of her, we need to make sure none of the artifacts here are damaged in any way, got it?" Zed nodded and quickly stood up straight. "I understand, my master." Percy nodded and opened his inventory. He reached for the sword of Kefka and pulled only the handle out. Why not the full sword? Because he couldn't lift the damn thing. Zed saw the handle and pulled it out of the inventory. Now, with his servant armed, Percy and Zed charged into the next room, which was about the Japanese period. There inside waiting for them was an army of skeleton samurai, or was that samurai skeletons? Either way, the moment they saw Percy and Zed, they all drew her katana and charged at Percy and Zed. "I'll go left and you go right," Percy said, and Zed nodded. Quickly the two charged and engaged in combat around 10 skeletons warriors each. Percy quickly blocked a skeleton with Riptide, and with his shield bashed the skeleton's skull in causing it to vanish. Percy then turned ready to fight 2 skeletons at once, but noticed none of the other were moving. "Ah, what's wrong, you guys?" Percy asked. The skeletons all pointed at one, and that one then began engaging Percy in single combat while the others just watched. After quickly finishing him off, Percy turned to the others and finally realized what was going on. "Ah, the code of the warrior, huh? Only one-on-one fights." The skeletons nodded, and Percy grinned. He quickly dealt with them all with his sword skills alone. Ping! Due to constant use, a skill has been leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV6, 71%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 30% more damage when using swords. After Percy was done, he helped Zed finish off his opponents, and quickly the two left for the next room. The last room was of a marble collection of various statues, and there standing in the center was a huge statue of what looked to be a Greek warrior. The statue was 40 feet tall and had a sword at his hip while dressed in Greek armor. On the statue's chest was several red marking, each looking like ancient Greek symbols, ones which Percy for some reason couldn't read. Truly, statues these days are amazing. This one is so lifelike that it blinked. Percy then noticed. Wait, blink. Percy looked in horror as the statue moved to his hip and slowly drew out his sword. Percy's eyes flew all over the room, and there in one corner was Alecto holding her injury still. She had nowhere else to run. She was, however, using her one free hand and performing several hand gestures. Percy looked at her, and then the red marking on the statue, she was controlling it, like him whenever he uses blood control. Percy turned to Zed. "Try to hold it back, but don't hurt it. It's an artifact of the museum too." "What?" Zed cried out. "Are you shitting me? Are we looking at the same thing? Are you seeing the 400-foot statue? Are you?" Zed's complaining drew the attention of the statue, and so the marble giant swung at Zed, who brought his word just in time to save his own neck. Percy moved towards Alecto. The only way to stop this thing without breaking it into pieces was to kill the one who controls it. But just as he was almost upon her, a great marble sword landed right in front of Percy, blocking his path. Percy then looked up and quickly jumped away just as a giant marble foot came crashing down where he stood. Percy clicked his teeth. He needed a plan. He quickly moved away and towards the edge of the room while Zed got the thing's attention with a few insults. Percy looked around the room and found a water tube, the kind they use in case of a fire, in the corner of the room next to the door which they came from. So Percy quickly ran to the water pipe and pulled the tube out. He then pointed it at the floor and pulled the lever of the pipe, spraying water all over the floor. Capitulo 24. Zed was holding himself, which is something to be said when fight a marble giant. But lucky every strike the giant made was always aimed from top to bottom, which meant all Zed had to do was hold his blade up and block the marble weapon. "Hurry up," Zed said. "Give me a sec," Percy cried back. "Sheesh, where's all that? What is your bidding master attitude now?" After a minute, the water filled the room, and Percy heard it. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy smiled. He then pointed the hose upwards and covered himself with water, activating the Son of Poseidon perk. Percy threw the hose to the side and then focused. He opened his eyes, and his blue eyes were a storm, water control. The water on the floor then sprang upwards in the form of 4 large snakes. They coiled themselves around the marble giant and quickly restrained him from moving. Percy then reached into his inventory and pulled out a spear. He reached back, took aim and threw it right across the room towards Alecto. The Fury saw the spear coming but was too tired to do anything about it. She was exhausted physically and magically. So she let the spear hit her, and as soon as it did, she roared in pain. The spear was not made of celestial bronze, so it couldn't kill her, but you try having a spear stuck in your shoulder and try and ignore the pain. Before Alecto could recover, Percy was already standing before her. He then quickly brought down his blade, slicing her neck. Percy then stood there panting. It was over. Finally it was done. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat Mrs. Dodds. Rewards. Anger of Electo perk. 3000 exp. Ping. Quest completed. Chase Electo through the museum. Defeat the enemies she summons from the underworld, but make sure not one artifact in the museum is destroyed. Reward. Plus 500 exp for every artifact saved. 1 prize for every showroom concurred. Total exp 6250 exp. Monsters killed. Skeletons killed 50x, 25 exp 1250 exp. Marble statue defeated 1000 exp. Quest exp 4000 exp. Prizes for showrooms concurred. Roman Imperial Gold Spear. Japanese Scroll of Sword Techniques. Marble Room Skill Book, Marble Skin. All items are stored in inventory. Anger of Electo perk received. Anger of Electo. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the Anger of Electo, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. Ping. Congratulations on your first perk. Perk. A perk is an ability that is always on, unless the user wishes them turned off. One can use several perks at the same time, only if the effects of one perk doesn't clash with the effects of any other perk. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 400 400. Mana 2 25 2 25. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 8 exp. Race Demigod. SDR 6. VIT 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 13. WAS 7. LUC 14. Points 15. Money 1185, $/73D. Percy closed all the boxes that appeared in front of him and checked his inventory, and sure enough all the prizes he got were there. Percy quickly closed that and checked Electo's dust to see whether she dropped something, and sure enough she did. Fangs and Claws of a Fury. The Fangs and Claws of a Fury are very sought after in various circles. As you know where to search for it, you might get a good prize for them. Value 200D. Percy quickly pocketed them all away and then raised his gauntlet. It was time for him to get a second servant. He channeled his mana into the gauntlet and saw the ocean of souls again. And there standing in the front of the all was Electo in her bat form. The gauntlet glowed and smoke came out of it as it took the form of Electo. She quickly got down on her knees. I live to obey master. Percy then used the help of both of his spirits and quickly gathered the loot he got from the skeletons in the room before. The total came up to 5 spears, 4 swords, 3 shields, 17 helmets, I have no idea, a bow, a quiver of arrows, money $650 $20D. After gathering all this, Percy immediately released Zed and Electo, who went back into the gauntlet. Percy tossed the gauntlet, his shield and helmet into his inventory. Quickly, Percy walked out of the museum just as people started coming in again. Percy looked around and found Grover and Mr. Brunner waiting for him at the entrance. "Ah, Percy, victorious I see," Mr. Brunner said. "Yeah, she gave me quite the run for my money," Percy said grinning. "Did you are lucky to be even alive," Grover said, having the starting signs of a tantrum. "What were you thinking taunting her like that? You are an untrained demigod who picked a fight with an immortal fury." Percy shrugged it off, but Mr. Brunner continued, "He is right, Percy. This was a dangerous stunt you pulled. The plan was for you to act as normal as you could, but since you decided to throw that right out of the window, I suppose it's time we bring you into the camp." "Camp?" Percy asked. "For another time, Mr. Brunner. For now go and have lunch, and we will take of the people and the memory cleaning." "Oh yeah, how do you do that? I didn't see one mortal in there when Electo was dragging me around through exhibition after exhibition." "Missed," Chiron said in one world and quickly went to work dismissing the 2 boys. "Hey Percy," Grover began, "why are you drenched?" Capitulo 25. Percy sat in his desk with his exam paper in front of him. Maybe a few days ago, Percy would be scared about failing or even writing his exam. But after his new ability, he knew he could do good in this exam. The coming days for the exam Percy spent grinding his int and his English language skill. He gained 3 levels, and due to that, he could read more book which gave him 4 stat points to int. Language, Modern English, LV 18, 40%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now near grade level college plus. Plus 25% reading speed. INT 17. Percy had worked his ass off for all the extra stat points, and so he didn't feel like he was cheating when he took this exam, not at all. Not at all. Well, maybe a little bit. But either way, Percy knew he was going to do well in his exams this year. Maybe he won't get kicked out of this school by the end of the year. But then again, he did technically kill a teacher. And he said technically because thanks to Mr. Brunner's quick, think no one remembers Mrs. Dodds, and so he technically didn't actually kill her. Note to self, learn how to control the mist. Percy turned over his question paper and quickly took out his pen, not the kind that turned into a blade. He then activated his gamer's mind and began filling out his answer sheet. After a long 40 minutes, Percy put his pen down and quickly gave his paper for correction. He then walked out and realized he had the rest of the day to himself. Grover had his exams still, Mr. Brunner had to teach, and well, Percy realized he didn't really have that many friends. Shrugging, Percy quickly walked back to his dorm and put away all his stuff. He changed into his blue hoodie jeans combo and then went to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. There was no one there, since most of the students were writing their exams, except Nancy Boba Fett. Has anyone noticed her name kind of sounds like Boba Fett? No, just me. Okay, moving on. Percy grabbed a tray and pulled on a huge amount of food, sneaking a few platefuls into his inventory, and sat down near the window. As Percy slowly ate his food, he started using Observe on everything, trying to grind it up a level. He then looked at Nancy and observed her. What he saw was surprising. Nancy Boba Fett thief in making. LV4. HP 200-200. MP 100-100. Race human. SDR 2. Vit 3. Dex 6. Int 2. Wise 1. Luke 6. Nancy Boba Fett attends Yancey Academy and is known to be a thief. She comes from a rich family and so only steals to gain attention from her parents, who have promptly ignored her all her life. Nancy has trouble fitting in and most of the time makes enemies out of people she cares about. She has a huge crush on Percy, but has no idea what to do about that. Hence, she resorts to bullying to sort out her feelings. Percy felt extremely awkward now. She liked him, like him. It was strange knowing this when she didn't even tell him how she felt about him. But more than that, Percy was kind of shocked. Nancy actually liked him, then why was she always such a bitch? Percy reread the observation box and started thinking that maybe, she didn't know how. She doesn't really look like she had that many friends, just people who use her or who she uses. Percy then noticed she was looking back at him with a glare in her face. Shit, was he staring? Need something, freak? Nancy asked him. Wow, she really needs to learn how to make a friend, Percy thought to himself as he looked away. Nancy eventually looked away from Percy, and the two did talk anymore. Maybe this was for the best, maybe she will be all right, but there was still a nagging feeling inside Percy telling him to try and make friends with her, to try and be a good person to her. Ping. You have got to be kidding me. Quest alert. Make friends with Nancy Boba Fett. By the time you leave school for summer, make sure Nancy thinks of you fondly. Rewards. What, you need a reward for being a good person? Okay, fine. 3,000 exp. Failure. You will be depressed that you didn't do anything to help her for the next few days. Yes, no. Percy stared at the screen with his jaw wide open. Holy shit, that is a lot of exp for making someone your friend. Percy then pressed yes, not because of the reward, though that did help, but maybe he could help her. Percy got up and put his lunch tray away and walked across the room. He walked up to Nancy and sat down in front of her. Nancy looked up shocked, but then quickly frowned. What do you want, freak? Not a very nice thing to say, Nancy, Percy said with his best smile. She is really making this whole be nice thing a challenge. I'm not a very nice person, freak, Nancy snarled and looked back down to her book. Capítulo 26. Perseus Jackson, Percy said, bring Nancy back from her studies. What? That's my name, Perseus Jackson. I'm not sure whether I have a nickname or not, but so far, yeah, that's my full name. And what do you want me to do knowing that? Nothing much, Percy said, shrugging. Just thought you should actually know my name is all. Well, Percy, she said, spitting it out, if you want something, say it, or else don't bother me, I'm very busy. Percy looked at the book Nancy was reading, High School Chemistry, their exam tomorrow, and just like that, Percy got an idea. Need help with that. Nancy sighed. Look, Percy, I don't know what you're trying to do over here, but it isn't going to work on me, okay? So let me read in peace and we can this. She waited, looking for the right words. Talking thing later. Hey, I'm just saying, if you need help, I am more than willing to help out. Percy then got up and sat right next to Nancy and pulled her book away from her. Molecular bonds, huh? Yeah, do you actually know something, or are you just full of it? Nancy said with a frown. Damn, did this girl really have a crush on him? She had major issues. Yeah, I do know something, Percy said with his trademark grin. Over the next hour, Percy started to teach Nancy all he knew about the subject, and Percy knew exactly how much he had to dumb it down for her, given her int and y's were 2 and 1 respectively. What really surprised in him, though, was the fact that Nancy's face lit up like a Christmas tree every time Percy taught her something, and she actually understood it. Eventually, time flew, and before they knew it, Percy and Nancy had spent the afternoon without insulting each other. Finally, Percy had managed to teach Nancy basically everything she would need to know for the test, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Ping. Due to you teaching, you gained a new skill. Teaching, LV1. You impart on your student a piece of what you know. Wise plus int %, how much the person understands. Plus 20% if their int is lower than yours. Sweet, Percy thought. That means she understood 44% of what I taught her. Nancy then put all her stuff into her bag and stood up. Thanks, I guess. She then slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Hey, wait up, Percy called out. Nancy, what are you doing later? Nancy shrugged. Nothing much. I would try and study, but I doubt I would probably be able to learn anything new. So I suppose I will just have to revise what you taught me. You're a really good teacher, by the way. I understood like half of what you taught me. Wow, she actually complimented me, Percy thought in surprise. Maybe we can be friends. So you won't be doing anything right now, right? Nancy shook her head. No, why? Then it's settled. Come when I could use some ice cream, Percy said as he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Wait, what? Nancy asked in surprise. Why ice cream? I want ice cream, Percy said. He had a huge craving for ice cream. Maybe it was a side effect of his teaching skill. Ping. Wanting to eat ice cream is not a side effect of your teaching skill. You just want ice cream. Never mind then. Percy then dragged Nancy to the gate of Nancy Academy and then pulled her towards a tree and waited as they hid behind it under the shadows. What are we doing here? Nancy asked as she looked over Percy's shoulder, seeing a Goward standing near the gate. The only place we can get ice cream is the ice cream parlor 2 blocks into town, Percy replied as he spied other ways to leave the school. And since the gate is being watched, we need another way to get in. Nancy looked surprised at this. I thought you were a goody two-shoes, Percy. Didn't think you had the guts to sneak out of school. Percy shrugged. I really want ice cream. He then noticed that around the Goward was reading a magazine while drinking a cup of hot coffee. Bingo. Percy silently used his water control skill and pushed the hot coffee out of the mug right onto the guard's pants. Ah, came the guard's cry, and he quickly ran out holding his crotch. As soon as the Goward was out of sight, Percy looked at Nancy and said, Let's move. He dashed forward, leaving Nancy wide-eyed. Hey, wait up, Nancy cried out as she quickly caught up to Percy. The two then walked for an hour until they came into town, and they quickly headed for downtown. Percy walked into the ice cream place with his eyes filled with greed and his mouth watering. He quickly went up to the counter and ordered a scoop of blueberry ice cream and turned to Nancy. What do you want? "Oh, nothing for me, thanks," Nancy said. "Make that 2 blueberry ice creams," Percy told the ice cream man as he quickly took a seat in a booth in the back. "Percy, why did you order some for me?" Nancy asked angrily as she sat down in front of him. Percy simply shrugged, "Thought you would like it." Capitulo 27. "I don't have any money, Percy," Nancy said, blushing a little. "It's my treat," Percy said. "After all, I have over $1,000. What else am I going to do with it? Consider it a reward for all your hard work. And besides, I never knew a person who didn't like ice cream." "Thanks, I guess," Nancy said, trying to put on a frown, even though the thought of ice cream made her happy, plus free food. "But did it have to be blueberry?" "Don't be silly, blueberry is the best." "Why?" "Because it's blue," Percy grinned in response. Soon their ice cream came and the two ate in silence. Nancy spent that silence thinking about why Percy was acting so strange. Maybe he was always this way. The only thing she ever truly do when with him was insult him, so maybe she should try and learn something about him. Percy, on the other hand, was wondering whether this whole friendship thing was working. He honestly never tried to have a friend before. Grover didn't count because Grover wanted, well, more like needed, to be Percy's friend. But Hey Food always seemed to bring Grover and him closer, so why not him and Nancy? Soon the two were done with their ice cream and they took a walk along the town's small port. The scenery was nice and the wind calmed them down, and most of all it was next to the sea, so it felt like home for Percy. He felt safe. "Thanks for the ice cream, Percy," Nancy said, "and for teaching me." Percy nodded. "No biggie." "No, it is a biggie. You were kind to me even though I was always such bitch." "Well, yeah, I'm sorry I kept insulting you and Grover, it's just that. Well, I never had a friend before." Percy nodded, "And I'm sorry I called you mama, a goat fucker." Nancy laughed at that. "Don't worry about that, she is a bitch sometimes." Percy laughed too, and for a second the two fell quiet as they watched the waves come into the shore. "My parents are rich." "What?" Percy looked at her as she opens up to him. "They are pretty rich, very well off." "Then why all the stealing?" "I need their attention. I remember I was caught stealing my sister's pen and my dad spent an entire hour with me telling me why it was bad to steal. An entire hour. For me, that was the longest I can ever remember him being with me." Nancy's eyes then slowly began to water, "So I did what I did to gain their attention. Every time they called me a spoilt brat or good for nothing, I was happy because they talked to me. I was so happy." Percy looked as tears fell down from Nancy's face. He didn't know what to do. This was new for him. So he did the one thing that always cheered him up. He gave her a hug. "It's okay." "No, it's not," Nancy said with a wavering voice. "You are the first one I know to have actually treated me properly, Percy, so thanks." "No problem," Percy said as he concealed his friend. Percy then pulled away. He smiled at her. "Now stop crying. It wouldn't do for the thief master of Yancey Academy to get caught crying." Nancy laughed and rubbed her eyes. "Yeah, don't want to ruin my reputation as a blueberry-eating loser." "You take that back. Blueberry is awesome." Nancy chuckled as the two students walked back to their school. Along the way, Percy and Nancy traded stories. She told him about the time she stole her sister's toothbrush and used it to clean their car tire, only to them put the toothbrush back and have her sister use it for a week in advance before she even told her what she did with it. Note to self, never piss off this girl, and check toothbrush before use. Percy then told Nancy about the time he snuck into Mr. Brunner's office and stole his pen and a Greek shield. When Nancy didn't believe him, Percy took out Riptide, in its pen form of course, and showed it to her. He even had Greek letters written along the side. "I think it's his name." It wasn't, but who cares? He couldn't say. "It actually means Riptide, and I know that because I can read ancient Greek." Ping! Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. Lying, LV5, 5%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 25% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV2, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Neat. Quickly Percy and Nancy reached the gate and just walked in, seeing as the Goward was still not there. Damn, security in this place sucks, must be why a Fury managed to get in here disguised as a teacher. Eventually, they reached the main building and Percy turned to Nancy. He held up a closed fist. Friends. Nancy looked at it confused and then smiled. He fist bumped him. Friends. Ping. Quest completed. Make friends with Nancy Bobofit. By the time you leave school for summer, make sure Nancy thinks of you fondly. Rewards. What you need a reward for being a good person. Okay, fine. 3,000 exp. Percy quickly dismissed the box, and the two went their separate ways. Nancy to study and Percy to do something which was extremely stupid. As Percy spent the day with Nancy, it became less and less about finishing a quest and more about making a real friend. And by the end of it, Percy actually forgot he was doing a quest. And right now, the only thing on his mind was how badly Nancy was treated by her family. His mom loved him, his dad. Well, Percy didn't really know, but let's say he liked Percy as well. I mean, who wouldn't? Anyway, Percy's family loved him, expect Gabe, he's a dick. And so it seemed like such a foreign concept for Percy to find somebody who was mistreated by their family. Capitulo 28. This pissed Percy off big time, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything about it. So he decided to reveal himself of his stress. It was time to grind. Percy reached the gate again and Goward was now back, with no coffee in sight. But it was all right, Percy had another way to get out. He quickly went along the walls of Yancey's academy, and once he was further away from the wall, he jumped up and caught the edge of the wall. He climbed over the top and then dropped on the other side. Percy then quickly ran back into town and arrived near the port where he was with Nancy a few minutes ago. He looked around and saw no one was looking at him, so Percy ran to the port and jumped into the sea. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy waved the box away and then slowly began to breathe. It was still a strange feeling for him. Percy then kicked off and began swimming to train his swimming skill. After an hour or so of swimming, Percy stopped and several boxes appear in front of him. Ping! Due to constant swimming, your swimming has improved by 5 levels. Swimming, LV 15, 50%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer, 7 miles an hour. Ping! Due to constant exercise, your VIT has risen by 2. VIT 6 plus 3 equals 9. Percy's eyes widened at how fast he could swim. He couldn't run that fast. He was the fastest human swimmer ever. Well, he technically wasn't human though. Percy closed the boxes and then swam to surface. The sun was down, but he could still tell that it wasn't till late in the night. Percy then swam back down and began training his water control. First up was his use of his water shield. It was the skill he used the least, but it was useful. Percy gathered the water and then hardened it around himself. He then pushed the water inside the shield out, creating an air pocket for himself. Percy then took out Riptide and began swinging the blade, expanding the water shield he was in so as to not strike the shield with his blade. What? No one said he couldn't multitask. Percy's body moved on auto control, but his mind was elsewhere. Ideas filled his head about how he could improve all his lacking skills, mainly SDR, Dex, and Wise. The first one was easy, just a couple of strength training exercises, no biggie. The second one, however, Dex, was a problem. Dex stood for dexterity, and since Percy is smart now, he knew that meant agility and precious. The only way Percy could think of improving Dex would be to throw knives at a target and take in gymnastics class. Maybe the second option he could take as a hobby, and the first would be difficult, and he would need some materials for it to be done. Ping! Due to constant use, water control has been leveled up. Water controlling LV8, 10%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 13 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes. Damage cost 92 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability, cost 120 MP. Special control blood control cost, 49 MP per minute. Percy saw that the level up reduced the cost of his water shield drastically by 20 MP. This was good. He then looked at his MP bar and saw it was almost empty. So Percy dropped his shield and waited for his mana to regenerate. While that was happening, Percy continued to swing his sword and tried to gain the same fluid motion he got when fighting on land. It was next to impossible due to the water resistance, but Percy was not going to give up. Water was his trump card, and if he can't fight the monsters when they are underwater, what kind of son of Poseidon would he be? After 10 minutes, his mana bar was full again, and Percy began his sword skills again. This cycle to training proved useful for Percy. Almost immediately, he heard another ping. Ping! Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. Water controlling LV9, 40%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 12 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes, damage cost 90 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability, cost 110 MP. Special control blood control cost, 48 MP per minute. Ping, ping. Due to training underwater with heavy resistance, your sword mastery has leveled up twice. Sword mastery, LV8, 41%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 40% more damage when using swords. Ping. Due to your insane training regimen you have gained, +1 VIT. VIT 7 + 3 = 10. Percy smiled at this and decided that this was enough training for now. He then quickly swam up to the surface and pulled himself onto the port. Percy then ran towards Yancey Academy, more training for VIT that way, and jumped over the wall, the same way he got out. Percy snuck into his room, and when he entered it, he found Grover not there. Strange, he is usually asleep by now. Percy walked in and quickly took a bath and put on a fresh set of clothes. It was then when he noticed a note on the table with his name on it in Grover's handwriting. It read, "Hey Percy. Me and Chiron have been summoned by the Council of Cloven Elders. I don't know why, something about a chicken. Anyway, I won't be there for 2 days, so take care of yourself and make sure you don't get into too much trouble. Grover Underwood. Protector in training." Percy smiled at this, finally some me time. Maybe he could get the room to stop smelling like goat too. There was a reason Percy was always so eager to find a reason not to spend time in his room, and the smell was it. Capitulo 29. Percy popped on his bed and stretched himself. His gamer's body helped him with his fatigue, but Percy could still feel how exhausted his muscles felt. Percy then remembered something. He had loot which he still had to go through. Pulling up his inventory Percy quickly pulled out the 2 skill books he got from the museum. Scroll of Sword Techniques. Skill book, Marble Skin. Percy first picked up the scroll and opened it. Ping. You have obtained the Scroll of Sword Techniques. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy picked yes immediately, and the scroll bursted into yellow flames as Percy consumed its knowledge. But just then 2 boxes showed up. Ping. Due to use of a skill book skill has leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV9, 0%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 45% more damage when using swords. Ping. Please pick one of these sword techniques to learn. Single sword technique, weighted strike. A technique which uses brute force when swinging a sword, causing a burst of air to be released when swung. Attack 30 plus SDR, % more damage. Cost cooldown period of 10 seconds. Sword combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by 1 or 2 swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Attack number of strikes x VIT, % more damage plus dex. Cost cooldown period, plus 5 seconds for every strike. Water plus sword technique, Water's Kill. A technique that uses both water control and skill to perform. The user locks the target in place with their water control and then coats his blade with several water blades. When striking the opponent, the water blades rip into the enemy's body, ripping them to shreds. Attack level of water control plus level of sword mastery. Cost of water control. Percy looked at the options available to him and wondered which he should choose. The first one was useless for him. Sure, it was cool and all, something Zed would no doubt get plenty of use out of, but not him. The third one was obviously one tailor-made for Percy. It begged to be used by him, but he was torn between that one and Stardust Wave. The thing is, the attack Waters Kill didn't seem all that hard to make. Heck, the attack was so simple in concept, he could probably make it up like a new skill. But then again, why take the risk? There was no guarantee he could replicate the attack, nothing to say Waters Kill was a unique move that could be copied. But Stardust Stream is a unique move, and it's limited only by Percy's stat points. Maybe he should risk it. He did plan on improving his stats in Dex later in the future. Maybe he should make an investment now, and he will reap the reward later. Percy shook his head. Oh, this is getting irritating. Percy got up and looked into his table and found a penny. Heads, I take Stardust Wave. Tails, I take Waters Kill. And with that, Percy led it up to the coin to decide his fate. He flicked it up and the coin spun. It landed on his palm, the head side up. Well, that settled that, Percy said, as he clicked Stardust Wave from the 3 given options. Are you sure you want sword combo, Stardust Wave? Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes, and the other 2 options disappeared, and the knowledge of Stardust Wave flew into Percy's head. Ping! Congratulations, you learned Stardust Wave. Sword Mastery, LV9, 0%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 45% more damage when using swords. Sword Combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by 1 or 2 swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Attack number of strikes x vit, % more damage plus dex. Cost cooldown period, plus 5 seconds for every strike. Percy closed the box and then turned to another book he got. This one was in the form of a white skull box. Percy picked it up and like expected. Ping! You have obtained the skill book. Marble Skin, would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy immediately pressed yes, and the book dissolved and Percy got a next box. Ping! You have learnt the skill, Marble Skin. Marble Skin, LV Max. A skill that uses mana that hardens your skin into marble. The more mana you use, the denser it becomes. Defense, amount of mana used, xvit equals durability. Cost depends on the user. Percy looked at this skill in wonder. It seems this one can't be leveled up and relied full on how much mana he had, meaning he needed more, much more if he wanted to use it properly. Percy then closed and leaned back onto his table. He had a lot of things to do. He needed to improve his stats, which he could do over the summer. Get some more money so that his mom can leave Gabe. And most of all, he needed to find the lightning thief so that his mom won't die. Damn the stupid quest, why did he even accept? Percy shook his head and then sighed. Some days it was tough being this awesome, but today was nice. It was a nice break from his dungeons and Greek fighting. It was a day he spent making a friend and grinding. It was different and a day Percy would remember. Just as Percy got off the table and walked away, he saw a Rubik's Cube on the desk. Is that Grover's? Percy wondered as he picked it up. He then started to mess with it, trying to make the colors match. Just as he nearly got one side done, he heard it. Ping! Due to constant use of your brain, to figure out puzzles you have gained 1 wise. Percy looked at this, and then back at the cube, and then back at the screen. He then smiled like a cat and dismissed the screen. He then spent the rest of the night trying to solve the cube, his attention so focused he didn't even notice all the blue notification boxes popping up all around him. Elsewhere. The Fates looked at the scene of Percy, solving the Rubik Cube, and smiled. It is good we gave the cube as a gift, one of the Fates said with a smile. Even if it looks like cheating, another said grumbling. In war, all is fair, the third replied in a neutral voice. We are not in war, the grumpy one said, crossing her arms. Yet, the first one replied, still smiling. Then it is time to meet him, said the neutral one. After all, Perseus Jackson has a role to play in all of this. Capitulo 30. The next day, Percy woke up, his head still a little cloudy, but it immediately picked up due to Gamer's mind. Ping! You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy closed the box, and then noticed several others all around him, all saying the same thing. Due to constant use of your brain, to figure out puzzles you have gained 1 wise. In total, Percy had gotten an extra 5 wise points last night. 5, he pulled up his stats and there it was. WIS 13. Percy smiled at this, and his smile further grew when he saw the now finished Rubik's Cube sitting on his desk. Percy then quickly got up and went to get ready for the day. After all, he still one final exam to do today. The day of departure. Percy sat on his suitcase near the main office and was waiting for Grover. The boy begged Percy to not leave without him, but he and Chiron still haven't returned from wherever they were, so Percy decided to just wait until the last possible second and then leave. After his last exam, Percy spent the day grinding again in the ocean. As a result, his swimming leveled up as well as his water control. He even tried out his sword move, Stardust Wave, and let's just say it's awesome. And after all that hard work, you better believe his VIT went up by a point as well. Just then Percy noticed Nancy come down and wave at him. Percy smiled and waved back to the girl and saw that she was with an older man, most likely her dad if the similar hair color was anything to go by. Percy frowned at that. This guy was an irresponsible dad for making Nancy feel the way she does, to make her think she could only gain his attention by being a thief. The old Percy would have brushed it off as not his problem, but the new Percy. The new Percy that was Nancy's fried. He was pissed, and he was going to do something about this. Percy put on a smile and got up from his seat. He walked over to Nancy and her dad, who were just a few feet away. "Hey, Nancy," Percy said, smiling at her. "Hey, Percy," Nancy smiled back, a real smile. It seems she was happy her dad himself was here to pick her up, while the man was indifferent to them, both choosing instead to talk in his cell phone to a board member. Percy frowned at that, but immediately turned to Nancy. "Hey, Nancy, I think Mr. Brunner was searching for you." Nancy blinked. "He is." "Yup," Percy said, "thank God for his lying skills. I think he is in his office." Nancy nodded. "Thanks, I'll go see what's up." She then turned to her dad. "Daddy, a teacher is calling me, I'll just—" Her father held his finger up to his lips and then quickly shooed her away. Nancy sighed at this, but quickly left, leaving Percy alone with the businessman. The moment Nancy was out of sight, Percy turned to the man, who was still on his cell. Percy's smile fell and he snatched the man's cell phone. Nancy's father looked at him in surprise. "Hey." Percy held on finger up and put his ear to the phone. "I'm sorry, but the person you are talking to is busy. Call later." Percy then cut the call and crushed the phone under his shoe. "What the hell are you doing?" Nancy's dad shouted, looking sick. "That was a very important call. And that phone is $600. What type of Percy cut him off and grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him down to eye level. "Listen and listen well," Percy said with an icy voice. "Your daughter is a sweet girl. She doesn't deserve a no-good father like you. She thinks the only way to even talk to you is to cause trouble. She cries for your approval and yet you ignore her. She cares about you," Percy said, "but you don't deserve it. So listen well. From now on you will pay attention to your daughter. You will show her how much you love her, because she still give a damn about what you think now. If the day she doesn't give a crap about you is the day you lose her forever. You will pay attention to her and give her the love she deserves." Percy's eyes then slowly shifted into a darker tone. They looked like the sea before a storm. "Because if you don't, I will rip your head off." Pings, ping, ping. Due to use of the skill Bloodlust and making Mr. Bobafit nearly piss himself, the skill has leveled up thrice. You scare the shit out of your enemies. 25% chance of working. 20% scary. Percy then let go of the man and walked away. He grabbed his bag and left in order to catch his bus, leaving a scared father behind. After that day, Nancy Bobafit noticed her dad act strangely around her. He cared more for her, paid more attention to her, and got his mother to do the same. And he also started to have this look of fear every time she mentioned Percy in front of him for some reason. Percy walked up to the bus terminal and waited for his ride. It was a long wait, but Percy didn't mind. He was too excited to finally go back home. While there, PERCY used Observe on everything in order to level it up. But just then Percy's Observe picked up something. On one of the park benches in a secluded corner of the terminal were 3 women weaving a pair of big blue socks. Their observe boxes were such. The 3 fates. Percy looked bewildered at that. If they were a high level or something, then the only thing that his observe would show was a question mark. But this made it seem like observe didn't even work on them. Percy looked up at the woman and they looked at him. Percy then knew what to do. He picked up his bag and approached the 3 women. He stood in front of them and grinned, "So what can I do for you ladies?" So yeah, I decided to take a slow pace for this chapter just because. Well, this isn't a story which is a game, this is a story about game in real life. So like a combination of both. And this is probably what Percy do anyway, so I thought, heck, why not? Capitulo 31. A bold one, isn't he? One of the fates stated as she spun a thread. Well, we expected nothing else, did we? Another said, measuring it. After all, that is exactly why we chose him, the last replied, cutting the string. Percy looked at this process with calculating eyes. He then pointed to the first one, Clotho, the second, Lachesis, and the last, Atropos. The 3 nodded as Lachesis spoke up. Very good, Perseus Jackson, very good indeed. Oh, please call me Percy, Percy said, rubbing his head. Well then, Percy, I must ask, Clotho asked, do you like the abilities we gave you? Why you? Percy asked with a jaw wide open. You gave me these powers. Why? A long story, which you don't need to know, Atropos replied in a neutral voice. Yet. Percy looked at all 3, but their faces didn't give anything away. Percy sighed, so what can I do for you? What makes you think we want you to do anything for us? Atropos asked with a cough, and what makes you think you can even help us? Percy shrugged, why else would you be here? Clotho laughed, very good, Percy. She then snapped her finger and Percy saw a box appear in front of him. Percy quickly grabbed it before it fell down and the title read, Greek Legends with a bookmark sticking out. Percy opened the book and on the bookmarked page was the battle between the gods and the titans. Are you showing me this? Percy asked as he skimmed over the pages. The Titan Kronos rises again, Lachesis said, and the Titan War will begin anew. Again, why tell me? Shouldn't the gods be the ones you tell? Clotho shook her head. They don't care. Because this isn't for the soul of Olympus, it's for the soul of all the demigods. Kronos wishes to use the demigods that feel betrayed by their parents to win back his throne. Percy's eyes widened. Wow, I didn't realize that there were other demigods out there. I thought I was the only one. Atropos shook her head. No, Percy, there are several others out there, and they all live in Camp Half-Blood. So what can I do to stop him? You will know when it is time, Clotho spoke up. But for now, this is goodbye, Percy Jackson. The 3 fates spoke up at once as they disappeared in a flash of light. Percy stood there with the book and quickly stored it away in his inventory. After waiting for a moment or two, he boarded the bus for Manhattan and along the way thought about what the fates had said. There were demigods out there. Sure, it might seem a little self-absorbed to think he was the only demigod out there, but heck, he had no idea there were others. Like seriously, he had 2 Greek creatures protecting him, and one of them was a freaking legend. And add to that fact that Alecto was also after him and a picture form that he is someone of importance. Percy first thought he was important because he was a demigod, but now he knows it is for something else. The bus arrived an hour later in Manhattan, where Percy got off and made his way to his home, his crappy, small home. His neighborhood was in the crappy part of town. As Percy earned his apartment, he saw Gabe's yellow Camaro outside. Say what you will about the man, he does have a sweet ride. Percy quickly got himself ready. You see, entering his house was a ritual. Wyo first had to prepare yourself mentally for the smell. Then you had to hide all your money, and with Percy's inventory system, that was a piece of cake. And lastly, you had to pray Gabe Ugliano was playing poker with his friends, because only then will that asshole will not bother you. Percy sighed and quickly walked up to the second-floor apartment and knocked on the door. Immediately, the one who opened the door was Gabe. He blocked Percy's way into the flat and held out a hand. Hand all over all your money, punk, the smelly man blurted out. Gods, he smelt like moldy garlic pizza wrapped up in a used pair of gym shorts. Is this what the underworld smelt like? I don't have any money, Percy said as he emptied out his pockets for the man. Gabe immediately started to search Percy's pockets and then proceeded to take apart his bag. After thoroughly searching and finding nothing, Gabe gave up and walked back in. "Thank you, Dad." Percy then walked in and from the kitchen walked in the most beautiful woman in the world. Sally Jackson had black hair, like Percy, and blue eyes. Her smile seemed to brighten Percy's day, and right now it warmed his heart. "Hello, sweetie," Sally said as she hugged him. She smelt amazing like sunshine and daisies. Percy smiled as he finally felt like he was at home. Not because he was in this smelly apartment, but because he was with his mother. Percy broke the hug and smiled. "How have you been, Mom?" "Oh, I've been better," she said with her signature smile. Did all Jacksons have a grin or smile they were famous for? And maybe Percy should look into trademarking his grin. "Beer," came out Gabe's voice from the living room. "Coming," Sally cried out as a look of hate came across her face. She sighed and then turned to Percy. "We'll start to Montauk in just a moment, dear, I promise." She then left him alone to go and fetch Gabe some beer. Capitulo 32. Percy scowled at that. That man was the laziest sack of shit in the world. He drank ate food and gambled. He was not worthy of living, least of all his mother. Percy then went into the living room and scowled at Gabe. The man was playing poker again with his poker friends. At least he won't bother Percy for some time. All these guys do is talk about how bad the government has gotten and how their jobs are getting taken away from them. Percy sighed and then went to his room, which basically was a floor mattress along with a cupboard. Percy never really kept anything over here because he knew his mom needed space for her writing work. So he kept this place empty to give her as much space as she needed. After an hour, Percy left his room and saw Gabe talking to his mom. "Wait, you were serious about Montauk?" Gabe asked her as she stood next to him. All his poker buddies were looking at her with lustful eyes. Percy so wanted to scoop them out with a spoon. "Yes, and remember you promised Gabe," Sally said, crossing her arms. "But I need you here, Sally. I need you to cook some things up for the boys and me and—" Sally cut him off. "Look, Gabe, I have been working my ass off for the past month for you. I deserve some alone time with my son. So I will be taking you Camaro and Percy, and I will be going to Montauk this weekend. I will do whatever you need me to do after I come back, okay?" Gabe finally relented and nodded. Percy wondered why his mom even married that man. He then casually used observe on her to find out. Sally Jackson, legendary mom of awesomeness. LV3. HP 150/150. MP 75/75. Race human. SDR2. VIT 3. Dex 1. Int 7. Wise 9. Luke 14. Sally Jackson is the mother of Percy Jackson and raised him to be the best that he can be. Teaching him morality and being kind, Sally is probably reason Percy does anything good in his life. Sally loved Poseidon with all her heart and understood why he left her, though she does not forgive him for abandoning Percy. She also sacrificed her own happiness and dream to be a writer to ensure Percy's safety by marrying Gabe, because the man's scent was so bad that it would hide Percy from any monsters coming to get him. She loves Percy with all her heart and is willing to do anything to protect him. Percy looked at her summary and stood there fixed on that spot. She gave up her life for him. She gave up everything for him. She gave up her life to Gabe just so that he could be safe. She gave up her freedom and her dreams. Percy looked at the woman as she was packing for their weekend trip. She was the best human being that had ever lived. Percy's eyes slowly started to water, but he beat his emotions down with a stick. He needed to remain strong. If he became strong enough that no monster will be a threat to him, maybe his mom will get her freedom again. Percy then decided and there to become strong enough that no monster would ever be a threat for him anymore. Ping. Quest alert. Becoming the best. Become strong enough that no monster can harm you so that Sally will finally be able to divorce Gabe. Requirements: the head of Medusa, the tail of the Chimera, the teeth of the Nemean lion, and the horn of the Minotaur. Reward: 1 million exp. Failure: Gabe will be around forever. Yes, no. Percy looked at it once and immediately pressed yes. He then smiled and looked at his mom, who finally finished packing. Ready, Percy. Percy nodded, and he picked up the same bag he brought from Yancey Academy, now filled with fresh clothes. Ready, Mom. As he and his mom left the apartment, Percy turned around and looked at Gabe one last time. His curiosity got the better of him, and so he observed Gabe. Gabe Ugliano, useless shit stain. LV. HP 100/100. MP 50/50. Race human. SDR 10. Vit 4. Dex 1. Int 2. Wise 1. Luke 5. Gabe Ugliano is a useless, cruel, and petty little man. He is employed at an electronics mega mart but never shows up for work. Gabe is also a gambler and is good at it due to his amazing luck with the cards. His luck also worked for him when he managed to marry Sally Jackson, though he treated her poorly and he even hits her sometimes. Gabe hates Percy with a passion. Percy stopped moving as he finished reading Gabe's info. He beat up his mom, he hurt his mother. Sally turned around and saw that Percy had stopped moving. What wrong, Percy? Percy looked at his mom and then quickly grinned. Nothing, Mom. But as Sally and Percy walked to the car, Percy's rage grew larger and larger. But this wasn't the kind that made a man cry out to the heavens kind of rage. No, this was a cold and deadly rage that would make friends kill one another. Percy put his suitcase in the trunk and slammed it down. Gabe had hurt his mother. He deserved to die. Then and there Percy decided he was going to kill Gabe. Screw the consequences. He will cut off his head along with his friends and stuff their bodies in his inventory. No, wait, he didn't need to do that. His gaming ability automatically dissolves the bodies of the people he killed. He wouldn't have to hide them after all. Ping. Quest alert. Kill Gabe. Reward. Sally doesn't have to suffer anymore. Failure. You can't afford to fail, so don't even think about it. Yes, no. Percy immediately pressed yes, but then another box popped up. Warning, if you select to complete this quest, the quest, becoming the best, will become impossible to complete since Sally will longer need to leave Gabe if he is dead. Do you want to continue? Yes, no. Again, Percy pressed yes. Who gives a crap if he didn't complete some quest? All that mattered was his mom. Percy turned to his mom, who was already in the car, and smiled. Hey, Mom, I forgot something upstairs. I'll be right back. Sally nodded. Okay, Percy, I'll be here. Percy then turned around and walked back in, his smile falling off the moment he was out of Sally's sight. He took out Riptide and uncapped it. Wait, no. Riptide was made of celestial bronze. It can't kill mortals. Sighing, Percy put the blade away and opened his inventory. He took out a Greek-style sword he got as loot from his first dungeon run and walked into his flat. Capitulo 33. There Gabe saw him come in. What do you want, brat? Percy didn't say anything, but simply walked closer, and then one of the men in Gabe's little group saw what Percy had in his hand. Gee, Gabe, he has a sword. The slimy man looked at Percy, and his eyes widened at the sight of his blade. But Percy didn't give any one of them the chance to move or say anything else. He jumped onto the table, and with one swing killed all the people in Gabe's group. Like Percy thought, his gaming ability activated, and all of them disappeared into dust, leaving behind a few dollars. Percy then stood on top of the table and slowly turned towards Gabe. Don't come near me, you demon, Gabe screamed as he fell down trying to get away. Percy jumped and landed on Gabe just as the man got up, pushing him onto the floor. Percy then lowered the blade onto Gabe's neck and pressed, allowing a small amount of blood to come pouring out. Why did you hurt my mother? Percy asked in a cold voice. She threatened to leave me. I loved her, I didn't want. Gabe was then cut off by a punch to head by Percy. Don't you dare say you love her, Percy said, as he then pressed his blade deeper into the man's neck. You don't even deserve to look at her. Gabe then had tears in his eyes. Please, have mercy. Sorry, all out of mercy. Percy activated his bloodlust as he drew back and swung his blade down and cut off Gabe's head in one clean swipe. The rest of Gabe's body disappeared, leaving only his head behind as a loot. Percy took his head and shoved it into his inventory. He'll burn the thing later. He then gathered the $40 left behind by the other people there and quickly walked out of the apartment. He left no clues behind. There was no blood nor anybody left behind. Nothing to say a crime has been committed and nothing to link him to said no crime. Ping. Kill Gabe. Reward. Sally doesn't have to suffer anymore. Percy sat on the front seat of the Camaro and shut the door. Did you get what you went for? Sally asked him as she started the car. Percy grinned, yup. Percy wondered, did he do the right thing? Yup, he did. And then he wondered, was there another way? No, there wasn't. Then why did he still feel so bad about what he just did? He figured in the end, Sally Jackson was just too good in teaching him morality because it made him sad even if he killed a complete monster like Gabe. The whole trip to Montauk Percy remained quiet, which worried Sally, but she figured it must be something to do with school. Maybe he got kicked out again. But it didn't matter. Montauk always seemed to cheer him up. The moment they reached the vacation spot, Percy and his mom walked into the lighthouse on the hill. The fresh sea air that battered the cliff excited Percy as he took a deep breath and let his anger for Gabe flow out of him. He was dead now. There is no reason to think any more about him. His mom will probably have questions for him, and if he answers he truthfully, she might hate him, but he didn't care. She was safe now. That's all that counts. Percy, Sally called out, come inside. Okay, Mom, Percy replied as he carried his bag in. The two began dinner with Percy helping a little. At dinner that night, it started to rain outside, badly. Percy, however, didn't care about that. All that was in his mind was how he was going to tell Mom he killed Gabe, or whether he should even tell her in the first place. Percy, Sally called out, breaking Percy's train of thought, why are you so down? Percy smiled, it's nothing, Mom, I promise. Sally sighed, I would believe you, but you have your cake face on. Cake face? Yup, it's what I call that smile you do every time you are lying. I found out you do that every time you lie. I caught you stealing piece of your birthday cake during your 6th birthday. Percy burst out laughing. That does sound like me. Yes, it does, Sally smiled as she laughed. So tell me, Percy, what's really going on? Percy sighed, Mom, it's slam. Percy turned around quickly and already had his hand in his pocket around Riptide. He ran to the door, ignoring Sally's cry for him to stop. He quickly reached the door, and there, standing soaked, was Grover. Grover, Percy asked as he willed the water off of his best friend, what are you doing here? Percy, we need to get out of here now. Grover said in a panic, not noticing he was suddenly dry. They are after you. What? Percy replied before Sally came into the room and saw Grover. Grover, what happened? Sally asked in shock. Did they find him? Grover nodded and turned to Percy. Hades found out you took out Alecto, and he is pissed. The Council of Cloven Elders were tasked in distracting me and Chiron so that we couldn't warn you by Hades. I managed to get of there in time and ran all the way. Percy quickly nodded and then noticed Grover's legs. They were hairy. So that's your goat legs, huh? I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am. Sally looked at Percy and Grover talk. Wait, Percy, why aren't you freaking out? Percy shrugged. I found out Grover was a satyr long ago, Mom. Not that big a deal. What? Sally said as she gave Grover the stink eye. You promised me he wouldn't find out. Grover looked nervous, but Percy came to his rescue. It's not Grover's fault, Mom. I kind of sneaked out and found all this stuff out. Percy then became serious, but more on that later. Grover, he turned to his friend, just what is coming for us? In a shaky voice replied, the Minotaur. Percy's eyes widened at the name of the legendary monster. He knew already about how most monster reform in Tartarus and all that, but knowing the half-man, half-bull monster of legend himself was coming after him was a little hard to take in. Sally quickly gathered her mind first. All right, we need to get out of here first. Grover, it's time to take Percy to the camp. Percy's knew what she meant. Camp Half-Blood, Sally nodded. Will we be safe there? Sally nodded, and quickly all three got into Gabe's Camaro and they started to drive. Along the way, Percy drew out Riptide and kept it out, just in case of a nasty surprise. Sally eventually spoke up. Percy, do you know about you, father? Do I know that he is Poseidon, god of the seas? Yeah, I know, Percy said in a chuckle. After I found out I was surrounded by Greek myths come alive, and add to that the fact I can breathe underwater, and it's not that far a stretch. Capitulo 34. Sally smiled. We meet over there, you know, at Montauk. He was amazing. and the time we spent together was the best in my life. He was amazing, and in the process he gave me something I always wanted. Percy looked confused and Sally smiled. He gave me you. Percy's cheeks turned red in embarrassment. God damn it. Work gamer's mind work, but it didn't. Maybe the fates were pulling his leg or something. Why did he leave? He was a god, Percy, Sally said. Loving him is like loving the ocean. You can't expect the ocean to love you back. Percy opened his mouth to reply, but Grover suddenly lurched forward. Look out. Flying in front of them was a giant tree the size of the car. Sally moved the car as to not get hit, but the Camaro spun out of control and eventually rolled towards the side of the road. Percy's head was spinning, but quickly Gamer's mind activated, and Percy found himself upside down, stuck to his seat. Seat belts, always wear them. Percy then took his off and quickly readied himself for the fall down. He then rolled out of the car crash and crawled out of the open window. Percy then helped his mom climb out. She was still conscious, and then the both together got Grover out, who was knocked out. Where is the camp? Percy asked as the mother and son duo dragged Grover away from the car wreck. Just over that hill, Sally said, pointing at a hill just a short distance away. Percy and her dragged Grover away to camp, all the while kept looking back to make sure the Minotaur wasn't following them. Just then a loud roar rang through the forest, startling Percy and Sally. Shit, Percy said as they doubled their efforts to reach camp. When they reached the hill, Percy felt a barrier around the camp. He and Grover slipped past it easily, but Sally, it seemed, couldn't enter. Percy turned back. Mom. Go, Percy, I'll distract him, Sally said, running towards the forest. Yeah, right, Percy said as he took out his gauntlet of Kefka and his bronze shield. He also took out his plate armor and guided it through the equip option in his inventory, which automatically put the suit on his body, meaning he didn't have to take out each individual piece on. He then put on his helmet of Troy and summoned Zed and Alecto with his gauntlet. He handed Zed his sword and spoke, "We are going to fight the Minotaur. Any suggestion?" Not fighting the Minotaur, Alecto said. Other than that, aim for the human bit and never hit the horns, Zed replied, and Percy nodded. Another roar broke out, prompting Percy to move. Zed, you're with me. Alecto, take to the skies and find my mom and the Minotaur. If the monster attacks her, do everything in your power to save her from any form of harm. And with that, Alecto took to the skies, and Percy and Zed hurried to the place where they think they heard the Minotaur. Ping. Quest alert. Defeat the Minotaur. Reward. Horns of the Minotaur. 2000 XP. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and charged ahead, trying to sense out where the thing was. Just then he and Zed heard another roar in the forest, this one very close. Percy stopped in his tracks, Zed following his master's actions. Percy then uncapped Riptide and waited for the monster to jump out at him. The armor he was wearing was heavy and restricted his movement, but it would save his life. Just then Sally came running out of the forest. Mom. Sally saw Percy standing there and ran. But just then, crashing out of the tree lines was a huge figure standing at around 7 feet in height. Its head was of a bull and its arms were big as trees and ripped with muscles. He had fur from above his belly button and a pair of white underwear on. It charged ahead and nearly ran over Sally, but in the last minute Alecto swapped in and saved the human. Percy sighed in relief and quickly charged. Zed swung his blade at the monster, only to have the bull punch the blade away. Seriously? You can do that? Percy took out several bottles of water from his inventory and then threw it at the Minotaur. The monster held up a hand, protecting his face as the bottle landed harmlessly on the ground. Zed then jumped back, knowing full well what was coming. Percy lifted on hand up and spoke, "Water spike." The water in each bottle exploded outwards and came up in the form of a spike. 8 spikes of water was rammed through the Minotaur as the creature roared in pain. Percy then observed his enemy. The legendary Minotaur. LV 51. HP 1680/3000. MP 300/300. SDR 69. VIT 43. Dex 19. Int 8. Y 6. Luke 1. Born of the human Pasiphae and a bull, this monster Hades Poseidon, and his children in particular, due to the fact that Poseidon cursed his mother into giving birth to him after making her fall in love with a bull. The Minotaur is all muscle and no brain, but is considered one of the most feared monsters in Greek legend due to his size. This guy really doesn't like Percy. Percy read through this all quickly and turned to Zed. Zed, charge him. The red-clad servant nodded and charged the Minotaur with his blade. The monster saw Zed coming and quickly moved, breaking the water spikes. Before Zed's swing could even reach the Minotaur, the monster grabbed Zed's blade and then punched Zed so hard the servant exploded into smoke and then went back into Percy's gauntlet. The Minotaur grabbed the huge red sword of KFKA and turned to Percy. He lifted the sword up with one hand and then brought it down, sending a wave of wind from the swing crashing into Percy. Capítulo 35. Percy lost his balance and fell back, but quickly jumped backwards and got ready. The Minotaur, seeing this, roared again and charged Percy. Percy held his ground and in the last minute jumped away to the side, causing the Minotaur to turn to try and strike him, only for the monster to trip and fall to the ground. Percy saw this as an opportunity, and as the Minotaur was pulling itself up, Percy launched his newest move. Stardust Wave, Percy roared out and charged ahead. He swung Riptide into the blade of Kefka as the Minotaur held it place as a defense. Percy then opened his inventory and took his left hand off of Riptide. He pulled out one of the swords he looted from a skeleton and swung a backhanded slash toward the Minotaur. The beast moved the giant blade a little, blocking the second strike, but Percy did not stop there. Letting go of the spare blade, he reached into his inventory again and pulled out another blade, slashing downwards at such an angle that the Minotaur had to lift the red blade he stole in order to protect himself, and in doing so gave Percy the chance he needed. The moment the second spare blade struck the sword of Kefka, Percy used all his strength and brought his right hand, still holding Riptide up, pushing the stolen blade away from the Minotaur, leaving the monster exposed. Percy held Riptide in a two-handed grip and began the special move. Percy swung the blade, tearing into the monster's abs, and then swung diagonally, ripping into its shoulder. He then slashed again and again, tearing the monster's muscles. The Minotaur's experience kicked in and quickly brought his stole blade down in order to protect himself, but there was a reason the move was called Stardust Wave. Percy struck the blade away and kept attacking. Every time the Minotaur brought his sword up to defend itself, Percy knocked it back so hard that it chipped away at the blade of Kefka. The chipped away metal flew into the air, wave after wave, like stardust from a comet. Percy's eyes were near black in fury. He attacked with his soul and heart. All the anger he stored up inside of himself was now out, and he used it to fuel his strikes. ROAAR. With a finally roar filled with bloodlust, Percy gave a final strike, ending the 32-strike combo on the Minotaur. The calculation went on in his head as fast as lightning. The Stardust Wave was number of strikes x vit dex% more damage. Riptide had an attack of 100, which increased to 250 when it is used against monster by a child of the sea. 32 strikes x 11 vit plus 7 dex, 359%. 359% of 250 equals 897.5 attack. Including the plus 45% more damage bonus from his sword mastery skill. 897.5 plus 403.5 equals 1301.3 attack. The last attack Percy landed had enough force to send the Minotaur crashing into a tree. Percy held Riptide as he put his whole weight on the blade. He could have done more, but his body was exhausted beyond anything. Around him were chips of the sword of Kefka scattered around the battlefield. Percy panted and saw Alecto carry Sally towards Percy. Percy's eyes widened in shock and he yelled out, "No." But it was too late. The Minotaur was not yet defeated. Its HP stood at 378.7. It wasn't yet dead. The monster roared and swung the huge blade, its stole causing the Fury to move away to try and get away. However, the wind pressure the sword gave out struck Alecot in one of the wings, causing her to drop Sally. Percy charged to try and catch his mother mid-fall, but the Minotaur caught him by his leg and threw him away. Percy landed on the ground and watched as the Minotaur grabbed Sally, and suddenly the woman disappeared in a flash of light. Percy's eyes turned to those of a madman as anger grew inside of him, and he let it out. He charged the Minotaur, Riptide thrown to the side, and climbed the beast's body. He grabbed the side of its neck and pressed his thumbs into the monster's eye, blinding it. "I'll kill you," Percy roared, holding the monster horns as it tried to get him off its back. Finally, Percy let go and back flipped away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Riptide, which appeared there due to its charm, and pulled the sword out. He charged the half-man, half-bull, and thrusted the pen towards its neck. Halfway there, Percy flicked the cap open, causing Riptide to enlarge right thought the Minotaur's head. Ping! Critical strike. Attack 250 x 300% equals 750. The beat roared, and then bursted into golden dust, covering Percy head to toe with the suff. Ping! Quest completed. Defeat the Minotaur. Reward: Horns of the Minotaur. 2000 XP. Ping! Due to your acrobatics you have gained +1 dex. Dex 5 + 3 equals 8. Percy looked down and saw 2 horns there. He picked them up and observed them. Horns of the Minotaur, crafting item. The horns of the Minotaur is the symbol of you defeating the monster in combat. These can be used to craft weapons like daggers. Percy closed the screen and then turned to Alecto, who walked up to him holding a broken wing. "I am sorry I failed you, master. She wanted me to try and help you and demanded I put her down. After you had pushed the Minotaur, we thought you had won." Percy sighed. It did sound like something his mother would do. "It's okay. Any idea what happened to her?" Percy knew she didn't die. There was no body, and he doubted his gaming ability affected people he didn't kill. "Lord Hades must have taken her as hostage, my lord," Alecto replied, bowing. Percy then besummoned her, and the Fury transformed into smoke and disappeared. Percy then brought up his active quests, and sure enough, his summer quest was still active. Summer quest: Find the lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find the real thief and fry his ass. Don't die. Reward: 100,000 exp. Failure: You guessed it, death. Mom's death as well. It seems Hades wants to make Percy find the bolt for him, or if he thinks he stole it, make Percy give it to him in exchange for his mother. Capitulo 36. Percy closed his quest and then stored the horns of the Minotaur away and took back the blade of Kafka, which now was chipped along the sides, the worst being near the center where Percy attacked it the most. He walked up to the camp and slipped by the barrier there. Grover was where Percy left him, still unconscious. Picking him up, Percy walked into the campsite. Percy needed to make sure Grover was all right before doing anything else. But after that, Percy promised himself that he would find Hades and shove a Minotaur horn up his ass. Status: Percy Jackson. Health 400. Mana 2, 25. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. +20 SDR, +20 Vit, +20 Dex while in water. Level 8 Exp. Race Demigod. SDR 6. Vit 8 +3 equals 11. Dex 5 +3 equals 8. INT 17. WIS 13. LUC 14. Points 15. Money 1,845, $93D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick and now dead. Status: Demigod, giving Percy +3 VIT, +3 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Ping. You have slept in a bed. HP and MP have been restored 75% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy opened his eyes and found himself in the med bay of Camp Half-Blood. After he brought Grover into Camp Chiron, who now had his horse half out, and a blonde girl immediately came forward and helped Percy carry Grover to the med bay, where some other kids started to get to work on him. Chiron had made sure Percy was all right before telling to boy to get some rest. Percy didn't want to saying he was fine, but one look from the guy, and he knew to shut up and go to bed. And so now Percy got up and walked to Grover's bed. His friend was asleep. From what one of the healers told him, he would wake up any day now. Percy sighed and quickly walked downstairs. It seems this big place where the med bay was located was called, and stay with me here, the name is very complicated, the big house. Yeah, not much imagination there. Percy walked out of the building was Chiron and another man dressed in a yellow shirt with black polka dots on it. Percy observed him, and immediately his eyes widened. Dionysus, god of wine. LV. HP. MT. Race Olympian god. SDR. Vis. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. Dionysus is the god of wine, but never call him the wine dude. He is known for hating heroes in general and hates children of Poseidon in particular due to the actions of Theseus. Dionysus has been made into the camp director by Zeus himself as punishment for going after a nymph that was off limits. Also, he doesn't get to drink any wine. Dionysus has no opinion of Percy. A god, an actual Olympian god. Percy had his mouth open as he saw the god's stats. The only thing he knew for sure about that man was his name, race, and a bio that could be copied of Wikipedia. Percy eventually got over his state of shock and walked up to Chiron. Hello, Chiron. The teacher saw Percy and smiled. Hello, Percy. I was wondering when you would show up. Percy smiled and then turned to the Olympian sitting there. Hello, Lord Dionysus. The man looked up and then raised an eyebrow. How did you know it was me? Thinking on his, Percy replied quickly. One of the campers told me. The man seemed to accept it as he then ignored Percy and went back to his game. Percy sighed at this and turned to Chiron. Chiron, I need a favor. What do you need, Percy? Chiron asked with a raised eyebrow. Where is the location of the underworld? Chiron's eyes widened and Dionysus looked at Percy. What? I said, where is the? I know what you said. Why do you want to go into the underworld, Percy? Hades has my mom, Percy replied as he looked at Chiron right in the eye, and I plan on getting her back. Percy, you can't, it is far too dangerous. I will not allow you to leave this place under any circumstances. Percy narrowed his eyes. Try and stop me. Percy leaked a little bloodlust that both Chiron and the Olympian next to him notice. The man looked at Percy and then sighed. Fine, but wait for a few days. Rest and prepare yourself because believe me, you will need all the time to prepare you can get. Percy nodded at this. Where can I go to train? I'll have someone to take you on a tour of the camp, Chiron replied as he looked out and saw a blonde-haired girl with an orange shirt walk by. Annabeth, come here for a moment. The girl was the same one that helped him out with Grover last night. Quickly Percy observed her. Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. LV 15. HP 750/750. MP 600/600. Race demigod. SDR 3. Vit 10. Dex 18. Int 35. Wise 41. Luke 8. Annabeth Chase is one of the oldest demigods in camp and has trained hard every year in order to prove herself a competent child of Athena. After running away from home at a young age, she met up with two other demigods, Luke, a son of Hermer, and Thalia, a daughter of Zeus. She remembers Thalia dying in order to protect her and vows never to be weak again. She is amazed Percy managed to defeat a minotaur on his own, without any training. Capitulo 37. As Percy read her stats, he became painfully aware of the fact that the only reason he even wins any of the battles he fight is because of luck, a plan, or his powers over water. He closed her observe box and turned toward Chiron and her. This is Percy Annabeth, Chiron motioned to Percy. He is going to be joining camp. I would like you to show you around. Annabeth nodded and motioned Percy over as the two demigods walked around the camp. So claimed or unclaimed, Annabeth asked, breaking the silence. Sorry, Percy asked. Did you godly parent claim you yet? Oh, what's claiming? Percy asked. It's when the symbol of your parent appears over your head. The ones that are claimed are sorted into different cabins along with their siblings. So if you were a child of Athena, you would be in my cabin. I see, Percy said, nodding. Has anyone not been claimed? Annabeth nodded. Lots. Most of the unclaimed are put into the Hermes cabin. Percy nodded and noticed they were walking along a stream that flowed through camp, cutting it in half. Soon they passed by a volleyball court. This is the volleyball court. Of death, Percy asked. I'm sorry. Is it the volleyball court of death? No, it's just a volleyball court. Really? In a camp filled with the children of the gods we have a plane, just a volleyball court. Yes, we do. Kind of boring. We play basketball there sometimes, if that helps make it a bit more thrilling. Percy shrugged as they moved further ahead and came upon the arts and crafts area. Here there were several cabins, each for a particular craft, like there was a place for marble sculpting, a place for pot making, and a place to make jute bags. What? Why thought everything would be related to Greek crafts? What's wrong with a cool jute bag? After that, Percy and Annabeth passed the lake, which Percy was so going to check out later, and they saw the amphitheater where several campers were gathered to hang out. There was a big circular platform in the center with seats all around it in the form of a hemisphere, and the seats further raised as it went back. Annabeth waved to a couple of people in the sea of orange, and they waved back. Those are my siblings, she told Percy, and they moved on to the next part of the tour. Wait, all those guys are you siblings? Percy asked, pointing to the group of 10 or so demigods. Yup. But some are the same age as you, Percy replied, and isn't Athena a virgin goddess? You know your Greek myths, I'm impressed, Annabeth replied, and yeah, she is. But the thing is, goddess don't carry their children for 9 months like humans, most carry for a week or so at most. A week, Percy cried out, holy shit, talk about mood swings. Annabeth chuckled, yeah, I guess. And Athena is a virgin goddess, but she gives birth to her children the same way she was born, through her head. Percy's eyes went wide. So she has in her head, he said, pointing at his forehead. What? No, Annabeth cried out, laughing. No, gods no. She simply creates us out of the brain power of herself and the man she has chosen. We are born of the mind, not of the body. She doesn't have a thing in head. Percy sighed. Good, because that is crossing a line I don't think I can handle being crossed. Come on, funny boy, we still have lots of ground to cover. Eventually, they reached something Percy thought was the coolest thing ever invented. Annabeth stepped in front of him and held a hand out. Behold and tremble the bane of demigods everywhere, the climbing wall. The figure was a huge wall with colored stepping stones littered all over its face. Percy could see the wall was so disjointed and messed up it would impossible to know where you're going. Here were chainsaws in the wall, an electric buzzer or two, and the coolest thing ever, lava flowing down the wall. Percy's eyes shined like the sun reflected off the sea. He dashed towards the wall. If this didn't get his vid up, nothing will. But Annabeth grabbed his shirt collar and pulled him back. You can commit suicide later. For now, on with the tour. Percy grumbled and whined, but he got over it. The two crossed the stream, cutting across camp, and came to a huge building which didn't have a roof and was surrounded by white pillars. There were 12 tables around the building, each a different color, and a hearth in the center whose firing was going strong. This is the mess hall where people come to eat. And that, Annabeth pointed to a row of seats in the back, is usually where Chiron and Mr. D sit. Mr. D. Oh right, Dionysus. An Olympian god lets you get away with calling him Mr. D. Annabeth shrugged. He honestly doesn't care. Percy shrugged as well, and the two moved on, moving further inwards as Annabeth showed him the cabins. There were 12 of the in total, 2 big ones on top and 5 smaller ones on each side. Each were a different color and had different themes going on. These are where most campers are staying, Annabeth said, and then pointed to a gray cabin with an owl on top that looked like a library. And that is my cabin. Percy nodded and then looked around and saw a sea blue cabin. That must be mine. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Hey, Annabeth, every cabin has a speciality, right? Yup, Annabeth nodded, and she led him to the next location. So Athena cabin has high intelligence. And wisdom, Annabeth put in, lots of wisdom. Right, that and Apollo cabin is good at archery and healing and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So would it be all right if I trained with each cabin? Percy asked. Well, it would depend on who you ask, and if their cabin head is okay with it. Like for my cabin, I am the head counselor since I have been there the longest. And if you want to come over and help out or something, I wouldn't be against it or anything. Percy's eyes widened. Are you serious? Annabeth nodded. We don't turn back anyone who wishes to learn more. Anyway, on with the tour. Annabeth took Percy to what looked like a metal shed, which was a short walk behind the Athena cabin. This is the weapons shed, our armory. It's filled with armor and other cool stuff we use. Percy nodded, not surprised they had an armory. Heck, he would have thought them crazy if they didn't. Inside were racks of spears and swords. In the corner were basic bronze shield like the one Percy had, and on the shelves were Greek-style armor. Soon they moved again, and this time went along what looked like the tree line of a forest. This is the forest. Most of the nature spirits and a few harmless monsters live here. Inside there is a stream that splits the forest into two parts. During Capture the Flag, in which the whole camp participates in, we use the forest as a place to fight. Capitulo 38. Percy nodded. This was the perfect place for him to train in secret. Dense trees, monster lurking about, and a stream for him to get the water body bonus. Perfect. Annabeth then took him along toward what looked like from far a huge arena. But before they could move on, a group of 3 big tough-looking demigods approached them. Percy quickly observed the biggest one there. Clarisse LaRue, daughter of Ares. LV 18. HP. MP 375/375. Race demigod. SDR 30. VIT 27. Dix 39. Int 9. Wise 5. Luke 14. The daughter of Ares, Clarisse is known to be mean, tough, and downright scary to face in combat. The one good quality in their otherwise power-driven girl is her loyalty towards her camp and her love for her sibling. Other than that, stay away from this one. She is known to try and dunk new campers in toilet water in order to initiate them. She hates Percy already before meeting him. Don't take it personally, she hates nearly everyone. Percy's eyes flew over her stats and wondered just how far behind he was when compared to other demigods. He could beat, easily in fact, but that didn't change the stat difference. She was basically a well-trained demigod, and Percy only had his dad's powers to fall back on when in trouble. The girl, Clarisse, walked up to Percy and Annabeth and snarled, well, if it isn't Annabeth, how's it hanging, nerd? Percy rolled his eyes and whispered, enters stereotypical supervillain. Annabeth giggled and Clarisse looked at Percy, immediately switching targets. And who is this? A new camper. Percy shook his head. No, I'm an old camper. Clarisse looked surprised at that. I haven't seen you here before. Yeah, I'm kind of a shut-in, Percy said, and then grabbed Annabeth's hand. Anyway, you were showing me around. Hey, wait, Clarisse called out and chased after the pair. If you were an old camper, why is Annabeth showing you around? I told you I was a shut-in, Percy said, hence I have no idea where everything is. Clarisse looked like she was thinking hard about that and then looked at Percy. What's your name? Peter Johnson, son of. Well, I don't know, Percy replied smoothly, thank you, lying skill. All right then, prove it. Where does Chiron sleep? Not here, Percy replied. Well, of course they're not here. I'm asking you where he sleeps. The big house. Clarisse smiled. Wrong. Percy moved backwards before Clarisse could reach him. He then activated blood control discreetly and then made her trip. Percy then grabbed Annabeth and the two ran away as Percy made the other 2 Ares kids trip also. Annabeth ran quickly, laughing all the way. Eventually, the 2 stopped in front of the giant arena which had several students all over the place training with weapons and all that. Annabeth laughed as they stopped. Did you see that? Clarisse literally tripped and landed on her ass. Percy grinned. Yeah, I know, I was there, remember. So what is this place? Annabeth composed herself and then spoke. This is the arena. Demigods come here to train and help each other out. The Apollo kids help with everyone's archery, while the Ares students deal with everything else, but no one really asks them for their help because they tend to belittle people a lot. Percy nodded, so this was the place he would most probably spend most of his time. Annabeth then pointed to a place far away from the area. Those are the stables which have horses and pegasus. You can ride them during special classes, which the Demeter cabin does. Percy nodded, and that's it. That's the official Camp Half-Blood tour. Annabeth smiled at him. Well, that's the official sites at least. It's up to you to further discover this place on your own. Find your own secrets, and believe me, there are plenty, and even have your own private spot in camp somewhere. Percy nodded. So what now? Well, now I go back to my cabin, while you go to the Hermes cabin. Come on, Annabeth said, as she walked away, motioning for Percy to join her. Wait, why do I have to go to the Hermes cabin? Well, you are unclaimed, aren't you? Annabeth asked. Yeah. Then you go to the Hermes cabin until your godly parent claims you. But what if you already know who your godly parent is? Annabeth stopped and turned around. You who it is? Percy nodded. Yup, kind of easy actually. Annabeth frowned and thinking, is it Titch? Percy blinked. Who? The Greek goddess of luck, Annabeth replied. The way Clarissa tripped back there was pure luck, and the fact that you somehow survived a run-in with the Minotaur, let alone beat him, is amazing lucky. So I assume you must be her son. Percy's eyes widened with that statement. He was lucky, but last he checked his mom was pretty human. No, my godly parent is human, Percy said, grinning. So guess again, wise girl. Annabeth smiled at her nickname, and the two spent the entire way to Annabeth's cabin talking about who Percy's dad was. For a smart girl, she was pretty dumb. I mean, see green eyes, come when the answer is right in front of your face. Eventually, they reached the Athena cabin, and Annabeth invited him in. You sure I can come in? Percy asked. Sure, and like I said, we welcome anyone who wants to learn. Also, the way you manipulated Clarice is good sign in regard to how smart you are. Capitulo 39. Percy grinned, and the two walked into the Athena cabin. Inside, the beds were all pushed aside, while most of the cabin space was filled with smart board and workstations. There were several computers all over the place, and even screens showing 3D projects like a new weapon or a war plan. Welcome, Peter Johnson, to the Athena cabin, Annabeth said, gesturing to it all. Percy chuckled at the name he gave Clarice, but who otherwise impressed with the cabin. Yup, he was going to get some sweet int and wise points over here. Percy was then introduced to Malcolm, Annabeth's brother, and most of the cabin mates. Malcolm then turned to Percy. So Percy, what do you want to know? Percy smiled. Everything. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the cabin, as suddenly the children of Athena got a scary look in their eyes. It looked demonic. It looked evil, and it promised pain. Ping! Due to exposure to the Athena cabin's lust for knowledge perk, a skill has leveled up by 1. Detect Bloodlust, LV8, 21%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 60 feet and will tell origin. Shit. An hour later. Annabeth turned to Percy as the sound of a conch being blown was heard. Come on, Percy, it's time to go for dinner. Hidden underneath a mountain of books, Percy rose up like a zombie. His eyes were white and he had drool coming out of his mouth. Must have knowledge. Annabeth hit him up the head, snapping him out of it. Come on, Percy, we shouldn't be late. It was hell on earth of Percy. The moment his detect bloodlust skill went off, he knew he should have kept his mouth shut. The children of knowledge live up to that title by stuffing Percy with as much as they could. And you know the truly scary part? They were just getting started. On the plus side, he got a couple of stat points and a leveled up skill. Due to constant torture studying, you have gained +3 int. Due to use of your brain to try and process your newly force-feed information, you have gained +5 wise. A skill has leveled up. Language, Modern English, LV19, 4%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia. But with hard work, you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus. +30% reading speed. Percy closed the box in front of him and followed the rest of the cabin to the mess hall. Once there, Percy was about to go and sit in the blue table, which was Poseidon's table, when he was called over by Chiron. Hey, what's up, Chiron? Percy asked as he approached his teacher. Percy, I just wanted to inform you that Grover has woken up, the centaur told Percy with a smile. He wanted to talk to you. I suggest you talk to him after dinner. Percy shook his head. Nah, I'm not really that hungry right now. I'll go see G-Man right now and see what he needs. It could be important. Chiron looked worried but then sighed. Very well, Percy. After dinner, all the campers gather around the hearth in the center of where all the cabins are located. I believe you know where cabins are, yes. Percy nodded, and soon Chiron dismissed him. As Percy walked to the big house, he pulled a pancake out of his inventory and started munching on it. He was hungry, starving really. But the truth is that he far more worried about Grover. He was Percy's best friend, and Percy wanted to make sure personally he was fine. By the time he made it to Big House, the cakes were gone and Percy was full. He went to the second floor where the med bay was and saw Grover sitting in the bed furthest from the door. Percy smiled and walked up to Grover. Hey, G-Man. Grover looked up from the book he was reading and noticed Percy. He smiled. Hey, Percy, how are you? Good, good, things are. Weird. I now have a huge family on my dad's side, so that. So did you get a tour of the camp? Yeah, a child of Athena called Annabeth gave it for me. She was very through, Percy said, and the shivered remembering his study session with the Athena cabin. So Percy, Grover began, I think we need to talk about your parentage. Percy blinked. What about it? Percy, you were never meant to exist. Percy looked at his friend for a moment. You really need to work on your delivery. Grover sighed. Percy, I'm being serious. After World War II, which was actually a war between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades' children, the three gods swore never have demigods again. They said their children were too powerful and influenced the world far too much. So wait, Hitler was the son of Hades. Yup. I'm not surprised. Grover shrugged. Most aren't. Anyway, as I was saying, the big three swore never again to have children. But Zeus broke that pledge, and since you exists, Poseidon too. This had his attention. Who was the child of Zeus? Grover sighed and looked up at the ceiling. His eyes became wet and he looked like he was remembering something sad. Her name was Thalia Grace. At the sound of her name, Percy's head immediately made the connection between this demigod and the name Thalia he read in Annabeth's bio. I was assigned to protect her and bring her and 2 other demigods back to camp, but I failed. Monsters tracked us down and she held back to buy use more time. She got hurt bad, Percy, very bad, but with her dying breath she asked for her dad's help in order to protect the camp. You remember that barrier we passed through? Percy nodded. It was made due to Thalia's sacrifice. If you go to the beginning of the camp, there will be a pine tree bigger than all the other trees there. That is where Thalia is. After she died, Zeus transformed her into a tree, and it is her protecting that allows demigods today to live in peace. Capitulo 40. Grover then turned to Percy. Please don't reveal yourself, Percy. Percy looked at Grover and then looked away and out of the window. After a moment of silence, Percy looked at his friend. Grover? I'm sorry, but I refuse to hide myself anymore. I don't this Thalia, but any girl brave enough to sacrifice herself and in her dying breath ask for something that's selfless must be an amazing girl. Would you really ask someone like that to hide herself from the world? Grover shook his head. I know, Percy, but I don't want you to get hurt. Percy smiled. Relax, I won't. After speaking to Grove for another few minutes, Percy headed to the main campfire area where the campers were all gathered around the camp singing songs. Percy smiled at this and waited in the background just watching them sing and be happy, but all the while he was thinking. Should he do it? Should he reveal to the world who he was? If he did, it was force his dad's hand, making him have to claim Percy. If he didn't, then he would be forced to live in the Hermes cabin, which was already full. Percy smiled. Well, his dad was kind of a dick to have never even wished him a happy birthday once in his life, so fuck it. Percy walked up to Chiron and whispered in his ear, causing the teacher to look at Percy in concern. Are you sure you want to do this, Percy? Percy nodded. I'm not hiding myself anymore. Chiron nodded and trotted his way to the center of the camp. Slowly, everyone became quiet and all eyes were on him. Now, as some of you might know, yesterday the Minotaur was spotted outside the camp grounds. This made some of the kids worried, while the children of the Ares were hoping they could kill the thing. It was chasing a demigod, Percy Jackson. At that, Percy walked up and stood next to Chiron. Percy saw Annabeth and the rest of the Athena cabin smile at him, while Claris was furious that he had given her a fake name. Percy managed to defeat the monster in single combat and will now be joining camp. "Bullshit," cried one child of Ares. "You mean to tell me an untrained demigod beat the Minotaur?" Several other campers raised their voice in objection and roared their disapproval. Chiron nodded. "I understand it is a little difficult to believe, but it is true. This is mostly due to who Percy's godly parent is." He then turned to Percy. "If you will, Percy." Percy nodded and then uncapped a water bottle that he took out of his inventory beforehand. He then used his water control and pulled out the water and transformed it into a trident. Percy held the water structure in his hand like a real trident and then looked at everyone with his sea-green eyes. "My name is Perseus Jackson. I am the son of Poseidon." The entire camp was silent as a grave as jaws started to drop. Percy grinned. "What happened? Son of Poseidon got your tongue?" And suddenly a green trident appeared over Percy's head. "Well, at least Dad is paying attention to what I'm doing." The next day. Ping! "You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured." Percy woke up in his bed and stretched. He looked around Poseidon cabin and sighed. He didn't have any roommates, that was good, but he also didn't like the fact that he was so alone. Percy then got up and quickly got ready for the first of camp. He put on an orange shirt which said Camp Half-Blood on the front with a picture of a Pegasus on the back. Percy then went out of his cabin and began making way towards the mess hall for a quick bite to eat. On the way there, Percy opened his status page and checked his skill list, making a mental list of what to train first. First things first, he needed to train SDR, Dex, and Vit. They were the most lacking and they would be easy to train. As for his skill, a few caught his attention. ID Create, LV1, 0%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID Escape, LV1, 0%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. These were skills he didn't remember he had. He didn't even know what he could do. Did this mean he could make his own dungeons? This was definitely curious and needed his attention. Percy then went into the mess hall and quickly pilled up his food. But before he ate, he walked to the flames in the center of the hall and put some in, for Poseidon's sorry for being a pain sometimes. Percy then walked to his cabin seat and quickly ate his breakfast. It was very early in the morning, and only a few campers were up, but they were still only looking at Percy with curiosity and a sense of fear in their eyes. Percy shook his head and then quickly finished off his food. He then went back for seconds, but when no one was looking, he shoved most of the food into his inventory. After that was done, Percy began to walk around camp trying to find the perfect place to train in private. Capitulo 41. Eventually, he agreed on going to the forest, as the stream there would give him his water body boost, and the forest would give him privacy. Percy then trekked into the forest along the stream until he was certain he was far enough away from the rest of the camp. Percy took off his shoes and stored them away. He then stepped into the stream and... Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. There we go. Percy then brought up his ID Create skill and read it again. If what is written here is true, and it usually always is, then Percy showed technically be able to summon a dimension. How that will work, who knows, but Percy was ready to find out. Percy then cried out, "ID created." Suddenly a burst of energy came out of Percy as the sky turned red and all the noises of the world were suddenly silenced. Percy looked around and saw that the world was same, but he could feel it different. Like when you enter your room but you know someone has been in it. Percy then walked away from the forest and the stream back into camp. The moment he entered it, he knew something was different. There was nobody else, was no one in the mess hall, even though it was peak breakfast time. The cabins were empty, and there was not a bird in the sky. Did I make a world where I am the only thing that exists? Percy then quickly said the words he knew he could use to get out of this place. ID escape. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the sky, and like glass, the red layer on the sky shattered, and the blue sky Percy was familiar with came back. He looked around and found all the campers were back where they belonged. Percy couldn't even imagine where to go with this. The possibilities were endless, but for Nam maybe he should focus on grinding the skill level up. As Percy looked around, he noticed everyone was staring at him again. What? Do I have something on my face? Percy looked around. It seemed most of them were looking at his shoeless feet. Ah, those. I forgot about those. Percy chuckled to himself and made his way towards the forest again to start his training, but just then, Percy turned around and saw Annabeth there with a book in hand. Oh, hey, Annabeth, what's up? What's up with me? What's up with you? She then looked down. Where are your shoes, Percy? Percy simply grinned. Goblins took them. Annabeth sighed. Well, okay then. Anyway, what are you doing right now? Percy shrugged. I'm training, trying to get a hold over my powers. Still haven't gotten hold over most of them. Like the fact that I can make a freaking alternate universe. Annabeth nodded. Yeah, being the son of Poseidon will give you a lot to deal with. Well, when you're free, come by the cabin later. Malcolm and the others want another crack at you. Percy rubbed his head. Your siblings are kind of vicious, aren't they, Annabeth? Well, what did you expect? You are a son of Poseidon who want to learn. It would be stupid not to take advantage of that. What? Basically, Percy, our parents hate each other. If we can get you to admit knowledge is more important, that being a son of Poseidon, it would be a major plus point in our books. Percy looked at Annabeth and he could see the thought going around inside her head. She was scary, and her siblings were just as worse. Percy laughed. Well, all right then, I'll take you up on your offer. See you guys in the evening. Annabeth nodded and waved Percy away. Bye, Percy. Percy quickly went back into the forest and stepped into the stream once again. He then thought to himself, ID create. The red sky dimension formed. ID escape. The red sky broke, revealing blue. ID create. ID escape. ID create. ID escape. Ping. Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. ID create, LV2 10%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID escape, LV2 10%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy smiled and swiped the message away. He then spent the better half of the morning training his skill until he unlocked a new dungeon. Pings, ping, ping. Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. ID create, LV5 20%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon zombies. ID escape, LV5 20%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy had unlocked monster dungeon zombies. He wanted to check it out at once, so he quickly equipped his plate armor on and then the red gauntlet of Kefka. He laid down his shield to the side and then thought, ID create, zombies. The world's sky turned red again as Percy quickly took out Riptide and held his shield up. He then waited until something came out of right side of the forest. It was a man, black going by skin color. His eyes were popped out of his sockets, and his skin was peeling off in several places like wallpaper. Pressing down his sense of disgust, Percy quickly observed it. Zombie. LV6. HP 300/300. MP 2020. SDR 30. Vit 5. Dex 1. Int 2. Wise 1. Luke 0. The undead come back to life for one thing and one thing only, meat of the living. Kill to get 50 exp. Percy dismissed the screen and quickly charged the man, and with one swing, cut the zombie's head off. The zombie disappeared in a shower of dust, leaving Percy with a 2 bill. Percy pocketed the bill and then walked into the forest in search for more zombies. In 5 minutes, Percy was quickly surrounded by a horde of zombies. Percy looked around in worry. There were 27 zombies out here. Smiling like a maniac, Percy turned to the closest one and charged him, cutting the thing into pieces. He then turned around and charged the rest of the zombies. He cut them one by one, and once, when he encountered 2 at the same time, Percy threw his shield at one, pushing him off balance, while he used Riptide to shred the other one into pieces before killing the other one. Percy now stood in the forest panting, His face was covered in sweat, and his armor felt very uncomfortable with the sweat underneath the leather. But Percy continued forward. He walked towards the camp and quickly came upon another horde of zombies. This time they were dressed as Greek soldier and looked tougher than the one in the forest. Capítulo 42. Greek zombies. LV10. HP 500/500. MP 50/50. SDR 40. Vit 9. Dex 3. Int 8. Wise 5. Luke 0. A zombie of a Greek soldier, these zombies are a cut above the rest, with superior strength and intelligence. Kill to get 75 exp. Percy smiled at the new challenge and charged ahead. He bashed his shield into the first zombie. He meant pushing the monster down on its behind. Standing on top of it, Percy swiped downwards, cutting off the thing's head quickly. Just then 3 Greek zombies charged Percy with swords drawn and shield up. So they are intelligent, Percy thought to himself as he charged ahead with his shield in front of him. The zombies attacked him with their blade, only to have their block stopped by Percy's shield. Percy then stepped backwards, but the zombies didn't let up. Percy blocked one blade with Riptide while he deflected another with his shield. The last one almost hit him, but Percy was faster and grabbed the blade with his left hand, which was covered with the gauntlet of Kafka. Percy squeezed his left hand, shattering the blade. In that moment, Percy spun around and bashed his shield, pushing all 3 Greek zombies off of him. Percy then attacked 2 of them with his blade and crushed the third below his feet. Percy looked around and saw a huge horde of Greek zombies now approaching him. Maybe it was time to start leveling up his blood control. Technically speaking, zombies were dead, but there must be some traces of blood still in their body somewhere. Percy sent out his mana and commanded, blood control. Percy took control of 4 Greek zombies, which was his limit, and then forced them to attack the zombies next to them. Since the zombies didn't expect an attack from their own ranks, they were left shocked with their pants around their legs. The 4 zombies Percy controlled managed to kill 17 of the Greek zombies before the dies. Percy crushed and then looked at his mana. Mana 37/25. He really needed to improve the size of his mana pool, meaning get much more int points. Percy turned and saw around 20 zombies from the horde now remained, and they were now chasing him. Percy turned to the forest, and he quickly ran deep inside. The zombies followed him, and Percy smiled as he got a brilliant idea. Eventually, the huge horde of zombies had to split up in order to find him, but that was exactly what Percy wanted. Percy now sat on top of a tree he climbed without any armor on. He took it off as it restricted his moment too much. Maybe he should get another armor. Suddenly, the bushes next to his tree rustled, and out walked a group of Greek zombies mixed in with the normal zombies you find in the forest. Percy took out another sword from his inventory. This one was a katana from the museum loot collection. Percy then waited until the group was right under his tree before jumping down, bringing the 2 blades down with him. He cleaved 2 of the zombies on the way down, and as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up and walked into the center of the group, and swung both blades in a wide arc, cutting all the zombies' heads in one clean strike. Percy then put away both swords, katana in his inventory, and Riptide in his pocket. He then collected his loot and then went out to search for more prey. Over the next hour, Percy hit small groups of zombies across the forest, and after he was done with the final group of zombies, he walked out of the forest extremely tired. He took out some meat and ate it, filling up his energy. Note to self: when you see the Fates next, ask them why he didn't have a stamina bar. It would be great if he could track it some way or another. Percy then entered the camp and saw that in the center of the camp was a huge horde of Greek zombie. No, horde was the wrong word. The appropriate term is army. But they weren't going to attack him. No, they instead were facing inwards. Percy then watched as all the zombies crawled onto each other as they slowly fused into one giant monster that stood at over 30 feet tall as that marble giant he faced that one time. Legion Zombie. LV 34. HP 15,200/15,200. MP 1200/1200. SDR 82. Vit 30. Dex 8. Int 4. Wise 2. Luke 0. an assembly of zombies that come out when a large amount of zombies are killed. It has insane strength and stamina, but is slow. Some say that is if kill enough of these Legion zombie, there is an even higher level of enemies of face. Kill to get 5,000 exp. Percy knew he didn't really stand a chance against this thing. His MP bar was full now, but he still needed more mana to even begin to fight this thing. Percy then turned and ran, and when he looked behind he saw the Legion zombie follow him slowly, but every step the thing took was like the earth was shaking. Percy drew the Legion zombie into the forest and quickly jumped into the stream from before. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy then put 2 hands up and waited until the Legion zombie was right on top of him. He waited, and the second the zombie put a foot in the stream, Percy pulled his hands upwards. Water spikes. Capitulo 43. The water from the streams obeyed Percy as several spikes flew up into the Legion's foot, shredding its legs still its knees. Percy then lowered his arms and started to pant. He looked at his mana. Mana, 35 12 25. Percy had used all his mana in the last attack. In the next 10 minutes, it would be full again, but Percy didn't know whether he had that much time. Percy then turned to the Legion's HP. HP. Percy looked at that, and he felt his legs get weak. All that and nothing. Its HP was still at 80%. Percy's attack only managed to take out 20% of its total HP. Percy then saw the Legion try to stand up on one leg, only to immediately fall down, causing the ground to shack on impact. Percy moved back away from the reach of the Legion. If maybe he kept out of reach for a long enough time enough for his mana to fill up again, then he could end this quickly. So for the next 10 minutes, Percy kept moving backwards again, and again every time the Legion tried to reach for him. The fact that he was incredibly slow and had only one leg helped a lot. Eventually, Percy's mana was charged up fully again. Percy now stood in the stream and he raised his hands again. Water spikes. This time Percy aimed for the Legion's head, and several water spikes rose out of the water and skewered the monster's head. Critical strike, water spikes attack 2940. 300% times more equals 8820 attack. Percy smiled as he lowered his arms yet again. He looked up and saw the water spike still in the Legion's head. The thing still wasn't dead yet, but now at least with a few water spike through its jaw, it was finally silent. HP 3440-15200. All Percy now had to do was wait. As Percy waited for his mana to charge up, he looked round and saw he was nearly at the ocean. Guess he covered quite a distance dodging the Legion zombie. If only Percy could activate his water body perk again, that would really... Wait, could he do that? Percy looked at where he was standing in the middle of the stream and then at the shore. He walked to the shore and saw his mana dropped down to normal. He then walked back in and sure enough. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy looked at that message and pulled up his mana. Mana, 1122-1225. Percy looked at the box slack-jawed. This was so broken. Percy then smiled a cold smile, causing the Legion zombie to start to sweat. He was going to abuse the shit out of this. Percy then lifted on hat up, water spike. A huge spike came out of the stream and tore through the heart of the Legion zombie. Critical strike, water spike 2520. 300% times more equals 7560 attack. The Legion zombie didn't stand a chance as it slowly began to dissolve into dust, leaving an exhausted Percy behind. After giving himself a moment to rest, Percy looked up and saw. Ping! You gained a new title. Apprentice Zombie Killer, 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. Plus 5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. Ping! You gained a total of 14,875 exp. Ping! You leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 450-450. Mana 325-325. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 9 X 42, 25 2, 8000. Race Demigod. SDR 6. VIT 8 plus 3 equals 11. Dex 5 plus 3 equals 8. INT 20. WIS 18. LUC 14. POINTS 20. Money 2,747, $120D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 3 VIT, plus 3 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy smiled at the larger mana pool he now had and swiped the box away. His new title will also be useful later when he come to grind here again. Percy then went to where the Legion zombie dissolved and looked at what he got as loot. There were 3 things there for him. Potion, low level X3. Restores 45% of HP. Restores 30% of MP. Staff of Healing, high level. Restores subject's health by a rate of 10% a minute. Skill Book, Area Sense. Percy quickly stored the potions and the staff away and picked up the skill book. Ping. You have obtained the skill book, Area Sense. Would you like to learn? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes immediately, and then the book bursted into flames, and Percy absorbed the knowledge into his head. Ping. You have obtained the skill, Area Sense. Area Sense, LV1, 0%. Allows the user to get a sense of the area around him/her. The higher the level, the more information is provided. Effective until 20 feet. Percy then closed the box and thought, ID escape. The world shattered around him, and Percy found himself back in the real world. The sound of people filled the air, and the birds took the blue sky. Percy quickly unequipped all his armor and his gauntlet and stored it in his inventory. Looking at the sky, the time seemed to be around noon. Realizing this, Percy's stomach started to growl. Percy smiled and quickly walked to the mess hall. This time he had his shoes on. Once he reached the mess hall, he picked up a plate and showed on a big amount of food into his plate. Who knew chasing zombies would make you work up an appetite? Percy gave a little for his dad and then sat down in his table and began to eat. As Percy finished his means, he wondered what type of training he should do next. Maybe he should improve his SDR and Dex now that he is finally in camp. Oh, maybe he could climb the climbing wall. But just then a knife was thrown at Percy. Ping! Warning, knife behind you. Percy read this and immediately moved his head to the side, causing the knife to miss completely. Percy saw the knife was already moving at an angle, so even if he had not moved, it wouldn't have been a fatal move. Percy looked at the box in front of him. This must be his area since working. Percy closed his box and calmly turned around to see who threw the knife. Tracking his trajectory, Percy saw it came from the Ares table. Percy sighed. He needed to teach the Ares kids a lesson. Ping. Quest alert. Teach the Ares kids a lesson. Reward. The respect of Ares cabin and may be possible training. Failure. No training from the Ares cabin. Continued bullying. Yes, no. Percy sighed and pressed yes. He then got up, and suddenly the mess hall was silent, and most watched and wondered what Percy would do. The son of Poseidon simply walked to the wall where the knife was embedded into the wall and pulled it out. He then observed the knife. Claris Dager. Claris's favorite dagger, which she uses to skin game and use as a short-range weapon. Capitulo 44. Percy sighed. That stupid daughter of Ares can hold a grudge. Percy put the dagger into his back pocket and then sat down to eat again, pretending like he didn't almost just get stabbed. After a minute, Claris and a few of her brothers and sisters walked up to Percy's table. Give me my knife back, new blood, Claris growled out as one of her siblings cracked his knuckles as an intimidation tactic. Percy smiled. So you admit you threw that knife? No, I never said that. I just said it was my knife. Now give it back. What proof do you have that it is yours? Everyone knows that that's my favorite knife, Clara said, growling. No, give it. If it's your favorite knife, why did you ever let it get out of your hand? Percy asked with a smug smile. Enough of this, one of Clara's siblings said as he tried to grab the dagger's handle that was sticking out of Percy's pocket. Just before the child of Ares grabbed the knife, something stopped him. He couldn't move his fingers at all. What did you do to me? Percy shrugged. Nothing, maybe it's the knife. Maybe it doesn't like being touched by people who is not its owner. In reality, Percy used blood control and stopped the Ares kid before he grabbed the dagger, that's all. Percy then took out the dagger and put it on the table. Well then, let's try an experiment, shall we? I'm going to talk to this dagger over here, and it's going to tell me who its owner is. Now, if you are the owner and you try and grab the blade, I will let you. Percy then channeled some bloodlust in his voice. If you are not, well, let's see what happened then. Several children of Ares swallowed hard and stayed back. Percy eyed them all, and slowly one of the older kids made a move for the dagger. Percy used blood control to make his reflexes slower, because the guy has a higher dex level than him, and then grabbed the boy's head and slammed it into the table, knocking him out. Percy then sat back down and smiled. Sorry, please try again. This time, a daughter of Ares moved and took out her sword. Percy grabbed the knife and swung, hitting the girl's wrist, causing her to drop the sword. Percy then headbutted her and then put the knife back. Wrong again. This time, 2 children of Ares moved for the blade, but Percy was ready. He held them in place with blood control and then slowly held the back of their heads, and then slammed both into each other. Clarice was now the last one left, and she was looking at Percy with anger and just a hint of fear. Percy looked at her with a smile and crossed his arms. Slowly, Clarice moved towards the dagger and snatched it away quickly. Percy chuckled. It's your dagger, Clarice. Why are you getting so scared? The daughter of Ares scowled at Percy and turned, walking away from him. Soon few other Ares cabin members came and took their unconscious siblings away, all the while looking at Percy with a scene of fear and a touch of respect. Ping. Quest completed. Teach the Ares kids a lesson. Reward. The respect of Ares cabin and may be possible training. Percy closed the box and went back to his food. He looked up and saw everyone still stare at him. Percy grinned, and quickly everything returned to normal. After lunch, Percy started to walk to the amphitheater, where most of the campers would be right now. Percy needed his shield foxed, far too many dents in it, and probably so weak to train his SDR. Only problem is Percy had no idea where to go for this. So when he arrived at the amphitheater, Percy quickly walked up to where most of the Athena kids were sitting and sat next to Annabeth. Hey guys, Percy said, as he then greeted the rest of the cabin. Hey Percy, the children of wisdom all said at once, and then promptly went back to reading. Nice job scaring those Ares kids, Percy, Malcolm said with a gurn. Asses deserved it. Percy grinned and scratched his head. Yeah, I was just a little pissed off at Clarice. Maybe I should go and try to make things better between us before the entire Ares cabin come after my ass. Malcolm chuckled. Yeah, you're right there, Percy. Good luck with that, though. The children of Ares aren't the kind to just accept an apology. We'll probably push you a couple of times to make things even before even considering talking to you. Percy frowned. Thanks you so much, Malcolm. I needed to know that. Malcolm chuckled and then went back to his book. Percy then turned to Annabeth. So, Annabeth, I was wondering, do you know where I can get some equipments fixed? Percy asked the girl. He needed his sword of Kefka fixed, and his shield has become very damaged. Annabeth nodded. You'll want to go to the camp forge. The children of Hephaestus work there, and they are willing to fix or make anything, as long as you pay them. Oh wait, I see a familiar one. Hey Charles. Annabeth called as a black-haired, brown-eyed teen turned towards her and started walking. The teen was tall, African-American, and had a scowl on his face. He was ripped with muscles like those of a football player and had large hands due to working in the forge all day. Percy, this is Charles Beckendorf, a son of Hephaestus, Annabeth said as she stood between the two boys. Charles, this is. Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, Charles said in a rough voice. Yes, I know. Percy extended his arm. How do you do, Charles? The big man looked at it and smiled. He then shook Percy's hand in a firm grip. Capitulo 45. I'm good, Percy. Nice to meet you. Annabeth smiled at this. Anyway, Percy here needed some help with his equipments. Think you can help? Charles nodded and then quickly walked away. Percy looked at Annabeth, who smiled. He doesn't really talk much, but I think he wants you to follow him. Percy nodded and then quickly moved. Thanks a lot, Annabeth. Charles took him to a building that was located near the stream leading to the forest right next to the Hephaestus cabin. The building had a water wheel on the side, and its chimneys let out thick clouds of smoke. The forge had white pillars lined with soot, and the noise of hammer meeting metal could be heard. Charles took Percy in showing several workstations, which has a camped over one project or another. Welcome to the forge, Charles said, and he called over one of his sisters. This is Nina, she will help you out with your equipments. The girl's skin was bronze due to continuous exposure to the forge's heat. Her face was covered with soot, and she had a bandana tied over her large head of blonde hair. Her eyes were black as coal, and she stood just a little taller than Percy. So what can I help you with? Nina asked as she rubbed her hands clean of oil. Percy pulled up his inventory behind his back and without letting Nina see what he was doing pulled his shield out. I need help fixing this, Percy said as he handed the shield over to her. This has been used a lot, Nina commented as she then flicked a finger at the metal causing it to vibrate. Good bronze though, not celestial, but it would be good in a fight. I can fix it, but it will be 5 drachma. Percy nodded, not a problem. When can I get it back? Nina looked around and then sighed. Tomorrow the latest, we are kind swamped right now. I see, so you guys couldn't fill out a request right now? Percy asked in a hopeful voice. Well, it would depend on what that request is and how much you are willing to pay. I need weight for myself, like the kind you can put on your hand so that when you train it will be difficult to move. If you could make something like that, it would be useful. Nina closed her eyes and looked like she was talking to herself. Then she opened her eyes. Yup, I can do that, no problem. Will cost you 20 drachma though. Percy nodded. Great, when can I get them both? Tomorrow at 10 a.m., don't be late, and with that Nina walked away. Percy stuck around for a bit and watched the forger's work. Maybe during the summer when his quest is over and Mom is safe again, he could learn how to be a forger. It looked pretty cool. After Percy got his fill of watching forgers working, he went out to the climbing wall. He had been itching to climb that thing ever since he saw it. Percy looked at the thing in wonder. It is true many a demigod nearly died climbing this thing, but Percy will concur it. Not because he is the son of Poseidon, but because he is freaking awesome. Percy came to the start and quickly climbed onto the first foot rest on the wall. He then pulled himself up, and for the next few steps everything was normal. Then suddenly, the wall started to vibrate. Soon the vibrations became more and more violent, and Percy nearly lost his grip, but Percy held on and waited until the vibrations stopped. Then suddenly there were rocks falling down, and Percy was forced to move to the side, and suddenly the rocks were everywhere. Moving like a cat, Percy managed to avoid each and every rock, and he came to a carving in the wall where all lot of the campers were now resting. Percy pulled himself up and sat there, and then, ping! Due to constant movement of your body, in a flexible way, you have gained +1 dex. Percy looked at this and grinned. He then turned to see that there were several campers there next to him in the carving, and they were all looking at him. Ah, hi, Percy said, waving to them. Slowly one of them waved back and smiled. Just then a voice broke out of the group. So you're the one that beat up Clarice. On the other side of the carving was a camper with blonde hair and a very butch face. I'm Peter, son of Ares, and you beat up my siblings. Percy sighed. God, these guys were everywhere. Percy then looked at Peter and nodded. Yeah, I did it, so. Peter snarled, so now I kick your ass. Percy laughed. There isn't exactly much room here, you know. Not here at the halfway point. I mean on the top of the wall, Peter said with a snarl. In fact, I'll race you. Ping. Quest alert. Teach this brat who's boss. Beat him in a race and then kick his ass on top of the climbing wall. Rewards. Race 300 exp, climbing gloves. Battle 500 exp, training with Ares cabin. Failure. No training. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and then looked at Peter. You're on. Peter and Percy got into position outside of the halfway point, holding onto various handholds, and the third camper said, "Go." At that, Percy and Peter were racing up to the top. Suddenly, a buzzsaw came flying down, coming to cut Percy right down the middle. Thinking quickly, Percy threw himself to the right and escaped being cut in half by a hair's breadth. "You have to fader than that, Seahead." Peter looked back and taunted. Percy grumbled and then climbed up faster. Peter was a few steps ahead, and Percy intended to catch up. But just then, a speed of lava broke out and flew right for Percy and Peter. Percy jumped to the side again, but Peter missed one hand hold and suddenly was falling down. Capítulo 46. Percy's eyes widened, his mind began to panic, but Gamer's mind activated just in time. Percy reached with his left hand and grabbed Peter. He then pulled the child of Ares towards himself using his strength, and then threw Peter against the wall where Peter held on for dear life. "Are you okay?" Percy asked. Peter looked up and nodded. Seeing the child of Ares was just a little bit in shock, Percy moved on. The two then climbed the rest of the wall, and Percy managed to beat Peter to the top by a few seconds. Percy collapsed on top of the wall and started to pant. So much excitement. If Percy hadn't had Gamer's mind, then Peter would be Pate right now. Just as Peter landed next to Percy, a blue box appeared. Ping! Due to using your strength, a lot you have gained +1 SDR. Due to constant movement of your body, in a flexible way, you have gained +1 dex. Percy closed the boxes and turned to Peter. "You ready to get your ass kicked?" Peter looked at Percy and then smiled. "Bring it, fish head." Percy got up and took out Riptide. The top of the climbing wall was 25 feet wide all around, just enough space to move around. Percy would have to be careful, the last he wanted was to fall of the side. Peter also took out his blade, which was made out of celestial bronze. The two passed themselves around each other, each seeing who would go first. Eventually, Percy decided to move. He struck Peter on the side, which the child of Ares blocked easily and then pushed back against Percy. Percy was being pushed back as the crossed swords were being pushed towards him. Percy knew is a test of strength he would lose, so he needed to think. Seeing Peter was only focused on pushing Percy back, the son of Poseidon noticed the boy's footing was wide. Percy twisted the blades to the side and pushed Peter back a little, and then moved to the side, causing Peter to lose his balance and land on the ground face first. Percy grabbed his blade and then pressed his knee on the boy's back while keeping the sword on Peter's neck. "Yield." Peter grumbled into the dirt, "I yield." Percy smiled and took the blade off. He got of Peter's back, helping the boy up, and gave him back his blade. "Damn sea brain, you are good," Peter said with a smile, "and thanks for what you did back there." Percy grinned, "Saving your life? Yeah, no biggie." Peter grinned, "Well, not really." The son of Ares then walked backwards and leaned backwards off the side of the wall. Percy's eyes widened comically, and he ran to the edge to try and save Peter from his fall, only to find the boy slowly floating down. Peter chuckled at Percy's look. "Wind spirits? They stop us from falling from a high height and bring up down to the ground." Percy grumbled, "Great, so he wasn't in any danger after all." Ping! Quest completed. Teach this brat who's boss. Beat him in a race and then kick his ass on top of the climbing wall. Rewards. Race 300 exp, climbing gloves. Battle 500 exp, training with Ares' cabin. Suddenly there was a flash of light and a pair of padded gloves landed in front of Percy. Picking these up, Percy inspected them. Climbing gloves. Used for getting a good grip by climbers. Very useful if you want a good grip. While wearing this, the user will never fall because of a weak grip. Percy tossed his gloves into his inventory and then looked over the edge of the wall. Peter was already on the bottom and he looked up at Percy with a grin. "Just jump." Percy readied himself and took a few steps back. He then ran forward and braced himself to hit the ground. But it didn't happen, as slowly Percy felt his body being lowered down to the ground. Percy knew this was going to happen, but knowing and believing were two different things. On the ground, Peter held out a hand in friendship. "I may not have did because of the fall, but you didn't know that. Plus, as I had fallen then, we would have never fought, even though it was a short duel. Anyway, what I mean is, thanks, Percy." Percy smiled and shook Peter's hands as the two talked about how hard the Ares cabin trained and the special feature of the climbing wall. Percy told Peter how he wanted to train with Ares cabin to get stronger, something which Peter said the Ares cabin might be willing to do if he put in a good word in. Peter and Percy soon said goodbye and went their separate ways. Percy then walked over to the Athena cabin and readied himself. This right now would be the biggest challenge Percy would face today. Everything else was just the warm-up. Percy walked up to the door and opened it and... Ping! Lust for knowledge detected, aimed at you. Oh mama, Percy said before he was dragged into the cabin. An hour later. Ping! Due to the teachings, torture, of the Athena cabin, you have gained +2 int and +4 wise. Percy rubbed his eyes and cracked his neck in pain. Never, ever go into the Athena cabin unless you really need their help. Trust me, it's not worth the pain. But with that being said, Percy really did need their help, and he was grateful that he got it. In the end, they were family, though a really weird part of the family. As Percy began to walk to the mess hall to have dinner, he was suddenly confronted by several camper, all looking tough. Percy saw all of them had the title, son-daughter of Ares. So now we have the confrontation. Out of the group of boys and girls, Clarice stepped out with Peter behind her. I heard you saved Peter's life, Clarice said in a rough voice. Percy looked at Peter, who winked. So he did put in a good word for me. Percy then turned to Clarice and nodded. Yes, I did. Clarice grumbled. Well then, as the head of the Ares cabin, I would like to say thank you for saving the life of a child of Ares. If there is something we can do to help you, just ask, and we will try. Percy smiled. Well, there is this one thing. Capitulo 47. Percy blocked a thrust from Peter and quickly hit him behind the head with a backhand. He then moved forward and engaged another child of Ares in combat. Their swords clashed again and again, but Percy was faster. The son of Poseidon quickly sidestepped an attack and then punched his enemy right in the nose, causing him to drop like a sack. Percy smiled at the victory, and just then, warning, sword swing from behind. Percy jumped away, and there behind him was another child of Ares, with a blade that just missed Percy by an inch. Percy spun and swung his sword and struck the boy in the face, causing him to hold his head in pain. The son of Poseidon turned and looked at the 3 children of Ares charging him. Percy readied his blade and charged ahead. The first child had his shield up. Seeing this, Percy jumped, used his shield as a diving board and jumped over their head. He landed behind them and then turned around with a low sweep, knocking them all off balance. Percy then jumped onto the back of one middle Ares kid and grabbed his sword with his left. He then extended his both sword and put the blade underneath the neck of the other Ares kids that ever just getting up. I win. The kids all sighed and Percy grinned. He got of the kid he was sitting on and gave him back his sword. Clarice then approached Percy with a snarl on her face, but it was good snarl, like, well, I can't think of any, but believe me, it was a good snarl. Not bad for a son of Poseidon, Clarice said, crossing her arms, but those were the worst fighters we had, so don't think you have won yet. Hey, the campers, Percy just beat called out as the children of Ares then got into an argument amongst themselves. Percy smiled at this and looked over to the blue boxes that appeared. Due to constant use, you leveled up a skill. Sword Mastery, LV10, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 50% more damage when using swords. Ping. Due to constant moment and working out, you have gained VIT. Percy smiled and put the box away. Right now, it was early in the morning, somewhere around 7, if Percy was to guess, not to really get a watch. Percy had started training with the Ares campers today in the arena, and needless to say, Percy was very grateful for the skill levels he got. So far, he got only a level up in sword skill, but soon in the future it might be more. So Percy, you ready for one more round? Clarice asked as she readied her spear with a feral grin. Percy was about to say yes when he was cut off by another voice. What about letting me have a round? Percy turned, and there walking to them was a blonde camper with a scar under his right eye near his chin. He had a grin on his face and a cool spring in his step. He wore the orange camp shirt with shorts, and on his hip was a sword. Hey Luke, Clarice said, addressing the new camper, what are you doing here? "What, can a guy go out to train once in a while?" Luke said to the girl and flashed a smile. He then turned to Percy with a hand offered in friendship. "Name's Luke, Luke Castellan, son of Hermes." Percy smiled. Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon." "Yeah, I know. But after that show you put on 2 days ago, I'm sure everyone knows." Luke's smile then turned vicious. "So how about a little battle between us?" Percy smiled back. "You're on." Percy and Luke then moved away from each other, as the rest of the campers moved away, giving them a big area to fight. Percy held up Riptide tight, and Luke copied his move, all his chill attitude gone. Then suddenly both swordsmen moved, at first surprised registered in both faces that the other moved at the exact time they did, but it was quickly forgotten. Luke swung overhead, which Percy ducked. Percy moved forward and swung upward, which Luke jumped over. Percy then threw a kick at Luke, only for the boy to block it with his left while kicking at Percy, which the son of the sea god dogged by moving his head. The two then jumped back and held their swords up ready to charge. Percy moved and swung first, this time aiming at Luke's head. The son of Hermes ducked and kicked Percy, pushing him backwards. Percy recovered quickly and rolled back just as Luke's blade struck the ground where Percy was a few seconds ago. Percy then quickly swung his sword down, fixing Luke's on the ground. He then drew back a fist and punched Luke right in the face. Luke went back and wiped his face with a smile. They looked at each other, and then suddenly they moved again. Their swords now properly crashed, and the ringing of their swords' respective metals could be heard with each respective crash. Percy and Luke then began a dance of grace and deadly accuracy. Percy struck Luke across the shoulder, drawing blood, while Luke cut Percy in his cheek. Again and again, their swords rung out in the area, and again Luke and Percy hurt themselves. Percy then swung his blade a little too widely and overstepped his swing. Seeing this, Luke quickly disarmed Percy and put his blade under Percy's neck. "I win." Percy looked at Luke's blade and smiled. "Not quite." Percy then grabbed the blade with one hand and quickly jerked it to one side, snapping the blade in half. Luke's eyes widened and then he smirked. "So your blade managed to crack mine, huh? No matter, you still don't have a blade to use." Percy then took out Riptide, now in its pen form and back in his pocket due to the charm it had, and popped the cap off, causing it to transform into a sword. "Guess again." Luke then laughed and lowered his sword. "Haha, fine. Draw." Percy smiled. "Draw." Percy put away his sword and Luke picked up the pieces of his sword. Percy then looked at Luke and observed him. "Luke Castellan, Rebel. LV. HP. MP. Race Demigod. SDR 34. VIT 48. Dex 56. Int 12. Wise 35. Luke 21. Luke Castellan in the son of Hermes. At a young age he saw his mother lose her mind, and when father was not there to help her, his hatred for the gods began. Luke loves all of his family, even the extended members, and is a person who would help them in an instant. Luke hates the Olympian for abandoning their children and wants to wage war on them all. Luke thinks Percy is vulnerable and can use a friend to talk to. Percy looked at those stats and the info in curiosity. He was a master swordsman, that's for sure. The only reason Percy even managed to draw was because of Riptide's charm and the fact that Luke's sword broke, otherwise he would have lost. Capitulo 48. Percy looked at those stats and the info in curiosity. He was a master swordsman, that's for sure. The only reason Percy even managed to draw was because of Riptide's charm and the fact that Luke's sword broke, otherwise he would have lost. While his info was informative about his past, it was the present Percy worried about. He hated the gods but loved the campers like family. He wanted to wage war against the gods themselves, but because they neglected their children. Percy was all for fighting the power, but that was a little extreme. Percy then closed the box and turned to Luke. "You are an amazing sword fighter, Luke." The boy smiled. "You're not too bad yourself, Percy. A little more practice and you will be amazing at it, I promise. Now what's on your agenda next, Percy?" I don't have one. I basically have free run of the camp for now, but I was planning on visiting the forge after breakfast. I need to pick up a few things." Luke smiled. "All right then, I'll see you around, Perk." I'm the head of the Hermes cabin, so if you are ever interested in learning a few things about stealing or whatnot, drop by. Percy nodded. Thanks, Luke, I will. After a wave goodbye, Luke walked away, leaving Percy with the children of Ares. Percy then spent the next hour or so practicing his sword play. The battle with Luke was intense and showed he needed a lot to learn. At the end of the workout, this came. Ping! Due to constant moment and precise attacks, you have gained +1 Vit and Dex. Percy wiped the sweat off his brow and waved goodbye to the Ares campers, and they separated in the mess hall. Percy quickly got a huge plate of food, slipped some into the fire for his dad, and ate the rest. After his big breakfast, Percy decided to go to the climbing wall for a run-up. On the way there, Percy came across a large group of people with Luke at the head. Going up to him, Percy called out, "Luke." The blonde-haired man turned and smiled at Percy. "Oh, hey, Percy. Where are you going?" "Climbing wall, Luke. Where are you guys going?" "Same. Oh, this is the Hermes cabin, Percy. Guys, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon." Percy scanned the people there. Some of them had the title of son of Hermes above their head, the others didn't. "Wait, you all are the children of Hermes." Luke smiled and shook his head. "No, only some of them. Most are unclaimed and don't know who their godly parent is." Percy nodded, and quickly he joined the group as they made way to the climbing wall. On the way there, Percy made friends with most of the Hermes cabin. He quickly became acquainted with the Stoll brothers, Travis and Connor, both sons of Hermes. It seemed that the ones that didn't know who their parents were had it the worst, but they had the friends in the cabin they could turn to. But this began to eat away at Percy. They didn't know who their godly parents were, but his info box did. So he knew exactly whose kid they were. So, should he tell them? Ping! Oh, for the love of the gods. Quest alert. Tell the unclaimed campers who their parents are. If you do, the campers will be loyal to you. Gods will wonder where you learnt all of this. If you don't, guilt. Some of the unclaimed kids might do something horrible, and you will be blamed. Yes, no. Percy looked at the quest and sighed. This time there was no failure option, there was just a choice to be made. Percy pressed yes and closed the box. Decisions, decisions. When the group reached the climbing wall, the Stoll brothers challenged Percy to a race to the top. Ping! Quest alert. Race to the top. Reward. 200 exp. Failure. The Stoll brothers will make fun of you for a week. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and quickly equipped his climbing gloves for yesterday. The three got into positions and then moved at the same time. Percy managed to get the head start with his gloves and quickly moved up faster and faster until they reached the halfway point. After a rest, they moved again, but this time the Stoll brothers had a trick up their sleeves. Tacking a rope with a claw on one end, they threw it at Percy's leg, catching it. Hey, what the Percy called out, but then was pulled down by the combined strength of both brothers. While the gloves will prevent a user to not fall due to a weak grip, Percy was pulled down, hence why Percy fell. But as Percy fell down, he caught on a hand hold a few feet before hitting the ground. Percy looked up at the Stoll brothers and he growled. He then charged upwards with his full speed. But by the time he reached the halfway point and started on the second half, the two sons of Hermes almost at the top. So Percy used his trump card, water control. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a water bottle and opened the cap with his teeth. He then sent the water upwards in two tentacle-like streams, which caught Travis and Connor around the waist and flung them off the wall. Percy watched as the wind spirits caught the two sons of Hermes, and Percy quickly climbed the wall without a worry. After Percy got back down, he was surrounded by the rest of Hermes' cabin, who congratulated him on his quick thinking. Just then. Capitulo 49. Ping. Quest completed. Race to the top. Reward. 200 exp. Ping. Due to strenuous activity, you have gained +1 Vit. Luke approached him and gave him his trademark smile. Good job, Percy. I have never seen a son of Poseidon's powers used, so that was an amazing sight. Percy smiled. Thanks, I was just lucky as all. I'll say I didn't even see you pull out your water bottle, Travis said with a grin. Yeah, it like came out of thin air. Connor shouted out in surprise. You have got to tell me how you did that. Percy grinned. Magic. The rest of Hermes' cabin grounded at the lame joke, but Percy noticed Luke looking at him with a calculating look. The moment Luke noticed Percy was looking at him, the frown turned to a smile. After spending a little more time with the rest of Hermes' cabin, Percy left and quickly reached the forge for his shield. He entered the bricked building and saw the sparks fly all around him. Hephaestus' cabin, it seemed, did not take a day off or anything. Percy turned and saw Nina in one corner of the building waving at him. Come here. Percy nodded and quickly walked up to Nina. Her workbench was filled with diagrams of projects she was working on, and various pieces of metal just littered around the table. So, are they ready? Nina nodded. Yup, just finished them as a matter of fact. She then propped up his shield and Percy inspected it and saw it was perfect. He used his observe. Bronze shield. This shield is made out of bronze material and is sharp around the edges. Warriors use it to bash their opponents' heads in and use the edge to cut deep. Weight 35 kg, durability 1212. Percy was impressed. He lifted it up and felt it was lighter. Before it weighed 40 kg and its durability was 1010. Percy looked at Nina. It's lighter and more durable. The daughter of Hephaestus nodded. Yup, I managed to reduce the weight and make it light by melting it and reforging it completely. It's basic smithing 101. Percy looked at that in surprise. Wow, I'm impressed. And did you get the weighted bands done? Nina nodded and quickly searched around the table. She then pulled up 4 black wristbands with the omega symbol on it. These are charmed to weigh exactly the same. All you have to do to change their weight is press the omega on one of them and verbally tell the weight you want them to be, and poof, instant weight. Percy looked at the band in wonder as he used observes. Weighted wristbands X4. They can change their weight to any amount the user desires when the omega symbol is pressed. At present weight is 1g. This was amazing, far better than what he wanted. Nina went above and beyond it semmed. Note to self: always ask Nina for information on armor and weapons. Percy quickly took out the 25D needed for the assignment and added a tip of extra 5D. He added the coins to Nina, who counted the coins. Wait, Percy, you gave me an extra 5 drachma, Nina said, turning to Percy, who was already putting on a wristband on each arm. Ah yeah, these weighted wristbands are far more than what I expected, so consider it a tip. He then put the other 2 on his feet. Wait, shouldn't the ones that go on my feet be called ankle brands? Nina shrugged. It's just a name. Anyway, thanks, Percy. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Percy nodded. Thanks, Nina, you're brilliant. Percy then turned and quickly left the forge with his shield in tow, leaving behind a blushing Nina. Outside, Percy made sure he was alone and then threw his shield in his inventory. He was attached to that shield. It was his first after all. Percy then looked at his new wristbands and pressed the omega symbol of his right band. 20 pounds. Suddenly, the bands started to pull down to the earth, and Percy felt his arms were being pulled down. Percy slowly, however, straightened up and began to slowly walk. He was going to he needed to do this. Percy then began walking around camp, and he started to use his ID create skill and ID escape skill as he went along camp. That way, he would be improving his SDR stats and improve his ID skill level. TT would seem strange if Percy just kept disappearing and reappearing in different place due to the ID skill, but Percy would make sure he only used his skill when people weren't looking. During the evening, Percy finally got a hand of the 20 pounds on his limbs and could now walk normally. He also got this. Ping. Due to constant use, 2 skills have leveled up 4 times. ID create, LV9 40%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon zombies. ID escape, LV9 40%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. And he finally got some extra stats in his SDR. SDR 12. His strength raise up by 5 points in one day. Sure, it took the whole day, but it was worth it. Percy then walked up to the Athena cabin and entered. Inside was chaos, like usual, but Percy managed to find Malcolm in the chaos. Hey Malcolm, why is everyone in a state of panic? Malcolm looked at Percy and looked shocked. Percy, where the hell have you been all day? Percy motioned to his wristbands. I got these new weighted bands I wanted to try out. Why, what going on? Everyone was worried about you. Malcolm cried out. You weren't there during lunch. We thought something had happened to you. Why would anything happen to me? Well, because, you know. What? Well, because you are a son of Poseidon. Zeus and Hades are going to be pissed, and they would probably try to attack you, the camp, though something had happened. And adding to the fact, people kept saying the saw you disappeared and reappear all over the place. Percy cursed. Shit, looks like I have to be a little more careful when training my ID skills. I'm fine, Malcolm. I'm ready for my study session today, though. The son of Athena sighed and quickly brought out several books. Here, read these for today. I swear, Percy, you go through books faster than some of the people here. Percy smiled. What's the famous saying, know your enemy? Percy then turned to the book he got, Secrets of the Underworld. He wasn't an idiot. He was going to the underworld, and he knew how dangerous such a place can be, hence why every time he was here he always read up on something related to Hades and the underworld in order to know more about who he was going to face off. Capitulo 50. After that, Percy got 2 boxes. Due to constant reading, you got +1 int. A skill has leveled up. Language, Modern English, LV 20%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia. But with hard work, you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus. +35% reading speed. Percy closed the boxes and quickly left the cabin with the rest of the children of Athena to the mess hall. There they once again split apart. Percy went to sit alone while the rest of the cabin tables were all full. After finishing his food, Percy quickly grabbed a bottle of water and a torchlight. He slipped out of the mess hall and went to the forest. Percy went deep into the place. He then quickly reached a small clearing in the trees, and he stopped there. Percy then took out the water from the bottle and spread it thinly in front of him, causing a mist to form. Percy then shined a torch through the artificially created mist, and a rainbow was formed. Percy took out a drachma and tossed it into the rainbow and spoke, "O Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept my offering." The words Percy learned from Annabeth the other day, "Show me the fates." Suddenly, the rainbow started to discolor and move about in a funny way. This wasn't what Annabeth said would happen. Did I do something wrong? Then the message stabilized and an image appeared. It was of the 3 fates themselves, and the spoke as one. "Percy Jackson, we were expecting you to call us." Percy grinned. "Then there are some things you 3 don't know." "We never said there wasn't," the 3 spoke up. "I didn't really think it would work, Iris messaging you, I mean, but I really needed your help." "You are right, normally it would be impossible to call us like this, but we made an exception for you. Now what is it you need?" Percy then gathered his thoughts and spoke, "I was just wondering, is it all right to tell people about my powers? The gaming ones, I mean, not the Poseidon, that everyone already knows. Although now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have." "Enough," the Fates said, stopping him. "You blabber when you are nervous." Percy scratched his head. "Yeah, but anyway, can I?" "That is up to you. You may do whatever you wish with your powers. Tell anyone, even show them, but you must never reveal that it was us that gave them to you." Percy nodded. "So can I use my powers to find out who the unclaimed campers were, and then tell them that?" The 3 fates looked at each other, and then one of them handed a bag of drachma to the one on the left. What was that?" Percy asked. The one that got the money spoke up. "I bet that you would use your power to help the unclaimed. Atropos bet that you will use them to train other campers." "Wait, I can do that?" Percy asked, bewildered. "That's for you to find out," the 3 said together again. "Goodbye, Percy Jackson." And with that, the Iris message disappears, leaving Percy alone in the forest with a flashlight and a water bottle. Percy threw them into his inventory and walked back to camp. He quickly made way to the campfire in the center of all the camps and sat down next to Luke and the Hermes camp. Percy then began to talk to them, all the while looking at each unclaimed stats. Percy then met a guy named Mark Copper, and according to his bio, he was the son of Triton. Percy read that and then realized who he was immediately. His gamer's mind helped him freak out when he figured out who Mark was. Mark was the son of Triton, who is the son of Poseidon, and yes, that does mean Percy is technically his uncle. This is incredibly weird for Percy because Mark was a teen that stood at 5'6" and has a runner's build. He had blue eyes and very frizzy hair. The moment Luke introduced Percy to him, Percy spoke up, "Wait, are you as son of Poseidon?" Mark looked at Percy and then blinked. "AHNO. I'm sure I would know if I was the son of Poseidon." "You sure, cause you feel all sea-like and well. You sure?" "Percy, what do you mean he feels sea-like?" Luke asked, intrigued by this. "Well, you know, sea-like," Percy said, holding his arms out. "Don't you feel the different demigods here?" "Wait, you can feel the demigods?" one of the unclaimed asked, "like you can feel their aura?" Percy nodded and then, ping! "Due to you lying through your ass, you have leveled up your lying skills. Lying LV6, 60%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 30% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting LV3, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner." There we go. Percy wiped the screen away and looked to see most of the campers looking at him. "Can't you guys tell the difference between a child of Ares and a child of Athena by looking at them?" "No, Percy, there isn't any way to know who is whose kid unless the child is claimed or they have a skill that makes it obvious, like your water powers," Annabeth explained, while Luke and most of the campers nodded. Capitulo 51. "Okay, I'll prove it." Percy then turned to Mark. "You, Mark, must be related to the child of the sea." Percy then took out Riptide and handed it hilt first to Mark. "How does it feel?" "Ah, balanced, I guess," Mark said as he twirled Riptide. "There we go. Riptide is incredibly balanced, but to use its true potential one must be the child of the sea," Percy said as a matter of factly. "You sure you're not the son of Athena?" Luke asked, causing most of camp to chuckle. Yeah, Percy said as he waved the laughter off. Mark gave Percy back the sword and spoke. "This is all well and good, Percy, but do you have any other proof? As far as I know, I have never been able to control water like you could this morning." Percy scratched his head. "Maybe your godly parent is a minor sea god giving you less control over water. If only there was." "Oh." Percy then got up and grabbed the water bottle off of one of the Apollo kids. "Hey. I'll give it back, I promise," Percy said as he took out Riptide, and before Mark could react, Percy formed a small cut on the palm of Mark's hand. "Ouch, Percy, what the hell?" "Oh, shut up, you big crybaby," Percy said as he uncapped the water bottle and poured some water over the cut. The entire camp then watched in surprise as the water slowly healed Mark's hand. "As I thought. You may not have control over water, but you do get stronger with water. It doesn't matter who your godly parent is, as long as you're a child of the sea, you are stronger with water." Mark began to open his mouth, but just then a bright green trident with a seashell behind it appeared over his head. Chiron quickly walked over and his face turned into one of shock. "That is the symbol of Triton, the son of Poseidon." Mark and Percy then looked at each other and the enter camp became dead quiet. Mark then spoke up. "Wait, does that mean you're my uncle?" The silence broke as the camp laughed and Percy chuckled. Eventually they all quieted down and Shin spoke up. "Exactly what happened here?" "Well, Chiron, it seems Percy might be something of a censor," Luke explained. "He said he could tell a demigod's parentage just by feeling them." Luke then turned to Percy, impressed. "Is this true, Percy?" Chiron asked, surprised. "Ah, I guess," Percy replied, and immediately most of the unclaimed asked for him help finding out who their parents were. Percy spent the rest of the night sorting out the unclaimed. Some were happy, others were not. And all the while it was difficult trying to maintain the cover of, "I can feel it." Seriously, there was this guy Ethan Nakamura, who was the son of Nemesis, who is the goddess of balance and revenge. How the fuck do you try and say, "I feel revenge and balance coming from you"? The fuck, man. He also got an extra level in lying. Lying, LV7, 10%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 35% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV4, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Either way, that night was one to remember, something no one will forget anytime soon. Percy had changed the entire dynamics of the camp in one night. Now all the unclaimed knew whose child they were. None of them got their parents' symbol to come on top of their heads, but that didn't matter for most. Quest completed. Tell the unclaimed campers who their parents are. If you do, the campers will be loyal to you. Gods will wonder where you learnt all of this. That night after 10, Percy snuck out of his cabin. Ping! Due to you sneaking around, a skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV6, 5%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 35% chance of not getting caught. 35% chance of critical strike. Gods, that gets annoying. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Percy walked to the forest and came to the stream again. He then put his hand up and called out, ID create, zombies. The dark blue sky turned red, strange, but Percy ignored that and looked ahead. Percy opened his status page and equated the title, Zombie Killer, which gave him 30% more attack and defense and +5 to all stats when fighting the undead. After that, he pulled out Riptide and his shield. He equated his plate armor and his gauntlet, and then quickly changed the campsite. Soon, he came upon a Greek zombie alone near the forge. Percy grinned and rushed the zombie, and before the thing could turn back, Percy cut of its head. Critical strike. Attack 325. 300% times more equals 975 attack. Ping. Skill leveled up. Critical strike, LV 40%. A precise strike that can cause 350% damage to the target. Chance of success, Luke plus Dex. Percy closed the boxes and quickly moved on. He then came across a large horde of zombies near the camp center, and they charged after him. Percy grinned and quickly summoned Zed and Alecto from his gauntlet. Are we in Camp Half-Blood? Alecot asked, looking around. At the memories. I once killed a demigod over that hill. Sigh, those were the days. Why is the sky red, Master? Zed asked. Are we in another world? No, it's just one of my new abilities, Percy stated. He pulled out the sword of Kefka out of his inventory, which still was chipped of near the edges due to Percy attacking it when the Minotaur stole it. Zed grabbed the blade and nodded to Percy. Alecto, take to the sky and kill the zombies in the end of the horde. Zed, smash through them, Percy ordered, and the two obeyed. Alecto flew high up and Percy saw her swooping down, grabbing an undead by their head, tacking them high up and dropping them down. Capitulo 52. Percy smiled at this and followed after Zed, who was already tearing apart the ranks of the Greek zombies. Quickly, the zombies were thinned out into nothing as Percy and Zed stowed over a ton of loot that Percy then quickly collected. Just then, a roar broke out, and their attention was then drawn to a legion zombie which had just formed. Alecto, aim for the eyes, Zed, aim for the knees, bring him towards the stream that cuts the camp into two. The two loyal servants nodded and began their attack. Percy quickly turned and ran away to the water. He jumped in and ignored the Ushal plus 1000 HP MP message. Percy then waited patiently for the Legion zombie to be brought to him. Zed attacked the legs as instructed and broke its kneecaps with one swing of the sword of Kefka. Zed blinked, not realizing his own strength, as the Legion zombie fell down and began crawling away in fear. You idiot, Alecto shouted at him. You were supposed to draw him to the stream, not break his legs. Percy looked at this and sighed. He then looked at the Legion zombie and there where he was standing. It was about 100 meters or so, give or take. If he could attack it with water from the stream, it would be effective. Percy then activated his water control and then formed a giant spear out of the water in the stream. He then tossed the water spear and watched as it flew through the air and into the Legion zombie's head. Ping! Due to constant use, a skill had leveled up. Water controlling LV11, 12%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 10 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes, damage cost 80 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability, cost 95 MP. Special control blood, control cost 46 MP per minute. Percy waited for another ping to tell him the formation of the water spear attack, but it never came. Maybe it wasn't unique enough. Percy shrugged and quickly walked out of the stream and towards the now disappearing body. Percy then looked at what was left behind. He got 2 more health potions as loot and $1,000. He also got something new. It was white and looked like a knuckle buster, but the end of it was shaped like a shovel. Shovel buster. A knuckle buster made out of white metal. Its end is shaped like a shovel to pierce enemies with and to dig up dirt, whichever thing you want. Attack 50+, level of hand-to-hand combat SDR, %. X 50+, LV1 plus 6, % equals 50 plus 3, 5 equals 53.5 attack. Seeing potential in it, Percy put them away for later and looked around. Alecot and Zed had already gathered all the loot from the Greek zombies, which totaled up to $500. Percy put that also away and realized he wasn't tired at all. Heck, this was barely a workout for him now. So he kept on it. He walked around camp and enjoyed the peace and quiet of empty alternate dimension. When he came to the mess hall, there was another horde of Greek zombies. Percy wet his lips and charged ahead, Zed and Alecto just behind him. After 20 minutes, Percy found himself facing another Legion zombie. Zed, Alecto, don't interfere, move only if it seems like I might be in danger. This is because you interfered last time and didn't obey orders. Alecto screeched and hit Zed up the head. Percy ignored them and charged the Legion zombie with only his sword and shield. Was that a bad idea? Yes. Did he care? No. The Legion zombie saw Percy coming and tried to kick him away like a football, but Percy was faster. He spun the side, and as the foot was flying past him, Percy logged Riptide into the foot, cutting horizontally across the limb. The Legion zombie roared in pain, holding its foot, but Percy was still moving. Percy got an idea inspired by his recent hobby of climbing the climbing wall. He jumped up and shoved Riptide into the zombie's right kneecap, and then took out another sword made of imperial gold from his inventory. He then used them to climb up the zombie's thighs, shoving each blade into the monster and pulling himself up. Legion zombie HP 13,901-5200. The Legion zombie roared in pain and tried to swat Percy away, who was now on the monster abdomen. Percy quickly jumped up and sideways off the zombie. As he began to fall down, he then pierced the monster with Riptide, slowing his descent downwards, cutting a long gash along the zombie's abs. Legion zombie HP 11,951-5200. Percy then climbed onto the zombie's back and moved upwards. He then reached the Legion's shoulder and looked at it with eyes filled with bloodlust. Percy then readied his blade and charged Stardust Wave. Percy attacked the zombie's neck relentlessly. The Legion zombie roared and tried to push Percy off his shoulder, but when it brought its hand next to Percy, the Son of the Sea cut off its fingers with a swipe of Riptide. Percy continued his attack, as blood sprayed all over Percy and flew through the air like red glitter. Percy eventually reached the zombie's spinal cord. He took his hand back and trusted Riptide into it, cutting the nerves. Stardust Wave equals 36 strike x 18 vit, plus 15 dex, 663%. 663% of 325 equals 2,154.75 attack. Including the plus 50% bonus from Sword Mastery, equals 2,154.75 plus 1,078.875, equals 3,236.6 attack. Critical Strike equals 350% of 3,236.6, equals 11,328.1 attack. Percy then pulled Riptide and looked at the monster's health bar. Legion zombie HP 622-15200. Percy cursed there was some left, so the son of Poseidon grabbed the Legion's lips and pulled himself up to its eyes. He then plunged Riptide into the eye and pulled it out. Critical Strike 350% of 325 equals 1,137.5 attack. The Legion zombie then started to crumble, and Percy felt himself fall down as there was nothing holding him up. Suddenly something caught him by the armpits, pulling him away from the dying Legion. Percy looked at and saw Alecto there. "Hey, boss." Alecto flew Percy to the ground and Percy, and just then. Capitulo 53. Ping. You have gained a total of 14,370 exp. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 55550. Mana 425 425. The Gamer. Title Apprentice Zombie Killer. +5 to all stats when fighting the undead. Level 10 exp 40 571 3 5000. Race Demigod. SDR 7 +5 equals 12. Vit 10 +4 +5 equals 19. Dex 7 +4 +5 equals 16. Int 23 +5 equals 28. Wise 22 +5 equals 27. Luke 14 +5 equals 19. Points 25. Money 4,247, $/90D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy +4 VIT, +4 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy noted this and then quickly went to see what loot the Legion left behind. There was a pile of money, $1,000, a necklace, and what looked like a rolled-up piece of parchment. Necklace of the Damned. A necklace that gives its user +2,000 HP. But if the wearer takes it off, they get cursed with -5,000 HP for an equal amount of time they wore it. Scroll of Hidden Treasure. A scroll that leads to a dungeon, which is rumored to have hidden treasure in it. Percy opened the scroll first and saw a map of what looked like New York, and according to this map, there was a dungeon somewhere in Central Park. Maybe he should investigate this later. After putting that in, and careful putting the necklace away as well, if he wore that thing and removed it at any point it could kill him. Percy then looked at Zed and Alecto. You guys want to continue? Zed and Alecto nodded, and so they did. They then began to look around camp again for the next horde of zombies. But strangely, they didn't find any. Not even one normal zombie. Percy looked all over and eventually came to the center of the cabins in the camp in a last-ditch effort to find one zombie, since this was where they were usually there. Then suddenly, warning, high-level monster forming above. Percy looked up and saw a black ball floating above the hearth. It radiated danger as it slowly descended down and stopped 5 feet above the ground. Percy was scared. His area sense never mentioned whenever a Legion zombie was forming, so whatever that was coming was definitely bad news. Percy moved back, Zed and Alecto following his example. Percy then remembered something. It was something from the Legion zombies' bio. Some say that if one kills enough of these Legion zombies, there is an even higher level of enemies to face. Percy gulped and quickly took out Riptide and brought his shield up. Suddenly, the black orb started cracking as red light poured out of the sphere. The sphere then cracked open, and a figure stepped out. He had a sword as big as the blade of Kefka behind his back, and his armor was black, thick and sharp, with red lines running through it. Along his body chains flew around, and his helmet had only 2 openings for his eyes. Percy gulped a wad of saliva and used Observe. Knight of the Damned. LV 50. HP 30, 000/30, 000. MP 40/40. SDR 57. Vit 48. Dex 60. Int 18. Wise 18. Luke 2. A knight that protects his people, and in this case, his people are the undead. His skills with a blade are unmatched, and he is able to summon the spirits of the dead. He has honor and is prideful about his sword skills. Kill to get 20,000 exp. Percy looked at the monster and its stats and started to sweat. He was so fucked. The Knight of the Damned, or Craig as Percy took to calling him, charged at Percy and his party with one hand on the hiz of his blade. Percy jumped back, and Zed charged Craig, slashing him with his equally gigantic blade. Craig jumped back like Percy, and Zed embedded his blade deep into the ground. Craig then drew his blade, which was as black as his armor with red line running along its length. He then swung the sword like a twig, and a huge gust of wind blew past, whipping Percy's hair back. All that force, and he was at least 30 feet away. Percy needed a plan, something clever, something smart. He turned to Zed. "Keep him busy, Zed?" The red-armored servant nodded and charged Craig. The two clashed swords and a huge shock's wave spread out, causing Alecto, who was flying, to be pushed back by the wind. Percy then reached into his inventory and took out a bow and a quiver that he got as loot. Alecto, catch. Percy threw it to the Fury, who caught them both and quickly put the quiver on. Shoot if you see the chance. Alecto nodded and flew as Percy now looked at Zed and Craig's fight. One thing was obvious. Zed was far stronger than the monster as Percy's servant was pushing back. Seeing it was not in his favor to continue, Craig gave one final shove and jumped away from Craig. Seeing her chance, Alecto fired several arrows at Craig, and it looked like they were going to hit the monster in the head. But in the last second, Craig brought his blade up, causing all the arrows to break upon contact. Craig then lowered his blade slowly and bent his legs and jumped towards Alecto. Craig brought his sword up for a downward strike, and just as he was above Alecto, fist, made out of water, collided with him, pushing Craig to the ground. Percy stood with several empty water bottles painting. He used most of the water he had in that attack. Alecto was too useful. Alecto now. Capitulo 54. The Fury nodded and shot several arrows at the downed form of Craig. The knight managed to block most of them, but two managed to hit him. One between the leg armor's joints and the other between his shoulder and his chest. Zed then charged at Craig with his sword held above his body and swung the blade down. Craig used both hands to block the strike with his blade, and with his good foot kicked Zed back. Craig then got up and opened his helmet. Inside, Percy saw nothing. There was nothing except darkness underneath that helmet of his. Suddenly, the darkness spread all around him and covered a 20-foot diameter. When the darkness retreated back, a swarm of Greek zombies stood there. "Zed, take care of the knight, I'll handle the zombies," Percy cried out as Zed then quickly fought the knight one-on-one. The Greek zombies tried to attack Zed, but Percy was faster. He put his shield inside his inventory and pulled out a second blade and then charged the horde. Each swing of his blades killed a zombie. Each strike ripped the zombies to shreds. The 30% more attack the apprentice zombie killer title gave him was very useful in that regard. Percy quickly got rid of them all and watched Zed fight Craig. The battle was getting faster and faster as Craig pushed Zed to his limits. On sword was strong, true, but Craig was skilled. Zed then pushed the knight away, causing him to land on his bad foot. Craig then fell down, and Zed swung down with all his strength. Craig's HP took a huge hit as the weight of the sword of Kefka came down on him along with Zed's added strength. Percy quickly observed Craig's life bar. HP 27,340, 530000. Percy looked at that, and then at Zed, who lifted the blade up and smashed it down again. HP 24,693,000. Zed then lifted his sword up again, and then swung down, but this time, a blast of shadows blew Zed back. As Zed landed a few feet away, Percy quickly ran up to his servant and observed Zed's HP. HP 500/1650. In one attack, that monster managed to reduce Zed's life by more than half. Percy then turned to the Knight of the Damned and saw that it had removed its helmet now. Percy needed to retreat right away, he thought. ID escape. Suddenly a box appeared. You cannot escape this area until you have defeated the boss. Percy cursed and looked at the knight. Damn you, Craig. Percy knew his best bet right now was keeping Zed alive long enough to kick Craig's ass. Alecto, keep him busy, Percy roared out, tossing aside Riptide, knowing full well it will return back to him in pen form, and took out his Staff of Healing. Staff of Healing, high level. Restores subject's health by a rate of 10% a minute. Cost 50 mana to use. Percy then pointed at Zed, healing him quickly, while Alecto shoot arrows, which Craig blocked with his sword. Then suddenly, the knight jumped up at Alecto, nearly cleaving the Fury in two. Luckily, the Fury was an expert at maneuvering at the last second and escaped while shooting an arrow into the thing Craig had for a face. Percy then saw the form of Craig stand up with an arrow sticking out of his head. Calmly, the Knight of the Damned pulled the arrow out of the mass of shadows and threw it away. 1 minute over. Zed's HP 665-1650. Percy gritted his teeth and looked up to see the knight look at him and Zed. He then charged at Percy. Shit! Percy then threw the staff towards Alecto, who caught it. Heal Zed, I'll hold him off. Percy saw Alecto's MP was 1430, more than enough to heal Zed. Percy took out Riptide and another random sword from his inventory and charged Craig, who had his blade up. They crashed, and Percy immediately felt his bone groan from the weight of the knight's strike. Quickly disengaging, Percy moved away from the knight, trying to escape from the monster, whose vit status were more than Percy's. Suddenly, Craig's blade turned into a blur, and Percy quickly brought both blade near to his chest and blocked the oncoming strike, which threw Percy through the air. Percy landed a full 10 feet away and quickly rolled to his feet. His hands were numb, and his face felt warm along the right side. Percy cursed as he looked at his HP bar. HP 255-50. That was too much life lost in one hit. Percy quickly pulled up his stats page and distributed his stat points. He put 10 in Vit, 10 in Dex, and the remaining 5 in Luck, because if was going to survive this guy, he would need speed, flexibility, and luck. SDR 7 plus 5 equals 12. Vit 20 plus 4 plus 5 equals 29. Dex 17 plus 4 plus 5 equals 26. Int 23 plus 5 equals 28. Wise 22 plus 5 equals 27. Luke 19 plus 5 equals 24. Percy then cursed as he quickly brought up his sword just in time to block the knight's swing. He then pushed himself underneath the legs of the knight and ran away from him. The stream that cut through the camp was about 20 feet ahead of him. All Percy had to do was reach the water. But just then, Craig landed in front of Percy, forming a crater where he landed. Percy cursed and immediately called out his special move, Stardust Wave. Percy's blades moved like water as he attacked the knight relentlessly. The knight brought his blade down only to have Percy sidestep it and swiped at the knight's abdomen, causing the knight to flinch. Percy then brought his knee up and smashed his face, or the black shadow thing, causing Craig to move back a few cms. Percy then swung his swords again, constantly chipping away at Craig's armor, and as Percy brought Riptide around for another cut, he was swatted away by Craig like a fly. Percy flew head over tails through the air and finally slid across the grass. Percy then looked up and felt some of his bone were broken and the armor around his chest was ripped to pieces. He looked at his HP bar. HP 55-50. Percy gritted his teeth and slowly got up. Riptide and whatever blade he was using was on either sides of the field, and the Knight of the Damned was calmly walking over to Percy. Percy then looked at the knight's health. HP 23,292-30000. H, his attack did nothing, absolutely nothing, just a 1,000 points of attack. He only had to die nearly 23 times to kill him now. Percy then looked back and saw the stream there. It seems Craig had thrown him exactly where he wanted to go. Capitulo 55. Percy took 3 quick steps backwards and then... Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy then smiled and then turned to Craig. Come one fat ass, he shouted, taunting him. Warning attack coming straight ahead. But Percy was ready. He took out Riptide, and just as Craig's attack was upon him, he pulled up his water shield. The sphere of water rose up around him and Craig's sword was trapped in it. Percy smiled. He had him now. Percy then lifted his hand. Water spikes. Craig was then skewered by water spike that rose from the stream and cried out in pain. Roar. Percy then lowered the water shield near Craig's midsection and trusted Riptide outwards into Craig. Percy then pulled out another sword and did the same. Percy then continued this action until he ran out of swords and Craig looked like a pincushion. HP 15,292-30000. Percy smiled and then waited for his mana to regenerate to use water spikes again. But just then Craig's body started to move. His fingers reached up to one of the sword inside him and he pulled it out. He then roared and an explosion of shadow opted out of him, completely obscuring Percy's sight from inside the water shield. Percy then waited and watched. Something was going to happen now, something bad. Warning, attack in front of you. Percy then watched as a fist collided with his water shield, cracking it. His eyes went wide. He honestly didn't know that could happen. Then another punch and the crack grew bigger. Another, and the shield was now beginning to look like it was about to shatter. Percy noticed this, and so he dropped the shield behind him and ran out before the shield broke. Outside on the other side of the stream, Percy saw that the shadows were all over his shield. As soon as his shield broke, Percy saw Craig walk out of the shadow, and the cloud that was there before absorbed into his armor. Percy cursed and quickly brought out Riptide, which had returned before Craig exploded into a mass of shadows. Percy brought the sword out and readied himself for Craig's knight, then launched himself at Percy. But before he could strike the son of Poseidon, he was hit in the side and flew away like a ball being hit by a baseball bat. Standing where Craig was moments ago was Zed. "You took your time," Percy said with a grin. "I was charging up, and Alecto needed help with something." Percy looked confused at that, only for Zed to point at the raising from of the knight. Percy readied Riptide and observed Craig. HP 11,603,0000. Percy smirked. Zed really was the reason he is going to win this battle. The knight then got up and charged at Percy and Zed, but then suddenly a large spear landed in front of Craig, which the knight dogged in the last moment. Percy turned and saw Alecto eyeing the statue of Zeus that was in front of the Zeus cabin. Percy watched wide-eyed as Alecto smiled at him. "The same magic I used on the statue back at the museum." Percy nodded and then readied his blade. He pointed it forward, charge. Zed and Percy engaged the knight on one-on-one combat. If nothing else, the knight was an expert swordsman as he blocked Percy's every strike while carefully avoiding Zed's wide swingings. Percy then saw Alecto's statue of Zeus grab its marble spear and attack Zed by leveling the tip of the spear on him. The knight cut the tip of the spear with his blade and saved himself from implement. Seeing his chance, Percy stepped into the knight's defenses and cut the monster's spine with Riptide. Critical hit, 300% time more attack equals 975 attack. The knight roared in pain and jumped back. He looked at Percy and raised his sword, but then Zed came in and punched Craig right in the chest, shoving the knight away. Knight's HP 9,234,30000. The statue of Zeus then started to pummel Craig before he could get up over and over again. Soon, a big cloud of smoke began to form over the body of the knight as the statue kept it on. Knight's HP 8,534,30000. Knight's HP 7,834,30000. Knight's HP 7,134/3000. Zed then jumped into the cloud and began his attack as well. Knight's HP 6,233,30000. But just then everything went silent as a blur of shadow moved around the statue. Wherever it moved, a piece of the statue was cut off. First its arms were gone, then its legs, then its body, and finally its head. Alecto screeched and flew up, but just then the shadow flew over her, and suddenly Alecto was split in two along the waist. Percy watched in horror as Alecto transformed into smoke and flew back into his gauntlet. He then turned to Zed and watched the shadow land in front of the servant. The shadows cleared away, showing Craig. The knight then drew his sword up and gave a wide swing. Warning, a wave of deadly energy approaching. "Zed, get down!" Percy cried out, but before Zed could move, a wave of darkness cut him in half, turning him back into smoke. Percy ducked under the wave of energy, and when he got back up, he saw the Knight of the Damned walking towards him slowly. They were gone. Zed had been cut down, Alecto had been destroyed, and now death was coming for Percy. Percy watched as the knight now stood over him. Feeling the will to live flow out of him, Percy got down to his knees and lowered his head. He felt shame, he didn't save his mother yet, he let her down. He felt regret, he never accomplished anything in his life so far. He felt sorrow, he never lived. Percy then looked up and saw the knight lift his blade up high up. He saw the moon behind the knight shine brightly over the red sky. Time then seemed to slow down as Percy began to think. The moon was always such a beautiful thing, Percy loved it, Must be something to do with the moon affecting the ocean. Percy felt sad. He wouldn't see the moon again ever. Percy then closed his eyes and darkness took him. Capítulo 56. Am I really going to give up? Percy asked himself. Just let him kill me, just like that? Do I want to die? No, I want to live. I want to live so that I can see the moon again one last time. Just one last time. Percy then opened his eyes and saw the knight's blade come down slowly. Percy moved, pushing himself upwards closer to the blade. I want to live. He then drew back his right hand and lifted his left. I want to see the moon one more time. His gauntlet hit the knight's blade and sparks flew as Percy held it up. And I want to save my mom. Percy felt something in himself stir, as energy flew into him from the very earth itself. And I will stop at nothing to do so. Percy then gathered all the energy he felt into his right fist and launched it into the knight's stomach. And you won't stop me. The second the fist collided with knight's armor, a sound broke out. Crack. It was the sound of Percy's bone breaking mixed with the sound of knight's armor breaking. Suddenly, the monster was thrown backwards and flew across the field into Ares' cabin. He flew through the walls of Ares' cabin and into a tree. Percy stood panting as his right arm went limp and fell to his side. Percy looked at his fist. Where did that come from? Ping! Due to extreme willpower, you have unlocked a new demigod skill. Earthquake Control, LV1 30%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 500. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1. Percy dismissed the box and slowly he realized what happened. That energy he felt come from the earth, it was the power from earthquakes. He must have unknowingly infused that power in his fist, and when he punched the knight with it, caused an earthquake inside the knight's body. Percy looked at the knight's HP. HP 5, 733/30, 000. And then his HP and MP. HP 50/550. MP 225/425. Percy frowned. He then equipped his title Deadman. Deadman gives the user a boost of plus 40 in all stats if their HP is less than 20%. Which made his stats this. SDR 7 plus 40 equals 47. VIT 20 plus 4 plus 40 equals 64. Dex 17 plus 4 plus 40 equals 63. Int 23 plus 40 equals 63. Wise 22 plus 40 equals 62. Luke 19 plus 40 equals 59. Percy then looked at Knight, who just managed to get up, but was still holding his chest, which was now completely shattered. Percy smiled at this. He then pulled up the Knight's status. Knight of the Damned. LV 50. HP 5, 733/30, 000. MP 40/40. SDR 57. VIT 48. Dex 60. Int 18. Wise 18. Luke 2. Thanks to the Deadman title, he was now faster than the knight. Percy pulled out Riptide and charged the monster. The pains slowly started to fade to the back of his mind, as the only thing right now that mattered was the battle. He struck the knight on his collarbone, first before the knight could even move to block him. This boost of speed was incredible. Percy promised himself that one day he would obtain this level of speed on his own. The two then began their battle once again, this time on equal footing. Percy swung at the monster's side but was blocked at the last second. He then jumped over the knight and kicked the monster onto the ground. Percy then pulled out Necklace of the Damned out of his inventory. Necklace of the Damned. A necklace that gives its user plus 2,000 HP. But if the wearer takes it off, they get cursed with minus 5,000 HP for an equal amount of time they wore it. Just as the knight was getting up again, Percy used his back as a ramp and climbed up and dropped the necklace around the thing's neck. But since it didn't have an actual head, the necklace fell in, and Percy heard it ring as it hit the knight's stomach. Percy looked at the knight's HP. HP 7,733,330,000. Now, I know what you're wondering. Why did you give him something that would increase his HP, Percy? As the smart ones among you would have probably guessed by now why I did it. The knight reached into himself and tried to pull the necklace out, fearing it was a bomb or something. Seeing his chance, Percy moved. He saw one of his swords, from when he skewered knight with before, lying in front of him. He grabbed it and shouted, "Starburst wave." The blades moved like water through a stream. Percy struck the knight's back with multiple quick and deadly strikes. Eventually, the knight managed to turn around and block one of Percy's strikes, only for Percy to immediately spin around his defense and use both swords to cut one of the knight's arms off. Percy then pushed himself forward as he brought Riptide up for one last strike. Percy then dashed forward and tore through the knight's already damaged chest piece. Percy then turned around as his mind calculated all the damage he did. Starburst wave. 12 strikes x 64 vit equals 768, plus 63 dex equals 831. 830, 1% of 325, equals 2700 attack. Including the 50% bonus from Sword Mastery equals 2700 plus 1350 equals 4050 attack. Knight's HP, 36833000. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV11, 4%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 55% more damage when using swords. Sword Combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by one or two swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Capitulo 57. Attack number of strikes x vit, more damage plus dex %. Cost cooldown period, plus 4 seconds for every strike. That was everything Percy had left. His limbs were so tired Riptide fell out of his grip. He held his hands as the pain came back in full force. Percy then hobbled over to the form of the knight that was now on his knees. Its back was torn open by Percy, and its front was shattered. And on its side was a gash caused by Percy's last attack. Percy used his left hand to support himself and reached into the hollow insides of the knight. The shadows felt cool as Percy's hand traveled through its body. He felt his fingers tighten around the necklace of the damned and pulled it out. Ping! The curse of the necklace has activated. The knight loses 5000 HP. Percy watched the knight's health bar as it slowly fell all the way down to 0. Knight's HP, 030000. The knight looked at Percy, or at least the shadows did, and it looked like it nodded as its body slowly started to disappear. The knight dropped 5 items, but Percy was too tired to find out what they were. He threw them into his inventory and then moved around the battlefield. Percy grabbed each and every sword he used, which was now littered all over the place. He then walked over to the Poseidon camp, and once he was there called out, "ID escape." The red sky shattered as the normal-looking sky took over. Percy then looked up at the moon and smiled. He did it. He won his greatest challenge yet. Percy then walked into his cabin and unequipped his armor. As he reached for his gauntlet, Percy got an idea. Gauntlet of Kefka. The Gauntlet of Kefka, Zed's uncle, was stole by Zed and was used for his own plans. The power of the gauntlet release on the int and the wise of the wearer. Its ability is to raise from the dead and store inside it warriors that user has slain and slain by the user's minions. Power level int wise. Of total power of the summoned servant, meaning a level 100 warrior will be a LV5 servant when the gauntlet's power level is LV5. 45. Number of servants usable by the user 4, +1 for every 10 inner wise. Percy then wasted no time as he focused on the gauntlet and was brought to the well of souls filled with all the souls he had slain. But there was only that Percy needed. He looked up at the form of the Knight of the Damned, whole and undamaged from all the battle scars Percy and his servants gave him. Percy then grabbed the knight and pulled him out. The gauntlet glowed and smoke came out, which then solidified into the knight. He bent to his knee. "You obey me now," Percy spoke, causing the knight to nod. Percy quickly dismissed him and he removed the gauntlet. He then went to his bed and fell into it. He was beyond exhausted and he felt himself go numb with pleasure for finally getting some rest. The next morning. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy closed the box and sat up on his bed. He stretched his arms and yawned. All his wounds had been fixed and his body felt great. Yesterday was a life or death situation, and Percy was lucky to be alive. Yesterday's experience taught him this. He needed to get much more stronger. Percy then opened his inventory and looked at the things that the knight had dropped for him. Money 5,000. Enchanted sapling. A sapling that can grow anywhere. It enriches the room it's in and gives berries that provide plus 200 MP. Skill book, shadow spying. Essence of shadow, crafting item. Sword skill book. Percy sighed. He wasn't ready to deal with all of these yet. He then shoved them back in and quickly got out of his bed, took a shower, and finished his morning business. He quickly changed his tiles from Deadman back to Son of Poseidon, then quickly left for the mess hall. As he passed by the statue of Zeus Electo, used yesterday, he noticed it was still intact, meaning the one they used was the one in another dimension. This proved his theory about being able to create an alternate dimension, which is a copy of this one but doesn't affect it. Percy ate his breakfast quickly and made way to the climbing wall. Once there, Percy spent the entire afternoon grinding his VIT skills. By the end, his VIT rose by 2 points, and due to the weights, he was wearing his SDR raised by 3. It was afternoon now, and Percy decided to finally do something about his low dex stat. So he made way to the arena to practice his archery. As he was going there, though, he noticed the Stoll brothers approaching him. "Hey Travis, hey Connor, what's up?" Percy asked, looking at the two sons of Hermes. "Hey Percy, could you just come with us for a second?" Connor asked with a smile. "Yeah, it won't be long, and it is important," Travis said with an equally charming smile. Percy laughed. "Okay, but I'm warning you two, you try and trick me into doing something stupid, and I'll shove Riptide down your throats." Connor laughed. "No, Percy, we would never do that." "Yeah, man, you are the son of Poseidon. We would never risk the wrath of you, Dad," Travis said with a grin. All right, what do you two want?" Percy asked with smiled as the two lead him near the forest. As they approached it, Percy spoke up again. "I just want to remind you I am armed and dangerous." The two brothers laughed, and 2-3 quickly walked into the forest and to a clearing. After making sure the coast was clear, Connor and Travis turned to Percy. Connor looked serious and then spoke. "What we are about to tell you is a Hermes cabin secret, okay?" Percy nodded at Connor's serious tone. "As you know, we demigods have issues when it comes to technology." "Yeah, every time we use the net we send out a monster signal," Travis said as he brother nodded his head sadly. "All that porn out there, and we can't see it." Percy's eyes widened. "Wait, are you serious?" "No net, at all, but I never had problems using it before." Capitulo 58. Travis and Connor shrugged. "Well, you didn't really know you were a demigod before, did you? You realizing what you are activated, you're sent to the monsters. So now if you try and use the net, yeah, you are basically inviting all the monsters to come at you. Same thing with phones." Travis then spoke up, "Which is why we made an alternate net just for the divines." "Wait, what?" Percy asked in shock. "Yup, it's called HNet," Connor said. "Our dad made it, him being the god of communication and all. He couldn't stand us not having any form of communication with the outside world, so he made it for us." "Wow," Percy said with a stunned look. "So how do you access it?" With this, Connor then took out a black metal cylinder. Connor then pressed on end and showed it operated like a clip. "This is a HNet interface, HNI. Clip this to the top of any piece of paper and an image will appear on the paper. It's basically a tab." Connor then gave the HNI to Percy, and Percy observed it. HNI. A device used by the children of Hermes and few other campers. It allows access to the HNet, which will give you access to the world without worry of monsters finding out. Ah, so it was basically what Connor said it was. Percy then looked up. "Thank you guys for this, but why? I mean, why give this to me?" Travis spoke up. "Well, you see, Percy, you helped out all the unclaimed yesterday. You gave them hope. Some of the got claimed after we went to the cabin, and your feeling about who their godly parents were proved true. You helped a lot of them, man, so we thought we should return the favor somehow." I don't know what to say, you guys." Percy stumbled and Connor stepped in. "Just don't go showing it off. Last thing we need is Chiron finding out about this. Some other campers have it also, but not all of them know the HNI even exists. Percy nodded, and then after taking for a few more minutes, the twins and Percy separated. Percy then pulled out his bow and quiver, the ones he gave to Alecto yesterday. He reached the arena and then went to the archery side of the place. Percy moved in front of one target and quickly notched an arrow. He took aim and fired an arrow. The arrow flew through the air and hit the target on the other side of the arena. Percy blinked in surprise and then tried again. This time the arrow hit the bullseye of the target next to his. Percy blinked at this again. What the actual fuck? I didn't think it was possible to be that bad at archery, called out a voice. Percy turned to see a boy with brown eyes and black hair approach him. He had a quiver at his back and a bow at his side. Who are you? Percy asked. My name is Michael Yu, and my gold parent is Apollo, Michael said with a smile as bright as the sun. But then again, considering who his dad is, that's no surprise. Percy Jackson, Percy said, stretching a hand out. Michael shook his hand and laughed. Of course you are. Everyone knows who you are. Only son of Poseidon and the hero of the unclaimed. Percy chuckled nervously. They don't actually call me that, do they? Michael smiled back. They do actually. Anyway, come out here for some archery practice. Yeah, but as you can see, I kind of, well, suck, Percy said as he motioned to his bow. Haha, underestimate of the year, man. I have seen 6-year-olds shoot better than you. Did those 6-year-olds have a sword hidden in their pockets, just waiting to be used on anyone that made fun of them? Point taken. Michael then took out an arrow and notched it. He got into position and held it there. Copy me. Percy did and then stood there as Michael then began to check Percy's stance. Wrong, arms to wide, legs to close, and you're holding the arrow the wrong way. Percy blushed and began correcting his moment. He got ready, he aimed and released the arrow. The arrow sailed through the air and by some miracle managed to hit the right target, though only in the extreme corner. Well, at least it is in the target, Michael said with a sigh. Ping. Due to archery practice, a new skill has been created. Archery, LV1 2%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy 1%. What? Percy read and reread the skill box. Why was his accuracy level so bloody low? He then clicked his accuracy and a window popped up. Accuracy. How accurate you are, duh. Due to you being a son of Poseidon, you are cursed by Apollo. Percy looked at this and his eyes widened. Hey Michael, has your dad ever cursed the children of Poseidon? Michael looked confused. Well, not that I can think of. The only story I have of Apollo and a son of Poseidon is the one about Orion and Artemis. Orion? I have heard about the constellation and all that, but was he really the son of Poseidon? Michael nodded. Yup. It is said he was such a great hunter that he won even Artemisia heart, and my dad didn't like that, so he tricked Artemis into shooting Orion, thereby killing him. Wow, Percy stated, your dad is kind of a dick. Michael snorted, yeah, but that's the only story of Apollo and a son of Poseidon that I know of. Percy nodded and looked back at his accuracy box, especially the words in brackets. Due to you being a son of Poseidon, you are cursed by Apollo. Did Apollo's grudge extended to every son of Poseidon? Did he curse us to suck at archery? And if so, how do I get rid of it? Percy sighed and closed the box. He was going to figure this out the only way he knew how, by charging through it. So over the next hour, Michael helped Percy with his archery. He showed him how to stand, how to pull the arrow back, and even how to not shoot the targets next to him. Eventually, after Percy got most of it, Michael left him alone and Percy began grinding through. Most of his arrows missed, while 1 or 2 hit the target. After collecting all the shoot arrow, Percy moved back to his shooting point and began again. After an hour, Percy's finger were sore, but he kept going. After he emptied his quiver for the 3rd time, it happened. Ping! Due to constant bow and arrowing, you have leveled up a skill. Archery, LV2, 2%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy 2%. Percy looked at this and his face became cold. All that and only a 2% increase in his archery? Fuck you, Apollo. If I ever see you, I will shove an arrow down your throat and a bow up your ass. You just made my shit list. Percy's shit list. Hades. Apollo. The Minotaur, oh yeah, he wasn't done with him. Mr. Kenny, 5th grade science teacher, don't ask. Percy then turned to the target and quickly drew an arrow from his quiver. He aimed for the center of the target, but before he shoot it, he stopped. If every shot I aim for has a 98% chance of missing, then why don't I just miss on purpose and see where that goes? Capitulo 59. With that logic in mind, Percy aimed for the target next to his and released the arrow. The arrow flew and it hit near the center of his target. Percy grinned at this and then suddenly, ping! Due to constant bow and arrowing, you have leveled up a skill. Archery LV3, 20%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy 3%. Percy then quickly started to shoot arrows faster and faster, and made sure to always not aim for the target, and this made sure his arrows did make the target. After 20 or so arrows, ping! Due to accurate shots, somewhat +1 to dex. Percy smiled and closed the box. This was what he needed right now. Percy then looked at his weighted wristbands and decided to increase their weight to 30 pounds. It was uncomfortable at first, and his aim went to shit, but Percy managed to get used to the weight quickly and began firing again. His archery leveled up again and again, but Percy ignored them all and focused only on the task in front of him. It quickly became night time, and Percy now stood with bloody fingers and an empty quiver. Half the arrows were on the ground while a third were on the target, but Percy were not looking at them. He didn't look at his failure, he was focusing on one single arrow that pierced the bullseye. Fuck yes, Percy cried out as he jumped in joy. Ping! Due to an accurate shot, you have gained +2 dex. Ping! Due to use of weights, your SDR has risen by +2. Ping! Due to constant bow and arrowing, you have leveled up a skill. Archery LV10, 40%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy 10%. Percy smiled at this and closed the box. He then quickly gathered all his arrows and ran to the mess hall where dinner was almost over. Percy then went back to his cabin as he was excited to try out the HNI. Percy took out a sheet of paper he found around the cabin and clipped the HNI on top of the paper. The cylinder then started to blink as the sound of a computer booting up could be heard coming from inside it. Percy put the paper on the desk and waited for the HNI to turn on. Then the paper went black and then a home screen came on. It looked like the home screen of any tab or phone with the time in one corner right next to date. There were 4 apps on the screen. One said search, no points to guess what that did. The other said online market, the third said iris messaging, oh you can do that in this, and the last said map. Percy clicked map, and it basically gave a Google Maps version of the world. Expect in this, it showed demigods reading as yellow and monsters as red. Obviously, there weren't any monsters on the map of camp, half-blood there plenty around big cities. Percy then closed that and opened Online Market, which opened up to a website which basically was Amazon or eBay. Percy saw several items for sale, weapons, armor, shields, books, and even enchanted items. Percy then realized what this was, a place where he'd dump all the times he didn't need. Percy then searched around and found the sell option. He then pulled out Fangs and Claws of a Fury. The fangs and claws of a fury, and very sought after in various circles. If you know where to search for it, you might be able to get a good prize for them. Value 200D. Percy then pressed sell and described what he wished to sell. Immediately a screen came up. Willing to buy for 200D. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and another screen came up. Please place items on the screen, and a portal will be open to take them away. Percy did so, and suddenly a bright light surrounded the paper, and the fangs and claws disappeared, and in their place was a bag filled with drachma. Percy put the coins in his inventory and found it was 200D exactly. Percy smiled and then looked through his inventory. He also had 8 ancient Greek pots in his inventory. After selling them, he got 16D. He then closed the HNI and put it away. He opened up the loot he got from killing Night. Money 5,000. Enchanted sapling. A sapling that can grow anywhere. It enriches the room it's in and gives berries that provide plus 200 MP. Skill book, Shadow Spying. Essence of Shadow, crafting item. Sword skill book. The money, he obviously put it in his inventory. He then took a closer look at the sapling. It had white leaves and looked like it was already blooming bright red flowers. Percy took the sapling and put it near the window sill so that it got plenty of sunlight in the morning. He then picked up the Essence of Shadow. Essences of Shadow, crafting item. Used to craft object, to embed the object with the nature of darkness itself. Percy shrugged and put it away for later. He didn't really need it, maybe he would sell it later. Then came the sword skill book. Last time he read one of these, it gave him his best move. He expects no less this time. Ping. You have obtained the sword skill book. Do you wish to learn? Yes, no. Capitulo 60. Percy pressed yes and... Ping. Skill leveled up. Sword Mastery LV12, 0%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 60% more damage when using swords. Sword Combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by one or two swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Attack number of strikes XVIT, more damage plus dex %. Cost cooldown period, plus 3 seconds for every strike. Ping. Please select 2 of these attacks. Water plus sword technique, Water's Kill. A technique that uses both water control and skill to perform. The user locks the target in place with their water control and then coats his blade with several water blades. When striking the opponent, the water blades rip into the enemy's body, ripping them to shreds. Attack level of water control plus level of sword mastery. Cost of water control. Angel Strike. A technique that uses multiple blades as a source of attack. The user attacks with one blade and then abandons it, grabs another blade and strikes the opponents again. This is done several times until the user runs out of blade. Attack X VidX dex % for each strike. Heavenly Ice Dragon. A technique used to manage a large group of enemies. The user coats their blade with water and attacks. There are 2 major attacks. Dragon's Fangs. If you draw blood from the emi, a small part of the water from your blade travels in their blood, and the user may choose when to freeze the water. Dragon's Wings. A wide wave of ice sent out of the blade. This can be used to take out a large group of people easily. Cost 120 MP per use of all the water coated on the blade. Need ice control. Heaven's Rain. A technique that causes it to rain no matter the weather. The user can then control the rain that follows and use the droplets as water swords. Cost MP. Percy read through all the techniques carefully. It seems this time he got to choose 2 techniques. He couldn't use Heavenly Ice Dragon since he didn't have ice control. Sure, he could try and make it up, but he really didn't want the technique right now. Maybe he would try and learn how to ice control later, but for now pass. Heaven's Rain is definitely in, whether controlling powers. Hell's to yeah. So all that's left was Angel's Strike and Water's Kill. So after careful thought and deliberation, Percy decided to pick Water's Kill. Why? Because it sounded cooler to say that Angel's Strike. Come one, the monsters would laugh at him. Percy picked the 2 techniques. Ping. Are you sure you want? Water plus sword technique, Water's Kill. A technique that uses both water control and skill to perform. The user locks the target in place with their water control and then coats his blade with several water blades. When striking the opponent, the water blades rip into the enemy's body, ripping them to shreds. Attack level of water control plus level of sword mastery. Cost of water control. Heaven's Rain. A technique that causes it to rain no matter the weather. The user can then control the rain that follows and use the droplets as water swords. Cost MP. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the box disappeared, and the memory of how to do the 2 skills came into his head. Percy then waited for a moment, let the information digest, and then turned to the next thing. Ping. You have obtained skill book, Shadow Spying. Do you wish to learn? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the book bursted into dust and the information went into his head. Shadow spying LV1, 0%. You can use send your mana to infected another person's shadow. For a certain time, you will be able to hear whatever the person say and hears. Mana 10 MP, every minute it is in use. Limit 12 hours. Percy liked this skill. It would be the perfect for spying on people. Percy then closed the screen, looked around. It was getting late. He should probably go to bed, but there was something bugging him. It was Apollo's stupid curse. The god cursed Percy for just being born, and frankly, it pissed Percy off. So while he can't kick Apollo's ass right now, he could do the next best thing, showing him that even though he cursed me, I can still be good at archery. So with a grin, Percy grabbed his bow and quiver and opened an empty ID so that he wouldn't have to sneak around. He walked across the now empty camp and came to the arena. He walked up to the targets and readied himself. The ID he created would make sure he was alone and could concentrate. No noise to distract him, just him and his training. Percy drew up the first arrow, notched it, and then let it go. Capitulo 61. As the sun came up over the red sky, light found its way over the arena, revealing Percy shooting his last arrow at the target. His fingers were bloody. They were cut from drawing back the bowstring one too many times. On the target were several arrows, all on the target and only a few on the ground. Percy had spent the entire night here practicing archery. He didn't stop to rest. His gamer's body made sure of that. His mind was clear thanks to his gamer's mind. Only now did Percy begin to appreciate his gifts. He didn't need to sleep anymore. He only needed to do it if he was injured. He didn't to eat also if his HP was high. He only did it because he liked eating. Truly, gamer's mind and body were a very useful skill to have, the results of which floated before Percy in a blue box. Archery, LV40, 30%. You can shoot an arrow, it just might hit its target. Accuracy 40%. Percy had done it. He had done all this in one night. Just imagine what he could do in a week, and then 2 weeks. Percy had also raised his dex by 8, and his SDR increased by 12, causing Percy to raise his weights to 50 pounds each. Percy looked up. The sun's up already? Seeing this as his cue to leave, Percy gathered all his arrows and went back to the Poseidon cabin. The then thought, ID escape. Causing the red sky out there to break and turn blue again. Percy could hear the sounds of birds chirping now and smiled as he saw various people run across the camp to the mess hall. Percy may not need to eat anymore to survive, but that didn't mean he didn't like eating food in general. Percy put away his bow and quiver in his inventory and then walked out of the cabin. He then walked to the mess hall and grabbed himself a huge plate of meat, cheese, and grapes, truly the food of the gods. He gave some for his dad, and no one was watching, shaved most of it into his inventory. Percy then began to eat what was left slowly as he made plans for the day. Percy then pulled up his stats. SDR 24. Vit 22, plus 4 equals 26. Dex 28, plus 4 equals 32. INT 23. WIS 22. LUC 19. Not bad at all. Today maybe he should. Heya Percy, Travis Stoll called out, interrupting Percy's train of thought. Percy looked up and saw both the Stool brothers standing over his shoulder with identical grins. Oh hey guys, what's up? Did you use it? Asked Connor as he tried and failed to control his laughter. Use what? Percy asked, confused. Use the HNI, Travis explained. Oh yeah, I used it, Percy said, smiling. I managed to make some drachma sealing some useless junk on the online market. Travis and Connor looked like owls as they stared at him. Wait, you're telling me the first thing you did when you got access to the internet was go shopping? Ah yeah, Percy replied hesitantly. Wow, Connor said, actually surprised. So you didn't look at porn? No. Not even a little. No. Didn't shop for any Playboys? Nope. What did you do all night? The two brothers yelled together, causing Percy to chuckle nervously. I was training, Percy explained. My archery skills suck, so I wanted to practice. They don't just suck, Jackson, they are non-existent. Michael, you called out from the Apollo table. Shut up, Michael, and stop listening to other people's conversations. I can't help it, Percy. My dad is the god to truth. I have to interfere when someone tells a lie. Percy chuckled and turned back to the Stoll brother. So no, I didn't visit any porn sites yet. The two nodded. All right then, we just wanted to say and see whether you got the HNI working. See you around, Percy. Percy waved them away and turned back to his stats. Now where was I? Ah yes, improving his int and dex. It was true he had a high amount of stata, but he needed more. But maybe he could do that later. For now let's focus on improving vit. The speed Percy felt when fighting the Knight of the Damned was exhilarating. It was like a drug, and Percy wanted more. But first, he needed to get some things fixed. Percy walked out of the mess hall, and when he was alone walking down the main path, pulled out his plated armor. The poor thing was torn apart from yesterday's battle. Percy slung it over his shoulder, and then went to the forge where again he walked to Nina's table, where the girl was working on a bronze sphere of some kind. Hey Nina, Percy called out with a smile. EP, the cried out and turned to see Percy there. Nina then saw Percy and smiled. Damn Percy, are you a ninja or something? Hee hee, I wish. That would so cool. Imagine it me being all stealthy and shit. Hee hee, yeah, it might be a little fun. Anyway, what can I help you with? Percy then pulled up his armor and laid it on her workbench. My armor got pretty messed up. Think you can fix it? The daughter of Hephaestus looked at the piece and formed. She took out a plate and inspected it against the light and found no fault in it. This is a good pace, Percy, something most Greek demigods don't were, but it's far too messed up. It's torn at the leather, and if you fixed it, it would be a patch job at best. I see, PERCY replied with a frown, so what do you suggest? Well, Nina then took out a roll of paper and spread it out showing a Greek-designed armor. I can make it into this. I'll turn the leather into the Greek armor and put the plates on top. Percy nodded. Okay, quick question, can I not be wearing a skirt? What? Capitulo 62. Percy pointed at what the Greek used to wear instead of leg armor. That thing. Can I not wear a skirt? I'll admit I have some fine legs, but I don't want to put them on display. Haha, well I'm sure you can just wear a pair of jeans if you need to, Percy. Percy smiled back. Okay, let's do it. When will it be ready, Nina? 2 days, meaning you can't use it for capture the flag tomorrow. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Percy said, scratching his head. Well, can you get it done by then? Is money not an issue? Yup. I can get it done by then. Nina then took the armor off, and Percy quickly turned to walk out. But just then Percy saw a huge tire sitting in the corner of the forge. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Hey Nina, can I borrow that for a second? A few minutes later, Percy now stood in the arena with a chain around his torso and the giant tire behind him. Percy quickly performed a few stretches and got ready for the run. He then moved forward. Each step was like pushing up against a mountain as Percy slowly dragged the tire across the track. The first few steps seemed easy. The next few seemed challenging, but after that it became hell. Percy's shins burned, but the son of Poseidon didn't stop. He pushed himself, and by the time he finished half a lap. Ping! Due to strenuous exercises you have gained, +2 SDR and +4 VIT. Percy closed the box and focused only on pulling the tire along. The weighted wristbands on his hands were helping improve his strength, and he was carrying a freaking tire. Him pushing himself increased his stamina, and hence this should be the perfect exercise to improve both SDR and VIT. As soon as on round was down, Percy collapsed onto the ground and started to pant. It was done, 1 full round done. Percy then looked around and saw several campers that were training in the arena before were now looking at him. Can I help you guys? Percy asked, and immediately most of them turned away, leaving Percy confused. Well, whatever, he had a job to do anyway. Percy got up and began his second round. By the time Percy finished the second round, his SDR had gone up by 2 and his VIT by 3. Now Percy collapsed on the ground exhausted. Gamer's body might make him not feel fatigue, but he was still exhausted beyond belief. Percy took of the chain around him and then moved the tire upright. He then began moving the tire back towards the forge, all the while the campers were giving him weird looks. After Percy put the tire back inside the forge, and thanking Nina for letting him use it, Percy walked over to the Athena cabin. Inside, Percy found the Athena kids busy with their own projects, so Percy just sat down and looked over all the research material he gathered on the underworld and Hades. He was prepared to go down there and fight, but he had no way of beating a god. So PERCY spent most of his time here doing research about what he could use to defeat Hades. Annabeth walked over. "Hey Percy, you're early today." "Yeah, I wanted to get more work done," Percy said with a smile. "So you're going to be here the whole day?" "Yup," Percy smiled. "Aren't you a lucky girl?" Annabeth grinned. "No, Mr. Jackson, you are the lucky one. You get to be in my presence all day long." "Being vain doesn't suit you, Annabeth." "Oh, please, it suits me just fine," the child of wisdom said with a smile. "No, get to work. We children of Athena don't like laziness." Percy saluted and quickly got down to his business. Over the next 5 hours that Percy spent in the cabin, the longest he had ever spent, he read about all the myths surrounding Hades, and he thinks he finally found something to defeat the bastard, or at least stop him. Ping! Due to constant studying, you have gained +5 int and +5 wise. Percy closed the box and quickly walked out of the cabin. After a quick lunch at the mess hall, Percy went to the campfire where the Apollo kids sang songs and everyone was in an active mode. Percy wondered why, and just then Annabeth came up to him. "Hey Percy, got a second?" Percy nodded. "Yeah, sure, no problem, what up?" "Well, you know that the Capture the Flag game is tomorrow, right?" "Ah, so that's what everyone is excited for." "Yup, anyway, I was wondering, want to join my team?" "Really? Wow, Annabeth, that sounds great. Who all is there?" "Well, there is us, Athena cabin and Hermes cabin, and we just managed to get Apollo cabin in as well." "Sweet, okay, I'll join. Where do I sign up?" Annabeth chuckled. "You don't have to sign anything, C-head, just be there." Percy nodded, and the two talked for a while after that. Later at night, Percy was in his cabin alone. He put his hand up. "ID create, empty." The outside world turned red, and Percy quickly grabbed his bow and arrow and left for the arena again. The next morning. It was the second morning that Percy had gone without sleep, and so far it hadn't actually affected his body. Before, if he stayed up a few hours past 10, he would start getting drowsy, but now he felt fine. Ping! Due to constant bow and arrowing, your skill has leveled up. Archery LV63, 30%. You can shoot an arrow, it just might hit its target. Accuracy 63%. Due to semi-accurate shots, you have gained +3 dex. He gained nearly half the amount of levels he gained last night, but that was all right. He wasn't going to win any trophies for a fancy shot anytime soon, but he didn't care about that. All he wanted is to be a good shot. Percy then walked back to his cabin, broke the ID, and then came out. After breakfast, he went to Athena cabin and borrowed a couple of handheld puzzles he saw the Athena kids solve. He then went to the forge and grabbed the tire and chain. In the arena this time, while Percy pulled the tire with the chain around his stomach, he also began to try and solve the many puzzles he had grabbed. One of them was a cube which you had to open by twisting and turning. Another was a sphere where you had to twist it until you found the secret image printed on it. Capitulo 63. Hence the strangest tradition of camp began. When many campers came to the arena to train that morning, they were both shocked and impressed at what Percy was doing. He was dragging a tire while solving puzzles with his hands. What's next? A unicycle? Well, it would help with balance. After spending the entire afternoon doing this, Percy ran out of puzzles to solve. He then stopped and took the chain of his body and put all the puzzles away. Percy then looked up at the boxes floating in front of him. Due to solving several puzzles, using your head, you have gained +4 wise. Due to you dragging a tire and having weighted wristbands, you have gained +4 SDR. Due to you dragging a tire around in circle, you have gained +5 VIT. Percy then put the tire and puzzles back in their respect building and walked along the stream. It was a tiring day, and Percy had actually managed to do something good today. Since the Capture the Flag game was tonight, Percy didn't want to push himself too much. Well, alright, that was a lie. There was no such thing as pushing yourself too much when you just dragged a tire across a field for the past 3 hours. There was actually something Percy wanted to do ever since he came to camp, but he was too preoccupied with training and fighting for his life. And that was going to the beach for a swim. He walked to Fireworks Beach and smiled at the sight of the ocean. The wind blew across his face, and the smell of the salty sea was begging him to come inside. Percy took off his shirt and put it in his inventory. He then ran across the sand, and the moment his foot hit the sea water, he felt energized. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy ignored the box and swam deeper and deeper into the sea. Percy then swam along the coast and saw several sea nymphs setting along the mouth of the stream that separated the forest. They waved to him, and Percy awkwardly waved back. Just then, one of the nymphs jumped into the sea and came at Percy. Percy was stunned at her speed and realized she might have been faster than him. She then appeared in front of him and spat water on his face. Percy looked at the nymph and narrowed his eyes. The nymph's eyes went wide as it turned tail and swan, but Percy wanted revenge. Percy kicked off after the nymph and cased the spirit all over the ocean. Percy used the water to make him faster and caught up to the girl quickly. He grabbed her ankle and, using his water control, threw her upwards. The nymph shrieked in fear and then landed back into the water with a big splash. Percy then laughed his ass off as he saw the poor girl get angry. Then suddenly Percy felt it. Bloodlust from the nymphs in front of you. Percy looked up slowly, and needless to say, there they were. All the nymphs Percy saw before now stood in front of him, cracking their arms with a look of vengeance on their face. Come on, guys, let's not do something we'll all regret, Percy said as he slowly moved back away from them. Yay, the nymphs cried out as they charged after him. Percy turned and swam with all his might. Ping! Your skill leveled up. Swimming, LV15, 80%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer, 7 miles an hour. Not now. Percy then swam to the coast, but before he could reach it, he felt something tug on his pants. Percy then saw one of the nymphs holding him in place while the other brought back their fists. Oh shit. A few minutes later, Percy found himself on the sands of the beach with bruises all over his body. Let me tell you one thing, never piss off a nymph or her friends. Those things were twice as dangerous as human women when pissed off. But they were twice as beautiful too, so it kind of added up. Percy then put on his shirt and walked back to camp. After dinner at the mess hall, Percy quickly went to the shed where he got an extra set of Greek armor, the ones with the funny skirt. He put on his helmet of Troy and readied he sailed. He then went to the area outside the forest where most of the camp was now gathered. He quickly spotted Annabeth and Luke and walked over to them. Hey guys. Hey tire pusher, Luke said with a grin. Really, that's the best you guys could up with? Percy asked. I prefer the hero of the unclaimed. Gave yourself that, did you? Annabeth asked with a smile. Nope, Michael did. Michael, you of the Apollo cabin? Luke asked, and Percy nodded. Well then, hero of the unclaimed, glad you can make it. Yeah, we were just about to begin, Annabeth said, turning to Dionysus, who was standing before all of the members of camp. Percy listened half-heartedly as the Olympian went on about the rule, which were basically, the streak was the separation point between both sides of the forest. The entire forest was open game and no maiming or killing. Capitulo 64. Percy nodded absent-mindedly to whatever the god was saying as he thought to himself, is this guy really a god? Like an Olympian god? He doesn't really do much, does he? After that, Percy went along with Annabeth and Luke as they took their team, blue team, deep into the forest. They then came across a big stone formation that Percy remembered seeing when he was in the zombie world. This is Zeus's fist, Percy, Luke said, pointing to the rock pile. This is where we are making camp. A few sons of Hermes then climbed onto the rocks and put the flag on top. Why do they call it Zeus's fist? Well, from one angle it looks like a fist, Annabeth explained. Well, from where I'm standing it looks like a pile of rocks. Yeah, I know, Greek people are weird. Just accept it and move along. Only way to be sane, Annabeth said, and they both turned to Luke, who was addressing the entire team. All right, the Athena cabin, and I have made a battle strategy. Archers get on the trees along the coast. If I know Claris, and I do, she will send a lot of people through the beach where they can get more space to move. We want them inside the forest, so push them there. Once they are there, Hermes cabin members will take care of them. Children of Athena, we need traps all over the place, protect the base, and make sure to give hell to the one who managed to cross the stream. Percy then raised his hand. What do I do? Ah, Luke then scratched his head. What are you good at other than sword fighting? I'm good at sneaking around, Percy said with a shrug. Really? Yeah, that's how I found out about the Greek world. Spied on Grover when he was making kissy faces with Juniper over an Iris message. Not the best way to tell a kid he is a demigod, but meh. The team laughed, Luke especially. All right, Percy, go nuts. I think you can take care of yourself. Any idea where they might keep their flag? There is a tree clearing over on the other side. It should be there somewhere. Knowing Clarice, though, she probably has a lot of people guarding it, so be careful. Wait, you don't think Percy can actually pull this off, do you? Annabeth asked, worried. He barely had a week's training. Relax, wise girl, have some faith in me, Percy said with a grin. I promise I don't suck that much. Annabeth sighed, but before she could respond they all heard a couch blow, signaling the beginning of the battle. All right, everyone move out, Luke cried as he charged ahead with the rest of Hermes' cabin. Percy readied Riptide and ran into the forest. As soon as he was out of sight, Percy pulled up an empty ID create, empty. The sky went red and the noise of footsteps went away. Percy then ran across the empty forest and quickly crossed the stream. He then reached the other side of the forest, crossing the stream without a look. Eventually, after a few minutes of searching, Percy came upon a large clearing where, if he was in charge, he would put the flag and people to guard it. Percy then thought out, ID escape. The red sky cracked, and all the noise of the normal world filled the night. There was the sound of swords crashing all over, and Percy saw 5 children of Ares guarding the flag. The 5 campers still hadn't noticed him, so Percy went into the shadows of the trees and hid there. This is going to be easy. Percy then took out his bow and quiver and readied himself. His archery was at a 63% accuracy rate, and since he was hidden right now, his stealth skill had a 35% of critical. Percy took out a blunt arrow and aimed it at one of the children. He pulled back the arrow and then released. The arrow flew and hit one of them on the knee. The camper went down, and soon the rest of them moved to him to see what was wrong. During that time of distraction, Percy another arrow through the left biceps of another Ares kid, causing him to fall down in pain. He didn't get any critical, but at least his aim was true enough, even though he aimed for the last guy's legs. Percy tossed his bow and quiver into his inventory and took out Riptide. The Ares children spotted him running towards them and quickly brought up their shields. Percy smirked and then jumped, used their shields as a diving board and landed in front of the flag. He grabbed the handle and then ran away. Come back, you coward, they called after him. Bite me, Percy called back as he ran into the forest. Percy then thought, ID create, empty, and he and the flag were transported to the red-skied dimension. Ping! Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. ID create, LV10, 21%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. Monster dungeon, goblin camp. ID escape, LV10, 21%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Guess I got a new dungeon, Percy noted, and then dismissed the boxes. He then began to walk to the stream, and just as he reached it, he called out, ID escape. The red sky shattered, and the noise of battle came back. Percy then casually walked out of the forest and crossed the stream, holding the flagpole behind him. He then put the flag on his team's side of the forest and waited for them to realize the game had been won. Yeah, he was way to opt for this. As Percy began to wait for everyone to notice he had won the battle, a growl came out of the forest. Holding up Riptide, Percy turned and saw a big hound walk out of the tree line. It looked big, black, and scary, with teeth red with blood and eyes that were sulfuric yellow. Percy observed this thing. Hellhound. LV 25. HP. MP 20/20. SDR 40. VIT 35. Dex 32. Int 8. Wise 4. Luke 6. A hellhound from Hades itself. These beats are the unholy spawn on Nyx and spread chaos and death wherever they go. They love eating demigods as they think demigod meat tastes like chicken. Kill to gain 800 exp. Percy's eye winded. What was a beast from Hades itself doing here? Shouldn't it be in, well, Hades? The beast then growled and looked like it was about to pounce on Percy. The son of Poseidon smirked. Does the little doggy want to play? The hellhound growled and charged Percy, jumped back into the stream. Capitulo 65. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1000 HP. Plus 1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy then drew Riptide to his left, and with his free left hand brought 2 fingers up. Water's kill. The water from the stream then jumped out at the hellhound. The monster jumped up to try and escape whatever Percy was doing, but the water followed it. It grabbed the monster's 4 limbs and brought it down on the ground. The water then helped the beat over there while Percy coated water. The water covered his blade like a second skin as Percy readied his blade. He then dashed forward at the beast and swung his blade across the monster. As Riptide sliced through the beast, the water on it started to spin like a buzzsaw, cutting into the beat and turning it into minced meat before it burst into golden dust. Percy then searched the loot it dropped and found 50 and a tooth. After he put it away, a voice called out, "Percy." Percy shot up and turned to see Annabeth there with a cap in her hand. "Annabeth, what are you doing here?" "I heard something growl and saw I came here to make sure nothing happened. I saw you taking care of a hellhound. Percy, what's going on?" Did she see me picking up the loot? No, the golden dust of the hellhound was everywhere. She couldn't have seen it. "I don't know, Annabeth. The hellhound just attacked, and I took care of it. I thought the camp's barrier was supposed to make sure these kinds of things didn't happen." Annabeth nodded. "Yeah, they were. Something must have happened. Somebody must have summoned it here." Percy's eyes winded, but before he said anything, Luke's voice called out, "Percy, holy shit, Percy, you got the flag." Luke then came out of the forest running towards Percy. Suddenly, the entirety of camp was all around him as his team carried him on their shoulders, cheering for him. "Percy is the best. Percy is the best." Percy smiled at this, but his head was filled with one question. Who sent the hellhound after him? Who would want me dead? Who would gain the most from me not living? Hades? No, he thinks I have the lightning bolt. Was it? The only person who would gain from me dying is the lightning thief. If I died, then I wouldn't be able to say that I wasn't the lightning thief, meaning war would break out among the gods and the real thief would be scot-free. Ping. For coming to a logical decision, you have gained +1 wise. Percy closed the box and quickly focused on what was going on around him. The people who had him on their shoulders brought him to the campfire where there was a party going on. Food was all over the place as well as drinks. Percy, however, couldn't enjoy any of it because he was constantly being dragged to one group or another. Most congratulated him on a battle well won. The Stoll brothers kept asking him how he managed to sneak past all of Ares' cabin, to which Percy replied, "Trade secret." After half an hour of talking with people, he knew Percy finally excused himself and was practically drooling over himself when he saw the huge plate of steaks there. His fingers shook as he reached for the food and PERCY Jackson, oh great, what now? Percy then turned and saw a huge figure in the fire. It stood over 8 feet tall and was covered in flames with bat wings behind it and horns on its head. "Where is Percy Jackson? I Hades command you, bring him to me." "Oh, so this guy is Hades? Well, he just saved me the trip." Percy then walked up and took a water bottle out of his inventory. He opened the cap and then moved the water into spheres and made them float high up in the air away from view. Percy then walked up the fire and grinned. "You called. You, lightning thief, you shall bring the master bolt to me." "Well, that's great and all, but I don't have it. I'm not the lightning thief." "You lie, you have stolen it. I order you to bring it to me." "Well, how would like to suck me balls?" The campers then all went white and looked slacked-jawed at what Percy said. "WH, what did you say?" I'm sorry, what I said was, how would you like to suck my balls?" Percy then ordered a water ball down. Percy then threw the water ball at Hades's fire face, causing it to sizzle and release a lot of smoke. "Stop that." "No," Percy replied, and then threw more and more water balls at Hades's face. "Enough," Hades screamed. If you ever want to see your mother again, you will come to Hades with the bolt, or I will kill her." Percy narrowed his eyes. He was hoping he had more time to get more training in, but Hades was forcing his hand. Percy then commanded all the water and the drinks gathered at the camp fire into the air and sent them all at Hades. "Never threat my mother." "Wait, WH." Hades was then drenched and the fire was put out. Percy huffed at the ashes and quickly turned away. "Chiron, I'm going now," Percy called out to the half-man, half-horse creature. "Understood, Percy," Chiron said, walking alongside Percy. "Come with me. You need a prophecy from the oracle first before you leave." Percy nodded as Chiron led him to the big house. Inside, Chiron told him to go the attic and will find her there. He also told Percy to be ready to see something startling. Percy then opened the attic door and walked up to the room. It filled with several things like paintings, shields, weapons, and, is that the Ark of the Covenant? Either way, the room was filled with dust, but there in the shadows of the attic was a figure whose face was hidden. "Ah, hello, Oracle Lady?" Percy asked as he approached the woman. As Percy came closer, he realized that the thing he was talking to was a mummified body with brown hair and was dressed up as a hippie from the 60s. Suddenly the mummy moved and its eyes glowed green. A green smoke came out of its mouth and a chilling voice spoke, "I am the SS Spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phobos Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Approach, seeker, and ask." Percy gulped and walked forward. "WH, what is my quest?" "You shall go west and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stole, and SSC it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you friend, and you shall fail to SS save what matters most in the end." The green mist then moved back into the mummified body, and all life went out of its eyes as it once again transformed into a corpse. "Wait, what?" Percy cried out. "Who is it that will betray me?" Percy then started at the oracle. "Observe. The Oracle of Delphi. The spirit of the oracle lives in this mummified body. Cursed by Hades after the death of his lover and the attempted murder of his 2 children by Zeus, the spirit of the oracle has been unable to move on due to this curse. The only way to break this curse is to fulfill the great prophecy, thereby releasing Hades's children from it." Capítulo 66. Great, just great, more of Hades's bullshit. Just what Percy needed right now. Percy sighed and quickly exited the attic and met with Chiron on the ground floor. The centaur stood in the porch of the big house with arms crossed and a frown on his face. "Why the long face, Chiron?" Percy asked. "Percy, oh, nothing, I am just worried. Annabeth informed of a hellhound attack on you during Capture the Flag. Why didn't you tell me, Percy?" "Well, I was kind of busy with all the people who wanted to talk to me, and then getting threatened by the king of the underworld and all. I think someone must have summoned it inside camp." Chiron nodded. "Yes, that seems very likely. If I was to guess, I would say the lightning thief did it." "Why are you so sure?" "If I died, then my protests would die as well. The gods would be left thinking I was the one who stole the bolt, and with that being said, they would start their war. It just seems logical." Chiron nodded. "Yes, it does. Do tell me, what did the oracle tell you?" Percy repeated the prophecy, and Chiron looked disturbed at this. "All right, Percy, it is decided. Your quest will be this. Go to the west. If what the oracle say is true, and it always is, you will find the bolt along the way. You need to reach the underworld and come back here by the 21st. "Where is the entrance to the underworld?" Chiron grumbled. "Hollywood." "I'm not really all that surprised. All right, then, see you later, Chiron." "Wait, Percy, you need to pick 2 others to join you on your quest." "Do I have to?" "Yes, you do," Chiron said with a stern look. "You need someone out there to look out for you, Percy." "Okay, is Grover better now?" "Yes, he has been spending his time with Juniper lately, but if you ask, I'm sure he will say yes." "All right, Grover and Luke." "Luke?" Percy nodded. "Yeah, he's a good sword fighter and a great leader. He is also old enough to know anything we would need to do. Also, we are going to the underworld, would be handy to have Thafe with us, just in case." Chiron nodded at Percy's reasoning. A well-taught-out reason, Percy. "Very well, I will inform the 2 now. You on the other take this time to get ready for the quest." Percy nodded, and soon student and teacher split up. Percy quickly walked to Athena's cabin, where inside was just as busy as always. Percy walked in and nodded to a few of them and went to his desk. He then picked up all the notes he had made about Hades and how to trap a god and began to leave before Annabeth came in his way. "Percy, where are you going?" Annabeth asked with concern. "I have a quest, Annabeth. I'm going west to Hades to save my mom." "So that's why," Annabeth said, pointing to the notes in his hands. "Yeah, the more I know about Hades, the easier I can beat him." Annabeth nodded. "Smart move, Percy. Quick question, who's coming with you?" "Grover and Luke. I need Grover's help in case we run into an animal or something, and Luke's help in case we get stuck in a prison in Hades." Annabeth nodded. "I see. You going to pack your stuff now?" "Yeah, Annabeth, I'll you later. We all are leaving early tomorrow." Percy, and after a quick chat with Malcolm and the other campers, Percy left the cabin and walked to his own. The entire night Percy spent checking and rechecking everything he had. He needed to make sure everything was perfect. He got loads of food. From the many days he had been sneaking it into his inventory. His weapons were all sharp and ready. His armor would be ready only later, so Percy will have to make do without it. After it was all finally done, Percy sighed and went to bed. The moment he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. Ping! "You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured." Percy woke up and saw it was a little past 6. He quickly showed a few things like clothes and his shield into a bag he got from the camp after all if he didn't have a bag, and kept pulling things out of the air. Things would start to look a little suspicious. Percy then made sure Riptide was in his pocket. It was, and then he went to the entrance of the camp and walked past it towards Thalia's tree. There waiting on him was Luke and Chiron, with the former having a bag slung over his back, similar to Percy's. "Hey Percy," Luke called out. "Hey Luke, were you waiting too long?" "No, just got here," Luke said, and just then they saw Grover come out of the camp as well running more like it. Then reached PERCY and stopped panting all the while. "Out of shape G-man." Shut up PERCY. "Unlike you demigods, we satyrs don't have enhanced stamina," Grover said with a gurn. "Well, now that you're all here, we can begin." "Wait," a voice cut in. The group turned and once again someone from camp was running towards them. This time it was Annabeth and she had a package in her hand. She reached them and smiled. "Good, you guys haven't left yet." "Why are you here, Annabeth?" "To give you this, of course," Annabeth replied, and gave Percy a book with papers sticking out in various places and even a few bookmarks here and there. "It's a book about the entire of US, where you should go and what you should avoid, demigod edition. Athena Cabin has been making it for some time, and we thought the best test run for you would be this." Percy then observed it. "Book of US. A book which contained vital information about the US and all the important areas in it for demigods. Listen to this book and treat it like the Bible." Percy smiled and put the book inside his bag. "Thanks, Annabeth, I'm sure we will be able to put this book to good use." Annabeth smiled and Luke then spoke up. "All right, guys, we need to move. If we get to New Jersey before noon, we can catch the train to LA from there. If all goes well. But it won't, so let's see." Percy grinned. "You are such a pessimist, Luke." "Whatever, Seahead, let's just get going." Percy smiled, and the three began their quest to find the lightning bolt. But as they were going, Percy couldn't shake this feeling of despair in his heart. It was like something was about to happen, and he and his friends would be in the middle of it. Capitulo 67. From camp, Percy and his teammates got into the comp van, which kind of looked like the kind you kidnapped children in. Their driver was named Argus, a being made by Hera as a security guard for the camp. He was covered in eyes and didn't really speak. He was the first step for every camper's quest. Soon they came to the bus terminal in the outskirts of Manhattan, and they waved goodbye to Argus, who smiled. Percy then went to the bus terminal and got 3 tickets to a trip straight to LA. Soon the three were waiting for their bus as a quiet atmosphere settled between them. Percy spoke up, breaking the silence. "So, the nymphs at camp are kind of cute, huh?" Luke chuckled. "Hell of an icebreaker, Percy." Grover laughed. "Yeah, when we ever have an awkward situation we want to get out of, we'll call you." Percy shrugged. "Well, at least I'm trying something." Well, you're not wrong, Luke said with a grin. They are pretty hot. Yup, Grover nodded his head, the perfect creature of nature. They are smart, beautiful, and very healthy. Don't you have a girlfriend? Percy asked with a knowing smile. Well, yeah, I do, but please don't tell her I said that. She will kill me, very, very slowly, Grover said with a pleading look. I don't know, it did seem like you loved the nymphs a whole lot, especially their healthy bodies. What do you think, Percy? Should we tell Juniper? Luke asked, turning to Percy, who was looking a little confused. Wait, quick question, when you guys say healthy bodies, you mean like the fact that they are very good swimmer, right? Percy asked with a questioning look on. No, Percy, we don't, Grover replied with a sigh. What we mean is, gods, why did I have to be the one to explain the birds and the bees to you? Why I mean is. Boobs, Luke cut in. We were talking about how the nymphs have huge jugs. Percy's face went red and he finally got the picture. Now that he thought about it, the nymphs that beat him up the other day did have some huge, boobs. Wait, why am I stammering in my own head? That's just silly. Let's try this some more times so that I don't stammer. Boobs, 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 boobs. There we go. Wait a minute. So wait, when Grover was talking about their healthy bodies, he was talking about their boobs. Luke and Grover nodded, and the former replied, Yup, perverted little goat. Hey, Grover cried out. Then we definitely go tell Juniper, Percy replied and smiled, seeing Grover's frightened look. Their bus came soon after that, and Percy and the other two got on quickly. They sat in the middle where there were fewer people, with Percy and Luke on one side and Grover on the other. Poor Satyr had to sit next to a fat man and a wife-beater who smelled like beer and nachos, but better him than me. As the trip began, the last two passengers got on, and immediately Percy's bloodlust detect went off. Ping! Bloodlust detected. In front of you, Tisiphone and Majira. Percy recognized the names immediately. They were the other two Furies, Alecto's sisters. Well, shit, now what? Percy looked around nervously and realized the back of the bus was less crowded, with the last 3 rows deserted. Luke Grove, get up and follow me, Percy said, and got up from his seat. He then turned to see them look at him questionably. Now. Luke nodded, and Grover was more than happy to abandon his seat. What's going on, Percy? Luke asked with worry in his voice. How good are you at manipulating the mist? Percy asked as he sat in the last row, occupying the center seat, getting a view down the bus at the two Furies who were slowly passing the middle of the bus. Very. Why? We have 2 monsters on our tail. When I say so, put the mist up around the back 3 rows and make sure the mortals can't hear us. Luke nodded. Okay, but I won't be able to hold it up and fight, Luke said as he sat at Percy's right and started to suddenly use the mist. The Furies were now 5 rows away. Grover, when I say so, grab the one on my left, got it? All right, Percy, Grover said, stammering, and took his seat to Percy's left. Percy then lowered his head to look like he was sleeping, and the Furies were now in front of him, and the others, as Percy felt Luke, used the mist to block out everything else. We were waiting for you, Spawn, said one of them with a raspy voice. I'm sorry, but who are you? Percy asked with a confused look on his face. We are the Furies Tisiphone and Majira, said the other, and you killed our sister. Luke's eyes went wide and Grover became white. Oh yeah, now I remember, I said with a look of recollection. In my defense, the bitch failed me in pre-algebra. The 2 sisters growled and Percy quickly opened up his inventory. Now Grover. The Satyr grabbed one of them while Percy quickly took out Riptide and shoved the other one down the rows of seats on his right. He then swung Riptide and cut off her head. He then moved, not even looking at her body as it turned into dust, and kicked the other Fury into the left row of seat. Percy then swung Riptide at her and cut her along her left arm, but she wasn't dead. She then jumped out of the seat and grabbed Percy by the neck and pushed him into the opposite row. Percy then struggled to hold her hands away from his neck as he rolled over the golden dust of the recently killed Fury. Stop rolling all over my sister's decomposing body. Then stop trying to kill me, Percy cried back, and then managed to kick the Fury off of him. He then jumped on the seat and pulled up Riptide and swung downwards at the Fury, cutting off her right arm. Grover screamed, dwarfing the cry of pain coming from the Fury as the goat man fainted at the sight of blood. The Fury held her stump in pain and tried to make a break for it by running away. Capítulo 68. Percy, stop her. I can't control the mist beyond the 5th row. Luke cried out as his face was red from holding up an illusion. Right, Percy then ran after her, and just as she reached the end of the 5th row caught her by the collar of her shirt. Percy then pulled and threw her over his shoulder. He then stood up straight and looked at the Fury as she tried to crawl up and scratch his eyes out with her nails. Fucking die already? Percy cried out as he began to panic. He swung Riptide widely, and accidentally he hit her behind the head, knocking her out cold. Ah, I totally mean to do that. Well, what are you waiting for? Kill her, Luke called out as he slowly reduced the size of the mist barrier he held up. No, Percy replied with a savage grin. Let's send a message. Luke, you wouldn't happen to have a permanent marker, would you? Luke then grinned as well and pulled out a pen. Never leave camp without it. Percy then put away Riptide and grabbed the pen. He then started to draw all over the Fury's face and even on her neck. After a quick check to make sure her whole face was covered, Percy looked up at Luke. How do we get her out of here without going through the main door? Luke went to emergency window in the back of the bus, and with a little bit of prodding managed to open it without tripping an alarm. It's a child of Hermes thing. Though here. Percy nodded and dragged the Fury, Tisiphone, to the window. Just then the bus started and slowly began to roll out of the bus terminal. Percy quickly grabbed the Fury and shoved her through the window, and Luke promptly closed the thing and fully lowered his mist shield. I think Hades is going to be pissed when he gets your message, Luke said with a smile. Oh, that's the point, my good man, that's the point, Percy said with a smile as the two then turned to their next task, waking Grover the fuck up. The Fury they had dropped woke up a few minutes later, and when she saw was all alone realized she had failed. She then quickly went to the underworld to report to her master. Tisiphone bowed her head in shame as she approached her master in his throne room. I am sorry, my master, but I have failed in capturing the child of Poseidon. Hades nodded. It is fine, the boy will come to me. Lift your head, Tisiphone, the Fury did so. You have nothing, what the fuck? What is it, master? Tisiphone asked nervously at the shocked expression of Hades. The Lord of the Dead quickly summoned a mirror and put it right in front of the Fury's face. Tisiphone gasped as she saw what was drawn all over her. There was a dick drawn on her left cheek with the balls near her mouth. On the other side was a big piece of smiling poop with flies all around it, and on her forehead were the words, "How would you like to suck my balls?" And a little P near the end gave away just who did it to her. Jackson, Tisiphone roared out with fury. Percy sneezed as a cold draft went through him. You okay, Percy? Luke asked the boy as he polishes his sword with whetstone. Yeah, THNK, I might be getting down with something, Percy said as he rubbed his shoulders. It's pretty cold in here. Luke nodded. Yeah, so where are we going? Boston, Percy replied. It will be a day's trip to the city, but once we're there the quest will begin for real. Luke nodded. Okay then. I'm assuming we will be getting a train from Boston to LA. Yup, Percy replied back, after we run a small errand. Oh, like what? It's a surprise, Percy said, putting a finger to his lips. I'll tell you guys when we reach there. Luke nodded and then looked to his right at Grover, who was still unconscious. After a moment of silence, Percy spoke up. Hey, Luke, I was wondering. Well. What? Luke asked, blinking. What do you need, Percy? Would you like teach me how to control the mist? It would really help me out, Percy said, as he looked to the ground in embarrassment. You don't have to if you don't want to it. Just I thought since we aren't doing anything right now. If I do teach, are you going to use it to trick mortal women by making them think you are handsome? No, why would I need to do that? I'm already handsome, Percy said as he swept his finger through his hair, striking a pose. Haha, good answer, Luke said with a thumbs up. All right, then I'll teach you. Percy smiled and then listened as Luke began his speech. So it's like this. Imagine the world as two parts, the divine and the mundane, Annabeth's words, not mine. Anyway, the divine and the mundane always crash into each other. They are like two pieces of metal, and when they crash the form sparks. The mist is that spark. When the mist is created, it affects only the mundane and not used mostly because we are half God and all that. So wait, the mist hide things from the mortals, without them even realizing it. Yup. So, what if something was using it to manipulate us? Like what if there was a third entity that could use the mist to control our world like we can do to the mortals? Luke looked at Percy and blinked. Yeah, that's a little too scary for me. Do me a favor and don't try and scare me half to death, Percy. Percy chuckled, sorry, just thinking out loud. Luke sighed and began. Anyway, the mist can be controlled by us because of our divine side, not even clear-sighted mortals. Like my mom. Right, like your mom can do that with the mist. So basically, if you want to use the mist, you have to first imagine the mist itself. You must first focus on the thing you want the person to see, not the person. So first clear your mind, then imagine what you want to be seen, and then will the mist to happen. But it isn't that easy. First you need to see the mist itself. Capitulo 69. And how do I do that? Percy asked as he looked around the bus. Isn't supposed to be invisible to us. Not really. Think of it like this. It is something we have been seeing all our lives but have learnt to ignore, like the sound of our own heart. So what you have to do is first look at the world and focus. Connect with the world around you and feel yourself be pulled into your godly half. Then allow your eyes to see what it has learnt to ignore. Percy nodded and then looked focused on the interior of the bus as his breathing slowed down. He looked, and just as he thought he saw something in the corner of his eyes, it turned out to be just a passenger stretching his arms. Percy closed his eyes and shook his head. I can't do it, Luke. Are you sure there is something supposed to there? Like you're not high or something, are you? Luke chuckled. Not right now, Percy. Relax, Percy, it's okay. Not many can do it on their first try. It's perfectly natural. But I mean, come on, I did everything right. I cleared my mind, I focused on the world and tried to see something I am missing, but nothing, not a blank. Luke smiled. Why don't you think of it like this? It is between the cracks in the walls and inside the body of every person. It is the thing that we see in the corner of our eye but ignore. It is the thing that we block, so don't try to calm yourself to the point of being brain dead. Search for it, don't expect it to come to you. Percy nodded and then turned to the bus again. He looked at the people of the bus as Gamer's mind kicked in making Percy's brain into a cold, calculating machine. But this time Percy didn't wait for the mist to show up, he looked for it. His eyes roamed all over the bus and his mind whirled as it tried to figure out what it was looking for. The chairs were chairs, the roof was the roof, the light was murky. Percy then looked up at the lights in the bus and focused on it as slowly his eyes began to adjust and something just clicked. Percy then saw as the world around him became covered by a white creamy substance. No, not that you pervert, like a smoke that was almost physical. Percy moved his hand, and he saw the smoke move away from his body, almost like it was repelled away from him. This is amazing, Percy said in a voice that was less than a whisper. You see it? Luke asked him. Percy nodded and then looked at Luke, who was also repelling the mist away from him. Good, now try and make an illusion out of the mist, Luke said, as he then pointed at a lone passenger sitting near the back, and make that man see it. Percy nodded and then readied himself. He gathered the mist around as he focused his will over the mystical substance. He then imagined a giant chocolate cake and moved the image right in front of the passenger in front. The man looked at the cake, he then reached for it, but at that moment Percy dropped the illusion and grinned. The cake is a lie. Ping! Through a special action you have made a new skill. Mist Control, LV1, 23%. The user can control the mist to create higher the level, the more powerful the illusions. Can be used on mortals. Range 20 meters. Percy looked at his new skill and quickly waved it away. Luke smiled. Nice, not bad for your first try, Percy. Thanks, Percy said with a smile. By the way, does the most work on divines? Like immortals, monster, things like that. Well, maybe. It would depend on the user. I would probably not be able to do that, but someone like Chiron is pretty good at using the mist. Wait, when Alecto attacked me and I killed her, Chiron didn't make an illusion, he made the students forget she even existed. How is that done? Well, it's the illusion of the mind. Think of it like, do you know the Jedi mind trick from Star Wars? Yeah. It's basically the Jedi mind trick from Star Wars. Cool, Percy said. That means when I get stronger, I will actually be able to control mortals to some extent. This is so cool. Goodbye, homework. But just then a thought came into Percy's head. Wait, Luke, what if someone used the mist and harmed humans with it? Luke's smile faded and he frowned. Yeah, I know what you mean. Many of us don't realize the power the mist has. Usually the one who can control the mist is mature enough to not do that, but that being said, there are some who would abuse this power. Usually the gods would make sure that wouldn't happen, but, well, as you can see, they don't really care anymore. Percy nodded, and the two fell into an uncomfortable silence. Percy's head was filled with thought of worry for the mortal, while Luke was remembering his past and how his mom used sound before she went crazy. The next day, the three woke up just as the bus reached the outskirts of Boston. Percy's and Luke's backs were paining, while Grover was fresh as a daisy since his body was far better at roughing it than the demigods. Capitulo 70. They three got off at their stop, which was at the very edge of the city, and Percy quickly pulled up a map and led the group away from the city. Percy, I think you might be going to wrong way, Luke said, pointing back at city. The train station is that way. Remember the errand we need to do? Luke nodded, while Grover looked confused. Well, it's near here, and after that only are we going to the underworld. I'm all for taking our time to reach the underworld, Percy, Grover said, but what exactly are we doing? Have you ever heard of the chains of Hephaestus? Percy called as he took a left that led to a road leading into the woods and further away from civilization. They were chain-made by Hephaestus, Luke guessed. Right. Anyway, when Hephaestus stuck his mom, Hera, on her throne for hundreds of years to get back at her for kicking him off Olympus, he used these chains. Wait, I thought it was the throne that fixed her to the spot and took her powers, Grover said, as the group walked further into the woods and quickly came to a stream. They then began walking upstream. You're half right. The chair did hold her in place for all that time, but the chains were the ones that stopped her from using her powers. Basically, they were the cuffs why the chair was the jail. So we are out here, Luke then swatted a fly, to try and find these chains. Yup. Percy, that was thousands of years ago, Grover cried out. Heck, they probably would have been lost to the sands of time. Grover, if you had a chain that could block a god's power, would you ever let it get out of your sight? Grover looked surprised and then began to think while Luke caught on. So you think Hephaestus still has it? Percy nodded. Like Grover said, it's been hundreds of years, so he might have just thrown it into one of his old forges for safekeeping. But Percy, he is the god of forges, he might have a forge in every city. True, but after I braided a couple of Hephaestus kids with a few drachmas, they mentioned one of their dad's favorite storage places was his forge outside of Boston. Percy then stopped, as he came face to face with a rock wall under which the stream came out off. On the surface of the rock wall was a hammer carved into the stone. Is that the entrance to the storage room of Hephaestus? Yes, it is. Percy then pressed the hammer, and the symbol started to glow red. The rock wall broke apart in the center, leaving a large opening for Percy and the others. You guys coming in, or what? Grover gulped and looked afraid, as always, while Luke smiled, nodding his head. The trio entered the forge, and as soon as Percy set foot inside, this happened. Ping! You have entered the dungeon. Forge of Hephaestus, Boston Edition. Recommended level 12. Do you still wish to enter? Yes, no. Percy quickly pressed yes and continued forward. Inside was a long corridor with pipes and the sort lining the wall with steam leaking in the corners, blocking their view. Percy waved his hands forward, trying to push the steam away, if only he could move it all back. Wait, steam is water, and so could he do that, actually control it? Percy put his hand up. Wait guys, I want to try something here. Grover and Luke stopped and waited for Percy to move. Percy then channeled mana out of his hands and tried to grab hold of the mist surrounding them. It was a strange feeling as his mana spread out like a spider's web and circled around the mist. Percy then felt something tug in the back of his stomach, so he concentrated on that feeling and he pulled. The steam in front of them then split away and went up against the sides as the slowly condensed and fell down as water drops. Wow, Percy, I didn't know you could do that, Grover exclaimed. Nowhere did I. Ping! Due to you, using your imagination and logic, you have created a new skill. Water controlling LV11, 62%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 10 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes, damage cost 80 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability, cost 95 MP. Special control blood, control cost 46 MP per minute. Special control steam control, cost same as water control plus 10 MP. Percy smiled at this and quickly closed the box. So let's get a move on, Percy said as the group began to walk again. The deeper into the forge they went, the hotter it got. Soon it was so hot that Percy started to sweat enough to fill buckets, but hey, at least if a monster attacks, Percy can use his sweat instead of water to fight them off. Eventually, the tunnel they were going through took a right turn, and as soon as they took that turn, the group was confronted by their first monster. It was a machine, because we were in a forge of Hephaestus, of course, the monster were all going to be bloody robots. The machine looked human with wheels for legs and golden blades attached to its arms. Its face and body were marble with several symbols etched on it, which looked vaguely familiar. Percy held up his hands and slowly took the group backwards away from the view of the monster. Once they were away from the bend in the tunnel, Luke spoke up. That must be a guardian for this place. Any ideas? Percy peeked a little from the side of the wall and observed the robot. Robot guardian. LV13. HP 800/800. MP 50/50. SDR 55. VIT 23. Dex 33. Int 21. Wise 1. Luke Sierra. A guardian of the Forge of Hephaestus, its job is to make you into minced meat. It hates intruders and loves the movie, Gone with the Wind, but then again, who doesn't? Kill to get 75 exp. Percy sighed. It wouldn't be too much trouble. Sure, it was crazy strong and pretty quick, but Percy had faced stronger foes than him. All he would have to do is summon Zed and, oh fuck. Capitulo 71. Luke and Grover were right there. He couldn't bring out the gauntlet of Kefka now. His secret would be revealed. Shit, okay, Percy think. Percy then moved away from the wall and turned to Luke. Okay, Luke, that thing seems like it is pretty strong. And judging by those wheels it has for legs it can move, we need to distract its attention and then we attack it. Grover, the goat man paled, can you use magic? Yeah, I can control nature. Grover then pulled out 3 seeds. I plant these anywhere, and once I play my reeds they will sprout vines which I can control. Percy nodded, turning to Luke. You ready? Born ready, Luke grinned. The 3 got in position at the end of the tunnel, with the robot turning its back towards them. Percy then dashed forward with Riptide in hand, with Luke right behind him. Hey, metalhead, Percy called out, causing the robot to turn around. Percy's blade came down with the full force of Percy's strength and chipped the robot's marble body at its shoulder. He then jumped back, avoiding the robot's right swing, and threw Grover's seeds at the robot. Now, Grover, Percy called out, and watched as Luke kicked, connected to robot's head, causing it to stagger backwards. Grover then began playing his reeds as Percy and Luke backed up. The robot then began charging forward with its blades ready for killing. But just as its wheels came over the seed's vines exploded outwards and circled around its lower half. Percy smiled as the robot tried and failed to get away from the vines. It then tried using its arms to cut the vines, but Percy quickly swung Riptide, cutting off its arms at its shoulders with one swing. Percy then swung across its head again and again until the marble head fell off. Percy panted and saw the robot slowly disappear into dust, leaving its blades behind. Wait, why did it disappear? Luke asked as he inspected the dust left behind. It wasn't a monster. It should have just, stayed here without its head. Percy shrugged and replied calmly, maybe Hephaestus defined them differently. But inside, Percy was panicking. Shit. The stupid robot was affected by my gamering powers. Fuck, I just hope Luke believed me. Luke looked at Percy and then back at the remains of the robot. The world seemed to stop for a moment before Luke shrugged and stood up. Yeah, maybe you're right. Meaning the blades are the spoils of war. Ping! Your extreme lie was successful. Percy sighed and then quickly waved the box away. He then picked up the 2 blades the robot left behind. Celestial bronze blades. Blades made out of celestial bronze crafted by Hephaestus himself. They are a mixture of various celestial metal and is not 100% celestial bronze because that shit is rare as fuck, hence why the blades are colored gold and not bronze. Attack 80. Percy looked at the blades. They did have a handle but no cross garrod. If anything, it would take a skilled swordsman to use a blade like this. Percy tossed one to Grover. Here, G-Man, in case you need it. The satyr barely caught the blade and handled it carefully. Ah, thanks, Percy. How much more of those seeds do you have? A lot. I managed to get a lot of them from the forest. Percy nodded and then looked at the remaining blade and handed it over to Luke. Want it? Luke nodded and took the blade. Not a bad balance. He then swung it around and grinned. I always did want to dual wield. Percy nodded, and quickly the 3 moved deeper into the tunnels. Quickly, they met another robot, and this time Luke took charge. The son of Hermes had a look of happiness on his face as he charged after the robot. He blocked the robot's blades with his sword while using his newly found blade to cut off the wheels, which was attached to the main body with basically pipes. Luke then took his time cutting off pieces of the marble, laughing all the while. The robot then stopped moving as Luke looked up to a scared Percy and Grover. What? Remind you never to piss you off, Percy said as he promised himself the same thing. You are very scary when you are fighting, Luke, Grover replied as looked at the boy with a tiny bit of fear. Have I ever mentioned how amazing you are lately? Luke laughed at this and then turned to the robot. Okay, wait, if Hephaestus programmed these things to fade, why didn't this one? Because I didn't attack it, duh, Percy thought. Maybe that one is faulty, Percy lied. Ping. Due to constant lying, the skill has leveled up. Lying, LV8, 12%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 40% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Ping. Lie failed. Luke shook his head. No, I don't think so. Something is going on around here. He then turned to Percy and Grover. We need to be careful around here. I have a bad feeling about this place. Percy nodded, but on the inside he was glad that Luke didn't start to suspect him. The trio walked ahead and came across several robots. Percy and Luke teamed up and destroyed them all, causing more blades to be left behind. Percy then went to grab the blade and quickly managed to grab 3 and put them in his inventory, while he physically carried 2 in his backpack so that Grover and Luke wouldn't get suspicious. What? The blades could kill bloody monster. Do you know how rare this shit was? Eventually, the tunnel ended, and it led them to a big room that looked kind of like a factory floor. There were several factory lines along the sides of the room with pipes running all over the place. On the top of the room was a glowing ball of light which light up the entire place. Percy walked slowly into the room with Riptide ready for battle. Percy then saw that on the other end of the room was a pedestal with light falling on it, kind of a cliché place for the treasure to be, but whatever. Percy walked slowly to the pedestal. Come on, there must be a catch. It can't be that easy. Where's the part where the room is suddenly filled with robots which we all have to fight off and... Ping. Warning, robots incoming. There we go. Guys, heads up, Percy told his friend who were right behind him. The 2 quickly got into attack position. Luke brought up both blades while Grover threw seeds all over the place. The goat man then pulled up his reeds to his mouth with one hand and held his new blade with the other. Capitulo 72. Suddenly, the pipes in the walls started open up, revealing robots inside the large pipes. Secret entrances, who knew? The robots then began flowing out and quickly surrounded the heroes, encircling them. Ah, Percy, there's a lot of them, Grover said in a scared tone. Good, I needed I workout anyway, Luke replied with a ferocious grin. Grover, make a vine wall around us now, Percy yelled out just as one of the robots rolled towards them with blades ready to kill. Percy parried the robot and brought him away from the rest as Grover made a huge wall of vines separating them from the army of robots. Percy then quickly got rid of the robot and looked at Luke. Get ready to fight. He then turned to Grover. When the robots cut through the vine wall, make some more, but leave one entrance free. Make it as if there is only one way they can get in. If we bottleneck them, we might just win. Grover and Luke nodded, and just as Percy predicted, the robots started to cut away at the vines. The first entrance was made in front of Percy. The robots then started to pour in as the wall over there fell. Percy, however, was on it, with Luke taking care of the hole forming in the south, and Grover focused on rebuilding the vines. Percy was free to use his inventory. Percy grabbed several bottles of water and threw them at the robots. The things quickly cut through the bottles, and Percy smirked. The Son of the Sea then commanded the water into the robot's body through the holes near the joints, and short-circuited each robot from the inside out. Who said water wasn't cool? Percy then quickly took care of all the robots near his area and put up a wall of water blocking the hole made. Grover closed this up. Right, the satyr replied as he turned to Percy's opening, creating more vines around that area. Percy then went to Luke and started helping the young adult out. The two worked together almost flawlessly as Luke cut the robot's legs, wheels. On a side note, why wheels? Why not whatever the fuck tanks use? As Percy short-circuited them with his water. Soon the robots created more opens in the vine wall, and the three of them moved in perfect harmony, with Percy and Luke beating up the robots and Grover closing the holes made by the robots. It seemed like the battle was going to last forever, but eventually the number of robots started to decrease as less and less moved out of the opening in the vine wall. "Ah, guys, I'm running out of seed," Grover called out as Percy was just finishing up the last robot coming out of his opening. "Luke, are you finished there?" Percy called out. "Yeah, I think that's all the robots," Luke called out as he finished of another robot. "Grover, I think you can drop the vines," Percy said as the satyr nodded. "Slowly bring the vines down and spread them out on the floor." Percy then looked around and saw several loots littered all over the place. So many blades. Percy, however, sighed. He couldn't carry them all physically, and if half of the blades disappeared, Grover and Luke would start asking questions. "That was amazing," Luke cried out with a grin. "We should totally do that again." Percy was a little bit worried about the mental health of the older boy, but nodded. "Yup, it was kind of awesome slaying these things with you guys." "Hell yeah," Grover said, excited now that the danger was over. "With my awesome wall of vines, your water powers, and Luke's fetish to beat up things. Hey, we are unstoppable." Percy and the others then quickly came down from their victory high and walked over to the podium on the other side of the room. But as Percy began walking toward it, he heard something he really did not want to hear right now. Ping! Warning, monster robo snake above you. Percy's eyes widened at this, and he quickly looked up and saw the ceiling break apart right in front of his eyes. The tiles disappear into nothing, giving was to several pipes rolling along the ceiling, only they weren't pipes, and they were moving. The bright globe that was hanging from the ceiling shattered, and its shards fell all over the room. "Percy, what's going on?" Grover cried out as he narrowly dodged a shard of the ceiling light. "It's a trap," Luke called out as he grabbed Grover and ran towards the tunnel they came from. "Come one, Percy." Percy nodded and quickly ran back. He could come for this thing later. Right now, he needed to make sure Luke and Grover were safe. Percy ran, but then turned back to ceiling, and suddenly he saw out of the now dark ceiling red eyes were staring back at him. Percy's felt fear when he looked into those eyes, but quickly blocked the fear from taking over his mind. "Run, guys." The three had almost made it, but before they reached the tunnel, something fell from the ceiling, something big. Percy, being closer to the center, was flung into the air due to the aftershock of the impact. He crashed into the wall and fell down like a rag doll. "Percy," Luke called out, but then suddenly a giant metal tail slammed into Luke and Grover and threw them into the opposite side of the room. The two hit the wall and immediately fell unconscious. Capitulo 73. Percy groaned as he rubbed his head. "God, who hit me?" His head was hurt, but due to Gamer's body, he didn't lose unconsciousness like Grover and Luke. Percy got to his feet and stopped moving once he saw what was looking back at him. Those red eyes belonged to a massive robotic snake. Bronze metal replaced scale, and in between the scales Percy could see thick wire running along its body. Its head was angular, and its teeth looked sharp, very sharp. It had a crown on its head, which kind of looked like a big trident, and did I mention how sharp its teeth looked? Percy then observed the thing. Robotic snake guardian of Hephaestus. LV 42. HP 25, 000/25, 000. MP 40/40. SDR 45. Vis 42. Dex 43. Int 3. Wise 1. Luke 9. This snake is one of the 12 guardians of the 12 forges hidden all over America. This guardian in particular is known for its deadly attack, and have you seen its teeth? It takes its job very seriously, and also is known for crushing its opponents to death before eating it, like a real snake. Kill to gain 15,000 exp. Percy then dismissed the box and looked for Luke and Grover. He found them against the wall on the opposite side of the wall, unconscious. Percy sighed in relief and then turned to the snake. Showtime. He smirked and quickly pulled out his gauntlet of Kefka and put it on. You know you should have left those two conscious. The snake narrowed its red robotic eyes and hissed. Its body coiled around itself to form a shield of sort in case Percy would try and attack it. Yeah, I know what you were thinking. Reduce their numbers and take them out quickly. Flawless logic. Percy then summoned Zed, Alecto, and Craig, Knight of the Damned. Only problem, I couldn't show my real power with them around. But now, Percy then turned to his servant who nodded in waiting, attack. Alecto took to the air, but found it difficult to move Calso to the enemy in the small room. Percy quickly threw her his bow and quiver, distract him. I don't really think arrows are going to distract that thing. Alecto cried out as she flew away firing arrows at the robotic snake, who didn't really seem to mind. Zed, I need you to ram that thing, Percy told Zed, who nodded. Percy gave him his blade, and the servant charged that the snake, who finally seemed to notice it, was being attacked. The creature coiled back and then lunged forward at Zed, moving in the blink of an eye. Zed held the flat of his blade up and managed to take on the entire force of the snake head-on with his incredible strength alone. The snake then moved back and quickly moved away, and Zed gave chase to the beast. Percy looked at the knight. Can you fight that thing? The knight nodded. Good. Percy then took out Riptide and one of the many blade he got from the robots before. The two then charged the snake, who was now being attacked by Zed. Percy struck between its scales and tore the wires underneath, but the thing didn't stop moving. The snake instead moved its tail and smacked Alecto right in the face and ripped her head off. The fury turned into smoke, dropping the bow and arrow, and flew into Percy's gauntlet. Percy cursed, but continued fighting with the knight and Zed. Zed punched the snake in the mouth, causing the creature to reel back. Did robots even feel pain? Percy saw this chance and jumped along its scales and threw Riptide into one of its eyes, blinding the thing. The snake started to move all over the room as it threw Percy off of it in anger. The knight managed to grab Percy before he hit the ground, and the two moved next to Zed. Got a plan, boss? Percy shook his head. Not really, Zed. That thing is basically a giant snake. The only thing I can think of is to trap it in the tunnels back there. Wait, that just might work. Zed, Craig, follow me. Percy then waved the over, and the three quickly began to run to the tunnel, and sure enough, the snake followed. They ran in, and Percy looked back to see whether the snake was following, and sure enough it was. ROARRR? It shouted out, and Percy looked straight and ran faster. Shit. As they came near the entrance of the forge, Percy called out, break the pipes. Zed looked at Percy. What? Break the bloody pipes, Zed. Zed sighed and immediately started to swing his blade to the side, causing a lot of steam to be released in the path of the snake. Craig followed suit, doing the same. Soon the entrance came upon them, and right then Percy turned and put to hands up. Water spikes. The snake moved forward, but before it shut its jaws over Percy's head, something caught onto its sides. The snake looked back, and there coming out of the steam pipes were water spikes coming out of the opening of the pipes. Ping! Critical damage. 300% of the 1050 attack equals 3675 attack. Percy sighed as he plan had worked. He condensed the steam into water as the moved, and when it was finally ready, he skewered that fucking snake like a kebab. Percy pulled up his mana bar. Percy MP, 15425. This condensing of the steam was mist control costed 10 MP, and the water spikes costed 400 MP, meaning there should be 5 spikes logged into the snake right now. Percy then pulled up the snake's health. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 20,25000. Its lesser health must mean Zed had something to do with that. Percy turned to his servants. You guys ready? Zed held up his blade and in a feral voice replied, Oh yeah. The knight simply nodded as the three turned to the snake leaking massive amounts of bloodlust that the snake started to leak a little bit of oil from the back. Zed attacked first as he started to wail on the thing with his blade. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 19,502-5000. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 19,025-000. Then Craig jumps in and started attacking as well. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 18,025-000. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 17,025-000. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 16,025-000. Percy then charged in and began in favorite movie, Stardust Wave. The swords flashed away at the beast's mouth as bronze struck bronze and sparks flew. Percy kept hitting the thing until his second blade snapped, causing Percy to reach into his inventory to get out another blade and continue the combo attack. Finally, with one last strike, Percy ripped out several of the snake's teeth and hit the monster so hard it literally flew back a good 4 feet. The calculations went on in his head. 45 strikes x 38 VIT, plus 35% equals 1745%. 1745% of 250 attack equals 4362 attack. Ping! Critical strike. 350% of 4362, attack equals 15,267 attack. Percy panted as the snake started to groan in pain. Its life was almost gone. Robotic Snake Guardian of Hephaestus, HP, 733-25000. Percy looked at Zed. Wanna finish this one, Zed? Capitulo 74. The red-armored man nodded. Definitely, boss. He then lifted his sword up high and brought it down, smashing what was left of the monster's head. It then began to slowly melt into dust, leaving behind a couple of very strange items. But just then... Ping! You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 700-700. Mana 500-500. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 11 Exp 5971, 40000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 34, plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31, plus 4 equals 35. INT 28. WS 32. LUC 19. POINTS 5. Money 12, $297/360. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status Demigod, giving Percy plus 4 VIT, plus 4 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy smiled at this and then closed the box and went to quickly pick up the loot. 2000. Cape of Scales. Skill Book of Strength. Razor Whip. A snake sculpture. Percy picked up the money and put it away for later, and then inspected the book. Ping! You have obtained the Skill Book of Strength. Would you like to learn? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the book disappeared as a nothing box showed up. Ping! You have gained plus 1 SDR. Percy smiled and then picked up the cape. The cape had golden scales on the outside with warm leather on the inside. It looked sharp at the ends and very heavy. Cape of Scales. A cape that is very good at defense and offense if you know how to use it. It's light and made out of imperial gold, hence while it looks heavy it really isn't. Percy read this and immediately put the cape on. It was heavy, but considering it was made of metal, it was actually very light. He then tossed the cape into his inventory for later. After all, how the hell would he explain this to Luke and Grover? Percy then picked up the whip next. It was silver with a blue leather holder and blue spikes at the end. Razor whip. A whip that is extremely sharp when mana is called through it. This whip is extremely dangerous, I repeat, do not use it for BDSM. Got it. Attack 25. Percy tossed the whip into his inventory. It may not be needed right now, but it would still be cool to learn how to use it later. Heck, if he got a hat as a call archaeologist bag, he could be Indiana Jones. Percy then picked up the last thing that fell from the snake. It was a perfect statue of the snake he just defeated, only it was about 9 inches long and was black all over. Snake sculpture. One of the 12 main sculpture used to unlock the secret vault of Hephaestus. Collect all 12 and gain access to Hephaestus's main armory. Percy quickly understood what this thing was. It was like a collectible in a game that unlocked extra content, only this time it unlocked the freaking secret vault of the Forge God. After Percy put that away, he dismissed Zed and Craig. He then walked back to the main room to see Grover and Luke still unconscious, but safe. Percy then walked towards the podium and smiled. This was it. This was the thing that will help him get his mom back. But as he walked to the podium, he realized something. Where the hell was the giant chain? There was nothing there on the podium. He couldn't see it before due to the army of robots and the giant snake. Wow, that sentence sounded weird. But either way, he couldn't see it before, but now he could, and there was nothing here. Nothing except a note. The paper was white and the ink was black, and written on it was, "To whomever finds this note. Fisk, you are shit out of luck, sucker. Oh yeah, sure, I know what you were thinking. Hey, let's go steal Hephaestus's forge, he never checks it anyway. I thought the same thing, only difference is I thought of it too and I got here first. So tough nuts, bitch. Edward Neek. Son of Hermes." Percy looked up and sighed. It seemed somebody was going to die. Edward Neek, you just made my shit list. Percy then picked up all the loot the robots from before left behind. The metal was good, and having like 50 or so weapons that could kill monster would be a major plus point. Percy also took several shards of the light that shattered in the beginning of the battle. It could be made into a lamp or something in the future. Percy then tried to absorb the soul of the gigantic robotic snake. It would be so cool if he could do that. Just imagine him riding into battle on that thing. But alas, there was a little problem. The thing didn't have a fucking soul. Sure, okay, yeah, he knew it didn't have a soul, it being a robot and all. But come one. He kicked its bronze ass fair and square. Percy ranted about this for a few moments before he dragged Luke and Grover outside. They were still out of it, and Percy didn't want to wake them up, plus great strength training. Eventually, all three were out of the forge of Hephaestus, and Percy quickly washed his face with water from the stream and waited for the two to wake up. But as Percy waited, he began to think to himself, who the hell is Edward Neek? The name sounds familiar, but Percy didn't know why. He said he was the son of Hermes. Maybe Luke would know. Percy then pulled up his status. Status: Percy Jackson. Health 700. Mana 500. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 11 Exp 5971, 40000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 34, plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31, plus 4 equals 35. INT 28. WS 32. LUC 19. POINTS 5. Money 12, $297/360. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status demigod, giving Percy +4 VIT, +4 dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Increase of +1 to VIT and dex every 5 levels. Perks. Anger of Electo. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the anger of Electo, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. HP regeneration, 25%. MP regeneration, 25%. Just then Grover started to groan as he came to. Percy closed his status and immediately went to his friend and helped him to his feet. Easy there, G-Man, you just got your ass handed to you by a giant snake. I think you can take it slow. Capitulo 75. Percy, wait, what happened? Grover asked as he looked around. Are we outside the forge? Percy nodded. Yeah, I managed to get you and Luke out of there in time. Wait, Grover called out and then began looking all over the place. Where is that giant snake thing? Percy shrugged. It didn't follow us out here. It was the lie he had prepared beforehand. It must only attack those who are inside the forge. Ping. Lie success. Percy smiled as Grover visibly calmed down. Okay then, that's good. But what about the chains? Percy frowned as he dug out the note he found inside the forge and gave it Grover. I managed to sneak in after getting you two out here and found this in the place of the chains. Grover read the note and then looked up at Percy with a questioning look. Who the hell is Edward Neek? No idea, but he's Sue on my shit list. So this is a bust, huh? Grover said, sighing. Well, at least we didn't die. Percy nodded and then went to Luke and carried the boy over his shoulder. For now, let's head back to Boston and get the train. We might have to settle for Plan B. What's Plan B? Go in, grab my mom, piss on Hades' throne, and then get the fuck out. I think you can do the pissing thing on your own, Grover replied with a weak smile. Percy smiled back, and the two left the forest and walked back to the main road. Percy was getting a little tired carrying Luke over his shoulder, but hey, great exercise. Wait, did I say that already? As soon as they reached the road, Percy managed to get a cab. Percy opened the cab and tossed Luke in, causing the young man to hit his head on the door handle. Shit! Percy called out as he and Grover then put Luke upright and finally managed to get in the car. Where to? Asked the cabbie who was looking at them through the mirror. Just a motel or something, Percy replied. Sure, you two didn't roughy the blonde kid, did you? What, no? Because if you did, it would be a crime if I brought you guys to a motel. Who knows what you two might do to that kid? Holy shit, man, we aren't going to rape Luke, Grover exclaimed. Actually, I meant it would be a crime for me to not bring him to a hospital, the cabbie replied, as the situation slowly became more and more awkward. Just drive, Percy replied as the cabbie took off. They made it to a motel where Percy paid the man and took Luke out. Grover got them rooms, and the three quickly went in and shut the door. Inside, Percy and Grover waited in silence for Luke to wake up. Grover was looking at the news while Percy was checking his inventory. He had 30 bottle of water, tooth of a hellhound, torch, 34 pancakes, 20 meals, 7 apples, 6 bananas, 10 oranges, picture of mom, Gabe's head, horns of the Minotaur, potion low level X5, staff of healing high level, 13 swords, 6 katanas, 3 helmets, 3 shields, 17 helmets, a bow, a quiver, a Greek spear 25, cape of scales, helmet of Troy, gauntlet of Kefka, sword of Kefka, imperial gold spear, climbing gloves, shovel buster, necklace of the damned, scroll of hidden treasure, HNI, essences of shadow, crafting item, celestial bronze blades, 50, shards of light, 6, razor whip, snake statue. Yeah, he had a lot of shit. Maybe it was time to sell some on the HNI. Percy heard a groan and turned to see Luke waking up. Hey, take it easy, Luke, Percy said as he helped the boy up. What happened? Luke asked as he shook his head. Did something hit me? Yeah, I giant robotic snake, Grover replied as he handed Luke a bottle of water. How are we even alive? I managed to get you two out. The snake didn't follow use once we left the forge. I did, however, manage to sneak back in and find this. Percy then handed Luke the note from before. Luke emptied his bottle of water and then took the note. After reading it fully, he looked at Percy with a raised eyebrow. Who the fuck is Edward Neek? We thought you might know, Percy replied with a shrug, him being a son of Hermes and all. I don't know who this Edward guy is, but whoever he is, he now has the chains, Luke replied as he rubbed his forehead. Damn, I must, and hit my head pretty hard. Percy and Grover shared a look as a flashback to the cab came to mind. Yup, Percy said, totally, you must have hit your head pretty hard. Luke then reached into his backpack and took out a tin box. He opened it, and inside was a square piece of yellow cake, kind of looked like a lemon square. Luke ate the cake, and in front of Percy's eyes the bump on his head vanished, and Luke became more focused as the dizziness vanished from his eyes. Whoa, Percy exclaimed. What is that? Is that like a healing pill only a son of Hermes can use? Luke handed Percy the tin box, and Percy used observe. Ambrosia. Food of the gods. It heals demigods when eaten, but eat too much and they will burn from the inside out. Warning. Never give to humans, they will instantly combust. Plus 100% HP, restored with first-time consumption. Minus 25% HP, restored with additional consumption. Cool-down period before someone can eat this with no minus 25% HP, 12 hours. Percy's eyes widened. Holy shit. Luke smiled. Yeah, I know it smells great, Rig. It's called ambrosia, Percy replied as he inspected it again. Yeah, that's right. You know your Greek myth, Percy. It has its twin, nectar. Luke then took out a thermostat and gave it to Percy. Percy saw inside was a golden liquid that kind of looked like caramel syrup. Nectar. Food of the gods. It heals demigods when drank, but eat too much and they will burn from the inside out. Warning. Never give to humans, they will instantly combust. Plus 100% MP, restored with first-time consumption. Minus 25% MP, restored with additional consumption. Cool-down period before someone can eat this with no minus 25% MP, 12 hours. Luke then continued, Anyway, I'm surprised you didn't know about this sooner. Didn't the healers feed you some when you were in the med bay? Capitulo 76. Percy shook his head. No, I heal fast. Also, being the son of Poseidon make me heal every time I come in contact with water. Luke whistled. Wow, that's amazing, Percy. Anyway, putting the food of the gods aside, what's our next move? Percy handed the nectar and ambrosia back to Luke, making a mental note to get some for himself. I don't really know, man. Just wing it, I supposed. Okay then, next stop LA. Percy and the others quickly took a bath and got into a change of clothes. Percy now wore a blue shirt with a black hoodie. They all quickly left the motel and took a bus to the train station. Once they reached Percy, and the rest were disappointed to know that they had just missed the last train to LA, the next one being tomorrow morning at 8. God damn it, Percy replied angrily as the group of questers walked along the road aimlessly. Now what? Luke shrugged. Just wait, I suppose. There really isn't much we can do. Grover nodded. So let's make the best of this. Let's explore a bit, relax, and enjoy the small things in life. Oh, okay. Let's relax doing that while my mom is stuck in the underworld. Percy snapped back, causing Grover to put his head down in embarrassment. Percy was getting tensed. His failure in getting the chains, along with the fact he would basically waste a whole day, was getting to him. Luke put his hand on Percy's shoulder and calmed him down. Look, Percy, we will get there, okay? We just can't do it now. So let's take this time to relax, and because tomorrow evening we will be in LA ready to go into the underworld. Percy sighed. I'm sorry, G-Man. Grover smiled. It's cool, Percy. Luke nodded. Good. Now that that's settled, let's go and get some coffee. Wait, why coffee? Percy asked. Because coffee and the true nectar of the gods, Mr. D said so. Isn't Dionysus the god of wine? Why would he say coffee and the nectar of the gods? He likes to eat coffee beans raw. Says something about them causing him to becoming a hyperactive hamster, which the next best thing to being drunk, which he can't be due to the ban Zeus placed on him. Percy shrugged. That is one weird god. He then followed Luke into a Starbucks as they ordered a drink. Percy got a cappuccino, while Luke got a double-shot vanilla mocha cocoa with whipped cream and extreme form. Yeah, needless to say, Luke is basic as fuck. Grover, on the other hand, got a black coffee which he spiked with a little bit of nectar when no one was looking. The three sat near the entrance with a view of the door, in case monsters managed to find them. The three enjoyed their drinks as Percy felt his worries wash away. You know what, this was a good idea, Percy said with a smile. I feel better already. Luke smiled. See what I tell you, Starbucks is the best. Grover laughed. Says the basic white girl. What was that? Luke asked with narrowed eyes. And nothing. What? You want me to Iris message Juniper and tell her you have been thinking about nymphs and their... Help me out here, Percy, what was it? Healthy bodies, Percy supplied. Right, they're healthy bodies. Are you sure you want me to do that, Grover? No, please no, Grover yelled out in a panic. Then tell me, who's basic white girl? Me, I'm a basic white girl. You're goddamn right. Percy laughed at this, and then suddenly an idea hit. Wait, why don't we Iris message him? Who? Luke asked, confused. Edward Neek, Percy exclaimed. Let's just Iris him and ask him fro the chains. What makes you think he would be willing to negotiate with us? I don't know, but we have to try something. Luke sighed and then nodded. Okay, let's do it. They finished their drinks and quickly went to the alley next to the shop. Percy took out a water bottle and made it into steam as a rainbow slowly appeared. Grover then finished out a drachma and tossed it in. Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, accept my offering. Show us Edward Neek, son of Hermes. They waited for the image to appear, but then a voice came out of the rainbow. The person you are trying to reach is unavailable at this time. Please try later. The rainbow then tossed out the drachma into Grover's waiting arms. Well shit, Luke exclaimed, throwing his arms up in the air. Wait, what does this mean? Percy asked. It means he has some way of blocking Iris's powers. Luke explained as he began leading the group out of the alley and back onto the street. You can do that? Yeah, pretty easily actually. Just need enough power for it. That's the reason people can't just call up the gods willy-nilly. Did you just say willy-nilly? Percy asked with a smirk. Why isn't that cool anymore? Luke asked. Guys, Grover said, trying to get their attention. Yeah, man, it's totally not cool, Percy said, ignoring Grover. Really? When I was your age, it was the coolest thing one could say. Guys, Grove tried again. Wait, how old are you? 42, Percy smirked. Hey, I'll have you know. Guys, Grover roared out, causing the two to turn back. What? Luke asked. I found him. Grover then pointed to a newspaper stand on the side of the road. Percy and Luke turned, and on the cover of the Times was a picture of a well-dressed man in a black suit. He had black hair and gray eyes, and on his face was a smile that can found on Luke and every son of Hermes back in camp. Below, written in bold, was, Edward Neek, the genius of Boston. You have got to be kidding me, Percy said in a dazed tone. They quickly purchased the magazine and sat down on a bench reading all that was written about Edward Neek. The man had a mysterious past, most demigods did, and the first time the public caught wind of him was when he was 17. He had just designed a website which people complained to the government about their situation. This led to hundreds to domestic violence cases being reported via this website, and even common problem like fixing a sink. He single-handedly created a virtual platform for the whole city of Boston where people could interact with anyone they wanted. Capitulo 77. He then spent most of his time creating new methods of security, leading to the foundation of Half-Blood Inc., the leading monopoly in Boston for security. Percy looked at this and a light bulb light up in his head. This was why he got a familiar feeling when he read Edward's name. The guy was rich and not a dick, which was rare. Percy had read about him before, during Yancey Academy. Nancy even did a project on him. So this is the guy whose ass we need to kick, Luke said as he finished reading the article. Holy shit, Grover said with an open mouth. If what this thing says is true, this guy is a bloody millionaire. Percy nodded and got up. Doesn't matter. This Edward guy seems okay enough, but we still have a quest to finish. Grover sighed. Okay then, so where to? Where all rich people go during this time of the day, Percy replied as he hailed a cab. His office. The building that hosted Half-Blood Inc. was huge. It had the company's name in bronze above the door, and the lobby was filled with Greek paintings and statues. This Edward guy was really pushing it with all this Greek stuff. As they entered, they were searched by two security guards. Let's call them Dumb and Dumber. Percy used the mist to conceal some of the divine stuff in their bags, like the nectar and ambrosia, and the two let them through. Percy and the others got into a lift and pressed the top floor button. What? He is the owner and CEO of a very powerful company. Of course he would be in the top. The doors opened, revealing a woman with blonde hair sitting behind a gray desk. All around the room were paintings of Hermes. Okay, this guy was obsessed with this stuff. The woman saw the three boys and smiled. Hello, can I help you? Luke took charge as he put on a charming smile. Ah yes, you see, me and my friends here have a Dilbert for Mr. Edward. He then waved his hand over his backpack, manipulating the mist. We need to see him. The blonde woman continued smiling as she looked at the bag. That's a bag. Luke looked stumped. He waved his fingers again. No, this is a box. No, that's a bag. Luke sighed in defeat. A clear-sighted mortal, great. Just tell Edward his family is here to see him. I was unaware Mr. Neek had family, the blonde said in surprise. Yeah, I'm his half-brother, and those two are his cousins, Luke said, pointing at Percy and Grover, who waved. You do have the same smile as him, the secretary said. Okay, I'll tell him. By the way, whatever drugs your own, please make sure Mr. Neek doesn't find out. He hates the stuff. What? I'm not on any drugs. You just pointed to your bag and called it a box, the blonde explained with a raised eyebrow. Jew, just call him, okay? Luke said with a sigh as he walked away to a laughing Percy and Grover. Shut up. Percy and Grover agreed to stop, and the three then sat down on the couch in the corner of the room and waited. Soon, after what felt like forever, the blonde woman called them over. Mr. Neek will see you now. Luke muttered, finally, under his breath, as they walked to the door on the other side of the room. Look, guys, while we are in there, let me do all the talking. Maybe we can convince this guy to help us instead of kicking his ass. Percy and Grover nodded. Lead on. The door led to an office which had glass windows instead of walls on two sides, leading to an amazing view over the Boston skyline. There, standing behind a large desk, was a man in a gray suit whose back was turned to them. Drama queen, Percy thought as the man slowly turned around to face them. Edward Neek, CEO of Half-Blood Inc. LV 32. HP. MP 500/500. Race demigod. SDR 23. VIT 44. Dex 32. Int 42. Wise 21. Luke 9. The son of Hermes, he ran away from camp when he was young and built himself an empire using his skills as a son of Hermes. He now owns a powerful company and uses it to try and help whoever he can. A nice guy at heart, but seriously, do not trust him with you food. Dude's a stress eater. Edward Neek then smiled a familiar smile. I heard a little brother of mine wanted to speak to me. Edward had an old smiling face. If Percy was to guess, he looked around 30 years old, making him the oldest demigod Percy has ever seen. Luke stepped up. My name is Luke Castellan. I'm a son of Hermes. Edward Neek then stretched his hand out, which Luke shook. Now how did you know I was a son of Hermes? I kept that secret well hidden and away from public eye. Well hidden? Percy asked with a look of disbelief. Bullshit. You have Greek painting and statues littered all over your lobby and an 8-foot-tall statue of Hermes right outside. Edward shrugged. I was hiding in plain sight. Luke sighed. Okay, looked, we found you because we need your help in our quest. Edward's eyes light up with a spark of mischief. Oh, is this a questing party? How exciting. But that still doesn't explain how you found me out. With this, Luke then handed Edward the note they found in Hephaestus's forge. Capitulo 78. Edward looked at it and smiled. Ah yes, Uncle Hephaestus' forge, I remember that. You have no idea how difficult it was to sneak in there, get the chain and get out without activating the giant robot snake. Who even builds something like that in the first place? We know, Luke said with a sigh, we recently got very personally with the thing. You actually fought that thing? Edward asked, impressed. More like ran away, Luke replied as the two half-brothers nodded in memory of the robot. So what do you need? We need the chains, Luke replied frankly. Well, okay then, how about, no. Why not? Well, basically, they're mine, and I don't want to give them to you. Well, actually, they're Hephaestus, Percy cut in, and I am sure he would love to know you have them. Are you threatening me? Edward asked with narrowed eyes. Basically, yeah, Percy replied back, shrugging. Edward smirked as he sat down in his seat. Well, good luck with that. Percy frowned. Look, we need your help. I promise I'll give the chains back after we are done using it. Edward raised an eyebrow. Really, you promise? Percy nodded. Yes, I do. Do you swear on the sticks? Percy was about to open his mouth when Luke cut in. Percy, wait, Luke interrupted. You don't know what you are doing. If you swear on the sticks, you will be making an unbreakable promise, and if you do break it, something bad will happen to you, something really bad. Edward laughed. He doesn't even know that. What type of idiots did the gods send on this stupid quest of theirs? Percy got angry. He was pissed beyond belief. Gamers' minds kicked in and helped him control himself, but that didn't change the fact that Percy wanted to slap Edward across the face. Look here, asshat, the gods did not send me. I am doing this quest to find my mom and bring her back. Really? Edward looked intrigued. So you didn't get a quest from the oracle sending you to get something or another for the gods? Yeah, I did, but I don't give a damn about that. All I care about is getting my mom back. And where is she right now? Percy looked Edward dead in the eyes and in a serious tone replied, in the underworld. Edward looked surprised. What? Hades kidnapped my mom and is holding her for ransom. He wants the lightning bolt of Zeus, which he thinks I stole. So I need the chains to capture Hades and get my mom back, because I didn't steal the damn lightning bolt. Who the hell are you, kid? My name is Percy Jackson. I am the son of Poseidon. Edward looked at Percy, at his face, eyes, and then smiled and threw his head back laughing. Ha ha! Oh gods, this is amazing. You're like a modern-day Orpheus. Percy grimaced at the comparison. It was similar. Orpheus went to Hades to bring back his lover, and he was going to bring back his mom. Only difference is Orpheus failed. He wouldn't. So will you help me? Edward looked at the three kids in front of him and then got up and paced around his large office. The silence hung in the air for a long time before Edward spoke. Do you know I named this place Half-Blood Inc.? No, I don't, Percy and Luke replied with Grover simply shaking his head. It's because of Hera, Edward explained. Her contribution to camp is just as important as the other gods there. You see, while she couldn't have demigods of her own, she still loved them all. It's just Zeus she hates, and by extension some of his children. But when Camp Half-Blood was built, Hera took this opportunity to protect her new family. She placed a spell over it. This spell influenced everyone there to consider the people their family. It wouldn't affect everyone there directly, more like made way for them to think in such a way. Percy looked stumped. So did he like camp because of this spell or because he liked them? No. Wait, his gamer's mind made him immune to tricks like that, so he must just like camp because he does. When I left camp, I never wanted to return. The way the unclaimed were treated were inhuman, neglected, forgotten. I didn't want to see that anymore, so I came here. I used my demigod skills and built my empire. Whenever I can, I help this city, but for now this is my home. But that being said, I still love Camp Half-Blood, despite how fucked up it is. But things have changed now, Grover replied in a pleading tone. People are being treated better. Sure they are, Edward replied with a dismissing wave. They will try, but in the end the unclaimed will remain the unclaimed. No, they aren't, Luke spoke up finally as he looked right in his half-brother's eyes. The unclaimed are no longer unclaimed. What? How is that possible? It's because of Percy. Luke then turned to the son of Poseidon. He came into camp, and the first night there defeated the Minotaur. The second night he revealed himself to be the son of Poseidon, and the next night told each and every one of the unclaimed there just who their godly parent was. What? Edward yelled out loud. How did you do that? I just knew, I guess. I can't really explain it. I just get a feeling from demigods that helped me identify who was how. Luke nodded. Yup, Though that was a lucky guess you made when finding out Ethan Nakamura's mom. Serious, how did you feel he was the son of balance and vengeance? Percy shrugged. He just felt very balancy to me, and did you see his eyebrows? Percy shivered. Ethan had some big-ass eyebrows. Look, why should I believe a word you are saying? Edward interrupted them. It would be nice if they were treated fairly, but that only happens in fairy tales, and this isn't a fairy tale. I, Luke Castellan, swear on the sinks that everything I just said about Percy and the unclaimed was the truth, the blonde son of Hermes said, and just then thunder cracked outside, drawing everyone's attention to the clear blue sky. Ah, is that supposed to happen? Asked Percy, worried. Capitulo 79. Yes, it is, Edward replied as he turned to a smirking Luke. Since you're still alive, you must be telling the truth. Luke nodded. Told you so. Edward then looked at Percy and grinned. So, son of Poseidon, huh? Yup, Percy replied. Fine, I'll help you guys get the chains. Percy fist pumped, yes. But then something popped up in his head. Wait, what do you mean you will help us get the chains? Edward then grew a sheepish smiled as he rubbed the back of his head. Kind of sold it off. What? The three questers yelled out loud, causing Edward's grin to widen. Half an hour later, Percy and his team found themselves in Edward's limo as they headed to downtown Boston. I still can't believe you sold the freaking chains of Hephaestus, Percy yelled out. Hee, Edward rubbed his head again. I told you I needed the cash. I was just starting up Half-Blood Inc. And well, it was either that or be a stripper, and let me tell you, I may have the body of a stripper, but I got none of the moves. Luke snickered. Yeah, I can imagine. We Hermes kids aren't known for being graceful. Percy nodded at that. Okay, so who did you sell it to again? His name is Biggie. He's the informant for Boston. And what does he, inform? Realization dawned on Edward. Oh right, you guys don't know. It's okay, it took me years to even find out about them. Who is them? Tell me what happens to clear the sighted mortals, like the ones that can see monsters roaming the streets day to day. They just, I don't know. Well, most live normal lives, not believing what they see. But the rest do something about it. There are actually a lot of clear-sighted mortals around these days, and each have their own powers and abilities to keep themselves safe. Like magic, pyrokinesis, sorcery, and even magical martial arts. Wait, so you're telling me that there are clear-sighted mortal out there who can do magic? Luke asked with a look of surprise. Yup, anyone can do magic if taught properly. Anyway, as I was saying, these groups of people live day to day in a world crafted by themselves for themselves. It is known by many names, the pit, the hellhole, but most, like me, call it the abyss. Every city has a place where these members of the abyss meet up, and Biggie is a member of abyss. Most of the others in abyss is, well, not the best kind of people. What do you mean? Percy asked with narrowed eyes. Most are hitmen for hire using their skills to make a quick buck. There are less honorable. So what you are telling me is that there is an entire society that is powerful and for hire? Luke asked with a slight tone of enthusiasm, which Percy found radically strange. Yeah, but you are going to need a lot of money. So, Percy cut in, trying to change the tone of this conversation. Right now, we are going into a new world hidden just a few centimeters from us, that is filled with monsters and people who can do incredible things. Yup. Great, it's like Camp Half-Blood all over again, Percy exclaimed, throwing his hands up. The limo pulled up to a coffee shop named The Rabbit, and Percy and the rest got out. Come back for us in half an hour, Edward called back to his driver, who nodded and left them there. So, this is it? Luke asked. Yup. The entrance to the society that contains magicians. But it looks like a regular coffee place to me, Grover said, narrowing his eyes. Are they using the mist to block our sight? Nope, Edward replied, and then walked in as the three questers followed him inside. The Rabbit looked like any other coffee shop with a barista girl and everything. On a side note, damn, barista girls are hot. Percy looked around and was shocked to see the kind of people in here. Everyone here had a level above 20 and an average of 25. Everyone here was trained and dangerous. They are not hiding using the mist, Percy whispered out. They are hiding in plain sight. Edward grinned. You can sense the power flowing out of them. Percy nodded, kind of. I think I can. Well, either way, you are right. The mist is something that can be broken, it can be seen through. But since most of the people in Abyss are clear-sighted anyway, there really is no point. Also, like Percy said, they are hiding in plain sight. The group then walked to the back of the place, and there sitting alone in the back booth was a chubby man with a bald spot as big as a plate. He wore a black track suit along with a golden chain and watch. He looked up and smiled. Well, 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 if it isn't the son of Boston. I saw that article about you in the Times earlier, really hard-hitting stuff. Edward smiled. Hello, Biggie. How have you been? Edward sat down opposite to him while motioning for the others to join him. Oh, you know, same old, same old. Had a coven of witches come in the other day with the head of a werewolf, wanted a price for it. Needless to say, the missus was not pleased with all the werewolf blood leaking on the wooden floors. Edward laughed. Well, that's quite a story, Biggie. You'll have to tell it to me later, but for now I came for a job. Biggie nodded as he sipped his cup of coffee. Yeah, I can see that. A son of Hermes as satyr and... What's this, a son of Poseidon? Well, 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 you certainly have an interesting case for me this time, Edward. Edward smiled while the others looked shell-shocked. How the hell did this guy even know about them? Percy then used observe on him. Ben Starwell, informant. Level 33. HP. MT. Race human, clear-sighted. SDR 12. Vit 10. Dex 12. Int 53. Wise 20. Luke 19. The informant of Boston, also known as Biggie, this man tells people what they want provided they have enough to pay for that information. He used to be part of the Italian mafia before he quit it for the Abyss. He loves his wife but hates her family. Capitulo 80. What the hell? This guy was a genius but nothing too impressive. Did he have some kind of power that helped him figure all that out? Right as always, Biggie, Edward replied with a grin. He then turned to Percy. Biggie here has the power to learn information quickly. He can also sense people's powers, kind of like you, Percy. Biggie looked up at this. Kid's got the powers of an informant. Well, 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 this just got interesting. Guess you're not just a useless Greeky after all. Greeky? Percy asked, confused. Biggie isn't really a fan of the Greek gods, Edward explained. Which is why we get along so well. Biggie smiled at Edward. All right then, Eddie, I know you wouldn't come all the way down here for nothing. What do you need? Remember those chains I sold you, Biggie? Yeah, the chains that bound Hera herself. What about them? Well, I need them. It's a matter of life and death. I would love to help you, Edward, I really would, but I can't. Those chains are being used to help a lot of people right now. I can't just give it to you. Like what? Edward asked curiously. Right now, they are being used to contain a monster from attacking a colony of fairies living in the Paul Revere house. The Paul Revere house? Luke asked with a questioning look. Fairies? Asked Grover. Biggie nodded to them both. Yup. The Paul Revere house is marked as a landmark in Boston and is used to hide fairies. And yes, I do mean fairies like Tinkerbell. So what are the chains being used to Goward? It's being used to Goward a monster born out of hate and destruction. During the 2000s, there was a few magician that went crazy and summoned a demon from hell and tried to make it their slave. Things didn't go so well, and the thing escaped. It went after the fairies, and the people from the Abyss used those chains you sold to seal up the demon in the Paul Revere house. Edward sighed as he laid back. So we can't have them, huh? Biggie nodded. Sadly no. But if you manage to defeat the demon, I wouldn't mind letting you guys keep the chains. Edward perked up at this. Seriously, just like that. Biggie nodded. Yup, yup, yup. If you manage to defeat the things, I'll let you keep the chains. Interested. Quest alert. Defeat the demon wolf. Reward. +5 stat points. Wolfskin jacket. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Hell yeah, Percy cried out as he carefully pressed the yes option. Free stat point? Yes, please. Biggie looked at him and smiled. What's your name, kid? My name is Percy Jackson. Biggie nodded. Okay then, Percy, don't get too excited about this. I doubt you can actually kill this thing. It is big, nasty, and deadly. It killed people far more experienced than you because it had a bad day. What do you think it will do to you? Percy gulped, but his resolve remained strong. I need those chains. Very well then. Biggie then pulled out his phone and sent Edward a text. I texted you the details on where to find the thing inside the house. But there is one more thing you all should know. Only one of you can go in there. What? Why? Screamed out Luke in worry. Because that's how the seal was designed. The fairies would choose a champion and send her in to try and kill the beast, but obviously that never worked out, Biggie stated. Thanks, Biggie, Edward nodded as Percy, Luke and Grover got up to leave. I'm sure this is going to help them a lot. Hey, don't mention it, Biggie said, waving them away. Oh, by the way, Percy, the son of Poseidon turned back. You might want to know, there is a rumor going around about a giant army of monsters gathering in the southeast. Might be something, but you never know. Percy was shocked but quickly nodded. Thanks, Biggie. Biggie then waved them away. Percy ran out and waited for Edward's limo to pull up. As the road to the Paul Revere house then began discussing who will go in to face the monster. It's obvious, Percy replied. I'm going in there. Percy, you can't, it's too dangerous, replied Grover. You heard what that guy said, the thing is a literal demon from hell. I need those chains, Grover. We can find another way, Percy, Luke said. No, really, Edward replied. I have felt the power of those things. If you want to get Percy's mom back from Hades without getting tricked, then you need those chains. Percy nodded. Yeah, and besides, I'm sure I'll be fine. Percy, this is serious business, Luke said, frowning. You can actually get killed. This won't be like the Minotaur or the robots in the forge. This thing wants to kill you, and can do so. Percy nodded. I know, Luke, but I have to try. The argument was dropped as Luke and Grover knew a losing battle when they saw one. The limo pulled up to an old wooden building that looked like time forgot to touch it. The building was painted black with its windows shut and a locked door with the sign, closed. This place is a tourist attractions, Edward explained, but since today is Sunday, they are closed. Wait, today was Sunday and you were at work? Luke asked. Edward shrugged. I'm a workaholic, and an alcoholic, but that's neither here nor there. He then sent the limo away and slowly walked to the house. The group then looked around. The coast was clear. Luke and Edward then set out picking the lock for the house. Here, let me, Luke replied, holding a lockpick in his hand. No, I got it, Edward replied, trying to pick the lock. I am faster. Well, I am better at this. Bullshit. Well, it's the truth, Edward the pulled, causing his lockpick to snap. Shit. Let me, Luke said as he went about unlocking the door. Suddenly the door clicked and opened inward. There, see. Capitulo 81. I was just a little rusty, Edward said as he walked in. Sure. Inside, the house looked even more Victorian. There was a chair and table in the front with places on them describing them. It seemed they belonged to Paul Revere, along with the bed on the side of the room. Who the fuck is this guy anyway? Edward pulled out his phone and took out the information Biggie sent him. According to this, it should be right around here, Edward said as he walked to one corner of the room and pressed a wooden plank, which then glowed blue as the wall began to separate itself, revealing a pathway. There should be nothing there. Heck, the wall of the house should open up to the outside. But there it is, a secret passageway. Must be some kind of pocket dimension created by magic. Percy gathered his wits and walked in, followed by Luke, Edward, and at last Grover. The passage got darker and darker, but never completely pitch black, as there was always a faint blue light coming out of the walls that illuminated the path for them. Eventually, the passage led to a gigantic room which looked like it should be used to store freaking ships. The room was illuminated by a fake sun that was floating on the top. Along the walls were stone-like buildings shaped like honeycombs, inside which were balls of light. Are those? Luke asked, unsure of himself. Fairies, Grover cried out as he ran to one of them. They were scared first, but eventually came out of their homes and began to circle Grover, some pulling up his beanie, messing with his hair and horns. I think they like him, Percy said with a smile. They should, Edward replied. Grover is a satyr. They both are creatures of nature. The fairies are the same, just a little more mischievous. Percy nodded and then turned away from Grover to look ahead, and there on the far end of the room was a giant door, which was 8 feet tall, with pictures of skeletons being broken apart at the spine by something cloaked in shadows with bright blue eyes. The door was sealed shut by bright bronze chains that was pinned on it with silver bolts. That must be the chains, Percy thought as he approached the doors. "You ready for this?" Edward asked Percy in a whisper. "No," he replied. "Good, being overconfident gets you killed. Stay on your feet, stay alert, and you might just survive this." Percy nodded and turned to Grover, who was now talking to one particularly bright ball of light. "What are they saying, Grover?" His best friend turned to him grim. Aye, they are saying if you wish to go in there and face this thing they won't stop you. But they are also saying that if you do go, we should ready your casket." Percy smiled, who said fairies didn't have a sense of humor. Just then a ball of light squeaked up and Grover translated. "She's saying that they aren't being funny. They lost a lot of people, good people, to this thing. Percy, I don't think this is a good idea." Percy sighed. "I need to do this." He then threw his bag down and pulled out Riptide. "Here, Percy," Luke said as he handed Percy the time box of ambrosia and the flask of nectar, "in case you might need it." Percy nodded to Luke and put the things in his pocket. He then walked up to the door as the fairies all surrounded him. They then went to the chains and began chanting in a strange language, making the chains glow with red Greek words. Before Percy could read them, the words disappeared, causing the chains to disappear and the doors to open for him. Percy looked back to Luke and nodded. The son of Hermes looked unsure of this. He hated this plan. But he nodded back. He may not like it, but he would support it. Percy then turned to the open door. All that was seen beyond was darkness. Gripping Riptide hard, Percy walked into the darkness as the doors shut behind him, killing off all source of light. Ping! "You have entered the dungeon, Cave of the Beast. You can only exit after killing the monster inside." Percy sighed, dismissing the box. "Great, just what I need, another dungeon effect pulling me down. Well, at least I'm not alone." Percy then pulled out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned all his servants. Zed equipped his swords, Alectos her bow, and Quiver and Craig had his blade ready. Percy then took out the shard of light that he got from the forge and threw them all over the dungeon. The light revealed that Percy was now in a cave. The cave was 50 feet tall, with stalactites on the top and several pillars lining the walls. Suddenly 2 giant blue orbs appeared, similar to the ones the shadowy figure on the door had. The light then revealed what was inside the cave. There, standing in front of Percy, was a 15-foot-tall beast in the shape of a wolf. It was pitch black with blood-red highlights running across. Its mouth was open as drool fell down in the buckets. Its teeth were long and sharp with claws just as big. On its back were the wings of an eagle with silvery feathers that looked sharp as steel. It opened its mouth and roared, "Roar!" Marchojas. LV. HP 38, 000/3800. MP 40,004,0000. SDR 42. VIT 43. Dex 33. Int 52. Wise 63. Luke Zira. A Marquis of Hell, this demon lost its way and found itself here on Earth. It has since killed and ate all that opposed it. He gives true answers to all questions asked to it and is known to be an expert in battles. Kill to get 30,000 exp. Percy took out his shield and held it up ready for the oncoming fight. He yelled out, "Bring it on, you stupid beast." All right, there we go, another one done. Everything was done. Sorry if some seem a little laid back, but they did just go dungeon hunting, so. Capitulo 82. How the hell am I going to actually kill this thing? It is big and scary, but so is all the monsters I face. Maybe I should just ask? Heck, I never tried that. Maybe it just might work. Also, its info did say it gives true answer to questions. So what is the best way I can kill you? Percy asked the demon. And where are all your weak points? And how would you react if I force-feed you ambrosia and nectar? The demon looked at Percy with a look which basically said, "Really?" Percy shrugged. "Well, I tried, get him, guys." Percy jumped to side as Zed and Craig charged the big wolf. Alecto drew up an arrow and fired at the thing's eyes. But before the arrow, Zed and Craig managed to hit the thing. It opened its mouth and roared. The shock wave alone tossed all 3 back onto the floor. Percy grimaced. "This is going to be a lot harder than I expected." Percy then jumped forward just as it closed its jaws, and with Riptide, he cut across the thing's right eye. Ping! Critical hit. 350% of 250 attack equals 875 attack. Marchoja's HP. 37,125-3-8000. Percy then ducked down as Marchoja's moved backwards in pain. Black blood dripped along Riptide. It seemed demons from hell had black blood. Not really that surprising. Just then. Warning, attack from front. Percy jumped back just as Marchoja's swiped at him with one of his gigantic paws. Percy grimace, Electo light him up. Right, boss, the Fury called out as she fired arrow after arrow at the monster. Some stuck while others couldn't penetrate the fur. Marchoja's HP. 37,005-3-8000. Zed bash his skull in. Craig covers Zed until he gets a clear shot in. Percy called out as he put away Riptide and pulled out his climbing gloves. He had a crazy idea in mind. Zed roared out, "Got it, boss," while Craig simply nodded. The knight charged Marchoja's and swung at him skillfully with his giant black blade. The demon jumped away from each strike, and on the fifth doge it pounced on Craig and crushed his helmet with its powerful jaws. Marchoja's then moved back and spit the helmet out, revealing an empty suit of armor. Empty, except for the mass of shadows living in it. Craig moved again and swung at the demon, which kind of looked surprised considering Craig was headless. As the two began their dance of attacking and dodging, Craig's helmet slowly formed back out of the shadows, replacing the one Marchoja's chewed up. Zed then jumped in, "Eat this doggy." He then swung downwards and hit Marchoja's right on the spine. A loud crack could be heard. Marchoja's HP. 36,005-3-8000. Shit, cried Zed as he jumped back from one of the giant wolf's paws. Why can't we ever fight a weak guy boss? We either fight a giant zombie, a damned knight, or a giant robotic snake. Like what the hell, man? Kind of busy right now, Zed, Percy called back. The son of Poseidon was now climbing the wall of the cave using his climbing gloves. He reached the top and pulled out the razor whip he just got. Razor whip. A whip that is extremely sharp when mana is called through it. This whip is extremely dangerous, I repeat, do not use it for BDSM. Got it. Attack 25. Percy flicked his hand and swung it around a stalactite hanging off the wall. Get him here. Zed looked up and nodded, right. But Marchoja's was smarter than it looked. After all, it did have very high int and wise points. It knew Zed was trying to push it towards Percy and was constantly moving away, dancing between Craig and Zed's sword strikes. I really need to teach those two how to work together, thought Percy. Eventually, Percy got tired of waiting. He checked to see whether the whip was wound tight around the stalactite and then kicked off the wall. He swung himself towards and landed right on Marchoja's, stunning the monster in surprise. He then channeled mana into the whip, causing it to sharpen and cut the rock formation. Marchoja's buckled and threw Percy off, which is just what Percy wanted. He swung his whip forward at the wolf, causing the stalactite to soar through the air like a giant bullet. The wolf demon saw this and quickly opened its mouth. Dark wave. Percy's eyes widened in surprise as a blast of darkness flew out of Marchoja's. It destroyed the rock being hurled at it, and in the process ripped the whip to shreds. Percy then watched as it came to him, but Electo jumped in the way, pulling him away from the path of destruction. Shit, Percy exclaimed the moment he got on his feet. The attack Marchoja's used hit the stone wall, causing a giant crater. Percy then looked down and saw the razor whip from before now destroyed. Well, that didn't last long, did it? Percy threw the whip away and looked at the beast. It was panting and looked tired, though it clearly had enough energy to spare. But the important thing was the fact it actually spoke. It wasn't a normal monster, that's for sure. Zed jumped into battle once again, and this time managed to hit the beast. Marchoja's HP. 35,005-3-8000. Percy then pulled out several water bottles and emptied them all out. He quickly created a small puddle near the wall. All he needed now was to trick the wolf here. Craig, get him over here. The knight nodded, and quickly the two battled on. The knight pushed the wolf back along with Zed, but again Marchoja's was smart. It understood human language. It refused to go anywhere near the puddle, but it was close enough for Percy. Percy took out Riptide and held it ready. Water's kill. The water from the puddle leapt up and caught Marchoja's feet before it could escape. The water held it in place as Percy coated his blade with water, which then began to spin like a buzz saw. Craig, however, was not letting this chance slip as well. He attacked the beast furiously with skill and precision. Eventually, Zed got in on this as well. Marchoja's HP, 34,303,8000. Its HP was getting low and dropping. The wolf got angry and then exploded outwards, sending a shock wave of darkness out, knocking Zed and Craig away, but Percy was far away not to be affected by it. He then saw his chance, and as soon as the shock wave ended, he charged the wolf with his blade. Capitulo 83. Percy drew back his sword and jumped, bringing Riptide down on its neck. Attack, 250 plus 60% bonus, for sword mastery equals 400 attack. 400 attack x 11, water skill level, equals 4,400 attack. Critical strike, 350% of 4,400 attack equals 15,400 attack. Percy's strike didn't behead the thing, but it did manage to do a lot of damage. Marchoja's HP, 18,903,8000. Maybe just another strike and... Enough! The monster roared as it exploded into smoke, only to reform next to Alecto across the room. He then bit her head off, causing the servant to turn into smoke and flow back into the gauntlet. Marchoja's then sucked in all the water Percy had spilt during his water's kill attack, leaving the cave dry. It then turned to Zed. "Ah, boss, it's looking at me," Zed replied as Craig and Percy walked forward with their swords at the ready. Marchoja's then turned into a dark cloud again and flew ahead right at them. Percy jumped backwards as Marchoja's dashed into the wall of the cave. Okay, maybe he doesn't have complete control over that power of his yet, meaning I can use this to my advantage. "Hey, you know what I heard about you?" Percy asked with a smirk. "I heard your mama is so fat she went out in high heels and came back in flip-flops." Marchoja's looked at Percy with a look of confusion. Are you telling you mama jokes?" "Yup, your mama is so fat she sued Xbox 360 for guessing her weight." Actually the Xbox 360 is a product, not a company, hence it cannot be sued. Microsoft, on the other hand, can," replied Marchoja's with a know-it-all tone in his voice. "Okay, so I am right now fighting a super strong demon that is smart, can turn into shadows, and maybe most dangerous of all, be immune to my insults. He is like a child of Athena, so what would piss Annabeth off?" Percy then took a deep breath and called out, "Neared." Marchoja's looked pissed at that and growled, "I'll rip you apart." Ping. Taunt success. Ping. Perk, Alecto's anger has been activated. Anger of Alecto. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the anger of Alecto, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. Well, guess that worked, Percy thought out, as Marchoja's charged at them again in his shadow form, only to crash into the walls of the cave over and over again. Marchoja's HP, 17,380,438,000. Percy smirked and pulled out a blade he got from Hephaestus's forge. He charged Marchoja's as it was recovering from its previous blind charge and began his attack, Stardust Wave. The strikes went all over the monster's body as more and more damage was landed on its thick fur. But just as Percy finished his 23rd cut, Marchoja's turned into a cloud and ran away, but the damage was done. Stardust Wave 23 strikes X 38 equals 874 plus 35 dex equals 909%. 909% of 250 attack equals 2272 attack. 60% bonus from sword mastery equals 3635 attack. Marchoja's HP, 13,749,38000. The beast then turned solid again and growled at Percy and his servants. "You are strong, mortal, I will give you that much." "Actually, I'm a demigod." "You are still mortal." Details. Marchoja's then barked, which sounded very much like a laugh. "You are good, brat, very good. But this is where you die, toxic wave." Suddenly, Marchoja's body exploded out dark green gas that quickly spread out. 5 drachma says that's poison, Percy thought as he held a hand to his nose, thinking of a way to get rid of the smoke. Maybe steam control applied here as well. Heck, there was moisture in the air, why can't he just use that? Percy then extended his hand out. Steam control. Percy's mana slowly mixed with the gas Marchosia's was letting out, and slowly he gained control over it. He then condensed it into liquid form and used it for his next attack, poison spikes. The poison reacted to Percy's common and pierced Marchosia's several times, 6 to be exact. Marchosia's HP, 13,269 3-8000. Sure, that attack alone didn't do much, but that was not the point. Percy just wanted Marchosia's in one place. Percy then jumped at the now stationary monster and began his Stardust wave once again. Percy struck again and again until Marchosia's sent Percy back with a shockwave of darkness, causing him to land on his ass. Stardust wave 14 strike x 38 equals 532 plus 35 dex equals 567%. 567% of 250 equals 1,417 attack. 60% bonus from sword mastery equals 2267 attack. Marchosia's HP, 11,023-8000. Percy then turned to use Water's Kill on the thing for one last attack, but instead of an impaled wolf, he saw nothing but smoke. Zed, Craig, get ready, he's going to try something desperate. And the demon was. Marchosia's collected itself and charged at Percy. This time, however, when Percy tried to dodge, the solid wolf turned into smoke and flew inside him through his mouth. ACK, Percy coughed out as all the smoke went inside him. Was he trying to kill me from the inside? How do I get him out of me? Percy held his neck as wisps of smoke came out until suddenly everything went dark and Percy fell to the ground unconscious. Percy opened his eyes and found himself in a strange place. This wasn't the cave. There was no roof here as the only thing above was darkness. He felt smoke in the air with no moisture. The only sound there was the sound of his own breath. Percy himself was standing on a narrow walkway which was crumbling at the sides and extended forever on both sides with no end in sight. Below him was fire, a sea of fire that extended forever. All that existed was him, this walkway that led to nowhere, and the figure in front of him was covered in black smoke. Capitulo 84. Percy's mind quickly figured what was going on. Marchosia's was trying to control him. I won't let you succeed, wolf breath. I won't let you control me. The shadowy figure then changed. It formed into a beautiful young woman with black curly hair and sky blue eyes. His skin was dark, almost like burst hazelnuts, and she stood naked, displaying herself proudly. Her chest was huge and her hips were wide, and not one fault could be seen on her perfect skin. I never expected it to be easy, child. Her voice was like honey, but why are you staring? Percy blinked and then shut his open mouth. Ah, no reason. You have never seen a naked woman before, have you? She asked with a predatory smile as she walked over to him, swaying her hips seductively. Well, I just never. SHH, she was now right next to him as she pressed a finger to his lips. She then grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him into a tight hug. Percy, being shorter, ended up buried into her large chest. It's okay, you can look all you want. She then leaned down and whispered, you can even touch if you want to. Percy looked up from the giant pair of breasts that he was showed into to protest, but suddenly the woman leaned down and caught his lips in a kiss. Percy tried to protest, but her grip was too strong and her lips too soft. Slowly she pried open his mouth with her tongue and then began to explore every inch of him with it. Percy felt himself being sent to nirvana as a feeling of bliss settled in. Everything just felt so good to him. He didn't notice the darkness take over his body. Outside in the real world, Zed and Craig had watched Percy for minutes, hoping nothing happened to their boss, when suddenly the body got up. Percy's skin was now black with his eyes fully white. He was gone now. Marchosia's had taken over. Ah, boss? Zed asked cautiously, and he tried to approach Percy. Suddenly the possessed body moved and with riptide slashed at Zed, causing the red servant to jump back on instinct. What the hell, man? Possessed, Craig replied in one word and began to battle Percy head-on. The possessed demigod was powerful before, but now with the demon possessing him, he was unstoppable. He attacked Craig with the vengeance of hell and was slowly pushing the knight back. Just then Zed stepped in and swung at Percy, forcing the boy to disengage Craig and jump away to avoid getting cut in half. "Any ideas?" Zed asked Craig as the two readied themselves for another attack from Percy. "No," Craig simply replied. "You know what, you're a great person to talk to, always so full of sagely advice," Zed replied sarcastically as the battle began once more. Back in that sea of fire, Percy found himself losing more and more of himself in the kiss. This woman was so warm and comforting. Being with her was better than anything Percy had ever felt. Her breasts were like pillows being pressed on Percy. He soon found his hands wandering all over her impressive body as it touched and pressed everything it could. Eventually, Percy felt his hands reach and grab her firm ass as he pushed himself deeper into the kiss. This was it, this was heaven. He didn't need anything else. Everything could go and burn for all he cared. This was... Ping, ping. Percy's eyes shot open. He felt the spell over him break. The sound of his life, the sound her had come to know as well as his own name, it snapped him out of it. Percy quickly pulled away from the woman. Gamer's mind helped him stay in control and not kiss her again. Percy looked up and growled, "Get out of my body." Outside, the possessed body of Percy thrusted riptide into Zed, causing the servant to evaporate into smoke and flow into the gauntlet of Kefka. Craig was now alone as he stood on the other side of the cave with a broken chest plate. The possessed Percy turned to Craig and walked to the knight. The first step he took, though, caused the body to stop suddenly and fall to the ground like a puppet without strings. Out of Percy now came a cloud of black gas that flew away. Seeing this, Craig quickly approached Percy and helped him back to his feet. Percy's head was spinning, his muscles were paining, and his bones felt like dust. Marchoses had pushed him to his limit. He had gone beyond what was usually possible for him. Craig helped him up. "Thanks." Seeing Zed was not here, Percy guessed Marchoses used his body to destroy the servant. He then looked up and saw the notification that saved his life. A new skill has been created. Kissing, LV2, 90%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing, leave the person unfazed. Percy looked deadpanned at that. That was the most unusual skill he had ever seen. But whatever, it saved his life, and he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Percy closed the box and pulled up his HP and MP. Percy Jackson. HP 322, 700. MP 100, 500. Marchoses must have rode him pretty hard for him mana and health to fall so low. Wait, no, she didn't ride him, she possessed him. There was no riding of any form involved. Sigh, moving on. Marchoses, on the other hand. Marchoses HP 9003, 8000. It took a lot out of the monster to try and possess him, and him reject it must have hurt it somewhat. Percy needed to finish this now, before it does something new. Capitulo 85. The giant wolf was slowly getting ready for another round, so Percy moved. He turned to Craig. "Can you keep him busy?" he asked in a whisper. The knight nodded, and soon charged the wolf with and began to fight the still exhausted wolf. He managed to get a few hits in, but so did Marchoses. Percy took out the nectar and ambrosia that Luke gave him and ate them both quickly. Percy Jackson. HP 700, 700. MP 500, 500. He had a plan. It was a crazy plan, and it just might get him killed, but fuck it, it was all he had. Any attack he did via sword, Marchoses could just block with his, no wait her, shock wave of darkness. And any attack he did using water, Marchoses would immediately know was bad news and would just turn into smoke and fly away. He needed her surprised. He needed her to not see this coming. Percy then saw Craig being thrown back into the wall as Marchoses growled in victory. This was it. Percy opened his inventory and pulled out the shovel buster that he equipped on his right hand. Shovel buster. A knuckle buster made out of white metal. Its end is shaped like a shovel to pierce enemies with and to dig up dirt, whichever thing you want. Attack 50+, level of hand-to-hand combat SDR, %. Percy then jumped on Marchoses and shoved the white metal into her neck. Critical, 350% of 91 attack equals 318 attack. Marchoja's HP, 8,380-23-8000. The wolf shook her head and threw Percy off. He landed to the side of the beast and quickly got up only to have Marchoja's shove him back down and then try and bite his head off. This was what he wanted. Percy then swung his left hand into her open mouth and called a skill he had just a few hour practice with Marble Skin. Marble Skin LV Max. A skill that uses mana that hardens your skin into marble. The more mana you use, the denser it becomes. Defense amount of mana used, XVIT equals durability. Cost depends on the user. Percy poured 100 MP into the defensive move, just as Marchoja's closed down her jaw, biting into his now marble hard hand. Defense 3,800. Percy grinned as the wolf struggled to tear off Percy's arm. He could almost see the confusion in her eyes. He stood up slowly, but the wolf didn't let go. She was determined to rip his arm. As he got to his full height, Marchoja's neck was now exposed, and that is exactly what Percy wanted. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Physical endurance, LV7, 82%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 20% less damage from physical attacks. Percy dismissed the bow and drew his free right arm back, channeling his powers into it. Earthquake Fist. Earthquake Control, LV1, 30%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 500. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1. Percy then punched Marchoja's right in the throat with the shovel buster in hand. He heard the crack of bone as a huge amount of damage was done to Marchoja's. Earthquake Control, 500 attack plus 91 attack from the shovel buster equals 591 attack. Critical hit, 350% of 591, attack equals 2068 attack. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Critical strike, LV3, 20%. A precise strike that can cause 400% damage to the target. Chance of success Luke plus Dex. Marchoja's HP, 6,314-3-8000. Marchoja's tried to get away, but Percy was faster. He drew back his right hand and grabbed her head with his left, putting her into an arm lock. He then swung at her again. Earthquake Fist. Earthquake Control, 500 attack plus 91 attack from the shovel buster equals 591 attack. Critical hit, 400% of 591 attack equals 2364 attack. Ping. A skill has leveled up. Earthquake Control, LV2, 10%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 550. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1-2. Marchoja's HP, 3,953-8000. Percy hit Marchoja's so hard it flew away, bursting into a smoke cloud, and landed on the other side of the cave. Percy was panting now. Those last two attacks took a lot out of him. He saw his shovel buster crumble in his hand. It couldn't handle the pressure. Great, another item destroyed when fighting this thing. Percy looked at Marchoja's. She was exhausted too. Her health was down to the bare minimum, but Percy knew she wouldn't give in so easily. Marchoja's then transformed into her naked female form again, walking towards Percy with a sway in her hips. "Come now, boy, you know you don't want to kill me," she said with a lustful smile. "Spare my life, and I shall give you answers you so wish, for that is my power." "I don't have questions that need answering, thank you very much," Percy said in a dismissive tone. He needed to stay alert and not get distracted by those huge, beautiful things in front of him. He looked everywhere but at her. Seriously, those things are so distracting. "Really?" the woman asked with a smirk, "not even who the lightning thief is?" Percy's eyes widened at that. If he spared her, he would know who to blame, who did this to him, but she could lie. No, he didn't think she would do that. She would gain nothing from that, and if he found out she did lie to him, she knew he would come back to kill her. So why would she lie? No, she must be telling the truth. He could kill her and with the gauntlet of Kefka make her his slave and then make her tell him, yes, that might work. But he would need to be strong, he would need to get her close, and like last time, the moment her defense is down, he could kill her. Percy resolved himself. He needed to know who the lightning thief was. He looked up at Marchosia's deal. The demon smirked as she walked over and grabbed Percy by the collar and pressed her lips to his. The moment their lips touched, Percy instantly knew this was a mistake. He lost all sense of control. The kiss was far more powerful than last time. Percy didn't stand a chance. Capitulo 86. She pushed her tongue past his lips and then began to explore him once again. She then opened his mouth wide and started to suck his tongue as she slowly grinded up against him. Percy couldn't do anything. He was losing himself again. He needed to break free. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Kissing LV3, 20%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing. Leave the person surprised. Percy Jackson HP, 600-700. Percy's eyes shot up at the sound. Now she was trying to take over him again. He needed to escape. But her grip on him was too strong. Every time he tried to move away, she pulled him closer as her kisses became stronger and hotter. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Kissing LV4, 2%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing, leaves the person in a pleasant mode. Percy Jackson HP, 500-700. She then moved to his neck, sucking on the skin until they turned blue. She then pushed Percy into the wall of the cave and pulled back. You shouldn't have trusted me, stupid boy. We had a deal, Percy growled out. The demon smiled as she lowered her hands to his pants. And now I'm changing the deal. You will remain here with me forever. You are already mine. Percy then looked behind her and smirked. Yeah, but he isn't. Marchosia's eyes widened as she turned around just in time to have Craig's giant blade cut her in half. "AH!" she roared as she transformed into smoke and flew back, breaking Percy out of her control. Percy fell to his knees. Thanks, Craig. The knight nodded as he turned to face Marchosia's, who was now in her wolf form again, with her health severely depleted. Marchosia's HP, 1,253-8000. Craig's attack had done a lot of damage to her. Percy reached into his pants and got riptide out. He uncapped the blade and got ready for the demon's next attack. He let her trick him once, never again. Craig and Percy charged Marchosia's, but the demon was faster. She transformed into smoke once again and slammed into Craig, sending him back, and then turned to Percy. She took on the form of a wolf again and then pounced at Percy. The son of Poseidon held up his left hand in defense, and for his trouble, Marchosia's bite into his left bicep. Luckily, he still had his marble skin active, so he didn't get hurt, but Marchosia's didn't care. She pressed on, and soon her fangs broke Percy's marble skin and drew blood. "AH!" Percy cried out as he tried to shake her off of him. Instead, Marchosia's began to chant something in a language Percy had never heard as slowly he felt something being injected into his bloodstream. Percy then swung his right hand, Earthquake Fist. The attack hit Marchosia's in the face, finally releasing her from Percy's hands. Marchosia's HP, 753-8000. Percy then got up holding his arm in pain. On his left bicep were 3 teeth marks where her fangs broke his skin. His blood was leaking out, and he could feel whatever she put inside of him moving across his body. "What did you do to me?" Percy roared out as he struggled to his feet. The wolf started to chuckle. "I cursed you, boy. I have cursed you to a life of misery and resentment. From now till the end of time, you will always have to be careful, always remain in control, because if you falter for even 1 second, you will lose control and kill everyone and everything around you." Ping. Curse of Labite, acquired as a permanent perk. Labite gives +50 to all stats, but will cause a complete loss of control every time Percy gets angry. For every person Percy kills while in this berserk rage, he will gain +2 stat points. Warning: the only way to stop this is to either kill Percy, shock Percy awake with something surprising, or have no more enemies left to kill. Percy looked at the box in horror. This was real. This was actually happening. He then turned to Marchosia's, "You bitch." The wolf laughed. "Why, thank you, boy." Now, it lowered itself ready to pounce. "Let's finish this." Percy got up and pulled out a spare bronze blade from his inventory. He then looked at Marchosias as he felt his pure hatred for the demon rise up. The two stared at each other for a long time before they dashed forward at nearly the exact same time. Stardust wave. Percy and the wolf attacked each other relentlessly. She tore into his legs while he cut her ears off. Percy attacked her 9 times, and in the end, Marchosias fell down after getting her health cut down to 0. Stardust Wave 9 strike x 38 vit equals 342 plus 35 dex equals 377%. 377% of 250 attack equals 942 attack. Marchosias HP 038000. Percy collapsed into Marchosias' decomposing body as a hollow voice rung out, "You may have killed me, boy, but I still win." Percy looked at the golden dust she transformed into and sighed. She was right, this was his lose. Percy kneeled there for minutes on end. He was devastated, but his gamer's mind kicked in. He could either cry about it or accept it and move on. And since there was nothing he could do about it, he decided to do the latter. And maybe he was worrying about nothing. After all, he did have gamer's mind. It would keep him in check. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat the demon wolf. Reward. +5 stat points. Wolfskin jacket. And there in the golden dust appeared a black and red jacket. Percy picked it up and saw that the jacket was his size, and on the back was the trident of Poseidon. Wolfskin jacket. A leather jacket made out of Marchosias' skin. It is immune to most weapons, and it is immune to magic to a certain degree. Its durability can be compared to that of the skin of the Nemean lion and is known to be water-resistant. Durability, 100-100. Capitulo 87. Percy put on the jacket, and unsurprisingly it fits like a glove. He looked down, and as the golden dust faded away, more loot was found. 3,000. Skill book, smoke form. Percy put the money away and picked up the book. Ping. You have acquired the skill book, smoke form. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the book dissolved, feeding all the information into Percy's head. Ping. Skill acquired. Smoke from LV1, 0%. Turns the user's body into smoke. Color depends on person. Cost 250 MP. Duration 25 seconds. Percy nodded. This was a useful skill to have. It did have its weakness, but then again, so did every skill. Percy then turned to Craig and dismissed him with a wave of his hand. He then channeled mana into the gauntlet and saw the Well of Souls, and there standing before him in all her naked glory was the woman who cursed him. Percy pulled her soul out, and out of the gauntlet of Kefka arose smoke. It then transformed into Marchosias as the naked demon went to her knees, bowing before Percy, "My master." Percy spoke, "Get up, Marchosias," and she did. "Now tell me, who is the lightning thief?" Marchosias smiled. "In order for me to answer your question, master, I need a sacrifice in return." "What kind of sacrifice?" "A human soul, willingly given." "Why?" "My powers is that of a demon. Even if I wanted to tell you, I can't. By the laws of hell, the Christian one I mean, a demon can't give anything away without gaining something back. And in this case, I need a soul to tell you the answers you seek." "You never mentioned that before," Percy replied, crossing his arms. "I didn't want to mention it before." "So what was your plan? Kiss me, take my soul, and then answer my question when I am dead?" Percy asked. "Pretty much." Percy sighed. "What can you tell me, Marchosias?" The demon smiled a wicked grin. "I can tell you that you are a decent kisser." Percy blushed but quickly dismissed the demon away. Such a drag. Percy then walked to the entrance of the cave and placed his hand on the door. A click echoed through the cave, and slowly the door opened. Light came back, and Percy winced at that but walked out of the key, and to the colony of fairies he had saved. On the floor next to the door where the chain of Hephaestus, they deactivated the moment Percy defeated Marchosias and fell to the floor. Luke and Grover ran up to him. "Percy." Percy smiled. "Hey guys." He then hugged Luke and Grover. "Miss me?" "Percy, what happened?" Luke cried out in panic. "I thought we lost you." "Relax, man, it's all good." "What was inside there, Percy?" Grover asked as he looked at the cave. "It feels like..." It feels like death. A demon from hell, the Christian one, not our version, Percy replied. But it's okay, I took care of it. You killed a demon from hell at the age of 12, Edward Neek said, walking up the three, and you simply dismiss it as, oh yeah, I took care of it. Luke grinned at his half-brother. Yeah, that's just how Percy is. Is that where you got this jacket from? Edward asked. Percy quickly thought up an excuse. Yup, spoils of war. Grover then spoke up. Ah, guys. He then pointed to the fairy who were all cheering in their strange language. They are saying thanks, he translated. Thanks for killing the demon. Percy smiled as one of the bigger fairies approached him and floated in front of his nose. You're welcome. The fairies' voices then became louder and louder. Luke turned to Grover. What are they saying now? They are saying, long live Percy Jackson, the killer of Marchosias and defender of the fairies. Edward smiled at that. All hail Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, killer of Marchosias and friend to fairs. They all mocked bowed to him. Hey, knock it off. Percy yelled as they all laughed at this. Ah, Percy, Grover asked, why are you covered in hickeys? Percy blushed. The ah demon kind of tried to seduce me. Luke, Edward, and Grover looked at him with blank looks, and then all at once then shouted, what? Percy leaned back from the force of that question. Yeah. Marchosias is actually a woman, and when I was kicking her ass, she kind of tried to seduce me. What did she do? Grover asked. She kissed me. And gave you hicks? Edward asked, to which Percy nodded. Holy shit, you made out with a demon, Luke cried out. All hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon the boy, no, the man who made out with a demon. This time the three bowed lower than before. Stop it, you assholes. Percy cried out, but they didn't stop. Teach us, master, Luke cried out. We are not worthy, Edward claimed. Hey Percy, quick question, did she have a healthy body? Grover asked. Percy sighed. Yes, Grover, she had a very healthy body. Score, Luke cried out. Okay, that's it, it's time to celebrate, Edward cried. We are going to party tonight. Percy smiled at the antics and quickly nodded. Okay, but just wait 1 second. Percy then grabbed the chain, the very thing he came for. Chain of Hephaestus. A legendary item that can seal a god's power. It is unbreakable and inescapable. It does not affect demigods. Capitulo 88. Percy hid the chain from view of the others and quickly put it into his inventory for safe keeping. He then pretended to put it in his bag and quickly went to the group. All right, let's go. The four then left the fairy colony and came to the living room of the Paul Revere house. They then snuck back out and saw that it was night time already. Edward called his limo, which arrived in 2 minutes, and the four got in. Where to, sir? Asked the driver. Club Russo, Edward replied with a grin. He turned to the three questers and frowned. Actually, let's go to Mr. Zenobia's first. These guys aren't dressed for the occasion. Right, sir, the driver replied as he pulled up the window, giving Percy and his group their privacy. Where are we going? Percy asked. I am going to introduce you three to the Boston nightlife. But we aren't allowed into clubs, Grover replied. Edward smiled, missed. An hour later. Club Russo was filled with loud music and louder people. The drinks flowed freely and the drugs were in plenty. It was Sunday night, but these people didn't care. They partied like there was no tomorrow. The women were all beautiful, dressed in clothes that hugged them tightly, leaving little to the imagination, and all the men were dressed in suits, each more handsome than the next. People were either drunk or getting there, as they flirted, made out, or danced with their respective partners. They were all lost in the moment, until the doors of the club opened up, revealing 4 men, all dressed in suits. At the head of this new group of Edward Neek, the most eligible bachelor in town. Next to him, wearing a red suit, white shirt, and a red tie, was a blonde-haired man that looked 25. He smiled at the women there, capturing their hearts instantly. Behind these two was a man in a lime green suit, black shirt, and a black top hat. He smiled nervously, and to the mortals he looked around 24. And lastly, behind all of them, was a young man who looked just about 21, dressed in a black suit with a blue shirt and black tie. Most women, however, noticed his eyes before anything else, as the boy had the brightest sea-green eyes they had ever seen. Percy smiled at the attention they got. A little bit of missed control on Luke's part, and all three managed to sneak in no problem. Edward then drew everyone's attention by raising a hand up in the air and shouting, "Make some noise, Boston." The club erupted in approval as Edward led the group to the bar where he got a round of shots. "To family," Neek said, raising his shot glass up. "To family," repeated the others as they downed the drink in one swing. "Oh gods," Percy cried out the moment he swallowed it. "What the hell is that?" "Vodka, my dear friend," Edward replied. "I take it this is your first drink." Percy nodded as he tried to suppress the burning in his throat. "Gods, this hurts." Luke laughed as he downed a second shot of vodka. "Welcome to adulthood, Percy." "Okay then, lads." Edward stood up looking around the club. "Let's go and have some fun." Percy quickly went to the dance floor. It was an orgy of people, except most still had their clothes on. Percy didn't really know what to do. There were people all over the place just jumping and grinding. He didn't really know what to do. "Hello there," a voice called out. Percy turned, and standing before him was a cute girl with black hair and bright brown eyes. She wore a red dress that hugged her body very tightly, with a long neckline that stopped in the center of her chest, showing a lot of cleavage. Hello, fucking hell." Percy stopped stammering. Percy thought as he focused. "Can I help you?" "I was wondering whether you wanted to dance," she asked as she walked closer to him. "Oh God, yes," Percy replied as the girl took his arm and slowly took him inside the mass of people dancing. She then pulled him close as she led them deeper and deeper into the mass of dancers. Percy could only watch as she danced up and down, waving her arms all over as she slowly surfed the waves of the people. It was like she knew where and how the people would move and could move along with them. If there was a god that controlled party surfing, she would be his daughter. Percy then moved with her, sometimes getting very close to her, but she didn't seem to mind. Eventually, she got them to the center of the dance floor and Percy pushed up against her back. It's not like he wanted to, it was just people kept pushing him towards her. "You know," she spoke, her voice cutting through the music, "you can actually touch me." She then grabbed Percy's hands and placed them on her hips. Percy tried to move them up to her stomach, but she pulled them back down. "Have you ever danced like this before?" "No, never," Percy replied. "Then let me teach you." She then pressed her back into Percy as the two danced the night away. Percy moved like she did, danced like she did, and all through the night held her tight and close. Ping! You have created a new skill. Dancing, LV1 9%. Your dancing skills exists, that's all. You know. Club dancing, LV1, you might get a hug after this. Percy pushed the screen away and focused on the girl he was with right now. Soon after an hour of dancing, the two moved out of the dance floor and to the bar where PERCY got the girl and him some drinks. His dancing has improved a lot, mostly because the girl he was with gave a very good reason to be. You have created a new skill. Dancing, LV3, 32%. Your dancing skills exists, that's all. You know. Club dancing, LV3, you might get to share a drink. So I never got your name, Percy said as he sipped his drink. There really was something about this vodka thing he liked, very fruity. No, that's not it, it's something he knew that. Capitulo 89. And I never got yours, the girl replied with a smile. Percy Jackson. Italia Ander. Percy knew that already from the name and title the girl healed. Italia Ander, Princess. LV5. Percy then used Observe on her. Italia Ander, Princess. LV5. HP, 250/250. MP, 125/125. Race, human. SDR2. VIT1. Dex 4. Int 6. Wise 7. Luke 9. The daughter of a wealthy businessman, Italia lived a sheltered life. So nowadays, she does her best to live life to the fullest by living each day like it was the last. She loves Pokémon, don't judge, and hates broccolis, but then again, who does? She thinks Percy is a nice guy. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Observe LV6, 50%. By observing a target one, we'll get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats, info, their emotions, and will give their opinion of you. Well, it's about time. Percy dismissed the box and re-observed Atalia. Atalia Ander, Princess. LV5. HP, 250/250. MP, 125/125. Race, human. SDR2. VIT1. Dex 4. Int 6. Wise 7. Luke 9. The daughter of a wealthy businessman, Atalia lived a sheltered life. So nowadays, she does her best to live life to the fullest by living each day like it was the last. She loves Pokémon, don't judge, and hates broccolis, but then again, who does? She thinks Percy is a nice guy. She is very happy and nervous right now. Percy smiled at the happy part, but why was she nervous? Was he that amazing? Well, Atalia, it is nice to meet you, Percy said with the best smile he could put out. So what are you doing here, Percy? The girl asked, sipping her drink. Oh, nothing much, just talking to a beautiful girl. Haha, you're quite the charmer, aren't you, pretty boy? You think I'm pretty, beautiful. Do you think I'm beautiful, handsome? Well, yes, obviously I do, Percy said with a smile. I mean, have you seen yourself in a mirror? Ping. Skill has been created. Flirting, LV1, 20%. You might get a reaction. 10% chance of them flirting back. Atalia smiled. Next time keep the banter going, it gives a girl a challenge. Percy chuckled. I'm sorry to disappoint. Oh, believe me, Percy, I am not disappointed. She then flipped her hair back and looked at Percy the way a cat would a mouse. Yeah, I am so lucky, Percy thought. But just then a cry went out, get her. Percy then saw two men appear out of the crowd and grab Atalia and pull her away. Hey, Percy cried out as he chased after the two men. One of them stayed back and engaged Percy in combat, while the other took a squirming Atalia out of the club. The man threw a right at Percy's face, only for the boy to dodge it and smash his fist into the grunt's stomach, causing the man to bend over in pain. Percy then kicked the man's head and turned to the exit. Suddenly, 3 more men came in dressed same as the ones that kidnapped Atalia. They looked at their fallen comrade and then at Percy. Ah, that guy did it? Percy pointed at a man sitting next to him. Hey, cried out the man. Lie failed. The 3 newcomers turned back to Percy, who simply sighed. One of these days that would work. The 3 men pulled out Knucklebuster and charged Percy. The people in the club stopped moving and was now looking at the fight that was to come. Percy dodged the first man and kicked him to the side, only to have the second man punch Percy right across the face. Fuck. Percy wiped the blood which was flowing out and kneed the man who punched him. He grabbed him and then threw him into the last grunt. Percy then grabbed the chair he was sitting on and smashed it over the first man who was getting up. Fucking idiots, Percy muttered as he walked away to find Luke, Edward, and Grover. He did find them, fairly quickly in fact. Grover was passed out on the bar muttering his love for Juniper. Luke was busy making out with a hot blonde wearing very little clothing, and Edward, well, you don't want to know what he was doing. Percy sighed. He hated days like this. Ping. Quest alert. Find and save Atalia. Reward. 3,000 exp. A kiss. Failure. Atalia will forever be pissed at you. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes and immediately went to the third man that he took down. He was getting up slowly, but Percy pushed him down with a foot and stood over him. Who the hell are you, and where did you take Atalia? I didn't see nothing, the man said, spitting at Percy. Percy sighed, wiping away the spit. He grabbed the man by his collar and dragged him away from the public. Hey, where are you taking me? The man asked as he tried to get away from Percy's grip, but it was too strong. Percy took them to the men's toilet and threw him into the wall. Are you going to interrogate me? Fine, try it, I'll tell you nothing. Percy simply smiled and cracked his knuckles. I am so going to enjoy this. A few seconds later. We are part of the Fanico family, and our boss sent us to kidnap the girl so that we can use her to blackmail her dad. We decided to hide her in Lola's Chocolate Factory, the warehouse downtown. Anything else? Percy asked with bloodlust. I love Britney Spears. I don't care what people say about her, I love her. Percy smiled. Thanks for that. He then pushed the grunt unconscious and quickly walked out of the toilet. Percy exited the club and walked into a nearby alley where he took out his gauntlet of Kefka. He summoned Alecto, who appeared and bowed. "Master, I am glad to see you survived the encounter with the demon." Percy nodded. "Yes, but not without a price. But right now I need you to fly me to downtown Boston." Capitulo 90. Alecto nodded and quickly carried off Percy into the air. "You sure Zeus won't mind?" Percy asked as they flew along the Boston skyline. "He cannot detect me and my sisters. We can hide ourselves from his gaze, hence why we are of great use to Hades and don't get shot with lightning bolts every time we fly." Percy nodded as they quickly reached their destination. "Where now, my master?" "I'm not sure." Percy was searching the warehouse district and immediately spotted the Lola's Chocolate Factory warehouse. "There." Alecto dived down and dropped Percy in front of the warehouse. "You wish for me to stay?" Percy shook his head. "No, it's not a life-threatening situation. I just want to have some fun is all." And with that, he dismissed Alecto with a wave of his hand and then put away the gauntlet. Percy adjusted his tie and put on his best smile as he walked into the warehouse. Inside, Percy found several guards walking around with guns in tow. This might be a challenge. Atalia must be in the manager's office on the other side of the building. Percy pulled out a sword. He got his loot from killing a skeleton. It was a normal iron sword, so it should affect human too. Percy then began walking through the warehouse whistling a jolly tune while twirling his sword around. After the first turn, he ran into a guard. "Who are you?" the mafia man asked. "Nobody," Percy replied checkily. "Well then, nobody better leave." He then pointed a submachine gun at Percy, "or else." Percy smiled and opened his inventory box in front of him and expanded it to cover his entire body like a wall. "Try me, bitch." The mafia man frowned and pulled the trigger. The submachine gun went off in quick succession, spraying bullets at Percy, only for each bullet to enter Percy's inventory and disappear. The man stopped shooting and looked at Percy with wide eyes. What are you?" Percy smiled. "I'm the son of a god." Then dashed forward and hit the man with the flat side of his sword, knocking him out. Percy then reached for the unconscious human's gun and observed it. PP 2000. A machine gun made by the KBP Instrument Design Bureau. It is a 9-round and is capable of using armor-piercing rounds and can store 44 rounds. It was previously used by Russia, but is also common in the hands of the Russian mafia. Bullets left 23. Percy smiled and put the gun away. It could be useful later. He then checked the man, fully scoring another cartridge of bullets and a cigarette lighter. Percy then moved, and as he approached a turn, another man appeared. The new grunt didn't even have time to respond as Percy knocked the man out with a punch and looted his body. Percy then climbed the racks of the warehouse and began knocking out every man patrolling the place. It was very fun. He kind of felt like Batman. Jumping out of the shadows, beating mafia members up, kicking ass with an awesome suit. Percy eventually finished everyone there. The entire floor was clear of mobsters. Percy then walked to the end of the warehouse and there snuck to the window. Unfortunately, the shades were drawn. "If only I had a way to spy on them from here." "Wait, do." Percy then pulled up his skill list and there it was. Shadow Spying LV1, 0%. You can use Send Your Mana to infected another person's shadow. For a certain time, you will be able to hear whatever the person say and hears. Mana 10 MP, every minute it is in use. Limit 12 hours. With this, he should technically be able to spy on the people inside. Percy then activated his skill and sent out his mana through the wall and into the other room. It then caught onto the shadow on somebody there, and Percy could hear what was being said. "Listen well, princess, my boss is going to call very soon with your dad on the line. I'm going to give you the phone and you will talk, but you tell your dad one word about where you are and you're dead." Okay, that was obviously the bad guy. "Kiss my ass, that a girl." Slap. Percy winced at the sound of that, and his gamer's mind worked overtime to bring down his anger. After all, he loses control, the curse of Labite would activate, and that was the last thing he needed. Percy then looked around at the bodies littering the floor of the warehouse, and an idea came to him. He put away his sword and grabbed a single body from the pile of unconscious and dragged it to the manager's office. "Okay, you bitch, I'm going to give you the phone now," the grunt said. "Remember what I told you." Perfect timing. Percy picked up the body and then threw it through the window. The noise and the sight caused the distraction Percy needed. "What the fuck?" Percy then slammed into the door and rolled into the office. He looked up and saw the grunt's startled look and a Talia look of surprise. Percy moved before the grunt could and kicked his jaw, knocking the man backwards and into a wall. Percy then walked up to the man and saw he was unconscious. He then picked up the phone the man had and pressed his ear on it. "Hello, hello, are you there, Dick? Give the phone to the girl." Percy channeled some bloodlust into his voice. "All your men are gone. If you don't want the same thing to happen to you, then you won't ever attack this girl again. Who the hell are you?" Capitulo 91. "Your worst nightmare." Percy then threw the phone down and crushed it under his foot. He then turned to Atalia. "Hello, beautiful. What's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?" Atalia looked stunned. What are you doing here, Percy?" Percy then began to undo her bonds. "Well, we were having such a nice conversation before these men took you away. Very rude of them." Ping. Quest completed. Find and save Atalia. Reward: 3,000 exp. A kiss. Percy swiped it away and then helped Atalia to her feet. "Yo, you came for me." "Yup," Percy said with a smile. "I know, I'm awesome." Atalia looked at him with a look of wonder before grabbing his head and kissing him silly. Ping. Kissing LV5, 25%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing, leaves the person happy. The next day, Percy stood in the platform next to the train that would take them to LA. Last night was fun. It helped him calm down after the whole curse thing. Also, the kissing was fun. He gained 2 more levels before Atalia thought she had given him a sufficient reward. Kissing LV7, 35%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing, gives the person a reason to remember you. He kind of felt bad because the way she saw it, he was an older man, 21 or so, but in reality he was 12, kind of made it awkward. But in the end, that didn't matter. Percy walked her home and then crashed in his motel room. In the morning, he found Grover and Edward also in the motel with a note from Luke saying he would meet them at the station. So Percy now stood with Grover and Edward, both of whom were wearing shades and had ice packs pressed up against their heads. "Pain," Grover moaned, "so much pain." "Yeah, well, that's what a hangover is," Percy said with a smirk. Just keep quiet, okay?" "Sure, G-man," Percy said as he then turned to Edward. "Thanks again, Edward. We couldn't have gotten those chains without you." The man took of the ice pack and grinned. "Not a problem, Percy. You helped the people I considered family, and for that you have my respect and gratitude. If there is anything you need, don't be afraid to ask." Percy smiled at that. "Got it." Just then, the train whistled, signaling the start of the journey. Percy and Grover got on and waited nervously for Luke to show up. "There," Grover said, pointing at a figure running through the crowd of people in the station. By the time Luke was halfway to them, the train had already started to leave. "Come on, Luke." Just then 3 women jumped out of the crowd of people and ran after Luke. "Get back here, Luke." Percy recognized one of them women. Luke was making out with her last night. "We are going to kill you," cried another as the train started to pick up speed. Luke realized he was not going to make it. He then jumped up and shouted, "Maya!" Suddenly wings sprouted out of his shoes and he flew into Grover and Percy, crashing into them. The 3 then turned back and watched as the train left the station and the 3 angry women behind. Luke got up and then started laughing. "Ha ha! Oh gods, that was a close one." "What did you do?" Percy asked as he helped Grover up. "I may have made out with all 3 of them last night. And I didn't realize they were sisters." Percy and Grover laughed at Luke's antics as the 3 walked into the train and quickly sat down in their cabin. "Well, at least we are heading to LA now," Luke replied. "Yup," Percy nodded in agreement. "Today, 13th of June. He had 8 days to find his mom, the lightning bolt, and the lightning thief. Easy as pie. Percy then looked at Luke's shoes. Where did you get those, Luke? Oh, these, I stole them from my dad, Luke said with a grin. Figured he owed me some overdue birthday gifts. Percy nodded and then observed the shoes. Hermes's flying shoes. These shoes will sprout wings and fly at the command of the wearer. They are charmed to be durable and will only break if you cut the wings off. Activation spell, Maya. Warning: these shoes are charmed to send their wearer straight into Tartarus the moment the person who wears it enters Hades. Percy's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? There we go, 10,000 fucking words. Doom, mic drop, the crowd goes wild. Capitulo 92. Percy looked at Luke's shoes from the corner of his eyes for the 5th time or so. Questions flew around in his head. Did Luke know they were cursed? Did someone curse them? Was someone targeting Luke? If so, who and why? Percy could only come to 2 conclusions. The person who cursed Luke's shoes hated Luke. The person who cursed Luke's shoes wanted him dead. The person who cursed Luke's shoes did it before he left camp, because they never encountered anyone strong enough in magic to curse a godly artifact like these. The only person who would want Luke hurt would be the lightning thief. Luke was on the quest to find the lightning and expose the thief, so it made sense. That or a crazy ex-girlfriend or something. Percy then spoke up. Hey Luke, do you really think it's a good idea to wear those shoes? Luke looked up startled. What do you mean, Percy? Well, it's just that those things make you fly, right? And the air is kind of Zeus's domain. I just don't want you to get zapped or something. Luke shrugged. Yeah, it's cool. I'm the son of Hermes, technically his grandson. He won't really have a problem with me using them. If anything, my dad would probably be more pissed off. Percy nodded. Okay then, if you are sure. Percy then spoke about camp and other random topics, but all the while his mind was wondering how he should get rid of those damned shoes. He needed them off of Luke before they entered Hades. Maybe he should throw acid on them or something. Slowly, it became late in the afternoon, with the sun going down over the horizon. Luke and Grover had recovered from their hangover by drinking a lot of water and a lot of trips to the bathroom. Grover eventually spoke up. So when are we going to reach LA? By midnight or so, Percy replied. Good, nothing can stop us now, Grover said with a victorious smirk. Percy smacked his head. You idiot. What? Grover asked sheepishly. You don't say shit like that, Grover, Luke exclaimed. What, why not? Because you'll jinx it, Percy yelled out as suddenly the train started to shake a little. Great, just great. I hope you're happy, Grover. The satyr threw his hands up. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard from the back of the train. Bear! Percy sighed as he got up and walked to the back of the train with Luke and Grover following them. What do you think it is? Grover asked as he took out the blade he got from the forge of Hephaestus. Probably not a bear, Luke replied as he took out his sword. Should be just a monster. Probably the mist made her seen a bear instead. So it's something big and scary, yes? Percy asked as he took out Riptide. Yup. Good. Percy and the rest quickly walked to the last compartment from which men and women ran from. Get out of here, kids, cried out one of the men as he ran out of the room. We're good, Percy called out, showing Riptide. I don't think a baseball bat is going to take care of that thing, the man yelled. Relax, we'll be fine, Luke replied as he put a hand on the man's shoulder. You should probably leave. We'll make sure somebody isn't trapped in there with the bear. The man looked into Luke's eyes and then nodded dumbly. Okay, his voice was calmer than before. I'll do that. The man then walked away, leaving them alone. Jedi mind trick? Percy asked. Jedi mind trick, Luke nodded. The 3 managed to reach the last compartment, and there, standing between broken seats and fallen bags, were 3 cyclopes. They were all dressed in golden armor and had spears on their side. Luckily, they didn't notice Percy and Co., so the group of questers quickly hid behind a row of seats. You idiot, cried one of the Cyclops. This one was the biggest of the 3 and was currently scolding the smallest. If you didn't act so stupid, we might have just managed to sneak up on them. But boss, we are huge, replied the smallest Cyclops. We can't sneak up on anything. I don't care. Lord Hades ordered us to take of these demigods, and that's what we are going to do. Got it. Yes, boss, the smallest one replied with a frown. "I'll take the big one," Luke whispered with a sadistic grin. "The middle one is mine," Percy said as he took out a water bottle. "Do I have to fight the smallest one?" Grover asked, nervous. "Why, you want the bigger one?" Luke asked with a smile for which Grover quickly shook his head. The Cyclops then took up their spears and began to walk to the other compartments. When they walked past their hiding spot, Percy jumped out and swiped Riptide across the middle one's back, causing it to fell to his feet in pain. "Bro," called the smallest one, and then suddenly vines started to creep around his legs and binding him in place. "What the hell?" The largest one began, only to have Luke jump on his back and stick his blade into the Cyclops' one eye, blinding the monster. Capitulo 93. It roared and fell to its knees. Percy ran to the big one, used it as a jumping board and launched himself upwards. The Cyclops of average height looked up and saw Percy come down on him. "Oh fuck." Slash. Percy cleaved the monster's head from its body as it bursted into golden dust, leaving behind its giant spear. Percy then turned and saw Luke slashing away at his Cyclops, while Grover just managed to bind his by covering him in veins. So Percy jumped to his friend's rescue and took care of the Cyclops with ease. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV13 10%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 65% more damage when using swords. Percy closed the box and then checked on Luke. The son of Hermes was finished with his monster and was now panting, but on his face was big grin. "Do I look like that sometimes?" Percy asked himself as he put away Riptide. "Well, that was easy," Grover said. Boom. "For fuck's sake, Grover, stop jinxing us," Luke cried out as he dashed out of the compartment to see what happened outside. As Luke opened the door to leave this compartment, a gust of air blew in, pushing him back. The passageway to the other compartment was destroyed, separating the one they were in from the rest of the train. "Fuck," Luke called out as he slammed the door shut. "What happened?" Percy asked. "Someone separated this compartment from the rest. We aren't connected to the train anymore." "Well shit," Percy cursed. "Who could do something like that?" "I don't know, but whoever did this is smart. They used the Cyclops attack as a distraction and separated us from the rest. They probably don't want us to reach LA. Percy's eyes shot up. "The lightning thief." Luke looked surprised. What? "I think it was the lightning thief that did this. He or she would gain the most from delaying our trip to the underworld." "I see," Luke frowned. "Well, either way we are screwed." They could feel the carriage slow down to a stop, and when it finally did, the questers jumped out of the destroyed train carriage and looked around. They found themselves in the middle of nowhere. Surrounding them on both sides was a huge forest, something Grover enjoyed immensely. "So where to now?" Luke asked. "I'm thinking we need to get to the closest town," Percy replied, and then turned to Grover. "Any ideas, G-Man?" Me?" Grover asked, stumped. "Yeah, you. The forest is kind of your deal, isn't it? Think you can navigate us through this?" Grover nodded his head quickly and dashed into the forest. Luke chuckled. "I swear he probably jinxed us on purpose just so that we could go through the forest." Percy chuckled. "Wait up, Grover." The two demigods caught up to Grover inside the forest and found their friend talking, or at least he was talking, to a squirrel. Really, you don't say. Are you serious?" Sounds like a problem," Grover said, stroking his chin. "Ah, Grover buddy, are you okay?" Percy asked his friend. "Why are you talking to a squirrel?" "Oh, didn't I tell you? I can speak squirrel," Grover replied as he turned back to the squirrel. "That's Percy, my friend. The tall guy is Luke, but be careful, he might steal your nuts." The squirrel looked at Luke and started squeaking in an angry tone while holding up a fist. Luke put his hands up. Okay, I give." The squirrel then nodded and turned to Grover. It then pointed to the left and ran back up a tree, probably to find more nuts. "So what did the squirrel say?" asked Percy. "His name is Fred, and Fred said that there should be a town a few miles that way." Grover pointed to the left. "Okay then, let's follow the direction given by a squirrel," Percy said, walking to the left. "Gods, I cannot believe I just said that." Grover then led them through the forest, all the while stopping to ask for directions from the various forest animals. Needless to say, this was the strangest thing Percy had done. Not the fact that his life was a video game. Not the fact that he literally fought a demon from hell just yesterday. This. Grover eventually stopped at a small clearing as the sun started to set, finally covering the woods in darkness. Think we should stop for now? Percy nodded. Yeah, sounds good. Good idea, Luke replied as he started to unpack, taking a blanket out of his bag while Percy gathered firewood. He then made a pit and put all he gathered in there. He then looked around and once the coast was clear took out a lighter, the one he nicked from the mafia grunt in the warehouse, from his inventory. He then started the fire and put the lighter in his pocket. Don't know when you might need it again. That was fast, commented Luke when he saw the fire starting. Sure you are not the son of Hephaestus or something? Percy chuckled. Hee hee, yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, where do you think we are? Luke shrugged as he sat down next to the fire, hugging his blanket. Probably Indiana, maybe Kentucky. I don't know, but we are halfway there, and we would have been there already if someone didn't jinx us. Luke shouted the last as Grover, who nodded sadly. Yeah, I know, Grover waved it off. It was nothing special. Percy and Luke had been shouting at him for the entire time they were hiking through the forest, so he kind of got used to it. So what's for dinner? Percy asked as H pulled out his own blanket from his bag. Capitulo 94. I got some berries, Grover said as he held up some white berries which kind of looked like human eyeballs. Grover, you sure those aren't poisonous? I don't think so. Percy used observe. Doll's eyes. The entire plant is generally poisonous, especially for human beings. The most harmful part is the berry despite its sweet taste. The killer substance is a carcinogenic toxin which causes sudden soothing effects on a person's cardiac muscles and can easily lead to death. Well shit. I think that's Doll's eyes, Grover, Percy said. Very sweet and very deadly. What? Grover shouted as he tossed the berries away. Relax, I doubt anything that is poisonous to human could kill you, Luke said with a laid-back attitude. How did you know that, Percy? Percy shrugged. I read it in a book. Luke smiled. You have too much Annabeth in you. Grover eventually calmed down and smiled sadly. I remember the last time I was out in the forest camping. Do you, Luke? Luke smiled a sad smile. Yeah, I do. When was that? Percy asked as he felt a story come on. It was before we came to camp, Luke said as he looked up at the stars, we being me, Annabeth, and Thalia. I told you about her, didn't I, Percy? Grover asked, his voice filled with shame. I told you how I was assigned to be their protector. Percy nodded while Luke continued. I think it was the last night before she died. Yeah, it was one of the best nights of my life. We sang, danced, and lived like there was no tomorrow. Remember when Annabeth drew a mustache on your face while you slept? You were furious about it the next day. Luke laughed. Ha. God, that girl was such a prankster back then. Annabeth? Percy asked, surprised. Yeah, Grover nodded. She once painted my hooves pink and put pom-poms on my horns. I didn't notice for 2 days. Percy laughed out loud. That's hilarious, I didn't know. Luke nodded. She wasn't the same after Thalia's death. Something in Annabeth died with Thalia. Grover nodded as he put his head down in shame. It was all my fault. I don't blame you for that, you know. Grover looked up. What? I don't blame you, Grover. You did the best you could. Thalia died on her terms. She died a hero. But she shouldn't have had to be a hero. She shouldn't have had to make that sacrifice. But she was forced to, and why? Because our parents don't give a damn about us. Luke, that's not true. Bullshit, it's not true. Luke shouted, interrupting Grover. You know it's the truth, Grover. You're just too scared to admit it. Luke, that's enough, Percy said. No, Percy, it's not. If you weren't there, none of the unclaimed would know who their parents were. None of them. They would have died not knowing whether they were loved or hated. You think that's not possible? It is. So many demigods go unclaimed, unprotected, and you know what happens to them? They die. They die. They would have died by the hands of monsters, not even knowing why. That, Percy, is what life our parents condemn us to. Percy looked at Luke and then sighed. I know, Luke, I know, but I don't care about them. I don't care about revenge. All I care about is my friends and my family. And by that I mean my mom and everyone in camp. They deserves to pay, Percy. It's not like we can make them feel sorry. It's not like we can make them feel regret. It's like you said, Luke, they don't care about us. So you tell me, what the hell can you do to make them feel regret? Luke started at Percy and then spoke in a whisper. I can destroy Olympus. You don't have the power. No, I don't. Luke narrowed his eyes and then sat down away from the fire. He pulled his blanket up and covered himself up. Good night. Percy sighed as he pulled out his own blanket from his bag and gave it to Grover. You sleep first. I'll take first watch. The satyr nodded as he slowly pulled the blanket over himself as he slept near the fire. Wake me up for the second watch, Luke called out, not turning to look at Percy. Percy sighed, yeah, okay, and quickly walked away from the campsite. As soon as he was far away, Percy pulled out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Alecto and Craig. Master, they bowed. Protect Luke and Grover from any danger, and make sure they don't see you, Percy ordered his servants as he walked deeper into the forest. What are you going to do, Master? Alecto asked. I need to train, Percy replied as he walked away. After a few minutes of walking, Percy stopped and sat down on a rock structure that looked similar to a bed. Percy then put one hand up and called, ID create, empty. The sky turned red as all the noise of the forest died out. He then pulled out his skill list and wondered what he should try and level up. Deciding to train the first skill he ever created, physical endurance, Percy took out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Zed. Master, Zed bowed. Zed, I need you to hit me, Percy explained. What? Zed stammered. Hit me, Percy said as he spread his arms out, but be gentle about it. I know your monstrous strength firsthand, and I don't want to die. Are you sure? Zed asked as he drew back a fist. Yup, Percy replied as channeled mana into his skin, thinking out, marble skin. He put 100 MP into the spell and felt his skin harden into marble. This, along with the jacket he was now wearing, should help him survive Zed's attack. Zed's punch moved slowly, but the moment the fist impacted Percy's body, the son of Poseidon flew back and into a tree, breaking its trunk. Shit, Zed cried out as he ran to Percy. I'm sorry, boss. It's okay, Percy grumbled out as he slowly got out of the tree truck, patting away the sliders from his jacket. I'll survive. Percy then pulled up his health bar. Percy Jackson HP, 128,700. Percy sighed in relief. That was a close one. He closed the box and then... Ping! Skill leveled up. Physical endurance, LV8 2%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 22% less damage from physical attacks. Well, at least I know it works now. Percy then looked at Zed and smiled. That was perfect, Zed. Just let me heal and we can do it again. Zed nodded dumbly and watched as Percy seemingly pulled food and drinks out of thin air, stuffing them all down his throat. Whoa, boss, you sure can eat, Zed commented as Percy finished his small feast. Wiping away pancake crumbs, Percy smiled. Thanks, now hit me. This process of training continued for an hour. Percy activated marble skin, got punched, leveled up his physical endurance, ate food, and then got punched again. Soon he stopped leveling up after just one punch from Zed. It became 2 punches, and then 3. Every time Zed punched him, Percy was courting death, but the reward was well worth the risk. Physical endurance, LV17, 20%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 40% less damage from physical attacks. Capitulo 95. Percy smiled at this. If this was how things were going to be, he should eventually be able to take no damage at all from physical attacks. But it would be difficult to train in this from now on. Zed was the most physically powerful person he knew, and right now, he could take 2 back-to-back punched from him. That meant eventually he would have been hit by a freaking meteorite or something to gain more training in physical endurance. Percy closed the box and turned to Zed. That's enough for now. Dismissed. Right, boss. Zed nodded as he turned into smoke and evaporated into nothing. Percy then turned to his skill list again and picked out the next skill Nee wanted to train in. Swimming, can't do it. English language, no books. Teaching, when did I even get that? Right, Nancy, wonder how she's doing. Finally, Percy decided to try out his smoke form, the skill he got from defeating Marchosias. He got to his feet and then called out, smoke form. Suddenly, Percy felt his body loosen up. he felt himself being lost into the air as slowly everything became undone. Percy's eyes didn't exist anymore, but he could see his form clearly. He now stood as a bright blue gas with hints of green in the corner. He then tried to move by using his legs, only for his entire smoke body to float in the direction he wanted to go. Percy wished to stop, and just like that the cloud stopped, it seemed he could have to think to move, since he didn't have legs anymore. But just as he got a feeling for his new body, it became solid again. Slowly his bones became solid as his heart started to beat again. The pumping of blood pounded in his head. The sound of his breathing was very loud, distracting him from anything else. Percy felt his forehead being covered in sweat as he promptly collapsed onto the ground panting. Becoming formless and then soiled was an experience Percy would never forget. The gas body he had was so liberating and free. It was such an addictive feeling to have, almost made Percy understand what it meant to be a god. And when he turned back solid, he became painfully aware of just how human he was. After he stopped panting, Percy pulled up his mana bar. Percy Jackson MP, 25500. Percy smiled at this. He could go into his smoke form one more time, and so readying himself, Percy focused. Smoke form. The feeling of formlessness came to him quicker this time, but Percy was ready for it. He quickly began to move across the fields, his body responding to his every command. He was literally gliding across the forest grounds. He moved across the trees seamlessly. He twisted and turned as he explored the forest at a speed only his smokeless form could achieve. He then saw a tree up ahead and decided to test his limits. He charged ahead at the tree, and at the moment of impact, his smoke body split in half and met up on the other side. Percy looked back at the tree as he kept glancing forward. It was covered in moisture now, must have come from his smoke form. He then turned around and saw another tree ahead of him. Let's see whether the first time was just luck. Percy charged ahead, and as he was about to hit the tree, his body transformed back into his solid form. Percy, however, couldn't stop moving as he crashed into the tree, causing it to break in half. Percy rubbed his head and got up. God damn it, fucking time limit. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Smoke from LV2, 23%. Turns the user's body into smoke. Color depends on person. Cost 250 MP. Duration 30 seconds. Well, at least it leveled up. Percy then opened his inventory to get something to restore his mana and found that his supplies were running low. Deciding to save them, Percy closed the inventory and walked back to the stone formation and sat down. After his mana regenerated at a rate of 20% per minute, that is 100 MP per minute. Note to self: improve wise. For every 10 wise, he had his mana regeneration improved by 5%. Percy understood the implications of this and smiled. He was going to abuse the shit out of this. After 5 minutes, Percy's mana was fully charged, and he got up ready for another round for smoke form training. Smoke from LV3, 31%. Turns the user's body into smoke. Color depends on person. Cost 225 MP. Duration 30 seconds. After 3 cycles of using up his mana and regenerating it, Percy managed to level up the skill once. He would have done more, but it was getting late, and for the sake of appearances, he needed to go wake Luke up for the next shift. ID escape. The red sky cracked open as Percy walked back to the campsite. As he reached the Melecto, and Craig made themselves known, appearing in front of Percy and bowing. Master. Did anything happen? Percy asked. No, Master, Alecto replied. Good, I'm going to bed right now and I will send Luke out to patrol. Stay out here and away from him and back him up if anything goes wrong. Then, do the same when Grover wakes up for his shift, got it? Alecto and Craig nodded and disappeared back into the shadows of the forest. Percy took of the gauntlet of Kefka and put in his inventory and then walked into his camp. There he walked to Luke's sleeping form and reached out, but just then Luke jumped out and a slash of bronze flew through the air. Percy jumped back just as the blade reached his neck. Stop, Luke. The son of Hermes looked wide-eyed at Percy, his eyes filled with fear as sweat covered his face. Percy. Yeah, it's me. I came to wake you up. It's your shift, Luke. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, Luke stammered out as he put his sword away. Sorry about that, it's just bad dream. Percy bent down. Was it about Thalia? Yes, it was nothing. Luke then got up and threw his blanket up as he up on his shoes and got ready. I'll go to patrol, you get some rest. Capitulo 96. If you want I can. No, it's okay. Probably can't get any more sleep tonight anyway, Luke said as he walked away from camp and into the forest without looking back. Percy sighed and waited for Luke to be out of sight. The moment he was gone, Percy sighed and pulled his blanket closer as he drifted to sleep. Ping! You have slept on a very uncomfortable surface. HP and MP have been restored 50% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy rubbed his eyes awake and on instinct dismissed the box. He then looked around and saw Grover and Luke packing up as the sun was already out. Anything interesting happened last night? Percy asked as he got up and put his own blanket into his bag. No, nothing interesting, Luke said with his signature smile. Percy nodded. Good, that's good. He then looked to the forest and saw one of Alecto's wings. I have to go and relieve myself. And with that, Percy quickly walked into the forest, and as soon as he was far away from his friends Alecto and Craig revealed themselves to him. So did we have any problems during the night? Percy asked as he pulled the gauntlet of Kefka out to dismiss them. There was nothing trying to attack the camp, Alecto said, but there was something strange. Strange like what? The blonde kid, Luke. He snuck out during his patrol and made an iris call in the middle of the night to somebody. Iris call, in the middle of the night. How did he get the light or the water? Squirt bottle for the mist, and he used the moonlight from the rainbow. So who did he call? We don't know, we couldn't get close enough to hear. The kid had good instincts. The moment I got 20 feet of him, he noticed something was approaching him. Did you get anything, hear anything? All we heard is, we are in a forest in the middle of the country somewhere. I will get them to Denver, just be ready for us there. Percy frowned and nodded. Okay, thanks for that. He then dismissed the two servants and put away the gauntlet. As Percy walked back to camp, his head was spinning with idea about what Luke meant when he said those words, and more importantly, who. The moment Percy met with Grover and Luke, he smiled. For now, he would need to act normal. Until he found out what Luke was up to. Ready? The both nodded yes as the three began their trek again. They went across the forest just as a mist started to settle in, blocking their view to a degree. An hour or later, Percy realized something. Grover was going the wrong way. Hey G-Man, you sure we're going the direction? Percy asked. Yeah, Percy, why do you ask? Well, it's just that we are now kind of heading in the wrong direction here. No, we are not, Luke said, looking at Percy strangely. Yeah, we are. Percy then pointed to the sun, which was nearly to the center of the sky. See, this is where the sun came from. We were going to the west, now are going east. That's impossible, Grover whispered in fear as he realized Percy was right. But wait, we were heading a straight line. I know we were, Luke exclaimed. Not really, no, Percy replied. Grover took a right a few minutes ago without noticing. I just thought he wanted to take a shortcut or something, so I didn't really object. But then he took another right and started to head off in the wrong direction. Boo, but I don't even remember that. I don't remember taking a turn. Yeah, Percy, I don't remember Grover taking a right. I would have said something if I did, Luke exclaimed. Percy rubbed his chin. Could it be? Guys, I think someone is trying to trick us from getting out of this forest. What? No way. Yeah, Percy replied, nodding. You see where we are right now, Percy said, pointing to the two mountains between which they were walking. This valley probably leads to something that we are not supposed to see. Meaning whoever is trying to confuse us is right ahead. How are you not affected? Luke asked curiously. Because of Gamer's mind, duh, Percy thought, but obviously he didn't say that. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a son of Poseidon thing. Ping. Lie success. The mist, Grover suddenly exclaimed. Maybe it has something to do with all of this. And maybe it doesn't affect Percy because he is a son of Poseidon, since mist is basically water. Can you do something about this mist, Percy? Luke asked. I'm not really sure, Percy replied. I haven't really tried. Well, mist is just water in gas form. You should be able to control it, Grover said. Percy nodded. Okay, let's see. Percy put his hands up and focused. He pushed his mana out and immediately it caught onto the water in the air. He could feel the moisture around him, moving past him Luke and Grover. He then willed the mist to move back. It felt like pushing a table with one hand, difficult but possible. Percy opened his eyes and saw the mist roll back. He allowed himself a smile. Ping! A skill of yours has evolved. Steam control has evolved into moisture control. Water controlling LV11, 62%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 10 MP per minute. Special attack water spikes, damage cost 80 MP. Special defense water shield, 35 durability, cost 95 MP. Special control blood, control cost 46 MP per minute. Special control moisture control, cost same as water control, plus 10 MP. Percy blinked at, he didn't know skills could evolve. Does that mean if he learnt beginner's karate and he mastered it, it would evolve to advance? This demanded research. Cool, Grover shouted. Okay, we should be good now. Luke nodded. Okay, but just to be safe, Percy, take point. I don't like the fact we were being manipulated so easily. Whatever is up ahead and probably what caused this all, we need to be alert. Ping. Quest alert. Find out who is messing with your head. Reward. A way out of this god-forsaken place. Skill book, missed illusion techniques. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Percy pressed yes, and the group began to move again, this time in the right direction. The mist became thicker, but Percy managed to push it all away. Soon the sunlight started to become dimmer and dimmer, and even the sounds of the animals went path between the mountains was clear now with Percy leading the way. Soon it turned dark as the sun slowly set down. Eventually the forest opened up, and the mist started to clear, revealing a large lake in front of the group. Holy shit, Grover said as he looked across the lake. This thing is huge. Look, Luke shouted, pointing to their right. There near the edge of the lake was an old-fashioned log cabin with 3 cars in front of it. The most important thing, however, was the fact that the lights inside the cabin were on. Is someone in there? Percy asked curiously. I think so, Luke replied. Let's go find out. The group of questers did just that as they walked along the lake to the cabin. When they finally reached it, they noticed a few things. The windows of the cabin were covered with blinds, but Percy could see a few shadows inside. The cars all had their doors were wide open with the keys in the ignition. Percy walked up to each car and tried to turn them on, but none of them worked. All of them had dead batteries. Think we should go inside and talk to them? Percy asked Luke. Capitulo 97. Sure, why not? The 3 approached the cabin door and Percy knocked on the door. Hello. Suddenly whispers broke out from inside the cabin and Percy could make out someone. A guy, telling others to hide and keep quiet. We can hear you, you know, Percy said, causing the whispers to go into a state of panic. God, these guys are idiots. Let me, Luke said as he took out his lock pick set. He then began his work on the lock on the door and soon it clicked open. We are coming in, Percy said as he pushed the door open. He stepped inside but didn't have any time to observe the place as a grown man was charging him with a baseball bat. Percy moved to the side, caught the man's collar, and slammed him into the cabin wall. Who the fuck are you? The man called out as Percy pinned him to the wall. Who the fuck are you? Percy asked back. Jet, it's okay, they're human? Cried a female voice from inside the room. Percy turned, and there hidden behind a couch was 2 women, one blonde, a redhead, the one who spoke, and a man. The blonde looked like a child of Aphrodite. Beautiful, with bright brown eyes and a jaw-dropping figure covered by a pink tank top and a pair of jeans. The redhead was beautiful too, with green eyes hidden behind her glasses. She wore a pink shirt with a black pair of jeans, but the most notable thing about her, however, was the fact that she was in a wheelchair. The other man was tall, taller than Luke, with brown hair and dark skin. He wore a red hoodie and a pair of shorts. Percy then turned to the guy he had pinned up against the wall. The man was average height, a little overweight, but Percy could feel his strength as he tried to get out of Percy's grip. He had brown hair and brown eyes and looked pissed. Percy let him go. Luke said as he pried Percy off the older boy, Jet. Percy did and threw the man inside. All right, looks like we got on the wrong foot there. But in my defense, you did try to take a swing at me. Jet rubbed his hands. Shit, you're strong. How old are you? 14. 12 actually, Percy replied. Grover, get in here and close the door. The satyr did, and soon a silence fell upon the room. Luke then spoke up. I guess introduction are in order. My name is Luke, this ball of strength is Percy, and the guy in the beanie is Grover. Jet looked at them and then to his friends. The red-haired girl nodded and Jet sighed. My name is Jet, that's Nat, the blonde, Christy, the redhead, and John. Great, nice to meet you all, Percy replied. Now can you please explain why you tried to take a swing at me? Maybe we should start from the beginning, Christy said as she rolled forward. Like Jet said, my name is Christina Thwart. Please call me Christy. She extended her hand in friendship, which Luke shook. All right then, Luke said. Now I think you guys have a story. Percy and the other sat down on the couch as Christy began their story. We came here for our summer break, she began. Jet's dad bought the cabin recently and we decided to hang out here away from everything. So a bunch of college students decided to take a trip to a cabin in the middle of the woods, Percy asked. Pretty much, yeah, John replied. That is such a horror movie cliché. I guess you're right, John chuckled. This isn't funny, John, Nat screamed. This isn't a movie, this is real life. Calm down, Nat, you know how John is. He makes jokes when he is nervous, Jet said as he tried to comfort the blonde only to have her walk away. Nat. Go after her, make sure nothing happens, Christy replied. Jet nodded and ran after the blonde girl. So you were saying, Luke asked. Right, when we came here there was nothing different about this place. It was just the same old same old. We went swimming in the lake, had a cookout, even fished. But the first night we were here, one of our members went missing. What happened? I was awake that night, I have trouble going to sleep. So I watched the lake from my window, the water were still, not a ripple in them. Then I heard someone walk out and down to the living room. I figured they must not have sleeping trouble as well, so I didn't bother calling to them. But then I heard the main door open, it locks didn't even click, the door just opened on its own. I looked out and saw one of my friends walk towards the lake. In the blink of an eye, the lake was no longer empty. There, standing just a few feet above the water, was a woman dressed in white. My friend walked into the lake, he didn't stop. He walked deeper and deeper until he was submerged fully. I screamed and woke everyone up. We ran downstairs, but as we reached the door, it slammed shut, locking us in. We took some time to unlock the door, the locks kept resetting. But by the time we got to the lake, there were no bubbles coming from underneath the surface, and the water had gone still once again. But the figure in white was still there, and she looked like Yena. Who's Yena? Josh's dead sister, John explained, taking over for Christy, who was tearing up. Josh was the man that walked into the lake. His sister died 2 years ago in a car crash. He showed us pictures of her, we know what she looked like. And I swear the thing we saw right above the lake, the figure in white, was Yena. There was no doubt about it. So the spirit of a dead girl killed Josh? Percy asked. No, Christy said, wiping her tears away. No, something else did. Something inside the lake killed Josh. That night we all saw Yena, but Christy, well, she saw something else, John said, turning to the wheelchair-bound girl. When I looked at the lake, the image of Yena flickered, like a projection. What I did see was a face looking up from the lake and right to us. The face was blue, and I could see it had green hair like seaweed, but the most disturbing thing about it was the fact that its eyes were red. They were blood red. Percy looked at Christy again. This time he used observe. Christina Thwart, the one with common sense. LV4. HP 200/200. MP 100/100. Race human, clear-sighted. SDR2. VIT2. Dex 3. Int 9. Wise 12. Luke 6. Crippled due to gang-related violence, Christy has lived more her life looking at the bright side of life and always being optimism. The reason most her friends like her is because of her will to never give up and never give in. She hopes Percy will be able to help her friends. She is scared but wants to remain strong for her friends. Capitulo 98. Yup, there it was, she was clear-eyed. Percy leaned towards Luke and whispered, she's clear-sighted. You can tell, Luke whispered back. Yeah, she gives off the same feeling Biggie and Boston gave off. Luke nodded and then turned to Christy and John. So what happened next? Christy sighed. Everyone began to panic. I tried to tell them about who I saw, but they didn't listen. I don't blame them, though. After all, a dead girl had just killed her brother. But eventually, one by one, people started to die. We tried to get away in the cars, but the batteries died. Then we tried to just walk away and back to town, but we kept walking in circles. We became desperate as more and more people died by drowning one way or another. Some died in the lake like Josh. Others died while taking a shower, or by getting their head bashed in the sink. Now there are only 4 of us left. How many of you were there before? Grover asked as he shook from fear. 12. There was 12 of us that came to the cabin. We have been here for 3 days. Percy's eyes went wide. That was why there were 3 cars outside. What did this? What killed 8 people in 3 days' time? Percy looked at Luke. What the hell is going on here? I don't know, Percy, but we are going to get to the bottom of this, Luke replied as he turned to Christy. Is there anything else you noticed? Anything strange? No, not really, Nat. Jet's voice rang out from upstairs as suddenly a shadow flew down outside and a loud crack was heard. Percy dashed outside and ran to the field. Their face first on the ground was Nat broken form. Her neck was twisted all the way around with bones sticking out of her arms. Percy looked up and saw Jet near the open window upstairs. Only he wasn't looking at Nat, he was looking at the lake. Percy turned and stopped in his tracks. There standing on top of the lake was Nat, except she still had heck on straight. Nat, Jet called out as he stepped out onto the windowsill. Percy's eyes widened in shock. He knew what Jet was going to do. He quickly turned to the lake to gather water from it, but for some reason he couldn't. The water wasn't obeying him. He strained his man, but it was impossible, like breaking diamonds with your fist. Percy then looked up just as Jet stepped off the window. Moisture control? Percy thought as he quickly moved. He gathered all the moisture in the air and combined it into a layer of water that caught Jet just a few feet above ground. The water acted like jelly, with Percy controlling it, of course, and slowly disappeared the moment Jet was safe. Nat, come back, Jet called out as he tried to get up and walk to the lake. Percy knew the boy wouldn't stop, so he knocked him unconscious with a punch to the head. With that taken care of, Percy turned to the lake, and there, just like Christy described, was a head with blue skin, green hair, and blood-red eyes. The face started at Percy, and Percy started right back. This thing killed 8, now 9 people. It then slowly began to go back into the water, but Percy used observe before it did. Knock-in. LV21. HP to 500/2, 500. MP 525/525. SDR 21. VIT 23. Dex 15. Int 22. Wise 31. Luke 2. The knock-in is an evil lake spirit that kills people by luring them into the water into the lake and drowning them. They are known to be crafty and vicious creature with no remorse or regret. Beware the knock-in, as they can take on the form of anything and everything, even what you want the most. Kill to gain 8,000 exp. Percy closed the box. Knock-in, huh? Perk, what happened? Grover called out as the satyr looked at Nat's broken body. Percy turned and grabbed Jet's unconscious form and pulled him into the cabin. I know what's killing them. Percy put Jet inside under the watchful eyes of Christina, and Luke while he, John, and Grover went to bury Nat. It was a difficult process, but the girl deserved that much at least. John cried as he dug her grave while Grover and Percy remained silent throughout. Percy was once again painful reminded that dead bodies to exist, they don't just turn into golden dust. It was a very humbling moment for Percy, one that he hoped he would never have to do for a friend. Inside with Luke and Christy. Luke covered Jet with a blanket and sat down on the couch as Christy wiped tears away for her dead friend. Crying won't help them, Luke said. I know it won't help, but what else can I do? I am so powerless, Luke finished for her. Yes, all this time stuck in this chair. She hit the handlebar with her fist. The only thing I am good at is watching my friends get killed in front of him eyes. Luke looked at the girl and in that moment saw a little bit on him inside of her. I know the feeling. That feeling of helplessness. That feeling that you can't do anything to help because something is holding you back. I know it very well. How? Christy asked as she dried her eyes. I have a huge family, lots of cousins, siblings, but our parents aren't there for us. From a young age, we have been forced to take care of ourselves. Luke's eyes then glossed as he remembered how his family was treated by the gods, how unjustly they were punished. So you all lived by yourselves. In a way, our parents were powerful people. They were always busy with something or the other, never even stopping to think about us. Sure, they would remember our birthdays, give us toys and presents, but after that it was business as usual. I watched as the younger member of my family crack under this pressure. I saw them turn to drugs, I saw them get into stupid situations just to gain our parents' approval. And I lost count of how many times I saw them die. You saw them die? Christy asked, horrified. There are more dangerous things out there than this thing in the lake, Christy, Luke replied. Much more dangerous things. You have seen them before, haven't you? The monsters that walk among us. Christy looked down, deep in thought. All of this was too much for the girl, the pressure added on. The realization that all those things she saw in the corner of her eyes when she was young, all those things were real. The realization that every day could be her last caught up to her as she felt fear grip her heart. What are they? Capitulo 99. Monsters, Luke replied. Every monster in existence is real and they hide in plain sight. You are special, you can see past their attempts to hide. You can see the real world. What do I do? Keep your head down. If they don't know you can see them, they won't attack you. You will be safe as long as you ignore them. That's it. So, is a bloodthirsty vampire comes along, all I have to do is stitch my head in the ground and hope he doesn't see me. Luke raised an eyebrow. What more do you want? I don't know, a weapon, some proper advice, a book on how to kill monsters. Luke laughed. You remind me of a friend of mine. She and you had basically the same reaction when she learnt of all this. Only there was a lot more cursing and a lot more stabbing. Luke then got up and reached into his bag and pulled out the spare blade he got from the forge. Can you see what this is? Is that a gold sword? Yup, it's made out of a material called celestial bronze, or in this case, an alloy of it. It is very rare and is the only thing that can kill monsters. Luke then handed the blade to Christy, who held it at an arm's length inspecting it. It's beautiful. She waved it around, enjoying the feeling of power it gave her. Normal human can't see it. If they do, it would probably look like a baseball bat or something. And you are just giving it to me. Yup, Luke then pulled out his personal blade. I have my own. Christy smiled, but a sad look came across her face. She then handed Luke back the sword. Thanks for this. I don't really think I can ever use it though. Luke looked at her like she just grew an extra head. Why is that? Are you blind? Christy tapped her legs. I can't walk. By the time I use this blade, the thing that is trying to kill me would have ripped my head off. It's okay. People tend to look down on disabled people. Just wait for the monster to turn away and then stab him between the ribs. Ah yeah, sure. The chances of me actually hurting a monster is the same as me dancing. Luke sighed. He was right. She did remind him a lot of Thalia, especially with that temper of hers. Suddenly a thought came to Luke. He knew exactly what to do to calm her down. Okay then. He then put the blade aside and grabbed Christy and pulled her up. He then held her up by the waist and spun her around the room. What are you doing? Christy cried as she tried moving away from Luke's grip. Helping you dance. Luke laughed as he spun her all over the cabin living room. Stop it, Luke. Oh, come one, live a little. Luke grinned as he started to hum a tune. Eventually, Christy stopped protesting and hung off Luke's arms. Slowly, however, a smile formed on her face as she hugged Luke tightly. Thank you. Anytime, Luke replied as he hugged her back. She smelled good like lilacs. Just then the door opened and Percy walked in with mud on his knees. Ah, am I interrupting something? Luke's eyes shot open and started at Percy. He then tried to move in two directions at once and ended up tripping, falling into the couch, walking up Jet and causing Christy to fall on top of him. What the hell is going on? Grover asked as he and John joined Percy at the door. I have no idea, but I think Luke was trying to score with Christy. After a few minutes, Jet, now wide awake, looked at Percy with an open mouth. You know what that thing is? Percy nodded. It's a Nokken. From what I know, it is a shapeshifter that can transform into anything. It probably transforms into whoever you care about the most and then drowns them in the lake. How do you know all this? Christy asked from her wheelchair. I'm an expert on water sports, Percy replied. Luke and Grover probably thought it was a son of Poseidon thing, which was exactly what Percy wanted them to think. So now that that's settled, we should probably get out of here, Grover said, rubbing his hands. Don't you remember we can't? This Nokken makes us go around in circles. We tried a lot, not once did we succeed, John said. But you didn't have Percy back then, Luke said, smiling at the demigod. He is kind of like Christy, except his powers are stronger. He can get us out of this mist. Whoa, John said, staring at Percy. Who the hell are you, kid? Percy smiled. Percy Jackson. So are you saying we can leave? Christy asked with hope. Yeah, Luke nodded. We can go right now if you three want. I'll carry Christy on my back and we might reach town by sunrise. Everyone was quiet as the three questers looked at the college students. But just then Jet spoke up. No, we aren't leaving. Why the hell not? John asked. That thing kill everyone, Jet. We are the only ones left. Exactly, Jet screamed as he stood up. That thing killed everyone we care about. I am not leaving until that thing is dead. Jet, you can't be serious, John shouted. You want to fight that thing? Yes, Jet crossed his arms, I do. So do I, Christy said, causing everyone to look at her. Christy, John looked at the girl with worry. But you can't even move, Christy. What if something happens to you? What does this thing take you into the lake? Then I'll wait for you guys to come and rescue me, Christy replied, and then grabbed the blade Luke gave her off the coffee table. Also, I'm pretty sure if I cut the thing in half it will die. John looked at her and then Jet. He sighed, you two are fucking crazy. Fine, I'm in. Good, Luke said. Now does anyone have a plan? Percy smiled, I do. A few minutes later, the 6 people in the cabin were split into groups of 2 and spread throughout the lake. Luke and Christy took the area in front of the cabin, while Percy and John took the area to the left and Jet and Grover to the right. Percy gave Jet and John the spare celestial blades he carried, and after ensuring the mortal that what they were holding was in fact a sword and not a club, like the mist made them think, they set out. Luke looked at Christy. You were very brave to suggest fighting back, Luke said as they watched the lake for the Nokken. Capitulo 100. Thanks, the wheelchair-bound girl replied. I figured if I could dance I could fight. Luke chuckled in approval as a silence came down between them. Percy was currently walking with John in tow as they looked across the large lake. John was alert, but Percy's mind was elsewhere. As they were walking along the lake, PERCY tried several times to control the water, but for some reason he couldn't. It was like there was something blocking him mana from infusing with the water. Maybe it had something to do with the Nokken. Ah, Percy, John asked, are you paying attention? What? Percy snapped out of his thought. Ah, no, sorry, John, what's up? I was just wondering, who are you? Like, who are you really? You are far too strong for a normal 12-year-old. And the fact that you could identify a monster with a single glance raises more questions than it answers. Percy smiled. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, John. Try me. Maybe later, for now. Help, Grover's voice cut through, and Percy turned back in surprise. Shit, Percy and John then dashed across the forest hoping against hope they could make it in time. Luke and Christy had heard Grover as well, and then went for the satyr as well. Luckily, they were close and managed to reach Grover and Jet just as the Nokken was trying to drown Jet in the waters of the lake. The Nokken was in the form of Nat, as she held Jet down with Grover on the side, holding his arm which was bleeding badly. Grover, Luke shouted out as he charged the Nokken. He quickly began to swipe away at the creature, which dodged each and every swing with the grace a creature of water could only possess. Luke was now knee-deep into the lake as the mud on the lake floor slowly began to pull him down. Realizing his mistake, Luke tried to walk back, but found his legs stuck. Shit. The Nokken then transformed again, this time into a tall, blonde-haired woman with bright eyes and a warm smile. Luke's breath caught in his throat as he looked at her. Mom. The form of May Castellan smiled at Luke as she opened her arms. Come to your mommy. Luke dropped his sword and slowly stepped in deeper into the lake. Luke! Christy called out as she saw him slowly walk deeper and deeper into the dark waters. The blue-skinned face of Nakin could be clearly seen underneath the water as it smiled, revealing rotten yellow teeth. Christy pushed herself off her chair and fell to the ground hard. She pushed past the pain and pulled herself up using her hands. She clawed her nails into the soil and dragged herself into the lake. The front of her shirt became messy, but she didn't care. The moment she found herself in the water of the lake, Christy moved faster. She swam to where Luke dropped his sword and picked the thing up. The weight of the metal was nearly too much, but Christy managed. She put the blade between her teeth, allowing her to use her arms to swim. She grabbed Luke and pulled herself onto his body. She then took the blade out of her mouth. "Luke, snap out of it." "Mom," Luke replied in a daze. The water was now nearly to his chin. Christy looked at Luke and then at the Nakin, which now stood a mere few feet in front of them. Lifting the sword up, Christy swung blindly at the monster. "Get away from him." One of the swings, however, managed to nick the Nakin on its nose. The monster growled, and slowly the water in the lake started to shit. The Nakin then lifted itself out of the lake. The rest of its body was the same as its face. Its blue skin glowed as it lifted on hand and slashed at Christy. The disabled girl held up Luke's blade and managed to block the Nakin nails from slicing her open. The Nakin growled and then grabbed the blade and pulled it out of her grip. It threw the weapon onto the lake shore and turned to her. Slowly, the monster started to smile. Its yellow teeth became clearly visible as its smile grew bigger and bigger until it literally split its face at half. The Nakin then opened wide, revealing several rows of teeth to Christy. It reached for Christy, who closed her eyes in fear, but just then. "Hey, shithead," Percy's voice called out. The Nakin turned just in time to see a fist collided with its face. Earthquake fist. The Nakin flew across the lake's surface like a skipping stone. Christy opened her eyes, and there standing next to them was Percy with an outstretched fist. Critical strike. 400% of 550 attack equals 2,200 attack. Percy helped Christy and Luke back onto shore. "Are you okay, Christy?" The red-haired girl nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. How did you do that?" "It's a gift," Percy replied just as John arrived. "Christy, are you and Luke okay?" John asked as he helped pull Luke, Grover, and Jet further into the land. "Yes, we are, Percy, look out." Christy screamed, and just the water in the lake exploded outward as the Nakin revealed itself. It had half its face crushed in, and it looked pissed. It grabbed Percy by the head and pulled him deep into the lake. "Percy," Christy and John cried out. Capitulo 101. Underwater, Percy struggled to break free, but the monster had too strong a grip on him. Bubbles started to flow out of Percy's mouth and nose, and slowly Percy stopped moving altogether. As the last bubbles left his mouth, the Nakin smiled in victory. But just then Percy's eyes shot open, and he grinned, "Surprise, motherfucker." Before the monster could even react, Percy had riptide out and swung the blade, cutting off the monster's head. Ping! Quest completed. Find out who is messing with your head. Reward. A way out of this god-forsaken place. Skill book, Missed Illusion Techniques. The Nakin's body then disappeared into dust, leaving behind a skill book and some cash. Percy grabbed both and put them away in his inventory for later. He then began to swim away, but just then he noticed something at the very bottom of the lake, something very shiny. Percy swam down, and there, buried deeply into the muddy lake surface, was a silver disc shaped like a halo with symbols written around it. Disc of Surge. A magical tool used by Magicana specizing in water attacks. The more mana you put into the disc, the stronger blast of water is sent out as an attacking force. Cost depends on user. Attack 5 times the amount of mana put in. Percy put the disc away and then swam back to the surface. He broke the water surface and saw John and Christy look at him in shock. What? How? Percy just smiled. "I'm special." Percy then lifted Christy on his back while John helped Grover. Luke woke up soon after that along with Jet, and soon the whole group was back in the cabin. Percy fed Grover some ambrosia, which immediately healed his wounds. The human of the group quickly packed up and ran to their vehicles. The theory of the Nakin stopping them from leaving was proven true when they found all the cars working now. Soon Percy, Luke and Grover took one care while Nat, Jet, and John took the other. But sunrise, they had cleared out of the cabin and were driving back to town. On the way there, the mist was finally clearing up and the sound of animals returned to the forest. Soon, the road hit the main road as the two cars stopped and their occupants got out. "So I guess this is it," Luke said as he took a breath of fresh air. "Will we ever see you again?" asked John. "Hopefully no," Percy replied. "Ain't that the truth?" Jet said, chuckling. "Oh God, this is going to be such a mess. I have to tell Nat's parents what happened to her." "We have a lot of people to inform that their loved ones are gone," Christy said with downcast eyes, "but at least we are alive." "Just tell them a bear killed them," Luke said. "They will never believe you about the knock-in." "But in case you need help," Percy said as he took out a business card, "call this guy. Tell him Percy sent you and he will help." Christy took the card and read it. "Edward Neek, who the hell is this guy?" Luke smiled. "He is family." He then bent down and hugged Christy. "Take care, Wheels." "Oh haha, very original," Christy said as Luke smiled back. As he broke the hug and stepped back, Christy spoke. "That's it, a hug? I save you from a freaking monster and you give me a hug." "Well, I mean," Luke stammered. Christy grinned and then pushed herself out of her chair and grabbed Luke's neck. "Careful," Luke shouted, but Charity just smiled. She then pulled him closer and pressed her lips against his. Luke looked surprised at first, but then gave in as he hugged her tightly. Finally, after Percy coughing on too many times, the two decided to stop. "There, now you have something to remember me by," Christy replied, as Luke helped her back into her chair. Luke smiled. "I don't think I can ever forget you, Christy." The girl smiled, and with that the two groups parted. The questers went west while the humans went east. Percy sat on the front seat as Luke drove and smiled as he felt the wind roll across his face. "So, where are we going now?" Luke looked at Percy, and with a look that was a mixture of worry and uncertainty, he replied, "Denver, we are going to Denver." "Right, Denver," Percy repeated as he looked ahead. He didn't know what Luke was planning, but he knew one thing. The son of Hermes was up to something, and Percy was going to find out what. Capitulo 102. By then end of the day, they ended up in Denver. Needless to say, Luke drove like a madman to get them there, and they only got pulled over like 3 times. Of course, they got away with a little help from the mist. Percy and the rest now stayed in a motel at the edge of town, and for dinner they went to dinner across the street. Inside, they found a private booth at the back where they quickly sat down and ordered a huge meal. Needless to say, after killing evil lake sports and driving miles on end, they were all hungry. "Here you go, dearies," said the nice old woman who was their waitress. "1 chicken burger for the young man with the pretty blue eyes." That was Percy. "A mac and cheese combo for the young gentleman, Luke, and a steak for you handsome, Grover." "Correct, ma'am," Percy replied as he smiled at the woman. "Oh, you know how it is. I worked 30 years in this restaurant. I am very good at getting my customers' orders right. Now eat up," and with that the woman left them. As soon as she did, Percy grabbed the steak, Luke the steak, and Grover the mac and cheese, and Luke the burger. She was so sweet that they didn't have the heart to tell her she got the orders wrong. As Percy carved into his steak, he sighed happily. It had been a long time since he had dinner food, and even longer since he had steak. The grease, the salt, the fat all combined will give a person either a feeling of bliss or a heart condition. "So where to after this?" Percy asked Luke, who was nearly halfway done with his burger. "If we continue on this pace for the next day, we should reach LA tomorrow afternoon," Luke repelled. "What about the car? Do you think Jet and the other would report it stolen?" Luke shook his head. "No, I explained to them to do so only after a week. So even if a cop pulls us over and they are clear-sighted or something, the car won't be reported as stolen." Percy nodded as he continued to eat his steak, but just then, ping! "Warning, bloodlust behind you. Origin Aries." Percy's eyes shot up when reading that text. He then quickly got up and turned around, and there, at the entrance of the dinner, was Ares. The god was in disguise, true, but one look at him and any demigod would know who he really was. He wore a leather jacket with spikes on it, and his hair was shaped like a mohawk. He looked around with his red shades, behind which Percy could see glowing eyes filled with anger and power. Yup, that guy was definitely the god of war. "Percy, what's wrong?" Luke asked the boy. It's Ares, he's here, Percy stammered, not daring to look away. Ares then locked eyes with Percy and smiled. He then began walking to their booth and slid into the seat opposite Percy and right next to Grover, who looked like he was having a heart attack. "Hello, shitheads," the god of war said as he smiled at them. "Lord Ares," Luke said while Grover bowed and Percy looked at his stats. Ares, god of war, traitor. LV. HP. MP. Race Olympian god. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. The son of Zeus and Hera, Ares is infamous for his temper and his powers in battle. As the god of war, he craves for more and more destruction. He is now allies with, and, in order start a war on Mount Olympus. Dislikes the brat because he is a better fighter than his kids. Feels mostly angry at all time. He's Ares, the god of war. What did you expect? Ares turned to Percy. "So you're the little shit that stole Dad's lightning bolt." "I didn't steal anything," Percy yelled out. "Percy, that's enough," Luke said. "How may we assist you, Lord Ares?" "Well, at least one of you brats has manners," Ares said as he eyed Percy's steak. "That a good-looking steak, Coral." Percy looked at him and then his steak. "Stop drooling over my steak." Ares smirked. "Well, it's mine now." He then reached for Percy's steak and pulled it away from the boy. Percy saw this and looked at Ares questioningly. "Oh hell no, fuck you asshole." He then immediately pulled it back. "That's mine, thank you very much." Ares looked stumped at this and blinked several times. Guess he never had people take their food back from him. "Give me that boy," Ares growled out. "Warning, bloodlust detected. Origin from that thing sitting next to you." Percy wiped the screen away. "Fuck off. If you want it, get your own." "You little shit." Ares reached for it again, and Percy moved. He pulled out Riptide and pushed the end of the pen under Ares' neck. "Reach for my steak again, and I'm cut off your head and turn you into an ashtray." Percy growled out with his thumb right under the cap, ready to flick it open at any point. Ares looked at Percy and then the pen. He then smirked. "Good reflexes, kid." Suddenly, Percy felt something cold press up against his neck. Percy slowly looked back, and standing behind him was Ares with his sword pressed up against Percy. "Shit!" Percy then watched the Ares carefully as he lowered Riptide. The two Ares grinned as the one with the blade slowly merged with the one sitting down. He still had his blade up against Percy's neck and was grinning like a madman. "We gods can split ourselves into many different forms. Like clones, if you will." Percy's eyes narrowed, so not an illusion, which made sense. After all, he had gamer's mind. No illusion, no matter how strong, should not have any effect him. "Nope," Ares said as he lowered his blade. "Now I believe this is mine." Percy saw Ares reach for his steak and quickly pushed it to the floor. Capitulo 103. Ares looked at Percy, who simply smiled. "Oops." The god of war smiled. Ruthless, prideful, and willing to do anything to win. It's like looking at a mirror. Percy's smile fell at those words, as the old waitress quickly came over. "Oh dear, what happened here?" the kind old lady asked. "I'm sorry, ma'am, my hand slipped." Percy then picked up the steak and the still intact plate and gave it to her. "Please tell the chef I enjoyed every bite I ate." "Oh, that's nice, dear. Do you want me to bring you another one?" she asked, taking the plate. "Oh, please no, it's okay." Percy then looked at Ares with narrowed eyes. "I lost my appetite." Ares chuckled while the woman quickly walked away to the kitchen. Percy sat back down and crossed his hands. "So what the fuck do you want?" "Already don't like me, huh?" Ares said with a grin. "You tried to steal my meat. If this was ancient Greece, men would have offered me their wives. And when I made them moan like their husbands, never could they would thank me and give me half their wealth. Then it's a good thing this isn't ancient Greece, huh?" "Haha, if only," Ares said with his eyes flashing brighter behind his shades. "If you do not mind me asking, Lord Ares," Luke asked stressed, "why are you here?" "Oh right, I need you three to get something for me." "Nope," Percy repelled, crossing his hands. "Percy," Luke called out, "stop trying to piss of the god." "He stole my steak." "Attempted to steal you steak," Ares corrected as he smiled at the fight Luke and Percy were having. "Look, can we do this later?" Luke said with a sigh. Percy frowned and looked away. "As I was saying, I need you three to get something for me. I was on a date a few days again, and I lost my shield in the water park. I would go there and get it myself, but I frankly would rather want you to get it." "Why?" Percy frowned. "PERCY gods are restricted by the ancient laws. The only way they can give help in any form to questers is as a reward. I'm sure Lord Ares is just giving us a simple task so that he can reward us later," Luke explained in a very scripted-like tone. Percy then turned to Ares. "And why do you want to help us? Isn't war kind of your thing?" Ares grinned a mad grin. "My reasons are my own. You either accept this or you don't. That's all." Percy narrowed his eyes at Ares, but then relented. "So what's the reward?" Ares smiled and pulled out 3 rings and laid them out on the table. "These." Percy picked one up and observed the rings of invisibility. "The wearer of these rings is given invisibility for 1 whole day. Time remaining 24 hours. I got these from my brother," Ares explained. "Grants the user 24 hours of invisibility. You can use them to get into Hades's palace." "So you are just willing to give us these?" Percy asked, putting the ring down, no strings attached. The god of war smirked. "See, aren't I a generous god?" Percy nodded. "Yes, but I'm still not giving you my stake." The god frowned. "You still don't understand just who you are talking to, do you, boy? But no matter. You will learn respect for me in time." "I don't think I would ever," Percy began. "Thank you, Lord Ares. We will get right on this," Luke interrupted Percy. Percy frowned but kept quiet, shooting Luke a dirty look. The god gathered the rings and then got up. "Bring my shield back here in 2 hours' time." Soon after the god left, Percy turned to Luke. "Why the hell are you so eager to kiss his ass?" Luke frowned. "Percy, you already managed to piss of Hades and Zeus, 2 of the strongest gods in Greek myth. I would rather not have the literal god of combat come after us as well." Percy scowled but kept quiet. He then spent the rest of the meal in deep contemplation. Why was Luke pushy right now? Before he was so laid back, leaving everything to Percy, but now? Did he want us to do the quest for some reason? Was he the one who Alecto found Luke talking to? But why? Did Luke contact Ares before had to arrange all this? Why would the god even agree to that? Percy's head spun as he felt a headache come on. Something didn't add up. He was looking at only half the picture, the rest were missing. After paying for the bill, Percy and the rest got into their car and drove to the water park. The place was empty, abandoned really, so obviously it was closed. Luckily, jumping really high was one of the first things Percy learned how to do. He jumped over the fence and opened the gate from the inside. "So where exactly is this tunnel of love?" Grover asked as he looked around the abandoned place. "Let's take a look," Luke said, turning to the map. There in the center of the park was a boat ride called Thrill Ride O Love. "I think this is it. We should go straight ahead and then take a left." Percy nodded, and the 3 did just. Soon they came to the love tunnel, which was unsurprisingly a water tunnel shaped like a pink heart. The tunnel was decorated on the side with statues of Cupid, along with other aromatic stuff like hearts and fishes. Wait, fishes? Well, to each their own. On top of the tunnel was a sign that said, "Thrill Ride O Love. This is not your parents' tunnel of love." The tunnel was now empty, leaving behind only a big concrete skating halfpipe, but Percy could feel the water in the pipes below. Percy slid down and began walking into the tunnel. The tunnel was dark, but luckily Grover was prepared as he took out a torchlight, lighting their way in. Inside, the tunnel was covered with mirrors on all sides. If someone was to go into this thing, they would always have a good view of the person they were with. "Where did he say his stupid shield was?" Percy asked. Capitulo 104. "Don't know," Luke replied. "He just said it was in here somewhere." "Guys, I'm getting something," Grover replied, "like a scent." "Really? Do you think it's Ares' scent?" Luke asked. "Yeah, Grover, does it smell like old gym socks?" Percy asked, causing all 3 boys to snicker. "Haha, no, it smells." "Well, it smells kinda good actually," Grover said, "like juniper leaves." "Do you actually think there is something down here that smells of juniper leaves?" Percy asked in a mocking tone. "Come on, man, we are in a concert tunnel in the middle of an abandoned amusement park ride. There is no way a plant is growing here." "Hey, don't blame me. The nose smells what the nose smells." "Okay, Grover," Luke said, nodding, "but either way it is better if we stay alert. No telling what we might find down here. The other two agreed as they all went deeper inside. There in the middle of the room was a bulletproof vest, but Percy's observing skill showed what it really was. Shield of Ares. It is the shield of Ares, which is charmed to be unbreakable and can withstand godly amounts of force. It is also charmed to give the wielder a plus 20% on all attacks. Note, this shield has a secret compartment hidden inside of it. Object hidden. Percy looked at the box in surprise. Something was hidden inside that thing. Percy didn't know what, and quite frankly, anything Ares wanted to keep hidden Percy didn't want to find out. Probably some his anal beads or something. There it is, Percy said, pointing at the vest. Whoa, you sure, Percy? Grover asked as they walked up to the vest. Yup, feels like him. Percy was getting pretty good at this lying thing. Lie success. Well, okay then, Luke replied as he reached for the vest, but the moment he picked it up, something clicked. Oh, what now? Percy yelled out as she and Grover quickly ran to Luke, who already had his sword out and ready. Suddenly, a loud creak could be heard as the wall on top of the tunnel opened, revealing several robotic spiders that then jumped down and started to attack the three demigods. What the hell are these things? Grover yelled out as he pulled out his sword he got from a robot. Percy then used Observe. Robotic spiders. LV6. HP 300/300. MP 20/20. SDR3. Vit 2. Dex 12. Int 1. Wise 2. Luke Zira. The robotic creations of Hephaestus, the god of forges, these things are tasked with only one objective: to capture their enemies and then broadcast the captured people directly to Olympian television. Usually used to capture Aphrodite and Ares while the two are doing it, these things are sneaky and dangerous. Kill to gain 50 exp. Hephaestus made them, Percy called out as he punted one of the spiders into the wall. What makes you so sure? Luke asked as he sliced a couple of them into pieces. They feel like the robots we fought in the forge, Percy called as he helped defend Grover while the satyr used his reeds to form vines to attack the robots with. Plus, they are freaking robots. Who else but Hephaestus? True, Luke said as quickly between Luke's slicing, Grover's vines and Percy's constant use of the moisture around them to short-circuit the spiders. All of the robots died quickly. Ping. Total exp gained, 600 exp. Well, that was easy, Grover said, kicking one of the dead spiders. Just then a bigger rumble roared out as suddenly the entire tunnel started to shake. The roof above them split opened and down came a giant spider, 8 feet big with bronze legs and red eyes. It looked at the three questers in front of it and hissed steam out of its mouth. For fuck SGROVER, shut the fuck up and stop jinxing US, Percy shouted. The spider jumped towards them, causing the three to jump away in order to not get crushed. Percy and Grover ended up on one side with Luke on the other. Percy then observed the beast. Giant robotic spider. LV17. HP. MP 20/20. SDR 23. Vit 20. Dex 42. Int 13. Wise 16. Luke Zira. The robotic creation of Hephaestus, the god of forges, this thing is tasked to capture the enemies of Olympus. Usually used to capture high-profile targets, this spider is only used when Hephaestus really wants somebody in chains. Kill to gain 2,200 exp. Great, just great. Percy closed the box and looked at the spider as it attacked them with its sharp and pointy legs. It was slow as Percy managed to grab Grover and dodge it easily. He then moved away as Luke began to attack the thing with his sword, distracting it for the time being. Percy then reached into the water pipes underneath them, and he pulled the water out and up to the tunnel, flooding the concrete half-pipe with water once again. Percy, what the hell? Luke called out as Percy directed the huge amounts of water into the form of a giant snake that grabbed the spider between its jaws. It then lifted the spider and smashed it into the ground and bite down, shattering its entire body into pieces. Warn us next time you are going to do that, Percy, Luke yelled out as he slowly walked over to him and Grover. Sorry, kind of focused on creating the whole giant snake thing. Percy replied coldly as he walked over to the decomposing robotic spider. The spider left behind $300 and a small robotic spider. Percy put the money away and observed the spider. Spy bug. A tool that once attached to any person will turn invisible and record whatever the person sees. It can only be seen by the person who used the bug, and only he/she can remove the bug from the spied-on person. Percy quickly put the bug away into his inventory and turned to Luke and Grover. "We should probably go now." Luke sighed. "Yeah, okay, let's go." Ping. "Congratulations, you leveled up." Percy Jackson. Health 900. Mana 600. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 12 Exp 1771, 44000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 34, plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31, plus 4 equals 35. INT 28. WS 32. LUC 19. Points 15. Money 16, $0.97/360. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status demigod, giving Percy plus 4 VIT, plus 4 Dex and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Perks. Anger of Electo. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the anger of Electo, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. Active. Labite gives plus 50 to all stats, but will cause a complete loss of control every time Percy gets angry. For every person Percy kills while in this berserk rage, he will gain plus 2 stat points. Warning: the only way to stop this is to either kill Percy, shock Percy awake with something surprising, or have no more enemies left to kill. Permanent. Capitulo 105. Percy smiled at this and closed his status box. They quickly walked away from the tunnel, but as they walked away, Grover spoke up. "Guys, the juniper leaves scent is getting stronger now." He pointed at a turn in the tunnel. "It should be right there." Percy readied his sword. Last thing they needed was some kind of monster that lured demigods with a sweet scent only to kill them in cold blood. As they took the turn in the tunnel, they were released to see no monster there hiding in wait for them. Inside, all they found was a scarf. Scarf of Aphrodite. Enchanted to smell like the perfect scent for each individual person. This scarf is charmed with love magic, causing the wearer to have plus 10 levels in all skills that involve seduction, example, kissing, flirting. Percy picked up the scarf. It feels like the Aphrodite kids. Lie success. So it must be Aphrodite's scarf, Luke deduced. Must be who Ares was on a date with. It also explains why it smells so nice. It must be charmed to smell like whatever the smeller thinks is a beautiful scent. Which is why Grover smelled juniper leaves, Percy said with a grin. "Oh, isn't that sweet?" Luke said in a mocking tone. "Grover thinks the most beautiful scent in the world if juniper." "Knock it off, you guys," Grover cried as PERCY, and Luke chuckled in his expense. Percy put the scarf in his bag, and the three quickly got out of the god-awful water park and quickly drove back to the dinner where in front of it Ares was waiting for them. He was on a motorcycle, and when he saw them, he smirked. "Well, you three got in half an hour. I'm impressed," Ares replied, smirking. "Did that spiders give you any trouble? I remember Aphrodite saying how much they scared her." Percy smiled back. "No, they didn't give us any trouble. Although I am surprised they were still there, surely the god of war could have killed a few bugs to impress his date." Ares grumbled. "Yeah, well, I needed to leave something for you kids to do." Luke then handed the vest over to Ares. "Your shield, my lord." "Thanks, kid," Ares grumbled and took the vest. He snapped his finger, and suddenly the vest turned into a shield which Ares gave to Percy. "Here, consider it a bonus for getting rid of the spiders. Those things are nasty. One of them once caught me in the shower. Percy reached out nervously, but took the hild anyway, thanks. Ares nodded. He then took out the 3 rings, here as promised, 3 rings of invisibility. Use them wisely. Each quester took a ring and put it into their pockets. Luke then spoke up, "Thank you so much for helping us, Lord Ares. It means a lot." Ares grumbled like worker being forced to clean up the store by his boss. He then looked at Percy and glared, "Stay alive, kid." Percy then watched Ares ride away in that loud thing he called a vehicle. Could that be considered as a warning or an order? "Odor most likely," Luke replied as he sighed. "Let's go get some sleep, you guys. We will need it tomorrow we reach LA." Percy nodded as they all then weaned to their motel. Percy put his bag and the new shield of Ares to the side. He couldn't put it in his inventory because Grover and Luke would then ask questions, so he was forced to carry the stupid thing. After a nice hot shower and a later night movie, Percy and the rest of the quest members crashed. Only Percy wasn't asleep. He had his eyes closed, but he didn't let sleep take over. He stayed awake waiting for something to happen. Luke was up to something, and as Percy was right about his suspicions, he will do something tonight. As the clock struck 12, Luke started to move. Percy opened his eyes slightly and watched Luke as he put on his shoes to step out. Percy immediately reached out with his mana and thought out, "Shadow spying." Percy felt his mana infect Luke's shadow as the son of Hermes closed the door behind him. Now all Percy had to do was wait and hear what Luke was up to. Percy closed his eyes and he heard footsteps, not his or in this room, but Luke's. Luke was walking on hard concrete now tiles, the swimming pool outside the motel then. He then heard something ruffle as Luke then spoke out, "Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbows, accept my offering. Show me Lord Ares." Percy's eyes widened at that, but he quickly focused back on Luke. This was it. This was Luke's dirty little secret. "I was wondering when you would call," came the rough voice of Ares. "I waited till everyone was asleep," Luke replied. "Did you hide the lightning bolt in the shield?" "Yes, I put it in the handle, exactly as planned. Just make sure you get the sea scum to Hades, and make sure he delivers it to Hades before you toss him into the pit." "All right," Luke's voice was hesitant. "Why the hesitation? This was your plan from the start. Don't tell me you're backing out now." "No, I am not. The plan will go on schedule. You still have the helmet of Hades, yes?" "Yeah, I got it. I still don't know how you managed to steal the lightning bolt and the helmet of darkness." Luke replied something, but Percy wasn't paying attention. He cut off his shadow spying skill and sat up from his bed. He walked over the R's shield that was propped up and felt around the ends of the handle. He felt something in the corner of the handle, something stitched in. Percy ripped out the threads, and there poking out at the end of the handle was a neon blue lightning bolt. Everything fell into place. Everything made sense now. Luke was the lightning thief. Percy felt betrayed. He felt like Luke had ripped his head off his shoulders and then kicked it like a soccer ball. Why did Luke do this? Why did he steal the Master Bolt? Percy knew he was angry at the gods for abandoning their children, but this, would he really start a war? Percy pulled the Master Bolt out of the shield handle and held it in his hand. It was a cylinder which had a lightning bolt stuck inside of it, and on either ends had a conical structure extending out. Zeus Master Lightning Bolt. The ultimate weapon of Zeus, this is the most deadly instrument in the Greek pantheon. Crafted by Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, the 100-handed giants, this weapon in one of 3. Its full potential can only be reached when wielded by Zeus or a child of Zeus. Damage, 9 million attack. Percy's hands trembled. This thing was genuine, which meant Luke is the lightning thief, and that son of Hermes planned to kill him the moment he stepped into Hades. And just then Percy remembered something the Oracle of Delphi warned him about. "You shall be betrayed by one who calls you friend." Luke, it was Luke who will betray him. No, he already did. And just like that, another part of the prophecy made scene. "You shall go west and face the god who has turned." The god who turned. At first both Chiron and Percy thought it meant Hades, but no, it was Ares. He was the god who turned. Gamer's mind immediately came into effect as it helped Percy process all of this. His emotions came down, and ideas on what to do next started to generate. Okay, Luke wants to kill me. My advantage, my abilities which he doesn't know, and the fact that I know it's coming. His advantage, He is being backed up by Ares himself. Percy knew he couldn't put the lightning bolt into the shield again, it wouldn't be properly hidden. So Percy tossed the weapon of destruction in his inventory and put the shield back where he left it before. Percy then went to bed just as Luke came in. Luke didn't look at Percy and promptly crashed into his own bed. Percy looked at his friend, no, former friend, and observed him. Luke Castellan Rebel. LV. HP. MP. Race Demigod. SDR 34. Vit 48. Dex 56. Int 12. Wise 35. Luke 21. Luke Castellan and the son of Hermes. At a young age he saw his mother lose her mind, and when father was not there to help her, his hatred for the gods began. Luke loves all of his family, even the extended members, and is a person who would help them in an instant. Luke hates the Olympian for abandoning their children and wants to wage war on them all by stealing the lightning bolt and the helmet of Hades. Luke considers Percy his little brother and wants to protect him. Luke is feeling conflicted about betraying Percy. Capitulo 106. The last part in his info was new. Guess it was something Percy could only read after he knew Luke was the lightning thief. Percy then became conflicted about what he should do with Luke when he read about how feel about him. Luke was feeling conflicted too, he didn't want to do this. Maybe Percy could use that doubt and somehow save his mom while not having to fight Luke. Percy was ashamed at how he was thinking. Gamer's mind made everything objective, so H could only think about what he could use to survive. It was a horrible way to think about someone, Percy knew that, but in the end it was either him or Luke. So Percy closed his eyes and let sleep take over. Luke wouldn't kill him in his sleep, he needed him. Ping. You have slept in a bed. HP and MP have been restored 75% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy and the others started early the next day. They started the drive at around 6 in the morning and drove quickly, stopping only for food and bathroom breaks. Percy used Gamer's mind a lot that day. Every moment Luke made Percy analyzed and judged whether he was going to kill him or not. So far Percy managed to put on a neutral face, but it was cracking. Luke and Grover asked him several times why he was so angry, and he just waved it off saying he was nervous. Eventually, they reached LA by sundown. Percy stepped out of the vehicle and looked around. Right now they were parked at an overview point so that Percy could see everything in Hollywood. To his right was the famous Hollywood sign, and in the far distance was the Pacific Ocean. Where exactly is the entrance to Hades anyway? Asked Grover as he popped up on the runk of the car. You have lived in the world longer than me. I was hoping you would know, Percy replied, looking over his shoulder. I think it's best we spend one more night in a motel and head out for the underworld tomorrow, Luke said with a smile. Why does he want to do that? Is he going to try and go into Hades himself while we sleep? Percy thought as he put on a smile on his face. Good idea, Luke. We need to be alert and ready. Luke nodded happy. He then sat next to Grover on the hood of the car looking at the view. Percy remained silent, but inside he knew that this was it. It was all going to go down tonight. After an hour of sitting on their car and enjoying the view, the questers all went to a motel. The motel was right next to the beach, something Percy insisted on, and as soon as they entered their room, they all promptly collapsed into their respective beds. Only Grover slept while Luke and Percy pretend to sleep. Percy then waited, and at around 10, Luke got up again. He then went to Ares's shield and began to search it for the lightning bolt. Shit! Percy heard Luke whisper as he then promptly walked out of the room, probably to Iris message Ares or something. Percy got up and put on his shoes. It was time. It was time for him to confront the lightning thief. Percy opened up his status page and quickly used up his stat points. SDR 32. Vit 34, plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31, plus 4 equals 35. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 30. POINTS 2. He didn't have enough to improve his speed to Luke's level, and his agility was never going to reach Luke's 56. So Percy put it in the one thing that might give him a fighting chance, his luck. Logically speaking, Percy should just take out the Master Bolt and zap Luke into ashes, but this was personal. Percy left the room, leaving a sleeping Grover behind. He then quietly snuck to the ground floor and to beach, the only place Luke could make an iris call. Percy walked into the sand and kept his head low as he approached a figure standing in the beach with a torchlight. The person was obviously Luke. Luke walked up to the waves and used the mist coming off the waves to form a rainbow. "Oh, Iris goddess of the rainbows, accept my offering. Show me Lord Ares," Luke called out as slowly the rainbow turned into a window showing Ares. "What brat?" the god of war asked in a rough tone. "Where is the lightning bolt?" Luke screamed. "Are you deaf? I told you it is in my shield." "Well, it's not there now. I checked the handle, nothing." "Impossible, unless behind you." Percy jumped up and slashed Riptide downwards, cutting the message off and nicking Luke in the shoulder. "Percy," Luke shouted out as held onto his bleeding shoulder, "what the hell are you doing?" "Luke," Percy replied in a low voice, "you are the lightning thief." Luke's eyes went wide. "Percy, I can explain." "Enough," Percy yelled out as he attacked Luke. Luke drew out his own blade and bronze as slowly Percy pushed Luke back with each strike. "I didn't want to do it, Percy," Luke cried out as he dodged a swing from Riptide. "Shut up. I wanted to go to Hades myself and trade the lightning bolt for your mother. I didn't want you to find out this way. You are the reason she is there in the first place." Capitulo 107. "No, she is there because the gods don't care about humans." Luke then crossed his blade with Percy and held it there. "They use us humans like they use everything. Just look at all the people we meet, Percy. Edward ran away because he couldn't take it anymore. Chirsty." "Shut up," Percy cut Luke off as he kicked Luke back into the sand. He then swung down at Luke, only for the son of Hermes to doge at the last second by rolling away. Luke got up and began his attack on Percy. He was faster, but his bleeding shoulder held him back. Percy, however, was relentless. He could feel his anger grow with every swing he took at Luke. His gamer's mind couldn't keep up. Slowly, Luke watched in horror as Percy's eyes turned from green to a golden yellow, just like the titan that haunts his dreams. Ping! Perk Labite has been activated. You gain plus 50 to all stats. Percy, however, wasn't paying attention. All he cared about was killing Luke. He smashed Riptide into Luke's blade and then pushed harder and harder until Riptide cut Luke's blade in half. Percy drew back and fist and threw it at Luke. Earthquake fist. The fist smashed into Luke's ribs, breaking a few of them, and sending the Dawn of Hermes flying off and into the sand. Percy then jumped at Luke with Riptide, but suddenly the son of Hermes pressed an open palm on the sand and shouted out, "Beast summoning." A large green circle appeared in the sand, and a gust of wind pushed Percy back on his ass. The yellow-eyed boy's fury pushed him forward, made him go beyond his limits. Percy got up almost at once and saw the figure that now stood before him. It was the Chimera, the legendary beast of myth with the body of a lion and 2 extra heads in the form of a goat and a snake's on its tail. And right next to it was a panting and tired was Luke holding his broken ribs. The son of Hermes turned to the Chimera. "Take care of him." The Chimera roared as the lion opened its mouth, sending out a blast of fire right at Percy. The fire drew closer, but before it burnt Percy, the demigod flashed away in a burst of speed. When the fire died down, the Chimera looked around for the charred remains of Percy but found nothing. He heard a rustle in the wind, and quickly all 3 heads turned to the left. But the only thing there was a small foot-sized pit in the sand. Just then they heard another rustle, and they turned to the right only to find a similar pit there as well. Suddenly, the result came from all around them. They turned all around, each head going its own way, but the only thing they saw was a blur of black. Up front came a voice in front of them. The lion's head turned just in time to see a punch connect with its face, earthquake fist. The Chimera flew back from the force of the impact into the sea. It looked up, its lion's head was destroyed now. It looked to the yellow-eyed demigod as a hint of fear crept into its heart. Percy raised a single hand up, and all the water around the Chimera moved. It trapped the Chimera into a sphere of water as slowly the pressure started to build up. As a last-ditch attempt to escape, the goat head blasted out a ball of fire that exploded, causing the sphere of water to collapse, and the Chimera was thrown out. Percy walked up to the Chimera. It wasn't moving, but it was still breathing. He looked down at it, his face not showing any mercy. He drew back a fist and punched the chimera again and again. He ripped into its body with just his fingers as slowly the thing started to die from the pain alone. In its last moment of life, the chimera looked into the yellow eyes of the demigod that was killing it by literally ripping it apart, and so nothing by fury. Slowly, it began to disintegrate into nothing, leaving behind a frustrated Percy and several loot items. Ping! You have killed while under the effects of libido. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stat points. Percy ignored the box as he got up from the dusty remains of the chimera and looked around for Luke. Instead of finding the son of Hermes, Percy found he was alone in the beach with nothing else in sight. With no one else to fight, Percy opened his mouth and roared. Roarrr. The son of Poseidon then collapsed to his feet, and slowly his eyes turned green again. Ping! Perk libido has been deactivated. Your states have changed back to normal. Percy looked up and saw the remains of the monster had killed in less than a minute. The curse he bore truly was powerful for him to have destroyed one of the most dangerous monsters in Greek mythology. Just then, ping! You have gained a new perk. Chimera's blood allows user to temporarily take on one trait from the last monster he killed. The user can use this trait for however long he wishes. Example, a Cyclops resistance to fire. Note the chimera doesn't count. Now how did I get that? Percy figured it was one of the rewards for Kill the Chimera. He checked his exp and saw he got +30,000 exp. He then checked the body and found 1,000 and a skill book, Fireball. Percy put the book and money away. He didn't have time to deal with this now. Luke was gone, probably snuck away while Percy was killing the chimera. Right now Percy was on his own. Well, he had Grover, but the well-meaning satyr would only drag him down. With him around, Percy can't use his full abilities. Percy took out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Alecto. She formed out of the smoke and bowed, Master. Do you know how I can get to Hades? Percy asked the Fury, who nodded. Good, then take me there right now. Alecto picked up Percy and flew him across the LA night sky. Eventually, they ended up in front of a building with the sign DOA Recording Studio, figures. Percy then turned to Alecto. How much does Hades trust you? He considers me one of his most loyal subjects, Alectos replied. Percy nodded. Then you are the one who can get closest to him. Percy then reached into his inventory and pulled out the chains of Hephaestus. Hide this on your person somehow and go ahead of me. Once you are inside, go and inform Hades you just reformed. Once he dismisses, you sneak into the throne room and wait for me. When I give the keyword, bind, throw these on Hades and bind him tightly. Alcedo nodded as she took the chains and walked into the building. Percy was betting a lot on her, but he had faith this would work. It had to work. Percy waited a few minutes after Alecto went in and then walked into the place. Capitulo 108. Inside was basically a large waiting room with a tall black man in a very nice white Armani shirt sitting in the receptionist post. Crowding the room were several people all walking about like zombies, aimless and lifeless. Percy walked up the man and used Observe. Karen Ferryman. LV. HP. MP. SDR. VIT. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. The god of boundaries and territories, Karen is the one who ferries the dead to the underworld. He accepts bribes to take people who are not dead into the underworld and is known for his tastes in fine suits. He has no opinion on Percy. He is feeling extremely bored. Percy walked up to the man. Hello, I need to go to the underworld. The man looked at Percy. Well, it is refreshing to hear that being said for once. None of that. There must be a mistake. I'm not supposed to be dead, Mr. Karen bullshit. However, I must decline. You're not dead. Percy reached into his inventory and pulled out 10 drachmen and put it on Karen's desk. The man looked at the coins and then to Percy. Are you trying to bribe me? Yes, Percy replied. Well, it's not going to work. And beside what? Karen, however, was cut of as Percy put an extra 20 drachma into the pile. That's a lot of coin. And it can all be yours for just one ferry ride across, Percy replied. The man then looked at the coin and then to pray before reaching up to grab them. Percy smiled at this. Glad we can do business. Who are you, kid? Karen asked as he checked the authenticity of each coin. Percy Jackson. Well, Percy Jackson, you just earned yourself a trip into the underworld, Karen said with a smirk. He put the coins aside and walked to the elevator behind the desk. The inside was stuffed full of people, but Percy didn't mind. He moved in and Karen joined them. Going down, Karen called out as the doors closed. Percy then waited for the elevator to go down, but it didn't. The elevator moved forward. Percy was pushed back by the sudden movement, and suddenly they were all covered by a bright light that blinded them all. Percy opened his eyes and blinked out the effects of the sudden light. When his vision cleared up, the underworld was present in front of him in all its unholy glory. The elevator had changed into a boat that was crossing a dark, murky river filled with the souls of the damned. Percy looked ahead and saw the whole of Underworld. There was a huge wall in front of him, like the ones in prison. At the center of the wall was a big opening that allowed the spirits of the dead in, and there standing gowered over this opening was a huge three-headed dog. Cerberus, LV, HP, MP, SDR, VIT, Dex, Int, Wise, Luke. The guardian of the underworld, Cerberus is found to be a fierce, gowered dog, and its ferocity is only matched by the legends surrounding it. Fight this beast is to sign off on your own death, which incidentally is the only way that thing is letting you through. Kill to gain 70,000 exp. Percy reached into his pocket and took out the ring of invisibility that Ares gave him. He was about to put it on too, when he stopped. The original plan was to be quiet about it. He needed to make sure Luke and Grover was safe when they were in here. But now only Percy was here, and he could do whatever the fuck he wants. So it was time to make a statement. Percy put away the ring and took out Zeus's master bolt. He looked at the weapon. How do you even use this thing? Do you throw it? Percy pointed it at Cerberus and waved it around. Nothing. Maybe I should yell fire or... Boom! Out of one end of the cylinder, like structure, a stream of lightning flew out. The moment the lightning touched the beast, it exploded into golden dust. Ping, ping. You have gained 2 levels. Percy Jackson. Health 1300, 1300. Mana 850. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 SDR, plus 20 VIT, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 14 exp 9771, 52000. Race Demigod. SDR 32. VIT 34, plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31, plus 4 equals 35. INT 30. WS 32. LUC 30. Points 12. Money 16, $597/360. Percy looked at the golden dust and then at the master bolt. He then quickly pointed it away from his face. Note to self, always keep this thing pointed at the enemy. Percy then looked at his status page and smiled at the upgrade. Just then. Ping! Perk Chimera's blood has activated. Which trait of Cerberus's do you wish for? Shadow traveling. Aura sensing. Ice breath. Percy looked at this new box with a look of concentration. So this is how Chimera's blood worked. He first clicked Shadow Traveling. Shadow Traveling allows user to travel between the shadows of the world. You can, however, only travel to the shadowy areas of places you have been before, as you are not a child of Hades. The rest were pretty self-explanatory for Percy, so he didn't bother clicking on them. The most useful thing to him, it seemed, was shadow traveling. After all, he already had a way to sense people, and teleportation beats ice breath any day of the well. So he pressed shadow traveling again. Are you sure you want to learn shadow traveling for your Chimera's blood perk? Yes, no. Capitulo 109. Percy pressed yes and felt something change inside of him. He felt more flexible, more alert. Suddenly the shadows didn't seem to end in the ground, they seemed to lead into something else entirely. Ping! You have gained a new perk by killing Cerberus. Canady Tamer user of this perk can control members of the Canady family, like dogs, wolves, and foxes, with relative ease. This also includes magical beasts like werewolves and hellhounds. Percy grinned at gaining the new perk and then looked at the loot left behind. There was $50,000, which he immediately put away for safekeeping. Then there was a black wristband with metal spikes studded all round it. Armband of Cerberus. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. Plus 10 levels to all skills involving darkness or shadows, example, smoke form. Percy put on the item and immediately felt the energy flow into him. He smiled and then moved to the next item. This one was a skill book and it read, Death Touch. The skill looked pretty powerful, but Percy didn't need to learn anything new right now. He tossed the book into his inventory and whined to the last loot. It was a circular coin, which was as big as his fist. On it was the number 10 carved into it. Skill disc. A disc, when used, will automatically level up one particular skill of your choosing. The number of levels that will be improved in written on the disc. Percy grinned at this. This meant he could level up really difficult skills very easily in the future. He would need to think very carefully on what he used it on, but right now he didn't have the time. So Percy put the disc away and began to move. He then noticed all of the spirits of the dead look at him with fear in their eyes. "Ah, hello," Percy called out, waving at them. Did you just kill that thing?" One of the braver spirits asked Percy. Percy smirked, "Yup." The spirit's eyes widened in fear and then hope. "We are free. Everyone run away." The shock of what just happened broke as all the spirits moved. Most ran from the underworld and to the river as they tried to swing across. Without Cerberus here, the underworld was out of control. And that was exactly what Percy wanted. He then lifted up the gauntlet of Kefka and channeled mana into it. He then grinned as he pulled Cerberus out of the Well of Souls, and slowly the giant dog reformed in front of Percy. Once solid, it lowered all 3 heads in a deep bow. "Hey Cerberus, I was wondering, can you give me a ride?" Percy asked with a sly grin. "No, don't pee on the damn field of punishment," Percy yelled as he pushed Cerberus away from the fire fields. The dog whined sadly at him and Percy sighed. "Okay, I know you have to go, but you can't go there." Percy then looked around and in the corner of the underworld found a huge pit. "There, go in there." The 3-headed dog barked happily and leaped over to the pit, where he then processed to mark his territory. After he was done, Cerberus kicked back a mold of dirt into the pit and walked away. I hope no one is in the bottom of that pit. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now." Percy then pushed Cerberus to its limits, as quickly a Gothic castle appeared in the horizon. Charge. The doors to Hades's place busted out of their hinges as Cerberus crashed into them. The building was cold and damp and guarded by skeletons. The moment they saw Cerberus there, they moved to attack it. Percy looked up from his seat on the giant 3-headed monster and saw most of the skeletons moving towards him and away from the door. Percy smiled and quickly transformed into his smoke form. With the armband of Cerberus giving him an extra plus 1,000 MP, he could afford to be a little wasteful about his mana. Percy then floated down from Cerberus's body and quickly went to largest set of door there, which he guessed was the throne room. Percy then slipped under the cracks in the doors as he slowly reformed into his solid form on the other side. Strongly, this room was a lot prettier than rest of the castle. It had flowers hanging from the walls with the scent of spring spread all around the room. Percy stuck to the shadows and slowly he backed further into the room and realized 2 things. 1, this was not the throne room, this was a bedroom. 2, this was Persephone's room. And the reason he knew that was because she was sitting in front of a mirror braiding her hair. Naked. Persephone, queen of the underworld. LV. HP. MT. Race Olympian. SDR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wise. Luke. The daughter of Zeus and Demeter, she was kidnapped by Hades and made her to be his bride. She now gets revenge on Hades by making his life miserable in any way possible, and by tacking on multiple lovers in order to spite her husband. She has no opinion on Percy. She is currently bored. Percy's eyes wandered across the goddess body as he fully learned to appreciate the female figure. The goddess had green hair that went to her hips and brown eyes. Her fingers flew through her hair, braiding it. Her perky breasts were covered by her large amounts of hair, but her big firm ass was on display, and Percy was given a clear view of it. "Well, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to come and help me?" Persephone's voice called out, making Percy's wonder how she knew he was there. "It's my room, I know exactly who is in it, son of Poseidon," she said as she looked right at Percy, thought the reflection in her mirror. Percy sighed and quickly pushed Gamer's mind to its limits. He would need his upper head to work for this one, not his lower. One wrong move and he is dead. "Hello, my lady," Percy said as he walked out of the shadows, giving her a small bow. Capitulo 110. It's been a long time since I have had a son of Poseidon join my bed," she said, smiling at Percy. "Come, help me braid my hair." Percy nodded as he approached the woman carefully. They took the strands of hair in her hands, and when his fingers touched her, he felt how soft her fingers felt. He then slowly began to braid her hair. He remembered doing this once for his mother. Hopefully, he can remember. "So tell me." "Percy Jackson," Percy replied. "Percy, tell me, Percy, why are you here?" "I heard once that you are the most beautiful goddess in the Olympian pantheon, my lady. I wanted to see if it was true," Percy said with a smug smile. He was really pushing it, but he just couldn't resist. Persephone laughed, filling Percy's stomach with butterflies. "I see. You are a charmed Percy, just like your father." Percy frowned a little at that statement, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. "Thank you, my lady. It means a lot." "Lie failed." Persephone smiled. "You are a terrible liar, Percy. But enough of that, tell me, why are you here?" Percy turned serious. "Hades kidnapped my mother. He thinks I am the lightning thief and that I stole his helmet of darkness." Persephone scoffed. "That man, he is as petty and paranoid as the day I met him. 3,000 years and nothing has changed." She then turned her head and looked directly at Percy. "So tell me, hero, what exactly is your plan?" Percy controlled himself from looking at the queen of the underworld's breasts. When she moved her head, her hair was pushed away, revealing her perfect tits. Percy sighed. Why did every woman he ever met greeted him naked? "I have the chain of Hephaestus, the same ones he used to bind Hera's powers. I'm going to use them to bind Hades's powers and then threaten him." Persephone looked at Percy for a second, then two, then three, before she threw her head back and laughed at the top of her lungs. "You are going to threaten Hades? Whhhhh? Oh gods, you must have the biggest balls ever, Percy." "Ah yeah, sure," Percy replied as he waited for the queen of the underworld to stop laughing. "I'm sorry," she said, panting. "It's been quite a while since I laughed like that." "Yes, well, you laughing at my face was very encouraging, thank you very much," Percy replied as he finally finished making one braid. "Well, you must admit your plan does seem kind, incomplete. Tell me, how do you plan to get out of here anyway?" Percy looked at her sheepishly. "Kill everything in sight and then make one of the Furies give me a ride up top." Persephone laughed again. "Waha, gods, you're the best, okay?" She then stood up and clicked her finger. In a flash of light, she now stood dressed in a small black dress with a very low neckline with her hair braided. "Wait, you can braid your own hair by clicking your fingers. Why the hell did you make me do it for you then?" "Well, honestly, I wanted to see how you would react if I made you stand so close to me naked. I must say you have a lot of self-control. Thank you, Gamer's mind. You didn't even get a boner once." "Hey," Percy cried out. "But now that I think about it, this does bring up some questions. I mean, standing in front of you is a goddess wearing a small, tight black dress, and instead of drooling over her body, you complain she made you braid her hair while she was naked. Are you gay by any chance?" "I am not gay," Percy shouted out, blushing. God damn it, every single girl he met was such a tease. First a demon from hell, now the queen of the bloody underworld. Fuck. Persephone giggled. "Relax, I know you're not gay. Not with the way you were staring at my breasts." Percy put his head down in shame. "Please kill me now." Now, cheer up," Persephone said, happily paying Percy on the back. "I'm going to help you get back your mom." Percy looked up in surprise. "Really?" "Yup, anything to ruin my husband's day. Now let's start with the basics. Here, use this." Persephone handed Percy 2 green marble which were light, probably hollow. "These are my pearls. You can use them to make a quick getaway from the underworld. One for you and one for you, Mom." Percy looked at these in wonder. Thank you. Thank you so much. Persephone smiled. No problem. Just crush them under your feet while thinking about where you want to go, and presto, you're there. But I need a favor from you. Anything. Persephone smirked. When you do capture Hades, I want you to come and call me. Why? Persephone's smile turned evil as she chuckled dryly. I owe the bastard a few hundred years of payback. Percy felt a chill go up his spine as cold sweat gathered on his brow. Note to self: never piss of Persephone. All right, let's go, Persephone said as she pulled Percy out of her room and to the main hall. Why is Cerberus in here? Percy scratched his head at that. I may have let him loose inside the castle as a distraction. The queen of the underworld looked at that, then nodded her head impressed. Well, it's not my job to clean this place up, so I don't care. She then pulled Percy away and to a door on the end of the corridor. Is this it? Percy asked nervously. Yup, Persephone said as she let go of Percy's hand and moved next to him. I think you want to do this next part on your own, yes. Percy looked at the goddess who was just few inches from his face. He nodded, yeah. Persephone smiled. She grabbed his face with both hands and kissed him deeply, putting a little bit of tongue into it. She then pulled back, for luck. All right, Percy replied, nodding his head. Ping. Skill leveled up. Kissing, LV8, 35%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing. Leave the person feeling happy for the next hour. The goddess smiled and walked away from Percy with a sway in her hips. Don't forget my end of the deal, she called out without turning back. Percy nodded dumbly at her retreating form, mostly because he was too focused on looking at her perfect behind. After she left, Percy activated Gamer's mind to the max, forcing himself to focus on the task ahead. He needed to think properly. Inside these doors was one of the most gods in existence. Percy quickly began to check his gear before going in. He had his armband of Cerberus, which gave him HP MP. The Shield of Ares gave a 20% boost on all physical attacks. His wolfskin leather jacket gave him a 100/100 durability, and as always, the gauntlet of Kefka was on his left hand. Percy didn't want to risk summoning Zed and the others. If Persephone could sense him inside her room, surly Hades could sense Percy wasn't alone when he entered the throne room. And so, with that being said, Percy took out Riptide and lifted the Shield of Ares.